Chapter 30102, 30102 Opportunities Everywhere, Yet No One Dares to Seize. 30102 Opportunities Everywhere, Yet No One Dares to Seize. Juyin Ling said, I heard some special voices. They seemed to be from the sky. Han Fei and the others all raised their heads and looked above the sea of stars. At first nothing happened, but after 3 or 5 seconds they seemed to see rain falling. Yes, it was certainly not normal for rain to fall in the vast sea of stars. On the Divine Capital Dynasty's side, Yu Donglu shouted, Everyone, be careful. Gather towards me. The experts of the Primordial Divine Academy, the ancient demon race, and other major forces all shouted, Don't let the rain touch you. On Han Fei's side, Feng Yu raised her hands and 2 phoenix shields appeared in her hands. The small shields floated in the air and immediately turned into 2 lifelike heavenly phoenixes that burned with raging flames. Hualalala puff, puff, puff. The rain was burnt into nothingness by the flames, so Han Fei and the others didn't feel anything for the time being. On the side of the Divine Capital Dynasty, Yu Donglu was known as the Rain Demon. He activated a strange water control divine technique and protected nearly 600 strong masters of the Divine Capital Dynasty alone. However, other people were not so lucky. Feng Yu resisted the rain with water and fire, and Yu Donglu was very good at controlling rain to begin with. However, the strong masters of the ancient demon race, the divine demon forest, and the flying immortal tower naturally tried to resist the rain with divine weapons or spiritual treasures. Some people didn't take it seriously at first. After all, this was just the beginning. So many people rushed in before and were fine, so even though the rain was strange, it shouldn't be impossible to resist. However, when the rain fell, many of the divine weapons and even acquired spiritual treasures were pierced or corroded by the rain. Many people were hit by the rain. Their bodies were corroded into holes by the rainwater. Not good. This rain is weird and full of divinity. Ordinary spiritual treasures and divine weapons can't resist it. The crowd panicked and took out all kinds of arrays, ultra-quality godly weapons, and connate spiritual treasures. For the strong masters who could come here, at least they had an ultra-quality godly weapon, and many ultra-quality godly weapons were comparable to connate spiritual treasures, so in the early stages nothing unusual happened. However, the rain became heavier and heavier, and even the power of the flames on the phoenix shield summoned by Feng Yu was suppressed by 60% to 70%, although this was a chaotic spiritual treasure. Therefore, the power of the rain finally appeared. Countless people's ultra-quality godly weapons were corroded and destroyed, therefore everyone could only approach the experts. However, at this moment, a gale blew. This was not an ordinary wind, but a gale that was full of laws and even carried divinity. Upon seeing this, Han Fei took out 5 tokens. These were low-quality nature spiritual treasures he had dug up in the God-ferrying ancient land, the 5-colored Heavenly Gate array. The array was mainly for defense and could also be used as a killing array. Hoop, the wind was raging, and before many people could enter the protected area of the strong, their ultra-quality godly weapons and acquired spiritual treasures were shattered. With sporadic screams, Han Fei saw that someone's body was blown away by the divine gale, leaving only a skeleton. As for this skeleton, it was washed by the rain brought about by the gale. Except for the heavenly Dao Jade marrowbone, the other parts of the skeleton were easily corroded. This storm alone shattered the bodies of 50 or 60 people, dissipated their souls, and killed them on the spot. Just when everyone thought that the storm was the basic test of the graveyard of gods, thunder rumbled above their heads. Rumble. Bolts of lightning fell one after another. People hurriedly gathered together in groups of dozens of people and resisted these dangers with their chaotic spiritual treasures. However, when the lightning struck down, they finally realized that something was wrong. This was because the lightning fell according to the number of people gathered together. In several places, a chaotic spiritual treasure protected 20 or 30 people, but in the end, 20 or 30 lightning bolts smashed down. The lightning with divine power actually smashed through the chaotic spiritual treasure in one fell swoop. Instantly, these 20 or 30 people fell into the wind and rain. Therefore, among the 20 or 30 people, except for those who had mostly cultivated the heavenly Dao Jade marrowbone and still had time to use spiritual treasures or divine techniques to protect themselves, the other people's bones were blown away in the blink of an eye and they died on the spot. Crack. It was the same where Han Fei and the others were. The Phoenix double shields were only treasures of the chaotic spiritual treasure level. Even though they only had 8 people, 8 divine lightning bolts fell, which still caused slight cracks in the chaotic spiritual treasure. Han Fei said, disperse. There's no need to waste a chaotic spiritual treasure. Immediately, Han Fei and Shan left the protection of the Phoenix shields. Le Renquang put on a set of armor of the low-quality nature spiritual treasure level and retreated. His body glowed with green light and the lightning couldn't penetrate his armor. Xuanhuan carried a huge low-quality spiritual treasure-level shield and was also fine. Juyin Ling was surrounded by many array flags, which were also a nature spiritual treasure. Feng Yu was no longer under pressure, and the divine thunder could not shatter her chaotic spiritual treasure. Feng Xingliu, even chaotic spiritual treasures can't resist the lightning, Feng Yu said. It depends on the people who use them. Look. On the other side, on the ancient demon race, the divine demon forest, and the flying immortal tower side, some experts protected more than 100 people at once. As hundreds of lightning bolts struck down, their chaotic spiritual treasures shattered like paper. Those experts reacted quickly and immediately took out treasures at the creation spiritual treasure level. However, even the low-quality creation spiritual treasures cracked under the bombardment of so many divine lightning strikes. Chapter 3WN03, 3103 Opportunities Everywhere, Yet No One Dares to Seize 313 Opportunities Everywhere, Yet No One Dares to Seize. Yu Donglu was protecting 500 or 600 people alone. At this moment, he was the most miserable. 500 or 600 divine lightning bolts struck down, instantly piercing through his defense. Puffed. Yu Donglu vomited blood crazily, and among the 500 or 600 people, nearly 100 of them were swept away by the wind, rain, and divine lightning, and nearly 50 of them were annihilated on the spot. The group of people hurriedly took out their spiritual treasures or divine techniques. Even so, 20 or 30 of them were annihilated on the spot. The experts roared, "Those who are capable, get out in 10 seconds. You can resist it with your chaotic spiritual treasures or even connate spiritual treasures. After 10 seconds, I'll cancel my protection." Han Fei, it seems that they don't know much about the graveyard of gods, otherwise they would have known this would happen. Feng Yu said, "I think something is wrong. I'm afraid there are some restrictions in the graveyard of gods, otherwise it doesn't make sense." The bronze fragments have gathered before, but all the records show that they became stronger or obtained great opportunities, but they never mentioned what kind of opportunity they obtained. Perhaps there's a reason why they can't reveal the situation of this place to the outside world. Xuanhuan asked, "Are they cleaning up the weaklings among us?" Han Fei said, "There are actually no weaklings left here. However, some people are not very lucky. They don't have any chaotic spiritual treasure level treasures or few connate spiritual treasures, so they will be eliminated." Zhang Xuanyu said, "So it's still cleaning up the weaklings. If they're unlucky, it means that they can't carry the inheritance of the gods." Sha Xiaochan said, "We can't enter the void world from here, nor can we communicate with our origin stars." Han Fei said, "It's only natural. Let's see when the wind, rain, and divine lightning stop." The experts who had been gathered by hundreds of people dispersed. This meant that many people would inevitably be killed. Those experts weren't stupid. If these people couldn't withstand it as soon as they came in, would they have to keep protecting these people? They weren't their parents. If they wasted all their time on these people, what chance could they find? Ah ha ha. Someone's precious artifacts were interlocked on him, but because their level was not high enough, they were broken one after another. Some people had to use their trump cards to save their lives. Screams and cries for help rose and fell, but those strong masters were indifferent. This was because they knew that they couldn't be saved. If they were saved now, they would probably die later. In the blink of an eye, 500 of the army of nearly 2,000 people had died in the storm. It wasn't until no one died anymore that the wind, rain, and divine lightning gradually disappeared. From then on, the remaining people should have passed the basic trial, or rather, the basic screening. After these people put away their spiritual treasures, the star divine tomb that had appeared before everyone's eyes slowly disappeared. What replaced it was a flowing river of stars. To be precise, it was a flowing black and purple nebula, which was very strange. On the river, small boats were floating. "I've never heard of it. Where is this?" The yellow-robed young man from the divine capital dynasty said lazily, "In the vast expanse of the stars and seas, there are some well-known rivers hidden in unknown places. Among them are the chaotic Nether River, the River of Eternal Darkness, the River of Life, the River of Time, the River of Primordial Chaos, the River of Silent Stars. Perhaps there are still some unknown rivers and seas that have not been recorded or have only been recorded in ancient legends, but that does not mean they don't exist. The chaotic Nether River is one of these legendary rivers. It's said to be the path of the dead on their way to the afterlife. The world's records of this river are sparse and difficult to compile." The leader girl of the Divine Demon Forest's team chuckled. "As expected of the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital. You even know such secrets. Yes, the chaotic Nether River should be the path for the dead to their afterlives. However, since this place has been designated as the Graveyard of Gods, it shouldn't send people to their deaths. Therefore, this should be the second test." The leader of the ancient demon race's team said, "Zhu Ying, board the ship and take a look." Behind him, a green-black panther with green patterns stepped out. He had 9 lives. Even if there was a problem with the river, he probably wouldn't die. Zhu Ying passed the stone steel of the chaotic Nether River, and suddenly the steel flashed. He seemed to have crossed a barrier. In the river, a small boat broke out and went straight to the shore. Zhu Ying took the chance to board the boat, but in the next moment, with a swish, the boat turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the chaotic Nether River. "It's gone?" Everyone was speechless. It seemed that it was not difficult to board the ship. The difficult part should be the chaotic Nether River. The leader of the ancient demon race said, "Everyone, board the ship. Whether you can come back alive depends on your luck. Remember, guard your Tao heart. If you lose your Tao heart, even gods can't save you." Swish, swish, swish. After someone gave a demonstration, one after another, people boarded the ship. At this moment, Feng Yu was in a dilemma. She frowned and said, Feng Xingliu, little Qingcheng, you two are on the same boat as me. However, Feng Xingliu suddenly shook his head and said, no, I want to walk on my own. That's bullshit. You haven't even proven Dao. Walk on your own? Where are you going? However, Feng Xingliu was determined and said seriously, I know that many of you look down on me and really treat me like a playboy. I have a feeling that this trip to the graveyard of the gods will change my life. So, I want to walk this path on my own. Chapter 3004, opportunities everywhere, yet no one dares to seize a 3004 opportunities everywhere, yet no one dares to seize a 4. Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu in surprise and then patted his shoulder. Why don't we just forget it? Feng Xingliu shouted in a low voice. No, I've had enough of being called a popinjay. I'm despised by others every day, so I can only slowly cultivate and try to prove Dao. After proving Dao, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years it will take for me to reach the immortal level. After reaching the immortal level, I don't know if I can become a great monarch, let alone a god. Therefore, I'll either die or walk on my own divine path on this trip. Feng Yu looked at Feng Xingliu, who looked like a different person, and sighed slightly. It was rare for little Qingcheng to see Feng Xingliu like this, so she immediately said, Sister, I also, shut up. If you dare to walk on your own, I'll break your legs. Okay, Han Fei said, it's not certain that we will go to different places. It's very likely that we will appear somewhere in the chaotic Nether River and flow along this nebula. Feng Yu said, we have to be careful. After all, we don't have any information about the graveyard of the gods. If we split up, it's very likely that we'll never see each other again. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at xuanhuan and the others. They exchanged a glance and understood each other's intentions. xuanhuan said, if I die, at least my daughter has a godfather. Le Renquang said, if these people don't die, how will we possibly die? Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan. You've already had a divine path. What do you think? Xia Xiaochan said, I won't die. Han Fei sighed. It's a pity that Xiaobai isn't here. Otherwise, the 5 of us could experience the feeling of returning to childhood. Zhang Xuanyu sneered and said, if she were here, she would definitely say solemnly that everyone has their own fortuitous encounters and then go without even saying goodbye to you. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling, who said, although I'm not very sure, I don't think the people who left are scattered. Zhu Yinling said, the sound. I can hear the sound of law collisions in this space. At the moment, it's repeating the same sound. It should be the sound produced by these people touching the laws after they leave. However, it's possible that I made a wrong judgment. After all, every ship is the same. Perhaps the sound produced by the act of setting off is the same. I'll go first, Han Fei said. No, I think your judgment should be correct. This is not the end of the test. In any case, at least let's board the ship together first. Feng Yu also said, I don't think it's that simple either. Swish, swish, swish. When Han Fei and the others boarded the small boat, almost at the same time, they seemed to break through the barriers of time and space and came to a boundless void. The stars in his field of vision were far away from him. Just as Zhu Yinling had said, more than 1,000 small boats had gathered here and were flowing along the nebula. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Sure enough, we aren't separated indeed. Feng Yu said, if so many people are together, it means that the test is not over yet. Everyone, be careful. The boat was flowing with the nebula for about 2 hours. Swish, 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 swish. Countless rays of light swept across in the distance like a vast and dense meteor shower. These meteors were flying towards different people. Someone exclaimed, it's a spiritual treasure, a nature spiritual treasure. Wow, how many nature spiritual treasures is this? This is too unbelievable. Han Fei took a closer look and found that it was a spiritual treasure bell that was flying towards him. After the bell appeared, it immediately flew towards Han Fei. The spiritual treasure choose its master? The spiritual treasure bell stopped not far away from Han Fei and even clanged. It's conscious and of a high quality. It might even be a high-quality nature spiritual treasure. Han Fei thought for a moment and didn't take the bell. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. At the beginning of the trip, they had only seen the star tomb of the gods, and then the wind, rain, and divine thunder. Now, they hadn't even seen the graveyard of the gods. How could a spiritual treasure take the initiative to come to him? Han Fei immediately reminded her. Everyone, don't grab these spiritual treasures. Let's wait and see. Feng Xingliu, I would have taken action if you hadn't reminded me. I think this might be a high-quality nature spiritual treasure, Feng Yu said. Don't touch it yet. There's no free lunch in the world. It's too unbelievable that everyone can get one spiritual treasure for free. Han Fei and the others were not tempted, but some were. Someone saw the spiritual treasure floating beside the boat and immediately reached out, hoping to subdue it. But in the next moment, the man was restrained by the spiritual treasure and taken off the boat. Then, he sank into the nebula flowing in the chaotic Nether River, unable to resist at all. At the same time, hundreds of people were tricked, all trying to grab spiritual treasures. The result was obvious. Without exception, all of them were dragged into the chaotic Nether River. At this moment, everyone was horrified and shouted, "Don't touch them. This is a trap." Chapter 3005 Battle for the Divine Boats. 3005 Battle for the Divine Boats. 1 Sure enough, it was still a test. These spiritual treasures might be real or fake, but they were definitely not interested in anyone, but a test for everyone. Sure enough, after a while, the bell beside Han Fei's boat flew away by itself. The spiritual treasure meteor shower was still coming, densely packed and inexhaustible. However, this time, these spiritual treasures no longer approached people, but flew over their heads like a sword stream, like stars. Suddenly, a star flashed. It was a spiritual treasure. It left the group of spiritual treasures and flew towards a powerhouse from the primordial divine academy. But this time, the man didn't dare to take the spiritual treasure. Immediately, the spiritual treasure stuck to the man's bow. In the next moment, under a huge force, the man flew in a certain direction with his boat. This time, they didn't suddenly disappear, but under the public gaze, the spiritual treasure actually steered the small boat to fly away in one direction. This scene shocked many people. They didn't think that person would die. If it was just a simple death, the spiritual treasure could have directly taken that person into the starry river. Why bother to pull the other party's boat? More importantly, that person was not a monarch realm strong master. Not all of the people who came to the graveyard of gods this time were monarchs, but there were also a few talented people in the perfected star transformation realm. They had hidden under the protection of strong masters to avoid the wind, rain, and divine lightning, but this person actually obtained an opportunity before the strong masters. Before the man could say anything, one spiritual treasure after another left the cluster of spiritual treasures and flew to the boats with swishes. Some of the spiritual treasures even came to the same person together, such as the small boat where Fengxing Liu and Fengqing Cheng were. That's not right. Why are the people chosen by the spiritual treasures all below the monarch realm? In the field, a total of 309 people had won the favor of the spiritual treasures, and these people were all below the monarch realm. This pattern was too obvious. Could it be that sky openers were the chosen ones in the graveyard of gods? At this moment, 3 spiritual treasures were flying around Fengxing Liu, and 7 spiritual treasures were flying around the boat of Feng Yu. These spiritual treasures were obviously not targeting Feng Yu, so they could only be targeting Feng Qingcheng. Fengxing Liu was overjoyed. Sure enough, I knew I would be extraordinary. Feng Qingcheng asked, "What about me? These spiritual treasures seem to be competing with each other." Just as Feng Qingcheng said, these spiritual treasures were shining brightly, and their auras collided with each other as if they were competing. The crown prince of the divine capital shouted, "Everyone, calm down. This doesn't mean that the sky openers are more popular than us. The reason why the spiritual treasures are snatching people should be our illusion. These spiritual treasures didn't choose them but took them away. This means that the sky opener's trial ground is different from the place we're going. Therefore, these spiritual treasures aren't choosing their masters, but leading the suitable people to the place they should go to receive the corresponding trial." The crown prince of the divine capital stood proudly on the boat, giving off an unfathomable feeling. As he spoke, most of the people had already been taken away by the spiritual treasures. Only a few dozen people had not left. Beside them, the spiritual treasures were fighting each other. For example, on Fengxing Liu's side, a divine fire, one of the 3 spiritual treasures around him, burst out with a shocking momentum and directly knocked back the other 2 spiritual treasures, a longsword and a small seal. Seeing that they seemed unable to win against it, the longsword and the small seal returned to the group of spiritual treasures. The whole of Fengxing Liu was triggered, and he hurriedly shouted, "I'm going. Wait for me to return." The situation on Feng Qingcheng's side was a little special. The 7 spiritual treasures competed, and in the end, 5 divine stones suppressed the other spiritual treasures. However, Feng Qingcheng was following Feng Yu, so the 5-colored divine stones circled the ship for a long time, as if they were thinking about how to deal with this matter. With a swish, the 5-colored divine stones gathered together and turned into a 5-colored lotus platform that floated beside the boat of Feng Yu. Feng Qingcheng seemed to sense something. "Sister, it wants me to go over." Feng Yu was puzzled. "You can sense it?" Feng Qingcheng nodded. "It said that it would take me to a place suitable for me, and that if I go with you, I'll definitely die." Feng Yu's expression changed drastically. She took out 3 spiritual treasures in a row and gave them to Feng Qingcheng. "Be careful. Don't take anything you shouldn't take. Don't covet anything, and don't be greedy. Don't worry. I guarantee you'll be fine." Feng Qingcheng nodded heavily and then stepped onto the 5-colored lotus platform. The 5-colored lotus platform immediately activated, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Qingcheng disappeared from everyone's sight. Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, Han Fei knew that Feng Yu was about to use the void seal. In a place like this, only eldest senior brother could keep Feng Qingcheng safe. Han Fei thought to himself, Feng Fei hasn't used the void mark for such a long time, but now she had finally used it here. Han Fei only had 1 void mark left, and it wasn't enough for him to save all the people on his side if anything happened. However, in this case, he had to do something. Lu Renquang should be the luckiest one among them. No, Lu Renquang's luck should be even better than his. He had gone through 1,000 hardships to achieve what he had today, while this guy had it all handed to him on a silver platter. Zhu Yinling was the least greedy. Furthermore, the creation void divine flute was very powerful and had the ability to stop battles. As long as it was not a true god here, no one could kill her. Chapter 3106 Battle for the Divine Boats 23006 Battle for the Divine Boats 2. Zhang Xuanyu's luck seemed to be ordinary. His current strength was probably achieved through his own hard work and perseverance. He was a true outlier who defied fate. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He extended 2 fingers and the divine tribulation appeared in his hand. You, take it. Zhang Xuanyu accepted the divine tribulation inexplicably and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Han Fei said, "A divine tribulation. It should be able to withstand a blow from a great monarch." "What's wrong with you? Why did you give it to me instead of Xia Xiaoshan?" Han Fei said. "I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen to Xia Xiaoshan." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "What about Kuang Kuang and Xiao Zhu?" Han Fei said, "Both of them are luckier than you, especially Kuang Kuang. Keep it. If you get out of here safely, you'll have to pay me back." Renquang nodded. "Yes, you take it. I still have trump cards." Han Fei looked at Renquang and Zhu Yinling. "You just need to keep your cool. As Feng Yu said, don't be greedy or rash." Then, Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaoshan, who said, "I have a trump card too." Han Fei said, "Trump card too." Han Fei said, "Trump card my ass. You have to be careful too. If necessary, I'll save your life. Just wait for me in the outside world." Xia Xiaoshan seemed to have thought of something. She knew about the void mark and didn't refuse. Even if she didn't let Han Fei use it, if there was really danger, Han Fei would definitely use it. At this moment, the sky openers had all left. There were a total of 1,089 boats left, which meant that there were 1,089 monarchs here. To put it bluntly, half of the monarchs on this trip to the god-faring ancient land were here. The spiritual treasures didn't disperse, but hovered above everyone's heads. After about 200 seconds, they saw a star tomb in front of them. It was the one that had disappeared earlier, but now it appeared here. Someone said, "Everyone be careful, it's this tomb again. The wind, rain, and divine lightning just now are very likely created by it." Someone shouted, "Don't be greedy again, we haven't even seen a graveyard. There's only this lone tomb. Clearly, something is wrong with it." Swish, swish, swish. However, the boats under everyone's feet flew towards the divine tomb one after another. The group of people floated above the star tomb, and above their heads there was a spiraling cluster of spiritual treasure stars. What's the meaning of this? Do we have to climb this divine tomb? Swish, 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 swish. While everyone discussed, ripples of light blossomed from the tomb and slowly swept towards the boats under them. Not good. What does this mean? Force us to disembark? Are we going down or not? The divine light will arrive in 10 seconds at most. They had seen the divine brilliance. It was the divine light that killed the monarch. No one wanted to take this blow for nothing. Feng Yu looked at Han Fei. "You or me? Leave it to me." Han Fei grabbed the boat with one hand and rushed towards the divine tomb, avoiding the divine light. However, the divine light chased Han Fei and suddenly became extremely fast. Many people immediately looked over. There gotta be someone to sound it out, but they didn't expect it to be Han Fei. Han Fei activated the 10,000 law sky traveling technique, and suddenly dozens of divine light swept at him at the same time, making Xia Xiaoshan and the others panic. Amidst the intertwining halos, Han Fei suddenly let go, and the boat that he dragged was instantly minced by the divine light. However, at the moment the boat was minced, the divine light dissipated, and no more divine light tried to attack Han Fei. Immediately, everyone understood that the purpose of the divine tomb was not to attack people, but to attack the boats. But why? The boat was the vehicle to pass the chaotic Nether River. If the boat was shattered, how could one cross the Nether River? In this place, no one could connect to their origin stars. Some people even tried to put the boat into their portable space, but it didn't work. However, with the divine light approaching, they had to abandon the boats. Swish, swish, swish. When everyone took the initiative to leave the boats and board the star tomb, half of the small boats in the sky exploded. Yes, only half of the small boats shattered, and the remaining half unexpectedly absorbed the divine light, covering their hulls with a layer of divine light. What does this mean? Someone frowned. Half of the boats were gone. Did it mean that only half of the people could board the boats? It also meant that the other half had to stay on the star tomb forever. On the side of the divine demon forest, a strong master summoned countless divine vines in an attempt to entangle the small boats. However, before the demon plants could touch the boats, they were enveloped by the divine light and minced to pieces. Han Fei grinned. This trial is rather cruel. Damn it. Is this part of the trial? We haven't even seen the Graveyard of Gods, and we've already encountered such a trial. Do we have to kill each other? Could there be any secrets in the star tomb? There must be something wrong with this star tomb. Han Fei and the others gathered together again. Xia Xiaochan asked, "They gave us the boats to come over, but then destroyed them. Why didn't they just start the trial from the beginning?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "It's probably because of the sky openers." Xia Xiaoshan said, "Then let the sky openers leave first. Wouldn't it be the same if others climb this star tomb and fight each other to the death?" Well, Zhang Xuanyu didn't know how to explain it. It did seem to make sense. This trial seemed unnecessary. Chapter 3W7, 327, Battle for the Divine Boats 3 number 27. Pastor xuanhuan. 31-7 Battle for the Divine Boats, 30 number Juyin. Ling suddenly said. She raised her head, looked at the spiraling cluster of spiritual treasures, and slowly said, "It's very likely that the chaotic Nether River is a kind of entrance. Only by entering the chaotic Nether River can one be sensed by many divine tombs. These spiritual treasures have extraordinary intelligence. I feel that they exceed the level of spiritual treasures." Could it be that the gods are observing us through the spiritual treasures and choosing an inheritor? Zhang Xuanyu said. The gods have already perished. How can they observe us? Feng Yu said. Not necessarily. Although the gods have perished, their divinity remains. These spiritual treasures have the ability to guide people. They might be looking for people who are compatible with the divinity. However, they clearly don't choose people randomly. Perhaps we have to win their approval before we're chosen. But if we don't do anything, how can we win their approval? Han Fei frowned. Then, why did the spiritual treasures take Feng Xingliu and the others away? Lu Renquang suddenly said, "Aren't you thinking too much? Perhaps it's just that their trial ground is different from ours. It's impossible for us to directly obtain the inheritance, right? Since we're all going to take trials, there will be dangers of death. Then, what's the difference from now?" That's true. Buzz. Everyone accepted Lu Renquang's explanation. At this moment, the star tomb suddenly began to tremble. Everyone saw a figure as huge as a mountain appear in the void. The figure was blurry and his face couldn't be seen clearly. It looked similar to when eldest senior brother was giving a lecture. However, this suppressing pressure was far inferior to that of eldest senior brother. It should be a simple projection. A divine voice suddenly descended. On the path to godhood, the strong walk alone. The divine paths are limited and cannot be shared by everyone. In one day, the graveyard will descend. When divine paths appear, you can approach them with the divine boats. The rest will lose the opportunity to tread on a divine path. Stay here and share the opportunities. Huh? Bullshit. They were all monarchs and not fools. Someone immediately said, "I don't think it's right. Every small boat corresponds to a divine path. It clearly means that we should kill each other and compete for the small boats." Someone echoed, "That's right. Who doesn't want to see divine paths? Stay here and share the opportunities." Although this divine tomb has many opportunities, compared to one person monopolizing it and enjoying the divine inheritance alone, who is willing to stay here. Therefore, this is clearly forcing us to kill each other. We are all monarch realms. What good will our death do to these long-dead gods? That's right, we can't believe that. The spiritual treasures hovering above our heads must be observing us. I guess they're probably testing our temperament. Although they said that, the people of the major forces had already gathered together quickly, fearing that there would be a conflict. The leader of the ancient demon race asked, "Crown Prince of the Divine Capital, what do you think?" The Crown Prince smiled faintly. "First of all, this must be a trial. Since it's a trial, there has to be a winner and a loser. Passing the trial, you can naturally go to the Graveyard of Gods. However, who can be sure that you can reach the Graveyard of Gods by taking this so-called divine boat? What if this is just a temperament test and those left behind will reach the Graveyard of Gods? After all, this star tomb can move." Upon hearing this, many people clearly hesitated. Indeed, what this divine phantom said might not be true. The corners of the Crown Prince's mouth curled up slightly. "That's a good question. I need to consider it." The leader of the ancient demon race chuckled. "What's there to consider? Those who can board the divine boats are definitely the strongest. The gods are not stupid. If they don't pass the opportunity to the strong, will they choose to pass it to the weak? You want to mislead us? Here, the ancient demon race, the divine demon forest, the primordial divine academy, and the flying immortal tower are all forces of the Central Sea divine realm. Your divine capital dynasty is alone. If you don't leave, who will? Do you still need to consider? The leaders of the ancient demon race and the divine demon forest were gathered together, and there were a total of 800 people. As for the divine capital dynasty, there were only 279 people in total. The crown prince of the divine capital narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the meaning of this? There's no need for us to have a conflict, right? If you want a divine boat, you can spar with the others to decide the winner. Why do you have to put on such a posture? The leader of the ancient demon race sneered. Spar? Is this a place for sparring? Only the dead won't cause trouble. Besides, over the years, your divine capital dynasty has been disobeying the order of the Central Sea many times. Do you think we will let you go even without the competition for these divine boats? The corners of the crown prince's mouth curled into a strange smile. Oh? It seems that you don't even bother to hide it. Chu Tianlong, killing 1,000 enemies will cost 800 of your own. There aren't many people on our divine capital dynasty's side, but there are still many. Can you afford the price of mutual destruction? Han Fei and the others were watching the show from the side. Only then did they know that the ancient demon race's guy was called Chu Tianlong. Feng Yu said, I've heard of him. He's an immortal level expert. I didn't expect him to enter the god-ferrying ancient land personally at the risk of his life. Immortal level? The god-ferrying ancient land did not restrict the strength of those who came in. Anyone below the great monarch level could come in. Anyone who came in would have their strength suppressed to the sky-opening realm. Although Chu Tianlong had the strength of an immortal, he was in the sky-opening realm as everyone else except for his body and soul defense. Chapter 328 Battle for the Divine Boats, 4-328 Battle for the Divine Boats. 4. Even if there were many spiritual treasures in the God-ferrying ancient land, it was not impossible to kill him in the sky-opening realm with a mid- or high-quality nature spiritual treasure. Chu Qianlong sneered. You still dare to challenge me after knowing who I am? It seems that you're quite confident. The crown prince of the divine capital put his hands behind his back and said gracefully, Chu Qianlong of the ancient demon race, Peach Blossom, 5 of the divine demon forest, Blade Holder of the primordial divine academy, xuanhuan of the flying immortal tower, well, it's indeed a headache. The crown prince of the divine capital looked at Jian Wudao, who was sitting cross-legged and nourishing his qi. Brother Jian, are you interested in joining the battle? I'm afraid that many people have designs on you after we leave the God-ferrying ancient land, especially the people from the Central Sea divine realm. There's no reason for them to let you go. No. Jian Wudao didn't want to be a lackey for nothing. He could feel that the leaders of the Central Sea divine realm were very strong and were all at the immortal level. He could fight them if it were any other time, but he didn't fight them here because no one would dare to snatch a divine boat with him. The crown prince of the divine capital didn't seem surprised. He looked at Han Fei and said, Fellow Taoist Wang Han, if the divine capital dynasty is defeated, I'm afraid these people won't let you go. Han Fei was about to refuse when a voice transmission entered his ears. My friend human emperor, if you help us in this battle, the human race can be considered a true alliance with the divine capital dynasty. As long as the human race doesn't leave the East Sea divine realm, no one can touch the human race. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. How did you recognize me? Han Fei thought that he had vividly portrayed Wang Han's identity and means, but even so, his true identity was discovered. This crown prince of the divine capital seemed very extraordinary. The crown prince of the divine capital said, Your body is at the carefree level, and your soul takes the extreme Tao. Even the former demon god can't compare to you. Even if you don't want to help me, these forces are your enemies, right? I just need you to help me share some of the pressure. It will only take you half an hour. Half an hour? Although Han Fei didn't know what the crown prince of the divine capital was up to, it was obviously not right that he could deal with so many enemies in just half an hour. Chu Tianlong said frankly, Wang Han, Feng Yu, there are only 6 of you. It's no big deal to give 6 divine boats to you. I hope you don't make a mistake. However, Han Fei grinned and said, Don't make a mistake. That's quite a tone. What if I do? How dare you? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in front of me just because you have a carefree level body? How big a wave can you make? On the side of the primordial divine academy, the so-called blade holder said indifferently, I heard that your weapon is a knife. It just so happens that I use a knife too. I'm going to settle the score with you for you bullying a disciple of our primordial divine academy. Zhao Longshu raised his spear. Leave Feng Yu to me. More than a dozen carefree realm experts stood up. Someone laughed and said, Leave the others to us. Just 6 people dare to participate in our war. They're simply courting death. The projection of the god was like a statue. He should be happy to see it. Standing beside Han Fei, Xia Xiaoshan, and Zhang Xuanyu didn't ask why. Han Fei's decision was their decision. Besides, the ancient demon race and the divine demon forest had contributed a lot to the death of 70 billion humans. Han Fei said, Yu, Quang, you haven't reached the carefree level yet. Let's attack together. Girl, take advantage of their fight and hunt them. Xiao Zhu, don't participate in the battle. If someone wants to fight you, make him stop fighting with your ability. Han Fei said, They are all at the carefree level. How many of them can you defeat? Even if you have a high-quality nature spiritual treasure, you can only kill one person at most. Do you think the other party will give you a chance? You have to reserve your strength now. The exploration of the graveyard of gods hasn't even begun. Swish, swish, swish. The battle between monarchs broke out in an instant. All kinds of divine techniques exploded here and terrifying power swept through the Star Tomb. However, no matter how crazily they fought, the Star Tomb didn't collapse except for some damage on the surface. Puffer Han Fei didn't confront the blade holder immediately. Instead, he rushed into the crowd and instantly killed a peak-level Dao Prover from the Primordial Divine Academy with the Blood Sky Blade. The blade holder of the Primordial Divine Academy attacked extremely quickly. When Han Fei killed a sea demon, his saber had already approached Han Fei. He said, a peak-level carefree-level cultivator actually attacked a peak-level Dao Prover. It's really shameful. However, the blade holder didn't know that killing one person could make the Blood Sky Blade drink blood, and its knife intent would be even stronger. At the same time, it could stimulate the blood-fighting intent and erupt with double-killing intent. Clang! Han Fei activated the draw technique. Endless saber beams swept in all directions. So what if the other party was at the immortal level? Unless they were in the intermediate or advanced stages of the immortal level, they might not be able to resist Han Fei's saber at all. This blade holder was quite strong. He could actually completely block the draw technique. As expected of the true leader of the Primordial Divine Academy this time, the battlefield was only so big, and all kinds of divine techniques were launched. The only one who stayed out of the battle was Jian Wudao. But at this moment, he was no longer cultivating, but watching the battle. Sword chi surged around him, and he seemed to be preparing to attack, but there was no telling who he was going to attack. On the other side, the combat power displayed by the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital was a little unbelievable. He could actually fight 3 alone and absorb the energy escaping from the powerful battles here like a bottomless hole. Peach Blossom 5, the girl from the Divine Demon Forest, shouted, "Not good, he's going to become a great monarch here. Mr. Bladeholder, stop fighting xuanhuan, come and help us." Chapter 3 number 19, 3 number 19 Godslayer, Han Fei 1 3 number 19 Godslayer, Han Fei 1. Han Fei didn't expect that the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital would come to the God-ferrying ancient land to break through to the Great Monarch Realm. Breaking through to the Great Monarch Realm in half an hour meant that this Crown Prince of the Divine Capital already had the ability to break through to the Great Monarch Realm. Could it be that he was suppressing his cultivation just for the God-ferrying ancient land? This didn't make sense. After all, no one knew that the God-ferrying ancient land would open at this time. What if he had to wait for 10,000 years? Besides, even if the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital knew that the God-ferrying ancient land was going to be opened, did he know that the Graveyard of Gods would also be opened? Therefore, Han Fei was more willing to believe that it was a coincidence than a scheme, even if it seemed to be full of schemes. However, the breakthrough of the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital wouldn't do any harm to Han Fei. Whether he was friendly or hostile, if he had just broken through to the Great Monarch Realm, it was impossible for him to kill him. Besides, Zhang Xuanyu was holding the Divine Tribulation in his hand, which was a great threat to him. At this moment, the blade holder of the Primordial Divine Academy tried to beat Han Fei aside to help his allies. However, how could Han Fei let him go? Immediately, Han Fei pretended that his blood and qi soared to the sky while secretly circulating his original Great Tao, and his combat power soared by 3 times. With a full-strength explosive power technique, Han Fei smashed the blade holder to the star tomb with brute force. This knife contained the Ragnarok and the Tao of Slaughter God, causing the blade holder's blood and qi to tremble and his hands to tremble slightly. Did you hide your true cultivation level? The blade holder's face changed slightly. Even if Han Fei's body was carefree level and he had reached the peak of the extreme Tao, theoretically speaking, it was impossible for him to completely contend with him. The carefree level and the immortal level were not only 1 level away. Just now, he didn't use his full strength because he wanted to comprehend Han Fei's knife intent. Now that Han Fei's strength had soared, he could actually contend with him. Han Fei must have hid his strength before. At this moment, Chu Tianlong summoned his companion spirit, the ancient Skywolf, and seemed to have activated a secret method. His Dharmakaya roared and his strength soared, raising his strength by a small level. Peach Blossom 5 of the Divine Demon Forest and Chen Hongyan of the Flying Immortal Tower had also activated their secret techniques. Chu Tianlong shouted. Mr. Conlong shouted, "Bladeholder, what are you doing? The Crown Prince of the Divine Capital is half a step into the Great Monarch Realm. We must not let him make a breakthrough or we will all die." Bang! The Bladeholder jumped up, his body shining brightly. Obviously, he had activated his Dharmakaya. As he raised his hand, infinite power was sucked away. He roared, "Your strength is great, so I'll break it with strength technique." Han Fei sneered. With the enhancement of the law of gravity, void Tao patterns bloomed behind him, carrying the power of sealing. Clang! After a clash, Han Fei felt that half of his body went numb and he was slashed back tens of thousands of kilometers. His body, which was at the peak of the carefree level, was actually covered with knife marks and even vaguely seeped with blood. Is this the true power of a Dharmakaya? Sure enough, Bai Ye from the ancient demon race was a piece of cake. This blade holder obviously didn't use his full strength just now. Now that he has become serious, even with 3 times my combat power, I'm still at a disadvantage. Little did he know that the blade holder was also shocked at this moment. Is his physique so strong? He had used 80% of his strength in his full state, but it only pushed this guy back? He was already half a step into the late stage of the immortal level. The blade holder advanced again, and Han Fei knew that it was not good. This person had a deep understanding of the knife Tao. With only 3 times his normal combat power, he probably couldn't defeat this guy. Immediately, Han Fei pretended to spit out a mouthful of essence blood on the blood sky blade. In the next moment, his aura soared, and his strength soared to 5 times his combat power. This was the theoretical upper limit that he could bear at this moment, and it was also the limit of the Heavenly Tao Jade Marrowbone. His Heavenly Tao Jade Marrowbone was actually very strong, but it was not enough. It was difficult for him to advance further until he reached the immortal level. Although he could continue to improve if he were to risk his life, it was unnecessary. How could the Crown Prince who was going to become a great monarch not prepare anything? Seeing that Han Fei was using a certain secret technique again and his strength was rising again, the blade holder frowned and launched a series of knife lights. Han Fei managed to deal with them with the law of gravity. The blade holder said, "Your secret method must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If you don't retreat now, I'm afraid you won't be able to." Han Fei sneered. Don't even think about intervening in the battle over there. Humph. Die. Magical saber. Massacre. The blade holder's aura soared, and in the void tens of thousands of kilometers behind him, mystic techniques filled the sky, condensing into a saber. The blade holder pushed forward with his own hand, crushing the law of gravity in anger. Han Fei said, kill, clang, bam. In terms of strength, Han Fei could block this attack, but the other party's law was too strong. Han Fei couldn't fully use his 5 times combat power and kept retreating. Han Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The power of the battle here all condensed into knife shadows and slashed at the blade holder. Han Fei grinned and said, strength can break all techniques. Let's see what else you have. On the other end, Chu Tianlong shouted again, Lu Jidao, what are you doing? Activate your secret technique. The blade holder frowned and said, boy, I'm done playing with you. Since you want to die, I'll help you. How could Han Fei give this person a chance to activate his secret method? He pounced on him and kept slashing down powerfully. Clank, 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 chapter 31110, 31110, Godslayer, Han Fei 2, 31110, Godslayer, Han Fei 2, clang, clang, clang. Han Fei and the blade holder fought fiercely, and the surrounding knife light was so dense that no one dared to approach. After fighting with the blade holder for nearly 200 seconds, Chu Tianlong and the others had clearly discovered the strangeness of Han Fei. In their eyes, although Han Fei was no match for the blade holder, this guy's physique was too good. Furthermore, he had grasped many laws, forcing the blade holder to stay. On the other side, it wasn't easy for Xia Xiaoshan, Zhang Xuanyu, and Loren Kuang either. Although Xia Xiaoshan had killed 6 carefree level experts in a row, Zhang Xuanyu and the others still felt a lot of pressure. Finally, Chu Tianlong suddenly shouted, hey, Crown Prince, don't even think of advancing here. Anyway, we've fallen out today. How can I let you advance? Chu Tianren took out a sword talisman. As soon as he used it, the power of a great monarch burst out. Under the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital, a huge cauldron immediately appeared. Divine Mountain Demon Suppression Cauldron, reverse the universe, star river into the cauldron. Around this big cauldron, dense refined stars appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands and flowing like a galaxy. Upon seeing this, Peach Blossom 5 took out a peach blossom branch. As her hand trembled, petals fell. Secret technique, chaotic peach branch, fallen leaf withering, God's mercy, all techniques converge. Peach Blossom 5's face was pale, but she still shot the peach branch out. Bang, bang, bang. More than 3,000 star shields were broken by this blow. The aftershock of the collision directly shook the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Peach Blossom 5 said, I've tried my best. He created a star river with an array to protect the divine cauldron. I broke his array with a peak-level Great Monarch Realm blow. The rest is up to you now. Chen Hongyan from the Flying Immortals Tower took out a demon-suppressing pestle, which shot through nearly 100 guardian stars in a row and hit the demon-suppressing cauldron with a clang. Chu Tianlang spat out a pearl. With a crack, the pearl shattered and turned into an ancient divine creature, the Kui. It charged forward, breaking through the layers of star barriers. At this moment, the Crown Prince's face was pale, his blood and chi was unstable, and his soul was trembling, but he looked extremely calm. As he took pills orally, he took out a Dao scroll and managed to withstand the remaining power of the 3 people. At this critical moment, an opportunity surged from the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital. The river of spiritual energy on the star tomb rolled over, and the laws of the heavens seemed to have lost control, turning into countless patterns that gathered towards the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital. Seeing this, the blade holder had no choice but to take out a treasure of unknown level, which was a knife talisman. As soon as this knife talisman appeared, Han Fei immediately retreated and activated the 5-colored Heavenly Gate array, trying to block the blade holder. At the same time, Han Fei roared, Xiaoju, Wu. As the Creation Void Divine Flute played, the blade holder felt that his secret technique was showing signs of fading, and his fighting intent was rapidly disappearing. Wang Han, you will know how stupid you are. Clank, 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 clank. Sounds came from the 5-colored Heavenly Gate array one after another. No matter how the 5-colored Heavenly Gate array was activated, the cracks were spreading. Puffla, puffla, Zhu Yinling suddenly spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, and the mystic sound came to an abrupt halt. The Creation Void Divine Flute was powerful, but she couldn't fully exert its true power yet. Han Fei also spewed out a mouthful of blood. Even a low-quality nature spiritual treasure couldn't resist the knife intent enhanced by the divine blood. At the level of a nature spiritual treasure, even a low-quality one would have infinite power. Even his void-stealing technique couldn't steal it, but he was seriously injured by this strike. Crack-a-boom, finally. The 5-colored Heavenly Gate array couldn't resist the peerless saber beam anymore and was shattered. Han Fei was about to summon a bronze bell, but at this moment, a sword light soared to the sky, and the destructive sword intent went straight at Xia Xiao and the others. Han Fei knew that this was Zhan Wudao's revenge. He had killed Ye Qingshan in front of him, so this guy wanted to kill someone important to Han Fei in front of Han Fei. However, Jian Wudao underestimated Xia Xiaoshan and the others. Although they were not as strong as him, the treasures they had were definitely not less than his. Lu Renkuang roared and burned his blood. A purple gold mirror plate appeared in front of them. Clank. The sound of swords clashing set off billowing sword waves that shook in all directions. Han Fei also took out the bronze bell of creation. Clang. Crack. A clear crack appeared on the bronze bell, and the saber beam bathed in the divine blood failed to shatter the bronze bell in the end. However, while blocking this blow, Han Fei was smashed against the divine tomb together with the bronze bell, sent flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Go. Even though he was sent flying, Han Fei still condensed his qi and blood and slashed at Jian Wudao. The crown prince of the divine capital frowned slightly. He knew that Han Fei hadn't used his full strength and was still trying to preserve Wang Han's identity. However, it was actually not bad that Han Fei could do so much for him. If it weren't for Jian Wudao, Han Fei would have been able to stop the blade holder for a while longer. Law fusion. The Tao patterns all over the sky surged into the body of the crown prince of the divine capital, causing his momentum to suddenly soar. With a crisp crack, something behind the crown prince seemed to crack. Chapter 3111-3111 Godslayer, Han Fei. 3:3111 Godslayer, Han Fei. 3. Not good. He is half a step into the great monarch realm. The crown prince of the divine capital no longer had to passively make a breakthrough. He instantly disappeared from the spot, his figure flashing non-stop on the star tomb. Every time he stopped for a moment, a monarch from the central sea divine realm would be instantly shattered. At this moment, the four immortals finally gathered. They activated secret techniques one after another, and their strengths were all at the late stage of the immortal level. In addition to their nature spiritual treasures, they had endless trump cards. Even the crown prince of the divine capital was entangled. After all, he hadn't completely made a breakthrough. Han Fei was about to fight Jian Wudao when the voice of the crown prince of the divine capital suddenly sounded in his mind. Taoist friend human emperor, help me cut off the projection of this god. These four people are not weak. It's very likely that they still have trump cards. If we fight now, both sides will be injured. If I'm unable to fight again, no matter how powerful the divine tribulation is, you can't annihilate those four people at the same time if they join force. Are you crazy or am I? You want me to slay a god? The crown prince of the divine capital said. The spiritual treasure stars are selecting the best. Whoever shows their unparalleled brilliance will receive special attention. In fact, the appearance of the graveyard does not actually require one day. There's something wrong with this tomb. If you kill it, you can enter the graveyard. As I said, when we leave the graveyard, how can these people be a match for you and me? I know you have an undying body, so even if I trick you, you won't die. Why should I be your enemy? Han Fei's heart did a flip. That made sense. The crown prince of the divine capital shouldn't be his enemy. Just as he said, even if he killed this divine phantom, he wouldn't die. There was no need for him to lie to him. Han Fei roared, Feng Yu, don't hold back anymore. Help me protect the others for a moment. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu immediately unleashed her fourth form to the extreme, and her strength soared. She pushed back, and true phoenix demon fire instantly swept across Zhao Longma. The spear in the latter's hand immediately broke with a crack, and his body was pierced through by the true phoenix's claw. Bang! Most of Zhao Longma's body had been destroyed. He was shocked. Was this the real strength of Feng Yu? The true phoenix divine technique? The limit of the fourth form of the phoenix divine race? Didn't this mean that it wouldn't be long for her to acquire the fifth form? If that was the case, he was probably no match for her. Feng Yu seemed to be even qualified to compete for the first place on the god roll. However, the true phoenix did not continue to attack Zhao Longma. Instead, it turned around and grabbed at Jian Wudao in an instant. Han Fei was speechless. He thought to himself that Feng Yu was really cowardly, refusing to use her fifth form even now. She had probably only unleashed 50% of her strength in that blow just now. Han Fei even suspected that with Feng Yu's personality, would she let others know that she had cultivated to the fifth form? If this was also fake, unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to think about this now. He turned around and swept towards the magnificent projection of the god. When countless people saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. What was this guy doing? He's crazy. Does he want to kill a god? Feng Yu was a little speechless. Is little junior brother out of his mind? In the graveyard of gods, wouldn't killing the projection of a god be regarded as an anomaly by the graveyard? Lu Renkuang said enviously. Sure enough, just like in the past, he can always do something unexpected and amazing. Xuanhuan grinned. This guy, at this moment, Han Fei vaguely circulated his great Tao to 6 times his combat power, which was already beyond his theoretical limit. Gathering all his strength in one attack, the blood sky blade couldn't help but tremble. This master was crazy. Although it had fought countless gods in history, as one who had dared to kill a god when he was still at the carefree level, he was definitely the craziest of all its masters. Above the Nether River, the spiritual treasure stars were buzzing and shaking as if they were very excited too, like a group of onlookers watching the show. The Tao of Slaughter God, the Ragnarok, 6 times his combat power, and the high-quality natural spirit treasure, the Blood Sky Blade, with so many powers superimposed, Han Fei's slash was peerless. More importantly, he was fearless in the face of a god. The projection of the god pressed down with one hand, and his hand was so huge that it seemed to be able to destroy stars. An ethereal voice scolded, "Lawless." Han Fei was also very excited. The thought of slaying a god was exciting. What's wrong with being lawless? Kill, Ripper. A saber beam shot into the sky, and a golden crack appeared on the huge projection's body. The big hand was also cut open. Hiss. This? The projection of the god was killed? Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Jian Wudao's heart sank when he fought Feng Yu. This guy was stronger than he had imagined. Could he kill a god? Rumble. The god's projection suddenly shattered, and cracks appeared behind the god's projection. Countless people saw a star tomb, and an ancient aura wafted over. A divine coffin stood on the star tomb, shining brightly. An azure dragon was lying on the star tomb, as if in a deep sleep. There was a magnificent divine shadow sitting cross-legged on the star, its body intimidating. A goddess seemed to be resting on a peerless ancient tree. A divine temple was placed among the stars, dazzling and brilliant. The graveyard of the gods. This is the real graveyard of the gods. Isn't it said that the graveyard of gods can only be opened a day later? Why is it open now? The crown prince of the divine capital roared, "Monarchs of the divine capital dynasty, enter the graveyard." Chapter 3112, Godslayer, Han Fei 4, 3112, Godslayer, Han Fei 4. Han Fei and the crown prince of the divine capital said almost at the same time, "Come here, let's go." Seeing this, Chu Tianlong and the others hurriedly shouted, "Stop them. Don't let them reach the graveyard first." Peach Blossom 5 said, "Everyone, we can't let the crown prince of the divine capital go in. Otherwise, he will definitely become a great monarch." Ha ha ha. The crown prince of the divine capital laughed. "Stop me? What do you have to stop me now? Do you have a divine tribulation? A divine strike? If not, I have it." The crown prince took out a black box. When the box opened, in an instant, countless swords rushed out. Seeing the box, the blade holder's expression changed drastically and he roared, "Retreat, retreat quickly." This is the infinite box of the sword god, which contains 80,000 swords of divinity. It's a one-time high-quality nature spiritual treasure. Puff, puff, puff. Even though the blade holder had already reminded them, dozens of people were riddled with holes by the swords of divinity. At this time, Chu Tianlong and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They took out their nature spiritual treasures one after another, trying to resist the infinite box of the sword god. Peach Blossom 5 shouted, "Everyone, attack together and resist it together." Chen Hongyan said, "Release your trump cards and resist it with all your strength." As for Feng Yu and the others, as well as many strong masters from the divine capital dynasty, they had already passed through the entrance to the graveyard. Not only them, but many other spiritual treasure stars had also entered the entrance. The crown prince guarded the crack alone, and no one dared to take a step forward. It was not until the crack slowly closed that he staggered slightly and stopped his attack. "Your Highness," many monarchs stepped forward looking anxious. The crown prince of the divine capital waved his hand slightly. "It's fine. I've already become a great monarch. However, those BX stards have many trump cards and have heavily injured me. I'll recover in a few days." With that, thousands of pills of various colors appeared around the crown prince and were absorbed into his body. On Han Fei's side, he stuffed a few masses of liquid divine light into his mouth in a row. He was a little exhausted, but his condition was better than the crown prince of the divine capital. He just needed a few hours to recover. In this battle, there were 239 people left from the divine capital dynasty and 40 monarchs had died. How long had the battle been going on? The injuries on the body of the crown prince of the divine capital have all disappeared, and he put on a new set of yellow robe, showing his kingly aura once again, as if nothing had happened. The crown prince of the divine capital looked at Han Fei and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. As the crown prince of the divine capital, I won't go back on my word." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "I didn't expect there to be so many strong masters in the divine capital dynasty. I'm impressed." The corners of the crown prince's mouth curled up slightly. "A great world is coming. We have to be prepared," the crown prince of the divine capital said. "There are some secrets that the world doesn't know, but it doesn't mean that there are really no records. Even if the 6 prehistoric bloodlines have lived for countless eras, they can't know everything. In addition, entering the graveyard of gods doesn't necessarily mean that one can only enter through the god-ferrying ancient land." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This crown prince probably knew a lot, but he was obviously unwilling to tell him. Han Fei asked, "Where will you go?" The crown prince looked at the clusters of spiritual treasures above his head and smiled faintly. "That depends on them." One spiritual treasure after another fell from the sky and flew towards different people. Among them, the crown prince of the divine capital, Han Fei, Feng Fei, Sha Xiaoshan, and the others were surrounded by the most spiritual treasures. Of course, almost everyone from the divine capital dynasty had spiritual treasures come to them. The crown prince of the divine capital said, "The trial is over here. In fact, the gods didn't want anyone to die. The purpose of this trial is just sparring. Unfortunately, the human heart is unpredictable, so a fight is inevitable." Feng Yu asked, "What about the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm? They can't come anymore, or they can still come with the divine boats?" The crown prince of the divine capital said, "Of course they can. Originally, half of them could have come with the divine boats, and the other half could have come if they found the secret of the god Phantom, but now only a part of them can come and have to wait a day." Everyone looked at each other, so they had one more day than those people. They certainly couldn't do anything in a day under normal circumstances. However, this was the graveyard of gods. Some opportunities might be first come, first served. Even an hour might be precious, not to mention a day. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he had a connection with many spiritual treasures. On the side of the divine capital dynasty, people had already left sitting on spiritual treasures one after another. Figures tore through the air and disappeared in the divine graveyard. After half an hour, xuanhuan suddenly said, "Fei Fei, I sense a spiritual treasure that fits me extremely well. I'm going." Han Fei said, "Be careful." What drove xuanhuan away was a spear. It was probably a spear inheritance. Zhu Yinling was the second to feel such a strong resonance. "I'll go too. It seems that a senior of my Dao is waiting for me." Then Sha Xiaoshan suddenly said, "I sensed the summoning of a former god of the Southern Dipper." Han Fei said, "Be careful." After a while, Renquang left too. About half an hour later, only the Crown Prince, Han Fei, and Feng Yu were left. The Crown Prince wasn't surprised that Han Fei didn't leave, but he was quite surprised that Feng Yu was still here. He said, "Miss Feng Yu, it seems that you've hidden a lot of strength." Feng Yu said, "That's impossible. I've already shown 20% of my strength, but it's possible that my potential is astonishing." Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes, but the Crown Prince just smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, there were more and more spiritual treasures surrounding them. But every time a new spiritual treasure surrounded them, some spiritual treasures left them. The Crown Prince of the divine capital had a faint smile on his face, but after about half an hour, he finally had a strong reaction. However, he was quite shocked because neither Han Fei nor Feng Fei had any intention of moving. How was that possible? The Crown Prince was puzzled. He really had no complaints that Han Fei's potential exceeded his. It was not surprising that someone who was a disciple of the Void Temple, the owner of the Demon Purification Pot, and the Emperor of the human race suppressed him in potential. But why was Feng Yu still there? The Phoenix Divine race was very strong, but their power shouldn't be so strong, right? Could it be that the Phoenix Divine race was even stronger than the royal family of the Divine Capital? No, there must be a secret on Feng Yu. It seems that I have to make friends with the Phoenix Divine race. Once Feng Yu becomes a great monarch, the Phoenix Divine race will probably welcome a new situation. The Crown Prince of the Divine Capital cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave. See you." Chapter 3113 Monarch's Jail. 1:3113 Monarch's Jail. 1 Around Han Fei and Feng Yu, many spiritual treasures were flying back and forth, trying to establish a connection with them. However, the two of them could sense each spiritual treasure, but they couldn't sense each spiritual treasure very well. Feng Yu said, "Little junior brother, there's only the two of us left here." "How much strength did you use in the battle with the blade holder from the Primordial Divine Academy?" Han Fei said. "I used 600% of my combat power." Feng Yu rolled her eyes. "Tell me the truth." Han Fei shrugged. "Senior sister, tell me the truth. Which form have you activated?" "The 5th form," Han Fei said. "Not again." "Hey, senior sister, how long before you reach the immortal level?" Feng Yu said. "That's what I wanted to ask you. I saw from your battle just now that you condensed a law body with a strength technique, right? I'm afraid you've already condensed half of your law body, right?" Han Fei didn't keep this a secret. Advancing to the immortal level was a hurdle that had to be crossed. In fact, when he entered the graveyard of gods, Han Fei discovered that the power of laws here was abundant. If he condensed a law body here, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Han Fei asked, "Senior sister, are you going to enter the immortal level here?" Feng Yu asked. "Don't you have this plan? If you can find a suitable place and imprint your law body with the laws of the divine tomb, it'll be a terrifying speed, right?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Feng Yu's idea made sense. However, Han Fei still reminded her, "Senior sister, it's inevitable to enter the immortal level, but the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm will come over in a day. Therefore, during this period of time, it's more important to find inheritances or high-quality spiritual treasures. As for advancing to the immortal level, it's not so urgent, right?" "Humph. Now you can lecture on your senior sister." Suddenly, Feng Yu changed slightly, and a jade hairpin flew towards her. She had already sensed it before it approached. "Little junior brother, it seems that I have to go first." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, be careful." When the jade hairpin approached, it turned into a fiery phoenix. Feng Yu leaped and sat on it. Xuanhuan. In an instant, the fiery heavenly phoenix disappeared in the graveyard with Feng Yu. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. None of these spiritual treasures looked simple. It was a pity that he couldn't take them. Otherwise, what a huge uproar would it cause if he took them out? Han Fei simply sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his internal breath. His injuries hadn't healed from the battle just now, so he ate a mass of liquid divine light every once in a while. He sat there for 4 hours. Fewer and fewer spiritual treasures came. In the end, every several hundred seconds, only one spiritual treasure would show up. Among them, there were many spiritual treasures that seemed to be calling for him. However, Han Fei didn't feel a strong desire to follow them, so he never responded. In the 6th hour, it took nearly half an hour for a spiritual treasure to call him. Twice, Han Fei considered whether to follow it or not. After all, compared to others, it seemed to take him too much time. But reason told him that everything was fated. He couldn't be rash about this. Halfway through the 9th hour, Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the depths of the distant star tomb. He saw a chain extending from an unknown place, with no end in sight. This chain was not among the spiritual treasure stars at all, but came from the depths of the divine tomb. Before it came to Han Fei, an indescribable feeling struck Han Fei's heart. Come. Like a cry from ancient times, a mysterious voice seemed to emerge in Han Fei's heart. A spiritual treasure that can talk? No, it's the resonance of the soul. When the chain came, the hovering cluster of spiritual treasure stars in the sky all scattered with a swoosh and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is this chain above the level of a nature spiritual treasure? Swish. In the next moment, the chain clasped Han Fei's wrist and pulled Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, into flying into the depths of the graveyard of gods. The chain wasn't retracted very quickly, nor did it cross the void and pull Han Fei to a certain place. It just dragged Han Fei all the way to the depths of the graveyard of gods. On the way, Han Fei passed by the first star tomb. It was a divine tomb that was half a star and half an ancient tree. But the ancient tree had withered, its branches were dry, and its leaves were dark yellow. Han Fei saw a goddess leaning against the foot of the ancient tree, seeming to be looking into the distance. And on the abdomen of the goddess, a divine persona was shining. Divine persona? Han Fei was shocked. He had seen a divine persona in the Thundernote ancient temple, but he didn't choose it. Seeing one again at this moment, his heart couldn't help but tremble. In the Thundernote ancient temple, he could see the divine persona because he had experienced countless tests. But in the graveyard of gods, the divine persona was lying so peacefully in front of the goddess as if it was afraid that others didn't see it. Beside this goddess, there was not only a divine persona, but Han Fei also saw a green longbow with thousands of leaves as wings. The bow was shining like a stream of light. Chapter 3114 Monarch's Jail 23114 Monarch's Jail 23114 Monarch's Jail to a weapon used by the gods? Han Fei couldn't help but want to get it. A high-quality nature spiritual treasure could barely be used by gods. However, most of them were used by peak-level great monarchs. It was said that the Creation Jade Spirit Tower once trapped a god, but the god broke free and reduced it to a low-quality nature spiritual treasure. Although the Thunder God's hammer was a weapon in the Thundernote ancient temple, it was a mid-quality nature spiritual treasure left over after others had picked through. It was clearly prepared by the Thundernote ancient temple for the trial takers. The Blood Sky Blade had experience fighting gods, but when it encountered a divine tribulation, it avoided it and chose not to fight. Therefore, even if it was a high-quality nature spiritual treasure, it could only be barely used by gods at best, but it was definitely not their important weapon. Perhaps there were ultra-quality nature spiritual treasures above the high-quality ones, but he hadn't seen one yet. He had searched with the vast ocean navigator in the god-faring ancient land, but there was no response. Obviously, there were no treasures of that level in the god-faring ancient land, or there were no ultra-quality nature spiritual treasures at all. Han Fei was tempted by the longbow, but the chain didn't stop at all. In the blink of an eye, he passed the star tomb. He turned around and saw another divine tomb. It was more like a sword tomb than a divine tomb. The star was pierced by a huge sword. Han Fei saw that there was a sword Dao god holding the huge sword with one hand and putting the other hand behind his back, looking proud and magnificent. At a glance, it looked like another sword. Between the sword Dao god's eyebrows, a sword-shaped mark was still flashing. Is that a sword ball or a divine persona? Although he didn't know what it was exactly, Han Fei knew that it was definitely an extraordinary inheritance. As for the spiritual weapon on this star, it was difficult to find because there were swords inserted in many places on the star, making it difficult to distinguish good from bad. Of course, the strongest treasure was definitely the huge sword that pierced through the star. This object didn't rot over time and coexisted with the sword Dao God. It was obviously not ordinary. Unfortunately, the chain still showed no intention of stopping. Then, Han Fei flew past a magnificent palace, and the door of the palace was open. When Han Fei looked at the door of the hall, he felt a sense of compatibility. But at this moment, the chain made a series of jingling sounds, and in the next moment, Han Fei couldn't feel anything. The door of the hall closed voluntarily. Han Fei thought to himself, this chain is so domineering. If it can close the divine tomb, how strong must the owner of this chain be? Along the way, Han Fei passed one divine tomb after another. There were all kinds of tombs. He even saw a huge starseed giant beast with a divine persona in its mouth, as if it was waiting for someone to pick it. Another example was that he saw a flower that enveloped a star. There were 8 spiritual treasures shining on the divine tomb, and he also saw a star full of worm nests, from which colorful rays of light spewed out from time to time. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance at all. Han Fei flew for almost 4 hours. Until now, he had rarely seen any star tombs. If it weren't for the fact that he still occasionally saw star tombs, he would have suspected that he had left the graveyard of gods. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It had been more than 12 hours, but he hadn't seen any gods yet. Others might have already begun to take the inheritance of gods. Finally, after 4 hours, Han Fei saw the end of the chain. His blood was freezing. It couldn't be called a star tomb anymore. That place looked gloomy and terrifying. There was an extremely black lone star locked in the chaotic nether river by billions of chains. The dense chains seemed to be pulling something in the void, hooking straightly to the star, making it look like a sea urchin or with dense black spikes sticking out. Besides, Han Fei also noticed that after the flowing nebula flowed here, it voluntarily diverted and circled around the star tomb. Well, as for the locked star, on the surface he didn't see anything. It was bare. Other people's divine tombs had almost everything he could imagine, including rivers of spiritual energy, corpses of gods, divine weapons, spiritual treasures hovering, and rays of light. However, there was nothing on this divine tomb. Oh no, there was something there. Han Fei saw a black hole that looked like it was going to swallow him. This black chain just extended out of the hole. However, such a star made Han Fei feel extremely compatible. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to feel some kind of call. Swishta, the chain that dragged Han Fei dragged him directly into the black hole. Buzz. When Han Fei crossed the black hole before he could sense it carefully, terrifying suppressing pressures inexplicably descended on him one after another. Great monarchs? Han Fei was sure that these were the suppressing pressures of great monarchs, not gods. Chapter 3115, 315 Monarchs, Jail, 3315 Monarchs, Jail, 315 Monarchs, Jail, 3, wait, what happened? Other people are going to divine tombs, but I'm in monarchs' tombs? When Han Fei looked carefully, what appeared in front of him was a huge square cage made of strange black stones. Yes, it was a cage. Han Fei could see that on the strange black stones there were extremely ancient and complicated array patterns engraved. One side of the square cage was set up in the form of a spiritual barrier. When Han Fei looked into the cage from the outside, he found that each cage was a small world. The small world was very small, only spanning 10,000 kilometers, so he could see through it at a glance. Then, he saw the corpse of a great monarch sitting cross-legged in a cage. Of course, Han Fei couldn't tell if this was the corpse of a great monarch, but since this was a graveyard in the graveyard of gods, what was here could only be corpses, right? From the cage, the suppressing pressures of great monarchs constantly overflowed. Han Fei reached out and touched the barrier, and immediately dense law runes appeared. Each cage sealing a great monarch? Han Fei glanced around. There were 1,000 cages here. Didn't this mean that 1,000 great monarchs had died here? Hiss. Thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. This was a little terrifying. 1,000 great monarchs were trapped to death in this 10,000-kilometer-long cage. What crimes had they committed? At this moment, Han Fei suddenly heard a voice. Is someone coming again? Who is it? Han Fei was startled and quickly looked back, but he didn't see anything. You don't have to look. I'm not in this level of prison. In billions of years, you're the 18-once person here. An extreme Tao body refiner and extreme Tao soul refiner with dual spiritual heritages. Interesting. Han Fei was shocked. He hadn't even seen the other party yet, but his background had been exposed. What kind of a person was this? Besides, wasn't this the fucking graveyard of gods? Why were there still living people here? Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. Nice to meet you, Senior. I'm Han Fei. Hee. You're still far from being qualified to see me. It won't be too late to talk about seeing me after you survive the Monarch's jail. The Monarch's jail? You're quite interesting and shameless. It seems that you're not yet so arrogant as to look down on everyone. In that case, I can teach you. Han Fei was delighted. Thank you, Senior. Han Fei didn't think that this expert would lie to him. How could he be an ordinary person if he could see through him at a glance? Even if this person wanted to scheme against him, it couldn't be here. If the jail only sealed great monarchs, he would be absolutely safe, because the person who spoke couldn't just be a great monarch. The old voice said, your strength is between law comprehension and law fusion. You haven't formed a law body yet, so you can still be considered to be in the law comprehension realm. Then condense a law body first, then try to overlap laws and enter the law overlapping stage. With your strength, you should be able to break through this monarch's jail. Boy, you're lucky. The 180 people who came before you have already helped you break through 814 prisons. Therefore, if you can break through the remaining 86, you will have a chance to leave. 180 people only broke through 814 prisons? Han Fei was speechless. It turned out that, on average, one person had broken less than 5 prisons, but he alone had to break through these 186 prisons. Besides, did this person mean that if he couldn't break through them, he wouldn't be able to leave? As for the so-called law comprehension, law overlapping, and law fusion, he could completely understand them. These people in the past didn't follow the current promotion system. Back then, the immortal level was the Great Monarch realm. The voice let out a weird smile. Only 814 prisons? Boy, you're quite confident. I'd like to see if your strength matches your tone. In the 33rd prison on your left is a great monarch whose law is the law of strength. With the remnant of his law, it's enough for you to enter the law overlapping period. Of course, provided you can survive. Thank you for your information, Senior. However, Han Fei didn't go to that prison at once. He took out the vast ocean navigator. Even if he was discovered, he didn't care. If the person who spoke could attack him, he might have done so long ago. There were 180 visitors to this place before him. If he really wanted to, he would have attacked those people. Besides, who had the patience to stay in such a damn place for so long? To put it bluntly, the demon god had only slept for 1.8 million years. This person was definitely much older than the demon god. After all, the god ferrying ancient land only opened once every hundreds of thousands of years. Even if the chaotic Nether River had other ways of entering, there probably weren't many people who could come here and be picked by the chain. When Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator, the voice sounded a little surprised. The vast ocean navigator? Are you the leader of this generation of human beings? Han Fei was not surprised. This old man could see through him at a glance, so it was normal for him to see through the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei said, Senior, there are some things that I should verify by myself. However, the elder said, hee. Boy, you'd better only use the vast ocean navigator 3 times here because time has stopped the moment you came in. This is your own trial. If you want to return to normal, you have to die or complete the trial. There's no third choice. Even the vast ocean navigator will be suppressed by this place, so the effect won't be reset. If you use it a 4th time, bad luck will come. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Chapter 3116, Monarch's Jail, 43116, Monarch's Jail, 4 Han Fei's heart sank. This old man knew a lot. He knew that the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day, and he also knew that once the frequency of its use exceeded the limit, there would be a backlash. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Han Fei immediately asked in his heart, where is the way out of here? However, the vast ocean navigator didn't turn, which meant that the old man didn't lie to him. He really couldn't go out directly. Is the person who spoke in that cage? The vast ocean navigator still didn't turn, and the old man still didn't lie to him. Han Fei took a slight breath. If this old man didn't lie to him, this would be the last time he would use the vast ocean navigator. When it came to the 3rd question, Han Fei wanted to ask which cage was most suitable for him to break through to the immortal level. However, he suddenly thought of a better way to ask. After I complete all the trials here, will this old man harm me? If he won't, point to the 33rd prison on my left. If he will, point to other places. This time, the vast ocean navigator turned and pointed at the 33rd cage on Han Fei's left. This old man doesn't have any ill intentions towards me at all. Is he really so nice? At this time, the old man's voice rang again. Have you used up the times? Han Fei didn't speak, but the old man smiled strangely. You think I'll lie to you, but there's no point in lying to you. If you can break through the remaining prisons, I'll tell you the reason. Boy, good luck. After the old man's voice disappeared, Han Fei went straight out of the prison and looked inside, only to find that there was no one inside. However, this didn't mean that there wasn't a great monarch suppressed here, because Han Fei saw a bloody mist covering the ground near the exit of the cage. When Han Fei touched the barrier of this cage, he even vaguely saw a fist mark on the barrier. An extremely shocking scene appeared in Han Fei's mind. A great monarch tried his best to break the cage barrier. However, he was shattered by the counterforce of his own power and the barrier and couldn't really break out. As expected of a great monarch whose law is the law of strength. This prison must be filled with a large amount of strength law, Dao runes. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through. However, Han Fei had no choice but to enter. Since this old man didn't want to hurt him, he naturally had no reason to lie to him. Just a moment ago, he told Feng Yu that the breakthrough to the immortal level was not the most important thing. However, he did not expect that the first thing he would do was to break through to the immortal level. Han Fei felt that his strength had returned to its peak state. If he used all his strength, the combat power he unleashed would definitely be comparable to that of a late-stage or even peak-level immortal. Furthermore, he had many nature spiritual treasures, including 7 or 8 defensive ones. Therefore, Han Fei didn't think it was possible for a great monarch to kill him with the remaining Law Dao runes. Han Fei stepped into the prison. Buzz! The moment Han Fei entered the spiritual barrier, he felt that the Dao runes of the law here was instantly revived. The gravity here soared hundreds of thousands of times, and Han Fei's face flushed. His body was squeezed in all aspects, and the pressure from all directions seemed to be squeezing him into a meat patty, making his bones crack. Is this the power of a great monarch? It can still be so powerful so many years after he died? Roar. In Han Fei's body, his blood and chi were roaring, his heart was beating like a drum, and his body was shining with divine light. He immediately strengthened himself with the invincible will to completely withstand the power of the great monarch. However, under such gravity, his speed was greatly reduced, which was not a good thing. Bang! A law swept at him, and Han Fei seemed to see a fist mark coming at him. He immediately raised his hands to block it, but when the fist mark smashed at him, Han Fei felt that he was instantly sent flying and hit the barrier. Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei's face changed greatly. He felt that half of his body was numb. Bam, bam, bam. However, as the law here became more and more active, Han Fei found it difficult to keep up with it in speed, so he was hit by one punch after another. In the blink of an eye, his body had been crushed countless times. Han Fei felt that the fist mark was getting heavier and heavier. If it were anyone else, they would have been crushed into meat patties many times. No, I can't let the Dao runes of the law continue to grow stronger. I have to suppress it. Roar! At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. He immediately activated his Origin Great Dao and increased his combat power by 5 times. Bang! This time, when a fist mark approached him and he punched back, the fist mark dissipated, and Han Fei only retreated about 100 kilometers. However, there were too many fist marks coming from all directions for Han Fei to deal with. After holding on for 100 seconds, God knew how many blows he had taken. No, I can't resist it head on. I have to compete with him for the Dao runes of the Strength Law. Immediately, a fist mark blasted at Han Fei. Han Fei didn't fight back but locked the strength law contained in the fist mark and absorbed it into his body. 1 punch, 2 punches, 1,000 punches. Finally, after Han Fei completely crushed the ground in the cage 17 or 18 times with his body had doubled in size. Green Jade Stone Bridge, come out. Chapter 3117, 3117. Law body cultivated, immortal level entered, 13117. Law body cultivated, immortal level entered, 1 having no choice. Han Fei had to reveal the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Even if the expert recognized it, he couldn't do anything about it. He was different from his predecessors. The last time the God-ferrying ancient land was opened, it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the strong masters who came in were still all immortals. Then, it was very likely that the ones who came here were peak-level immortals. He was 1 level lower than them. However, this was not the real reason why he summoned the Green Jade Stone Bridge. This was because he was certain that although this great monarch was very strong, the Dao runes of his law of strength left behind were not enough to kill him. However, to completely imprint the law of strength into his soul, Han Fei estimated that it would take at least several years or decades. Although the elders said that time had stopped here, that was only for outsiders. For him, time had always been here. If one cage took him several years to break, then it would take him at least 500 years to break all the Undiate 6 cages. Being beaten for 500 years? If he was still in the rising phase of cultivation, it would be fine, but he was already at the peak of the carefree level. How could he be beaten for hundreds of years for nothing? In addition to this reason, Han Fei also discovered that the Dao runes of the law of strength he obtained from this great monarch not only contained the law of strength. In fact, every great monarch had passed the law overlapping stage, which was the immortal level, and immortals needed to constantly superimpose laws and imprint law bodies. Therefore, although Han Fei seemed to only absorb the law of strength, it was actually not the case. He was also absorbing the essence of many other laws, but not as much as the law of strength. Although he could endure a few years of beating, condense a law body, and break through to the immortal level, why couldn't he also brand other laws when he branded the law of strength? For others, this wasn't easy. They might need to brand laws one by one. But for him, he just needed to take a bath. No matter how many laws there were, they could be imprinted on his body through the river under the Green Jade Stone Bridge. If that was the case, when he broke through the Undi 6 cages, his strength would not be as simple as just entering the immortal level. He might directly enter the intermediate stage of the immortal level, or even the late stage. Although this would expose the secret of the Green Jade Stone Bridge, since the old man outside didn't want to harm him, so what if the Green Jade Stone Bridge was exposed? Swish to Han Fei stepped onto the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Having no one to vent on, the law in this prison could only swim around. Huh? This bridge? Who is this guy? How can he have such a heaven-defying thing? In the depths of the cage, a voice sounded leisurely, as if someone was puzzled and thinking. Under the Green Jade Stone Bridge, in the river, Han Fei's body was gradually returning to its original appearance. He felt that infinite Dao patterns of the law of strength were imprinted on his soul. This feeling of not having to cultivate himself was simply wonderful. Unfortunately, this wonderful enjoyment only lasted for a short time. After enjoying it, Han Fei was about to be beaten again. In the prison, Han Fei appeared again. The law auras seemed to have found a target to vent and bombarded Han Fei crazily again. Han Fei endured it and threw out a fist mark, locking down the fist marks one after another. About 3 days later, his body expanded again, and he summoned the Green Jade Stone Bridge again. Have I entered the immortal level? I've entered the immortal level so easily? Han Fei sensed it carefully and suddenly frowned. Something was wrong. Very wrong. This was because he felt that there was no energy feeding to him from his origin star at all. Although he had broken through to the immortal level, he needed to replenish his energy to transform it into his strength. However, Han Fei couldn't feel the energy provision of his origin star at all. Jail? That's right. This is a prison that can imprison a great monarch. If the great monarch can mobilize the energy in his origin star at any time, wouldn't he be alive forever? In that case, he only needed to break out of this cage and go outside. At this moment, without the provision of energy, his strength had almost not changed much. It was just that his use of the law of strength seemed to have changed a little. Immediately, Han Fei looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei Level, 1117 Immortal. Bloodline rank in the Infinite Ocean. The 9898th Immortal Chi, 1070,000 Soul, 1683 Origin Strength, 1683 Star Powers, First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 116, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 115. Main Art, God-Fiend Body, as I expect. His comprehensive combat power was actually still at the peak of the carefree level. Because he lacked resources, he couldn't grow or strengthen himself at all. Swish! Han Fei reappeared in the prison. Although his strength and soul hadn't been improved yet, he could feel that his control of the law of strength had been improved by a level. One of the manifestations of the immortal level was the law body. Now that he had formed his law body, he could already influence part of the law of strength around him. Chapter 3118, Law Body Cultivated, Immortal Level Entered 2. Law Body Cultivated, Immortal Level Entered 2, and the power of the infinite gravity that fell on him was reduced by about 20%. In terms of speed, Han Fei didn't feel much improvement. The improvement was about 20%. Of course, although it didn't seem to have improved much in all aspects, his overall combat power had probably increased by at least 50%. If he had enough resources to help him consolidate his immortal level quickly, his strength would at least be doubled. In the prison. Because he had broken through to the immortal level and half of the law of strength here had been swallowed by Han Fei, the power of the remnant fist marks of this great monarch could no longer completely suppress Han Fei. Only then did Han Fei have the time to study the fist marks imprinted on the wall of this cage. As Han Fei focused his mind, although there wasn't much left of the law of strength, it could still make a shocking sound. Enhanced by the invincible will, Han Fei punched horizontally. In the prison, for a moment, there were loud booms and the shock waves of fists colliding. Only at this moment did he discover, to his shock, that the fist marks imprinted on the wall were extremely fierce. He tried to learn them and felt that the law of strength suddenly gathered on the fist mark. When the fist mark blasted out, the fist intent, the law of strength, the Tao runes, and the fist technique combined into one, and the power of this punch increased by 50% compared to before. I see. This is the power of the immortal level. No wonder the blade holder can suppress me when my combat power is 6 times higher. Although he couldn't create a law with one thought, he had integrated with laws. Discovering this secret, Han Fei immediately began to imitate the various fist lights in the brand. It had been more than 3 years since he started to learn it, but Han Fei had no idea. All he knew was that his fist technique had improved by several times. It wasn't until 3 years later, when Han Fei completely comprehended the residual fist mark here, that he looked at the fist mark on the barrier. At this moment, he realized how terrifying the punch was. When he looked at the fist mark, he realized that if the great monarch was here and threw a punch at him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Although he had comprehended the secret to the immortal level, the fist mark was clearly 1 level higher than the immortal level. As for the level, Han Fei had already figured it out, which was that when he started the law fusion, the fist would contain all kinds of laws. However, Han Fei wasn't afraid. With only the fist mark here, there was nothing he could do but to break it with a law. Han Fei unleashed 6 times his combat power and punched out with all his strength. With a boom, Han Fei's fist mark hit the fist mark on the barrier. Hoop Han Fei panted. He felt that the prison was buzzing and shaking non-stop. However, the barrier actually opened voluntarily. It's finally open. When Han Fei came out of the prison, he immediately felt the energy nourishment of his origin star. Sure enough, this is not a prison. At this moment, the old man from before said leisurely, "Boy, do you know what your bridge represents?" Han Fei was shocked. "Does this person know the Green Jade Stone Bridge?" Han Fei cupped his hands. "Senior, I really don't know for the time being. I wasn't strong enough to explore this bridge before, but you seem to know some of its secrets?" The voice sneered. "Secret. This is really a secret. I didn't expect the reincarnation path that disappeared in the primordial era to appear on you. Boy, are you really not the reincarnation of an old friend?" Han Fei had an idea. "Are there any strong masters among the old friends you know who can take away the road of reincarnation?" The elder suddenly said, "You're not surprised at all. You seem to have guessed that this was the reincarnation path," Han Fei said. "I've heard something about it." The elder said leisurely, "Boy, since the path of reincarnation is on you, I have nothing to say. This path is difficult. You take care." The old man sighed and immediately said, "Boy, since you're so extraordinary, I don't want anything to happen to you here. There are a few cages. You have to wait until your strength is completely improved before entering them. These cages are the 3rd, the 12th, and the 49th on your right." This time, Han Fei sensed that the old man was getting serious. Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. "Thank you, senior." The old man smiled and said, "Boy, the people I just told you are all extremely powerful ones among the great monarchs. Even in this cage, they have endured for a long time. Your strength is not stable yet. Even if you have the path of reincarnation, it's very dangerous for you to enter. I've helped you, right? Hanfei smiled and said, Of course, Senior, you've helped me a lot. The old man chuckled. As long as you remember me helping you, human emperor, as a peerless powerhouse, you should have such a vision. Become stronger. I look forward to the day when you become strong. Hanfei was a little puzzled. He had a feeling that the old man's attitude towards him seemed to have changed after seeing the green jade stone bridge. However, he didn't think too much at the moment. Since he had already advanced to the immortal level, he had to stabilize his strength and improve it to the limit. 1 year, 2 years, about 82 years passed. Of course, this was all Hanfei's own calculation. When Hanfei woke up from his cultivation, he immediately looked at his information. Chapter 3119, Law Body Cultivated, Immortal Level Entered 33119. Law Body Cultivated, Immortal Level Entered 3 Owner, Hanfei Level, 1117, Carefree Level. Bloodline rank in the Infinite Ocean. The 9,898 Immortal Chi, 1,070,000 Soul, 2,198 Origin Strength, 2,198 Star Powers. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 116, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 115. Main Art, Godfiend Body Huff. It was not until this moment that Hanfei completely stabilized his strength. The current soul and strength should be his true basic combat power after breaking through to the immortal level. After that, he needed to continue cultivating. In theory, he needed to improve his Supreme Divine Technique, Origin Star, and Godfiend Body together. However, according to the Elder, time stopped here during his trial, which meant that the strengthening of the Supreme Divine Technique and his Origin Star couldn't be completed here. Then, he only had 2 ways to become stronger now, which was to cultivate the Godfiend Body. After leaving the God-ferrying ancient land, he would make up for the lack of the Supreme Divine Technique and his Origin Star. Hanfei got up and came to a cage again. The corpse of the monarch was still here, sitting cross-legged facing the spiritual barrier. As soon as Hanfei entered this place, he immediately felt his soul suffer an impact. However, not to mention that he was an extreme Dao soul refiner with the demon purification pot, it was impossible for him to be heavily injured by the remnant soul intent of this great monarch. The other party's soul body had been destroyed. What could his soul intent do? In addition to the soul intent, Hanfei sensed that the main law here was an elemental law as tough as thick soil. This time, it only took Hanfei a year to superimpose this law on his law body. When the law here weakened, Hanfei finally came to the great monarch. There was a message engraved on the ground in front of him. Hanfei frowned slightly. The Eternal Clan? He had met the Eternal Clan once, but their paths were different. This person must have experienced many ups and downs in his life, exhausted all the strength of his entire race, and felt disheartened. So he tried his best to find the Eternal Clan, but someone didn't allow it and imprisoned him here for the rest of his life. He didn't know how to comment on other people's deeds. Hanfei heaved a sigh. Sometimes, cultivation is like a journey with an unknown destination. Since you can't see the destination, you can only focus on the present. When I know what the end of the cultivation path is, I might be able to come here to tell you, once dead, another 100 years later. Hanfei had broken nearly 50 prisons. He had narrowly escaped death more than 10 times, not because of the dual extreme Tao or his many spiritual treasures, but because of his origin great Tao, the great Tao of life replacement, and the green jade stone bridge. Without the enhancement of his origin great Tao and the great Tao of life replacement, Hanfei believed that even if he had embarked on the dual extreme Tao, he would die several times. As for the green jade stone bridge, its function was to superimpose laws on his law body. Hanfei had thought that as long as he frantically superimposed laws on his law body, he could quickly become stronger and even reach the intermediate or late stage of the immortal level. In fact, this was not the case. By constantly stacking laws, he could only deepen his comprehension of laws. The power he could unleash would be greater and his combat power stronger, but it wouldn't directly increase his soul and strength. On this day, Hanfei came out of a prison. After sitting cross-legged and recuperating, he asked, "Senior, are there any levels of strength in the law stacking stage?" The old man seemed to have been there all the time and quickly replied, "Oh, there's no special classification of realms in the law stacking stage. In essence, it's just stacking laws while cultivating one's physique and soul. If you insist on making a detailed distinction in between, it's not impossible, but I don't think it's of much significance." Hanfei thought to himself, "Of course you think it's meaningless. The cultivation path now have changed drastically compared to yours back then." Hanfei asked, "Senior, can you explain the law stacking for me?" The old man seemed to like to chat and was not tired of Hanfei's query. He said, "As for law stacking, it naturally emphasizes the word stacking. There are countless great Taos in the world, from which countless laws are derived. If one merely stacks laws forcibly, he can't enter the immortal level in his entire life. Law stacking involves 3 steps. Listen carefully. As for the first step, all laws are different. When you break through more than 100 prisons, you will find that the blending of laws creates both harmony and discordance. At this stage, your law body will undergo a qualitative change because of the filling of laws. As long as you provide sufficient energy resources, you can cross the level. The second step is that because the laws are both harmonious and discordant, laws will often escape from your law body and it's difficult to control them. At this stage, you need to establish your original law, which can suppress all the other laws. The stronger your original law is, the more laws you can suppress. This stage is the true law stacking stage. At this stage, you can stack as many laws as you want as long as you can withstand the shock. Therefore, at this stage, the gap is huge even among people of the same realm. Some people stack 100 laws, and some stack 100 laws. When their basic strength is comparable, the latter naturally insta-kills the former. Han Fei immediately understood. No wonder he didn't feel that the immortals from the Central Sea Divine Realm were very strong during the human race war. Chapter 3120 Law Body Cultivated, Immortal Level entered 4 3120 Law Body Cultivated, Immortal Level entered 4. However, the blade holder was ridiculously strong. It was probably because one's basic strength was related to his law stacking degree. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, there are countless laws in the world. How can I stack them one by one? If I stack them from the natural void, wouldn't it take a long time? Han Fei thought to himself, it has taken me 100 years to stack only more than 50 laws. Then wouldn't it take me 10,000 years to stack 5,000 laws? The old man sneered. Brat, you don't know how lucky you are. With the monarch's jail, if you can break through it, you can stack 186 laws in a day or even more. Are you still not satisfied? Besides, you have the path of reincarnation. Although I don't know how you did it, you can stack a law in less than 3 years on average. If word gets out, you will be hunted down. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little guilty. How long does it usually take to stack a law? The old man chuckled. In the past, I was an unparalleled heavenly talent. It would take ordinary people at least 100 years to stack a law. It would take them at least 10,000 years to stack more than 100 laws. Stacking over 1,000 laws is not something that can be achieved simply by spending time on it. It depends on the strength of your original law. Han Fei thought for a moment. If my original law is extremely powerful, can I stack laws infinitely? The old man said. That's true. But if one's original law can really suppress all laws, then this person doesn't have to deliberately stack laws. The purpose of law stacking is to adapt yourself to all laws. But if your original law is extremely powerful, there's no need for you to adapt to all laws. If your original law is powerful enough, no law can hurt you. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Really? The old man smiled and said, of course, there are always some peerless heavenly talents in this world who can save hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation that others need. However, it's best to stack laws if you can. In the long run, it's still very beneficial. Once you break through to the immortal level and condense a divine persona, you can master all laws and can be called an omnipotent god. Those who only stick to one law are only strong at one law. The omnipotent gods have well-rounded abilities and complicated fighting techniques, making them tough opponents. But those who stick to one law are very good at fighting. An omnipotent god? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is there anyone who is omnipotent and good at fighting? Yes, this is what I said. If one's original law is extremely powerful and at the same time is willing to waste time on law stacking, once such a person becomes a god, he must be extremely strong. Han Fei's eyes immediately glowed. Since he could have both the fish and the bear paw, how could he let go of such a good thing? Other people couldn't find a way to stack laws quickly, but he had the vast ocean navigator. He would always be faster than others if he searched for treasures everywhere. Han Fei asked, what about after law stacking? The old man asked, what's the ultimate purpose of law stacking? Han Fei said without thinking, law fusion. He knew that if he wanted to become a great monarch, he had to accomplish the law fusion. Otherwise, he could only stay at the immortal level for the rest of his life. The old man asked again, what's the realm after law fusion? Han Fei was about to say Great Monarch Realm, but then he remembered that in the old man's age, the Great Monarch Realm should be called the Immortal Level. Therefore, for the old man, the realm after the law fusion was the Immortal Level. The old man continued to ask, how can one reach the Immortal Level? Han Fei thought to himself, how would I know? I haven't reached that point yet. But the old man obviously didn't intend to tell me directly. He simply said, there are some things that the person in the picture doesn't know. When you finish law stacking, think about where to fuse the laws you've stacked. Where to? Weren't the laws supposed to be fused into his body and soul? But Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he stacked laws, he branded the law into his body and soul. Was law branding and law fusion different? Yes, how can I guarantee that the laws are fused into my body? The old man said leisurely, I'll leave this problem to you to think about. By the way, if you can get out of here alive, go to the graveyard of gods. Maybe you can gain some comprehension. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Han Fei's mind. This old man was reminding him of something, but he didn't seem to understand it. Chapter 3121 Creation Divine Prison 13121 Creation Divine Prison 1 in the Monarch's Jail. Han Fei had already broken through 100 prisons because of his great Tao of Life replacement. On this day, when he branded more than 100 laws in his body suddenly began to tremble. Because there were too many different laws in his body, they began to collide with each other and tried to transform his body. Whether it was flesh, blood, bones, or soul, they were all transforming. Fortunately, he had saved a huge amount of resources in the past, which was enough to support the consumption of resources needed for him to enter the immortal level and cross the early stage of the immortal level. Another 300 years passed. Han Fei had already broken through 185 prisons and had stacked 241 laws. This was because each great monarch didn't only master one original law. While Han Fei absorbed their original laws, he also absorbed other laws, so the number of laws stacked exceeded his expectations. At this moment, there was only one prison here. Before Han Fei was about to enter the prison, the old man suddenly said, "Before you enter this prison, if you have any defensive spiritual treasures, take them out." This person could even fight gods and had already reached the peak of the immortal level. Because he pursued the ultimate divine path, he went crazy and lost himself. You'd better not try to resist him head on. Although this person has died, his power is not something you can completely resist now. Ultimate divine path? Could even fight gods. Han Fei looked solemn. The prisons that the old man pointed out were indeed terrifying. Many of them were extreme Tao body refiners or extreme Tao soul refiners. Because he hadn't reached the late stage of the immortal level yet, it was very difficult for him to break through these prisons, so he had used the great Tao of life replacement hundreds of times. This time, the old man pointed out that there was a great monarch who could even fight gods in this prison. This was equivalent to telling him that there was a super expert comparable to the war god in this prison, so Han Fei certainly didn't dare to underestimate him. However, Han Fei had been through a lot along the way. No matter how difficult it was, he had to pass it. Han Fei looked at the prison. Strange patterns were engraved everywhere in this world. The laws here had even been woven into various Tao diagrams, which were extremely complicated. When Han Fei stepped into the prison, he immediately saw a terrifying sword intent sweeping over, as if it wanted to kick him out of the cage. The Blood Sky Blade was instantly activated. Han Fei's original Great Tao was activated, and the draw technique was launched with surging knife intent. However, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. He felt that the Blood Sky Blade was trembling slightly, and his knife intent was shattered by this sword. The terrifying power of the sword swept him into the barrier. Before Han Fei could forcibly grab the terrifying sword intent and absorb the law within, a palm that covered the entire prison pressed down on him. Han Fei felt that the ferocity in his body was aroused. No matter how strong the law runes left behind by a dead person were, could he still maintain the combat power he had when he was alive? Han Fei gathered all his laws on his fist and punched at the attack head on. In the next moment, Han Fei's body was resplendent and a blood mist dispersed. He was slapped on the spiritual barrier again, and the Great Tao of Life Replacement was activated. Han Fei had to rely on the invincibility state to survive. So strong, no wonder he could fight God. Han Fei was shocked. He tried his best but couldn't even shake the palm mark, which showed how strong this person was when he was alive. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. Taking advantage of the invincibility state, he forcibly stole the law of the palm. Fortunately, the great monarch had died, so the remaining power of the law didn't resist violently. However, the power of the law contained in this palm filled Han Fei's entire body, forcing him to summon the green jade stone bridge. After a while, Han Fei came out again, narrowly blocked 3 fist marks, and the great Tao of Life Replacement was blasted out again. He was speechless. He should have come to this damn place when he reached the late stage of the immortal level. Although he had advanced to the intermediate stage of the immortal level now, his supreme divine technique and origin star hadn't been strengthened yet, so his realm wasn't stable. He had to spend a lot of time and resources to comprehensively improve himself in order to truly stand firm in the intermediate stage of the immortal level. At present, with his current strength, he couldn't resist the remaining power of this great monarch's law. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, perhaps because the law here was constantly being absorbed by Han Fei, or maybe because Han Fei's combat experience with this great monarch was constantly improving. By the time he was pierced 21 times, Han Fei could already withstand 100 blows from this great monarch. After using the Great Tao of Life Replacement as many as 212 times, the remaining law here finally couldn't kill Han Fei. Only at this moment did he have a chance to see the law diagrams left here clearly. On the ground, on the prison wall, and on the dome, there were Tao diagrams engraved everywhere. After decades of research, Han Fei finally figured out that this great monarch was actually thinking about how to enter the godly realm, so as to completely surpass all other gods. In many Tao diagrams, he even detonated himself and transformed into the world. In some Tao diagrams, the world was combined into one and transformed into a human. Among the many Tao diagrams, Han Fei finally saw a Tao diagram that compressed stars. It was an extreme compression that finally turned into a starry sky. It was not difficult for Han Fei to understand this. Compressed to singularity, and then collapsed. This theory was actually being used in Cultivation. Wasn't this person afraid of exploding himself? He is indeed a lunatic. Han Fei didn't figure out anything from these Dao diagrams, but although he didn't figure out any essence, he had comprehended many things related to arrays from the composition of the Dao diagrams, causing his array skills to be improved by a level. After Han Fei came out of this place, the number of laws stacked increased from 241 to 272. In other words, he had absorbed dozens of law brands from this great monarch. Chapter 3122, 3122 Creation Divine Prison, 23122, Creation Divine Prison, 23120, Creation Divine Prison, 2. This place was good, but it was a little life-consuming. Those who didn't have enough lives were basically courting death if they came here. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei came out, he felt that the entire monarch's jail was trembling. The old man's voice immediately sounded, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after countless years, this Creation Divine Prison would appear one day." As soon as the old man said so, a thick, hoarse, and even ferocious voice sounded. "I didn't expect that this brat could really break through the monarch's jail." "Humph, not bad." The old man smiled and said, "Old guy, you should be happy that the Creation Divine Prison has appeared. This means that you will have a chance to get out." However, there was a hint of disdain in the voice. "Get out? Only when he's qualified to release me." Han Fei was horrified. He didn't expect that there was another person here. He had always thought that the old man was the only living person in this place, but he didn't expect that there was another mysterious expert hidden here. Creation? Divine Prison? What is that? Buzz it, this place was shaking more and more violently. Han Fei felt that his body was pushed forward by a huge force with a bang. In the next moment, he had already left the monarch's jail. When Han Fei looked again, he had already arrived at the periphery of the star tomb. Bam, bam, bam. The billions of chains that trapped the star tomb were cracking. Han Fei didn't know what it meant yet. A black chain appeared under his feet, giving him a place to stand. In his eyes, the billions of chains snapped, and the shape of the star tomb changed. It gradually turned from a circular bare star tomb into a huge black cube. Its shape was the same as the prisons Han Fei had experienced. This huge cube was shrinking at a visible speed. In the end, it shrank to the size of a palm and suddenly tried to smash into the center of Han Fei's eyebrows. However, the vines of the demon purification pot blocked it and didn't let it in at all. The cube hit several times and finally gave up. It smashed into Han Fei's chest, turning into a layer of black matter that covered his heart. At that moment, Han Fei felt that more than half of his essence blood had been extracted. This cube must be recognizing him as its master. Wow, it took the initiative to recognize me as its master. It's so domineering that it even bumped into the demon purification pot. Are you talking? Han Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered a spiritual treasure that could talk. However, this Creation Divine Prison didn't respond to Han Fei. But then some information appeared in his mind, which seemed to be some rules and usages of the Creation Divine Prison. Han Fei's heart seemed to have been refined. For a moment, he was standing motionlessly above the Nether River as if he was dead. Finally, Han Fei came back to himself. With a thought, the Creation Divine Prison immediately appeared in his hand, with a more detailed introduction in his eyes. Name Creation Divine Prison. Introduction. In order to prevent gods from committing crimes, a peerless expert used the chaotic void, the psi barrier, the myriad laws of the heavens, and the light of grand mist to build a supreme nature treasure, the Creation Divine Prison. This prison can suppress all gods. Any sinful god can be imprisoned. The Creation Divine Prison will make judgment on their merits, rewards, and punishments. The one in charge of the divine prison should be fair and just, can't wantonly kill the innocent or the weak, can't betray the myriad races or associate with the ominous. The Creation Divine Prison has a total of 4 levels. It has to be opened level by level according to the strength of the criminals the Guardian catches. The Divine Prison can't accommodate anyone below the Monarch realm. Quality Supreme Nature Treasure. Activated Monarch's Jail. All effect 1 conviction. All people are sinful, only the gravity of their sins differs. The Creation Divine Prison can automatically reflect the crimes committed by designated individuals. All effect punishment. Anyone convicted guilty can be burned by hellfire, flogged, exiled, imprisoned, and sentenced to death. The Creation Divine Prison will decide the punishment on its own. Effect 3. An additional offense. Anyone who resists punishment will have an additional offense added to their sentence. Effect 4. Rehabilitation. If any person in prison who has not completed their sentence is willing to listen to the call of Guardian of the Divine Jail and perform deeds of goodwill for all races, deeds of resisting the ominous, deeds of eliminating evil and promoting good, and deeds of upholding justice, can all have their sentences reduced. However, anyone who behaves improperly will have an additional offense added to their sentence. Compi Reforged, NZ Refined A Refined N, Note 1. Creation Divine Prison can only be used when the designated person is locked by the law enforcement divine chain. Note 2. Multiple people can be held in the same prison. If the prison is still full, those with minor offenses will be released early, while those with serious offenses can be sentenced to death. When Han Fei saw the introduction of the Creation Divine Prison, he was stunned. This thing was actually a supreme nature treasure, and it could suppress all gods. It was simply ridiculous. How terrifying. The path of cultivation is full of dangers. Who can say that he is not guilty? This Creation Divine Prison is unreasonable. As long as one is caught, he can be sentenced even if he is a monarch or even a god. Gulpa Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. If the first floor was the monarch's jail, then the second floor should be for gods? Then what kind of existences would the third and fourth floors suppress? However, if he wanted to use the Creation Divine Prison, he had to lock down the target person with the Law Enforcement Divine Chain first. Chapter 3123 Creation Divine Prison 3123 Creation Divine Prison 3 Law Enforcement Divine Chain. Han Fei looked down. Wasn't the black chain under his feet the one that dragged him to the Creation Divine Prison? As Han Fei lowered his head, new information popped up in his eyes. Name Law Enforcement Divine Chain. Introduction. In order to help the Creation Divine Prison to catch criminals and prevent the gods from committing crimes, a peerless expert used the chaotic void, the psi barrier, the myriad laws of the heavens, and the light of grand mist to build a supreme nature treasure, the Law Enforcement Divine Chain. This chain can lock gods, all evil, and injustice. The Law Enforcement Divine Chain can only be held by the guardian of the Divine Prison. It has an indestructible characteristic. According to the strength of the guardian of the Divine Prison, its corresponding power can be unleashed. Supreme Nature Treasure Effect, New DCC Pre, or Effect 1 Immunity, Law Enforcement Divine Chain is immune to all sealing means in this world. Effect 2 Imprisonment, anyone who is imprisoned cannot break free unless they are found innocent. Their body and soul will be completely imprisoned. Effect 3 Whipping, it can ignore all means such as space and time. Anyone who catches the eye of the Divine Prison Guardian will be hit. However, it can only unleash the same power as the Divine Prison Guardian. Effect 4 Purification. The Law Enforcement Divine Chain has the ability to purify. For ordinary crimes, there's no need to use the Creation Divine Prison. The Law Enforcement Divine Chain can complete the punishment and purify all evil. CHS are refined HSSS. Note. Although it's a supreme nature treasure, the Law Enforcement Divine Chain is not a powerful weapon. Upon seeing the information of the Law Enforcement Divine Chain, Han Fei understood that the two were a set. The Creation Divine Prison was the real boss. Although this Law Enforcement Divine Chain was also known as a supreme nature treasure, under normal circumstances, there were too many restrictions on it. The only ability that could be used for combat was whipping. But the power of the whipping depended on the strength of the Divine Prison Guardian. Since he was immortal level, he definitely couldn't beat a great monarch. Therefore, Han Fei felt that this thing could be called a supreme nature treasure mainly because of his immunity and imprisonment ability. In this vast sea of stars, there was nothing that could suppress it. To put it bluntly, its passive ability was very powerful, while its active ability was very weak. It was even much weaker than the Blood Sky Blade. However, no matter how poor its active ability was, it was still a supreme nature treasure. Besides, if he wanted to whip someone at the same level as him, the whip would be quite powerful. With the guaranteed hit feature of this whip, its group combat ability was probably impressive. In fact, Han Fei was very satisfied. The only flaw was that the two treasures, the Creation Divine Prison and the Law Enforcement Divine Chain, both relied on his strength to suppress the strong. It was obviously impossible to directly suppress gods with the monarch's jail because they wouldn't give him a chance at all. It could only be said that with these two supreme nature treasures, he could almost be truly invincible at the immortal level. Han Fei was about to refine the Law Enforcement Divine Chain, but it took the initiative to wrap around Han Fei's arm. In just a moment, it completely fused into his right arm. At this moment, Han Fei felt a little smug after subduing two supreme nature treasures in a row. Although these two supreme nature treasures were extremely targeted, it was undeniable that their abilities were too strong. At this moment, he had subdued the Creation Divine Prison and the Law Enforcement Divine Chain. The nebula flowing in the chaotic Nether River no longer avoided him and began to surge over. The Law Enforcement Divine Chain took the initiative to appear in Han Fei's hand and transformed into the size of an azure dragon, allowing Han Fei to stand on it steadily. No wonder the old man said that I could walk around the graveyard of gods after I came out. With the Law Enforcement Divine Chain, as long as I have enough time, I can walk through the entire graveyard of gods. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to sense something. With a thought, he disappeared and appeared in the Creation Divine Prison. Boy, how does it feel to get two supreme nature treasures at once? Han Fei asked. Senior, what level of treasure is a supreme nature treasure? The old man said leisurely. At the level of supreme nature treasure, there are no stronger treasures above, Han Fei suddenly asked. What about primordial spiritual treasures? It was said that the Blade of Hope had the possibility of upgrading to a primordial spiritual treasure. In terms of level, it should be at the level of a supreme nature treasure. It seems that you know a lot. The old man said casually, let me put it this way. Primordial spiritual treasures are mostly extremely powerful spiritual treasures born with the sea of stars. They're definitely powerful. As for supreme nature treasures, some were born in nature and some were forged later. However, in terms of level, they're actually not inferior to primordial spiritual treasures. Therefore, there's actually no difference in their levels. However, supreme nature treasures and primordial spiritual treasures each have their own areas of expertise. There is no distinction of strength or weakness between the two. Bile shit. At this moment, another fierce voice suddenly sounded, nonsense. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know it. According to you, what about the demon purification pot? The old man retorted. The demon purification pot is indeed an exception. It surpasses supreme nature treasures and primordial spiritual treasures. Perhaps there are treasures comparable to the demon purification pot in this world, but at least I don't know. Hey, old fierce, do you know? The fierce voice snorted coldly. Of course there are, but you and I can't see it. You should ask the guy on the 4th floor if he's willing to talk. Or, when this brat collects all the vines of the demon purification pot, he might know the treasures at that level. Chapter 3124 Creation Divine Prison 43124 Creation Divine Prison 4. Sure enough, they have seen through the existence of the demon purification pot. However, when they mentioned the 4th level, the old man shut up and didn't ask further. However, it seemed that there were still strong masters on the 4th level. Han Fei asked, Seniors, are you on the 2nd or 3rd floor? The ferocious powerhouse snorted and didn't speak. The old man who had been chatting with him smiled and said, Of course. We made a mistake back then and should have been locked up for a while. However, the guardian of the divine prison died and no one in this world can release us. As a result, the two of us have been imprisoned here for countless years. Unfortunately, you haven't even reached the immortal level. We have to wait until you become a god to release us. Han Fei thought for a moment. If I want to go to the 2nd floor, do I have to catch a god? The old man said. If you become a god yourself, you can also open the 2nd level. But this is not urgent. Since we've waited for so long, it doesn't matter if we wait for a few more years. Boy, since you have gone out, can you do me a favor? Han Fei was puzzled. What favor? The old man said. Help me find my descendants. The members of my race died, reincarnated, possessed by the ominous, or trapped on that road. Anyway, the bloodline of the gods had a problem back then, so we had to sever the bloodline connection with our descendants, causing divine paths to lose. I have to return this lost thing to them. Descendants? Han Fei couldn't help but ponder. Senior, you were all gods back then, right? Are your children all divine descendants? Of course. Han Fei immediately understood. When he met the divine son had said that the path had been severed. Later, he met Howl, who had reincarnated many times but still hadn't advanced to become a god. It turned out that there was a problem with his bloodline, so he couldn't become a god. So, this old man should be an ancestor of the primordial divine race. If he knew that the primordial divine race was almost wiped out, what would he think? After much hesitation, Han Fei still briefly told them about the primordial divine race. Bastard, how dare they scheme against divine descendants? The Central Sea divine realm is simply courting death. Before the old man could speak, the fierce-sounding senior spoke angrily, his voice hurting Han Fei's ears. Han Fei said, Senior, calm down. This world is very different from the primitive era. I happen to be going to the West Wilderness after I leave here. I also know 2 divine descendants. If you have any questions, I can ask them for you. The guy named Old Fierce's voice was filled with killing intent. Someone is clearly plotting to snatch our bloodline, so they killed divine descendants. It's definitely not something ordinary immortal-level cultivators can do. Boy, there must be gods in the Central Sea. There are gods in the Central Sea divine realm? Han Fei seemed to smell a conspiracy. Did the gods covet the bloodline of divine descendants or something else? Bang! Old Fierce seemed to be pounding the ground, and the whole creation divine prison shook. Han Fei secretly clicked his tongue. How strong is this guy? Isn't it said that a creation supreme treasure is already the strongest treasure? How can this guy still shake it? Han Fei said. Seniors, don't panic. Don't panic. When I go to the West Wilderness and learn more about it, I might be able to know some of the reasons. The old man said leisurely. Okay, boy, I'll leave this matter to you. Although we can't go out, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Now, Go Boy, being the guardian of the divine prison is a terrifying identity. Since the divine prison chose you, it means that to a certain extent, you can do whatever you want and won't be restricted by the divine prison. Are there some juniors from the Central Sea divine realm? Aren't you going to kill them? No wonder this old man was locked up in the divine prison. His propensity for killing seemed to be quite strong too. Roar, Old Fierce roared. What are you hesitating for? As the guardian of the divine prison, you can even punish gods. Whoever you say is guilty, is guilty. Do you have to hesitate to kill a few people? Buzz, the creation divine prison shook again, and Han Fei was speechless. You deserve to be locked up. How can you become a god with your recklessness? Han Fei heaved a sigh. In that case, I'm leaving. Chapter 3125 Tell Love Stories to a God. 13125 Tell Love Stories to a God. 1 Han Fei felt that he had been in the graveyard of gods for hundreds or even thousands of years, but in fact, he had only been in it for 12 hours. Zhu Tianlong and the others probably hadn't come over yet. At this moment, Han Fei had to consider where to go. Han Fei felt that the trial in the graveyard of gods was quite dangerous, at least in the creation divine prison. His first reaction was to go to xuanhuan and the others, but it had not been a day and the vast ocean navigator couldn't be used yet, so he could only give up this idea for the time being. To the place where I came from, where the ancient divine tree is. Han Fei was still thinking about the longbow of the goddess. That thing was definitely not ordinary. It was very likely a weapon stronger than a high-quality nature spiritual treasure. Anyway, he could now swim freely in the chaotic Nether River without the guidance of a spiritual treasure, so it should be his freedom to go to any star tomb. Although the creation divine prison and the law enforcement divine chain were good, there were too many restrictions on them. Although their abilities were strong, they were probably not as effective as a high-quality nature spiritual treasure in ordinary battles. More than 2 hours later, Han Fei came to the dense area of the Tomb of the Gods. However, before he reached the star tomb of the goddess, he was attracted by a battle axe on the tomb of a god. There were no remains of gods on this star tomb, but this star was exceptionally rich. It was enshrouded in rays of light and full of spiritual fruits. There were huge trees that reached the sky, surging blood-colored rivers, divine waterfalls, and divine soil shining. More importantly, there was an axe mark on this star that almost cut across the surface of this star tomb. At the end of the axe mark was a divine platform. In front of the platform, there was a battle axe stabbed into the ground. On the divine platform, there were 8 spiritual treasures. The longbow of the goddess was a treasure, but so was this battle axe. Han Fei immediately stepped up. However, just as Han Fei tried to step into the star tomb, he saw that an axe light shot out of the axe mark that cut across the star and slashed at him. Huh? Don't allow me to enter? Boom. The axe light came too fast, and Han Fei immediately used the Thousand Thunderflash. In the creation divine prison, Han Fei had broken through all the prisons and experienced several life and death battles. In order to fight the law auras left behind by the strong masters in the prisons, the Thousand Thunderflash had been increased to the state of 1 transforming into 6,000. Although it hadn't reached the level of 1 transforming into 10,000, it was actually much faster. However, even if Han Fei used the Thousand Thunderflash, billions of streaks of divine light escaped from the axe light. Puff, 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 the 6,000 lightning marks were all shattered. Even though Han Fei had already reacted very quickly, he was still swept by a stream of divine light and was forced to use the Great Tao of Life Replacement. Huh? At this moment, Han Fei was in an invincible state. He wanted to take a chance and pull out the axe while he was in the invincible state. However, before Han Fei touched the axe, he sensed the laws in this space condensing. The 8 spiritual treasures on the altar rose to the sky at the same time and swept at Han Fei. Bam, bam, bam. Han Fei was swept all the way out of the star tomb by these spiritual treasures. Not even in my invincible state, although he was in an invincible state, he couldn't ignore attacks. He just wouldn't be injured or killed. The other party didn't want to kill Han Fei, but just to drive him away. What could Han Fei do? Han Fei was already in a bad mood. In the creation divine prison, he had only experienced the monarch's jail. Although the great monarchs were very strong, the laws and powers left behind after their deaths were mostly not enough to kill a strong master like Han Fei on the spot. However, he was now exploring the tomb of a god. A god was completely different from a great monarch. Even his remaining power was not something Han Fei could resist. If he weren't in the invincible state, he would have been killed just now. Not working? Then, what if I use the law enforcement divine chain? Han Fei's heart did a flip. The law enforcement divine chain would not be sealed by any methods in the world. Swish! Han Fei brandished the law enforcement divine chain and grabbed the battle axe. However, this time Han Fei suddenly saw the projection of a god rise from the ground. The projection slapped the law enforcement divine chain away and then consciously transmitted, "Guardian of the divine prison, this place doesn't belong to you. If you want to snatch my inheritance by force, your current strength is far from enough." Fuck, can this god manifest himself? Han Fei hurriedly retreated and then cupped his hands. "Senior, are you still conscious?" the burly figure said. "I have managed to preserve a trace of divine thought until now, but it's not prepared for you. With your talent as the guardian of the divine prison, why bother to snatch my inheritance?" Han Fei said. "Senior, although I'm the guardian of the divine prison, I don't have many treasures on me. Our enemies are fierce, and I want to get a few more spiritual treasures. Senior, I fight for all races, annihilate evil, and punish all evil. I wonder if you can spare me some treasures. You have so many spiritual treasures. I think your inheritor can't use them all. Besides, since you can pass them on to others, you can give me some. I'm the guardian of the divine prison anyway. I can help you find 2 successors in the future to promote your inheritance." Chapter 3126, 3126, Tell Love Stories to a God, 23126, Tell Love Stories to a God, 2, Humph. Han Fei made it sound fancy, but the remnant of the god's will was not an idiot. He snorted coldly, and one of the 8 spiritual treasures flew towards Han Fei, which was a battle axe. Don't come again, or don't blame me for being rude. Han Fei took the battle axe. Although it was not the one he wanted, he found that it was a high-quality nature spiritual treasure. Instantly, Han Fei put on a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I'll definitely live up to this axe's fame. With that, the law enforcement divine chain pulled Han Fei away. This time, Han Fei didn't even look back. He felt that he had found a new way. He didn't know that it was so easy to get a high-quality nature spiritual treasure. Wasn't it easier than digging everywhere in the God-ferrying ancient land? Besides, there were few high-quality nature spiritual treasures in the God-ferrying ancient land. He still lacked a high-quality spiritual treasure for Neza. A moment later, Han Fei tried to challenge a god who was good at a raise, but he was almost trapped to death. Fortunately, the law enforcement divine chain took him out, or he would have been trapped to death. Unfortunately, the god on this star didn't appear, so he couldn't ask the god for anything even if he wanted to. In the third divine tomb, it was a knife cultivator who was very short-tempered. When Han Fei woke up the god's remnant divine thoughts, he had to use the great Tao of life replacement 3 times before he could leave. After being rejected twice in a row, Han Fei cursed. What are you doing? I'm doing this to help you promote your inheritance. What kind of attitude is this? It's not friendly at all. Han Fei tried 5 times in a row, but each time he was kicked out. Except for the first god who gave him a battle axe, the other gods didn't buy it at all. As soon as Han Fei came to their star tomb, they drove him away. Han Fei simply gave up trying. These gods were too dangerous. Their goal was very clear, which was to find the kind of person who was completely compatible with them. Although Han Fei was very strong and talented, he was not the person they were waiting for. He tried the tombs one by one, but was beaten all the way. More importantly, he didn't get any treasure. Let me go back to the goddess star tomb. More than 2 hours later, Han Fei finally returned to the place close to the goddess's tomb. The reason why he had been thinking about this bow was that the goddess's tomb was too close to the starting point. However, it was precisely because this divine tomb was close to the starting point that Han Fei found it strange. Logically speaking, the inheritance of this divine tomb should have been taken long ago, but her divine persona and weapon were both here. This showed that the difficulty of obtaining this goddess's inheritance was extremely high. However, this also meant that the inheritance of this goddess was good, and that bow was definitely not ordinary. A divine-level bow was so powerful that it could kill enemies billions of kilometers away with a single arrow. It was simply a peerless weapon. Han Fei thought for a while and tried to visit the divine tomb again. He thought that even if he was kicked out, he would give it a try. When Han Fei stepped into the star tomb, the attack he expected didn't come. Instead, there was a melodious melody, and someone seemed to be singing. At this moment, when Han Fei looked at the goddess who was leaning against the dead divine tree, he was shocked to find that her head had turned around at some point and was looking at him. Just when Han Fei didn't know what to do, the goddess suddenly opened her mouth and said in an ethereal and crisp voice, "It's not a good thing to have too many treasures. You already have too many treasures." Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. "Senior, are you still alive?" The goddess turned around, still looking into the distance. "No, I'm dead. I don't believe you." Han Fei thought to himself, if you're dead, what's alive? However, the goddess suddenly said, "Guardian of the divine prison, chat with me. Do you have a lover?" The goddess asked gently without even looking at Han Fei, like a person with depression chatting casually with a stranger, casual yet sad. "Yes. How many?" Han Fei didn't know how to answer this question. The goddess said, "I think I saw 2 just now." Han Fei, even if a woman became a goddess, would she still be so gossipy? Tell me your story. It's been a long time since anyone talked to me." Han Fei thought for a moment and only told her Xiao's story. After a while, the goddess said indifferently, "It's very plain, but you're better than me. You came to find her and found her. As for him, he promised me but didn't come back to find me. Perhaps he died." Han Fei frowned. "Him? Where did your lover go, Senior?" The goddess said calmly. "He has gone to the other side of the Sea of Stars. It's very far away. Perhaps one day you will go there too. But I hope that you can take these people who love you deeply with you, even if it's a path of no return, even if it's a dead end." The other side of the Sea of Stars? Han Fei's heart trembled. This goddess must know some big secret. However, she didn't care about it. At this moment, the goddess seemed to be somewhat resentful in her heart, as if she had been waiting for too long and had developed some grievances. Chapter 3127, 3127, Tell Love Stories to a God, 33127, Tell Love Stories to a God, 3. Han Fei asked, "Why don't you go to him, Senior?" The goddess sighed. "I did, so I died." Cough, cough. Han Fei was stunned. "Dead? Senior, you don't look dead." The goddess said calmly, "Every time the graveyard of gods opens, my spiritual will revives. I want to see if he has returned." Unfortunately, Han Fei asked, "Senior, what's the name of the person you're looking for? Maybe I'll meet him someday." The goddess said indifferently, "With the vast ocean navigator, it's useless. The vast ocean navigator will be useless there. That's no longer the Sea of Stars we know." Han Fei said, Perhaps he has returned, or he has already reincarnated, or he doesn't know that you are waiting for him here. If he returns, won't we be able to find him with the vast ocean navigator? The goddess turned around again and looked at Han Fei deeply. Then, she said slowly, it does make sense. Then the goddess raised her hand, and two items appeared in her palm, a green arrow and a butterfly-like spiritual treasure hairpin. The goddess said, his name is Li Dao Yi. This is the hairpin he gave me. I like it very much. If you find him, please give this hairpin to him. The butterfly will lead him here. The goddess paused for a moment and said, I can't give you my bow and divinity. This arrow contains a strike of mine. Whether you can find him or not, it will be my repayment to you. Don't go to other star tombs. They won't give you anything. When the arrow and the hairpin flew to Han Fei's side, Han Fei was shocked. A god-killing arrow. Anyone below the level of a god would definitely be killed by this arrow, and even ordinary gods would be injured by the arrow. This thing is even stronger than a divine tribulation? Han Fei immediately realized that he had picked up a treasure. Divine tribulations couldn't shake gods and would only cause damage to great monarchs. But the demon purification pot's evaluation of this god-slaying arrow was that it could kill anyone below the divine realm. It showed how terrifying this arrow was. Han Fei accepted the two items, and the goddess said again, tell me some stories. I'm a little bored being alone. Han Fei thought to himself, you're already dead. Why are you afraid of boredom? However, Han Fei thought for a moment and told the story of Zeman Linglin. This time, the goddess was slightly moved. After a long time, she said, poor girl, don't let her down. Humph, damn the time temple. As she spoke, she grabbed her longbow and shot an arrow at the endless sea of stars. Shoot him and vent your anger. Han Fei, right? In the distant sea of stars, on the river of time, the time temple stood magnificently. The master of time was bathing in time, seeming to be reminiscing about some things in time. Suddenly, an arrow went against the current, crossing countless time laws, and suddenly appeared outside the hall. How dare you? Who dares to mess around in the time temple? A temple master-level powerhouse's body appeared in time. The moment he appeared, 8 chains gathered. Bang, 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 bang. Ka ka ka. However, the layers of seals were all broken, and the chains were broken one after another. Puffer, this temple master-level powerhouse, dodged with difficulty. Even so, half of his body was blown to pieces by this arrow, and his soul was seriously injured. A god? Horrified, the temple master hurriedly shouted, enemy attack. The arrow didn't stop, but went straight to the main hall of the time temple. A divine-level powerhouse pushed with one hand, and an unparalleled wheel stirred time, trying to destroy this arrow. However, sharp light blossomed on the arrow, and the unparalleled wheel shattered inch by inch. The arrow was about to penetrate the god. Suddenly, a big hand stretched out from the main hall and grabbed the arrow. Buzz. The arrow vibrated, and there seemed to be infinite thrust behind it. The laws on Time Master's arm trembled as he looked at the distant sea of stars. Bang! The arrow exploded, the seals of the Time Temple all collapsed, and the door was completely destroyed. Outside the Time Temple, a time tide surged out, and in the blink of an eye, the broken door was completely restored. The god who almost failed to catch the arrow burst into fury. Master, I'm going to, however, before he finished speaking, the Master of Time shook his head slightly. This is the god-killing arrow of the ancient god Chen Lingsu. Why are you going there? To court death? The god was speechless and puzzled. Hasn't Chen Lingsu perished? That's why this arrow came from the graveyard of gods. Perhaps someone badmouthed the Time Temple and Chen Lingsu's remnant soul shot an arrow. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The god was shocked. This woman was still so strong even after she died? Master, what should we do? We can't just let it go, right? The Master of Time looked into the depths of the sea of stars with his hands behind his back. Why bother fighting a dead person? Can you go dig her grave? Forget it. If her man is still alive and finds out that you dug her grave, not to mention that I can't protect you, you won't be able to escape even if you run to the end of time. Well, in the graveyard of the gods, Han Fei was dumbfounded. What was this place? What was the Time Temple? Could a god shoot an arrow all the way from here to the Time Temple? The goddess looked at Han Fei again. Are there any more stories? Han Fei thought for a moment. You want more? Chapter 3128, 3128. Tell love stories to a god 3128. Tell love stories to a god, for the goddess said, how can the little girl who obtained the creation void divine flute have nothing to do with you? Being able to obtain the creation void divine flute shows that she's very talented. I know a woman who is very strong at sound-killing techniques. Unfortunately, she ran out of energy and died in the depths of the chaotic sea in the end. Even her corpse can't return. Han Fei was stunned. Dead too? The goddess sighed slightly. That's right. Do you know why there is a place like the God-ferrying ancient land? Han Fei asked. Isn't this the place where the gods transcend tribulations? The goddess shook her head slightly. Not exactly. Why would we leave behind inheritances and opportunities after we transcend the divine tribulation? That's because after we become gods, we might not have the time to set up an inheritance place. Therefore, after we become gods, we might as well leave our inheritances first in case we die in the sea of stars and don't even have a chance to leave behind an inheritance. Han Fei's heart trembled. So this was why the God-ferrying ancient land existed. It turned out that this was a place where gods left their inheritances, waiting for the destined person to take them. The goddess said, "There are many things that you don't understand now, but you will find out in the future, but it's useless to talk about them now, you'd better just tell stories." Okay. Since the goddess wanted to listen to love stories, he would let her listen enough. At first, he talked about the story between him and Zhu Yinling, which made the goddess sigh, but she didn't say anything. Then, he began to tell novels. In the end, Han Fei even told the goddess about the story of the butterfly lovers. Swish! While the goddess was listening attentively, Han Fei suddenly saw that someone was dragged into the depths of the graveyard of gods by a spiritual treasure. The person who was taken away by the spiritual treasure also looked at Han Fei, only to see Han Fei sitting cross-legged on the star tomb, muttering something. Han Fei knew that one day had passed. Chu Tianlong and the others had come and were already sensing the inheritances. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He was going to hunt them. Why did he come here to tell stories? The goddess said, "The gods have to leave behind their inheritances. It's not easy for this place to open. If you kill them, who will inherit the inheritances of the gods? We're all remnant souls and can't be reincarnated. It wasn't easy for them to leave behind some inheritances. Just let them fulfill their wish." Han Fei was anxious. But these are my enemies. If I don't kill them, will I wait for them to return to the Central Sea divine realm with the inheritances? Can't be reincarnated? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Yes, gods were immortal. As long as their bodies and souls weren't destroyed, they could still live, right? Besides, it seemed that there were remnant souls of gods in the various star tombs in the graveyard of gods. After so many years, why couldn't they be reincarnated? Han Fei asked. "Senior, you are gods. Why can't you be reincarnated? Your remnant souls are still here. You can at least be reborn." The goddess shook her head slightly. "No one can be absolutely immortal. Under normal circumstances, rebirth is indeed possible. However, many of us here have died in battle. Many of us don't even have remnant bodies, only remnant souls. The damage our bodies and souls suffered is beyond your imagination. How can we be reborn? As for reincarnation, the path of reincarnation is broken. The Sea of Stars has long lost the path of reincarnation. Therefore, other than waiting for death, we can only be waiting for some talented people to enter this place so that we can pass on our skills." Han Fei suddenly rose as if he had thought of something. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I need to go to the Creation Divine Prison first." "Huh?" Before the goddess asked, Han Fei had entered the Creation Divine Prison. As soon as Han Fei arrived in the divine prison, he heard the irritable voice say, "Kid, what are you doing? I asked you to kill those people, but you went to chat. What's there to chat about? Love and romance?" Chen Lingsu was delayed by those things, or she might have become an overgod. Han Fei didn't have the time to explain anymore. He simply said, "Senior, keep cursing. Buzz." The green jade stone bridge appeared. Han Fei ignored the irritable god and entered the green jade stone bridge. When he was in the carefree level, he was only one step away from reaching that door. Now, although his strength hadn't increased so much, he was already an intermediate immortal level expert. With his strength skyrocketing, should he be able to make it now? Perhaps, as long as he walked through this path, he could unlock the secret of reincarnation. He had waited for this day for too long. From the moment he saw the door, he had been curious about what the door was for and where it led. Now, he could finally see its true appearance. On the path of extreme cold again, Han Fei's body was being cleansed by the power of extreme cold. However, now that he had a law body and stacked 272 laws, the power of extreme cold could no longer stop him from moving forward. Activating his origin Great Tao, the mist on the path of extreme cold was shattered. Han Fei walked forward step by step. The ice around him condensed and shattered, and this process repeated itself. Finally, after an unknown period of time, there was only one layer of mist in front of him. Open. Chapter 3129, The Ultimate Secret. Behind the Reincarnation, 13129, The Ultimate Secret Behind the Reincarnation, when the last layer of mist was finally broken, and Han Fei felt a terrifying and majestic momentum coming at him. When he took a closer look, he saw a magnificent gate towering in front of him. This gate was green and black all over, with towering pillars on the left and right sides. The pillars were engraved with ancient dragon patterns, and there were word brands on the left and right sides. The 6 paths of reincarnation cut off the past life, and 3,000 karma decides the next life. Han Fei immediately looked up at the extremely high lintel. There were 3 quaint words on it that were breathtaking. The Door of Rebirth. Han Fei took a slight breath. Yes, this must be the Door of Rebirth on the path of reincarnation. Following the lintel down, many ancient patterns and carvings were engraved on the blue-black stone doors on both sides. At the bottom of the doors there were all kinds of creatures, and these people seemed to be performing a ritual. Someone had died and were being carried by these strange individuals towards a giant gate. If he guessed right, these strange creatures should represent the myriad races. However, the unknown person who died was worshipped by the myriad races. He must be a terrifying figure. In the middle of the door, there was a depiction of a baby's birth, growth, rise to power, and ultimate triumph through battles. Han Fei looked back, only to find that the baby's appearance had changed into that of a bird. When he looked away and looked at it again, it turned into a strange race without a face or form. This baby also symbolized the myriad races, indicating the story of the strong masters of the myriad races reincarnating, experiencing the mortal world again, and ultimately becoming unparalleled experts. Further up was the chaotic star sea, where the myriad races fought against ominous creatures in the boundless sea of stars. Han Fei could tell what the mural was about. However, the myriad races suffered heavy losses. In the latter half of the battle, a small number of strong masters stepped into a dark abyss and disappeared. The ominous creatures were also sealed and disappeared without a trace. However, the story was not over yet. Some people embarked on a path that stirred up stormy waves. Unfortunately, the story ended here. The stone sculpture murals didn't tell if anyone had walked through that path or what was behind it. Han Fei sighed. Is that the path that eldest senior brother mentioned? The teachers of the Void Temple, the ancestors of the heavenly race, and some strong masters seem to all have taken that path. Han Fei came to the door step by step. His figure was extremely small, but as he approached, the door seemed to be shrinking and maintaining a certain ratio. When Han Fei came to the door, he tried to push it. However, when Han Fei pushed the door of rebirth, 2 golden seals suddenly appeared on the gate. They seemed to be a seal or a warning. On the seal were the words, "The day the door of rebirth opens is the time when the ominous returns." What? Han Fei didn't know why. Did the ominous return have something to do with the door of rebirth? Impossible. If the door of rebirth had been opened at that time, what was the use of the bloodline divine tree and the soul sea? Therefore, in the age of the gods, the door of rebirth definitely wasn't opened. Otherwise, it would have been recorded that the path of reincarnation had appeared. Han Fei frowned slightly. In that case, he couldn't open the door, at least not yet. What was his level? What was the level of the current sea realm? Did the strong masters of the sea realm have the ability to resist the ominous? Even if countless people went to the Sea of Stars every day and became stronger in the Sea of Stars, could they resist the ominous? It was different. Every time the ominous came, it was a storm of blood and countless strong masters died. Last time, the gods fought the ominous and defeated it. But now, it was said that the divine paths had been severed. As far as he knew, there were only a few gods in total, and each of them had their own plans. Could such gods risk their lives to fight the ominous? Han Fei didn't think it was likely. If the ominous really came, except for the 3 temples, the others would probably be a burden. Forget it. The human race has just settled down for a few years. If the ominous comes again, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Han Fei sighed in his heart. When the time came, not to mention the entire human race, even he, a mere immortal-level cultivator, wouldn't be able to resist the ominous. Since it can't be opened, I can't let the gods in the graveyard of gods enter the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, I can use this opportunity to squeeze out half of the treasures in their hands. What a pity. Since then, this path had been completely cleared. However, Han Fei didn't feel that his origin Great Tao could still be strengthened. Logically speaking, after he completed this path, his origin Great Tao would more or less give him some benefits. But unfortunately, it didn't. However, Han Fei immediately looked back. It was not necessarily true. He had only completed the second half of the road and hadn't walked the first half yet. Immediately, Han Fei took the opposite path and embarked on the path of ultimate fire origin. Because the mist here could no longer stop him, Han Fei walked through this path without paying much price. The moment he finished this path, Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body. His origin Great Tao seemed to be triggered instinctively. It was not until half an hour later that it gradually calmed down. This is, Han Fei probably knew that his origin Great Tao seemed to have undergone some changes. Perhaps his strength had increased again. Chapter 333 The Ultimate Secret Behind the Reincarnation. 233 The Ultimate Secret Behind the Reincarnation 2. Unfortunately, his physique was limited and couldn't support the operation of the entire Great Tao. Therefore, Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps he could strengthen his combat power by 8 or even 10 times, but he didn't need it for the time being. At this moment, Han Fei was looking at the door in front of him. This door had the same structure as the previous one, but it gave off a completely different feeling. This door was called the Door of Life and Death. As the name suggested, once you entered this door, you would die. If you walked out of this door, there was no telling if you would be revived. On the pillars on the left and right sides of the Door of Life and Death, there were also words. When a person dies, he feels at ease. The hellfire burns his body and eliminates evil. Hellfire? Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. Was the ultimate fire origin he thought was actually hellfire? But that wasn't right. He had experienced the burning of hellfire and knew what hellfire was like. If it was really hellfire, once he embarked on this path, he would probably suffer. However, the words on the door didn't lie. It clearly meant that after a person died, he would be free from the troubles of the mortal world. As long as he was burned by the hellfire, he could eliminate his sins and reincarnate. If the fire origin on this road was actually the hellfire, then maybe he didn't feel it wrong, but this door of life and death hadn't opened. Once the door of life and death opened, this road might become a road of hellfire. The relief sculpture on this door was different from the relief sculpture on the door of rebirth. On this door, 2 huge eyes, one black and one white, were engraved. Yin-yang divine eyes? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. This should be the yin-yang divine eyes, right? But how could the yin-yang divine eyes be engraved on the door of life and death? In addition to the yin-yang divine eyes, the door was also engraved with the scene of the myriad races being burned by the hellfire, wailing and howling as if they were in hell. This was the only relief on the door. When Han Fei tried to push the door open, seals appeared too. It read, "If you want to open the door of life and death, open the door of rebirth first." Well, if Han Fei was speechless, the ominous would come if he opened the door of rebirth. Didn't this mean that if he wanted to open the road of reincarnation, the ominous would inevitably come? However, hadn't the ominous creatures already appeared? No, I know very little about the ominous and the path of reincarnation. I have to ask eldest senior brother about this. Han Fei knew that although eldest senior brother didn't say it, he had definitely known from the beginning that the demon purification pot was with him. As for the path of reincarnation, although he didn't know if eldest senior brother knew about it, he didn't have to keep it secret from him. Was there a need for eldest senior brother to plot against him? It seemed no. There was no doubt that eldest senior brother's strength should represent the highest level in the current sea realm or the Sea of Stars. Those higher-leveled ones might have died on that mysterious path, such as the teachers of the Void Temple. Therefore, it didn't seem necessary for such an expert to plot against the road of reincarnation. If he wanted to scheme, he should be plotting against the demon purification pot. Buzz. Han Fei immediately left the reincarnation road and returned to the star tomb of the goddess without giving the irritable god a chance to curse. As soon as Han Fei came out, he saw 2 spiritual treasures flying away with 2 people. However, he simply ignored it and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, the goddess didn't say anything but wanted to see what Han Fei was doing. In his mind, Han Fei activated the void mark. "Eldest senior brother, are you there?" "Little junior brother, what's the matter?" Han Fei hurriedly said. "Senior brother, I have something important to do, but it's difficult to choose. Because this matter involves too much, I hope you can enlighten me." "Little junior brother, please tell me." Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother, I have the path of reincarnation with me." Eldest senior brother seemed to be silent for a few seconds before saying, "I know." Han Fei was shocked. He knew that too? Then what didn't eldest senior brother know? Han Fei said, "Senior brother, I saw the door of rebirth and the gate of life and death. However, I learned from the seals on the doors that when the door of rebirth opens, the ominous will return. I know too little about the path of reincarnation and the ominous, so I don't know what to choose." Eldest senior brother avoided the topic and asked, "Little junior brother, have you found your original law?" Han Fei was briefly stunned. Was this related to the road of reincarnation? Han Fei immediately responded, "I haven't confirmed my original law yet, but I've had some thoughts about it." Eldest senior brother said, "When you confirm your original law, open it." "Huh? However, I'm only at the late stage of the immortal level at most when I confirm my original law. What if the ominous returns when I open the path of reincarnation too early?" The eldest senior brother said leisurely. "The ominous has returned. Whether you open the path of reincarnation or not, the ominous will return. The difference is that after opening the path of reincarnation, the true ominous might descend." Then the ominous before, eldest senior brother said, "Doomsday level ominous creatures represent divine realm ominous creatures. However, above the doomsday level, there are still 3 levels of ominous creatures." 3? Aren't there 2? Ordinary people only know of 2 kinds, because the 3rd kind has only appeared twice since the chaotic era. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. "Which 3? Eldest senior brother said. "The first is the god-slaying level, and the second is the dominator level. In the past, the highest level of the ominous would be the dominator level. As for the 3rd, it appeared once in the chaotic era and the primordial era, respectively. We define it as the ominous. That's the origin of the name ominous. It's an existence that surpasses the concept of gods." Chapter 3311-331, The Ultimate Secret Behind the Reincarnation. 33311, The Ultimate Secret Behind the Reincarnation. 3. Surpass the concept of gods? Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. "Aren't gods the end of the path of cultivation?" the eldest senior brother continued. Little junior brother continued. "Little junior brother, what will come, will come. No one can stop it. Now, whether you open the path of reincarnation or not, the ominous is already returning. The difference is whether the one who returns in the end will be the dominator-level ominous creatures or the ominous itself." Han Fei swallowed. "Eldest senior brother, if the ominous returns, can you stop it?" After a moment of silence, eldest senior brother said slowly, "I can't." Han Fei couldn't help but be a little shocked. Even an omnipotent figure like eldest senior brother couldn't resist it? How strong was it? However, although we can't stop it, it won't be easy for it to return completely. The 3 temples have naturally prepared some means for it. It's still possible to hold it off for tens of thousands of years. If the 3 temples joined force, they could hold out for tens of thousands of years. What about tens of thousands of years later? Han Fei didn't dare to think about this problem. Han Fei asked, Why should I open the path of reincarnation after I find my original law? Why not the day when I become a great monarch or a god? Eldest senior brother said, you'll find out when the time comes. Little junior brother, every time the ominous returns, there will always be someone bearing the pressure of the myriad races. We can't expect ordinary people to have the ability to resist the ominous. Therefore, you should know what it means to open the path of reincarnation. Han Fei looked solemn. Yes, once the path of reincarnation was opened, the myriad races had the conditions for reincarnation. For example, everyone in the graveyard of gods was a peerless talent. Once they reincarnated, they would definitely rise quickly. When the gods gathered, it would be time for a battle of gods to erupt again. Han Fei's body trembled slightly. He didn't expect that he would take on an extremely important role in the battle of gods in this generation. Han Fei suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, Eldest senior brother, I heard many people say that after the Age of Doom, there is no way to become a god in the Sea Realm or even the Sea of Stars. There should be many strong masters in the 5 divine realms who are stuck in the Great Monarch realm. But some people I know say that people can still transcend divine tribulations. Why is that? The eldest senior brother said. Divine paths are not severed. Divine tribulations still exist, but most people can't pass them. Are the current divine tribulations more difficult than the previous ones? Because the fruits of the divine tribulations were stolen by a race. Huh, what? Stolen? How can those be stolen? The eldest senior brother's voice was leisurely. At the end of the primordial era, the true body of the ominous descended. There was a person who fought the ominous alone and seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with it. He sealed the path of reincarnation, and the true body of the ominous retreated, and the myriad races suffered heavy casualties. All the strong masters worked together to build the bloodline divine tree, put it in the soul sea, and ban the path of reincarnation. However, there was a race called the primordial soul race. They could live in the soul sea and were ordered to guard the bloodline divine tree. However, in the age of gods, many gods appeared. Later, the ominous attacked and a battle of gods began. All the gods died because of their innate advantage. The soul race secretly stole the bloodline essence of the gods, causing their race to rise quickly with the bloodlines of the gods. Upon hearing this, Han Fei immediately said angrily, Damn it, are these people fools? They burned the bridge after crossing the river and killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. They are powerful, but what about all the other races? The Eternal Race? Han Fei suddenly remembered the guy who invited him to join the Eternal Race. It turned out that they could become peerless experts through such despicable means. Han Fei asked, Didn't the myriad races join forces to kill the Eternals? The eldest senior brother said, when the myriad races learned of it, they were angry and tried to destroy the Eternals. However, the Eternals threatened to destroy the bloodline divine tree and force the myriad races to submit. If the path of reincarnation isn't opened, the bloodline divine tree is the only hope of the myriad races. Otherwise, the myriad races won't even have the ability to reproduce. Once the bloodline divine tree is destroyed, even if the ominous doesn't attack, all the other races will perish. Shameless, Han Fei's killing intent soared. The goddess was a little surprised to see Han Fei suddenly erupt with such killing intent. What's wrong with this kid? Why is his killing intent suddenly so strong? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. But, senior brother, what does this have to do with whether people can become gods or not? No matter how strong the Eternal Race are, how can they steal the fruits of the divine tribulations? Eldest senior brother said, The divine tribulation is a tribulation of the heavens and earth. The Eternal Race controls the bloodline divine tree, so they can fuse the bloodlines of all races. To a certain extent, they can transform into all races. At the last moment of the divine tribulation, it's also the time when the person transcending the tribulation is at his weakest. The Eternal Race entered the divine tribulation through the soul sea and sneak attacked the person transcending the tribulation. Using a deceitful method of substitution, they stole other people's opportunities to become gods and made themselves gods. As a result, most of those who transcended the divine tribulation died and their gains were stolen by the Eternal Race. This is why it's said that divine paths have been severed. Disgusting, Han Fei couldn't suppress his killing intent. This Eternal Race was simply too disgusting, inhumane, deranged, and shameless. No wonder it wasn't that no one could transcend the divine tribulation, but that they didn't dare to. The reason why Li Tiangan and the others dared to transcend the tribulation was that they were strong enough to not be afraid of the Eternal Race stealing their fruits of godhood and could even kill them. That was why they dared to transcend the divine tribulation. Han Fei's words were full of killing intent. Eldest senior brother, does that mean that if I reopen the path of reincarnation, I can join forces with the gods to destroy the Eternals first? Chapter 332, The Ultimate Secret Behind the Reincarnation. 332, The Ultimate Secret Behind the Reincarnation. The eldest senior brother's voice was still calm. Now, the gods in the Sea Realm or the Sea of Stars have withered, while the Eternal Race have many gods. Even if the path of reincarnation opens, the myriad races today don't have the strength to destroy the Eternal Race. If the 3 temples join forces, we might be able to destroy them, but once we do that, the Sea Realm and the Soul Sea will be destroyed. At the moment of the ominous return, the gods within the myriad races first engage in a fierce battle among themselves, which is sure to create an opportunity for the ominous to take advantage of. The Anfei was stunned. Then there's no way to destroy the eternal race? The eldest senior brother said. Yes, there is. Once the path of reincarnation has been opened, the eternal race can no longer threaten the myriad races with the bloodline divine tree. As for the ancient gods who still have remnant souls left, they can reincarnate. With their strength, they will rise again very quickly. At that time, as long as the person transcending the tribulation has a guardian beside him, the fruits of his labor will most likely not be stolen by the eternal race. The sea realm will once again have many gods emerging. Hearing that, Hanfei didn't feel happy, because what eldest senior brother said needed to be built on time. Even if the ancient gods had all reincarnated, it would still take time for them to become strong. Even if their journey was smooth, it would still take tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, how could they reach the god realm again? And in the past tens of thousands of years, the shameless eternal race definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. God knew what these people would do. The only hope was that these people who had reached the peak of the great monarch realm could successfully transcend the divine tribulation and resist the eternal race. However, with the current situation of the sea realm, most of the great monarchs were in the central sea divine realm, so the secret of the reincarnation road couldn't be kept for long. As soon as the threat of the eternal race was resolved, they would definitely scramble to transcend the tribulation. However, it was hard to say if these people were his friends or enemies. Hanfei couldn't help but feel a headache. If he opened the path of reincarnation too early, there would probably immediately be more gods in the sea realm. In this case, if someone coveted the human race, it would be clearly difficult to intimidate them with the words of the demon god. Why did eldest senior brother ask him to open the path of reincarnation after confirming your original law? Although confirming his original law could allow him to enter the late stage of the immortal level at any time, it was still hard to say when he could become a great monarch. Only if he could become a great monarch in a few hundred years or have the qualifications to deter gods could he ensure the safety of the human race. Wait, not necessarily. Hanfei suddenly thought of something. The opportunity was with the primordial divine race. The primordial divine race had been dormant for 100,000 years, so there must be a lot of strong masters in the race. Besides, the primordial divine race were enemies with the central sea divine realm. If the bloodline restrictions on the descendants of gods could be removed, these people would definitely cause trouble for the strong masters of the central sea divine realm after becoming gods. Eldest senior brother, I know what to do. After the conversation with eldest senior brother, Hanfei felt that the mist in front of his eyes seemed to be lifted. Now, he had figured out who his enemies were. They were the central sea divine realm, the eternal race, and the ominous. Among them, the central sea divine realm would to a large extent transform into an enemy of the eternal race, but they would definitely still be enemies with the human race. A great era, a brilliant era, would open, and he was the key to opening this era. Hanfei didn't feel much pressure. He just felt that for the first time, he felt the difference between good and evil. Before, he felt that evil was a subjective term, but after hearing what the eternal race had done, he felt that he should push the huge wheel of the era to crush it. Hanfei slowly opened his eyes, and the killing intent on his body slightly converged. The goddess asked, "Were you chatting with someone just now, or did you think of something? Why did you suddenly have such a strong killing intent? What is it?" Hanfei's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Help me tell the remnant souls of the gods in the graveyard of gods that the people who just passed are my enemies. Tell them not to give those people their inheritance. Even if they do, I will kill them all." The goddess was stunned for a moment. "You are challenging the gods. You haven't grown up yet. Who do you think will listen to you?" Hanfei smiled. "I will give them a condition that they can't refuse. Within 1,000 years, I will help you enter the cycle of reincarnation." Buzz. However, just as Hanfei finished speaking, suddenly, the tombs in the graveyard of the gods shook. In front of the goddess tomb, towering figures suddenly appeared one after another. Chapter 333-3333333 Death of Chu Tianlong 1. 313.3 Death of Chu Tianlong 1. The spectacle of many gods appearing in the sea realm last time might have occurred during the last ominous battle. However, today, in the graveyard of gods, all the gods gathered at the goddess's star tomb. The majestic divine shadows were extremely solemn. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. As for Hanfei, he stood up calmly and cupped his hands. "Seniors, I didn't expect you to pay so much attention to me. In that case, I'll get straight to the point." Hanfei was slightly surprised, but not much surprised. The graveyard of gods was full of buried gods. If their remnant souls were still here, they might pay attention to him, or they probably didn't just pay attention to him, but to everyone. At this moment, a god couldn't wait. "Boy, you said you could help us enter the cycle of reincarnation? Are you serious?" Confidently, Hanfei raised his head and looked at the god who spoke. "I am the current human emperor, Hanfei. I always keep my word. If I say I can help you enter the cycle of reincarnation, I can." A god said, "Why should I believe you?" Hanfei sneered. "Senior, do you have a choice? How long have you been sleeping here? Do you have any hope of reincarnation? If you do, you won't be willing to choose a successor and try to pass on all your knowledge. A god said, since the primordial era, the path of reincarnation has been severed. No one in the age of the gods dares to say that they can enter it, but now you said you could help us enter it within 1,000 years. Boy, have you learned any news about the path of reincarnation? Han Fei wondered if he should tell them about the reincarnation road. However, this was a serious matter. If he told them that the reincarnation road was with him, it might cause trouble. Han Fei said proudly, apart from being human emperor, I am also a disciple of the Void Temple. I don't know if you know of the Void Temple, but as far as the Eternal Race are concerned, they don't dare to mess with our Void Temple. I can reveal some information to you. The Void Temple has already grasped some secrets about the path of reincarnation. I wonder if this information can make you give up giving them your inheritances. Buzz, buzz, for a moment, the gods' momentum soared to the sky, their divine persona collided with each other, and they seemed excited. We know about the Void Temple. Han Fei, you've just grasped some secrets about the path of reincarnation. Are you sure that you can reopen the path of reincarnation in 1,000 years? Han Fei said indifferently. The Void Temple has never lied. Now, the ominous is stirring, and some are already returning. But now, the gods in the Sea Realm and even the Sea of Stars have withered. Do you think the current Sea Realm can resist the ominous? What? The ominous has returned, Han Fei said. Before I came to the Graveyard of Gods, I had killed hundreds of thousands of destruction-level ominous creatures. The time won't be enough. No, there's still time. It will take at least tens of thousands of years for the Dominator-level ominous creatures to return. However, if this is the case, when the path of reincarnation opens, we can't take a new path. We have to take our own old paths and return to our original divine position. That way, there's still time. It's all that damn Eternal Race's fault. If I return to my divine position after reincarnation, I'll definitely fight this race to the death. The gods discussed animatedly, and the goddess's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something else. Han Fei said, Seniors, apart from the people of the Void Temple, only you know this news. Apart from that, no third party knows. I'm telling you this because firstly, I want you to be mentally prepared. Secondly, most of those people just now came from the Central Sea Divine Realm. These people slaughtered 70 billion people of our human race. I, Han Fei, am irreconcilable with them. As the saying goes, one has to be safe inside when fighting outsiders. Therefore, I must kill these people. Not just these people, I will kill my way into the Central Sea Divine Realm sooner or later. Therefore, it's not that I don't give you face, but they are not worthy of inheriting your inheritances. At this moment, killing intent surged from Han Fei. The gods knew that Han Fei was serious. A god declared, this matter will never reach the ears of a third party. The Graveyard of Gods is not a place anyone can come to. If the path of reincarnation can be reopened in only 1,000 years, we won't sleep anymore. A mere 1,000 years is nothing to us. A god echoed, we are all people waiting for death. We will definitely not tell others about the path of reincarnation. Han Fei said, of course I trust you, seniors. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you this. A god said, little friend Han Fei, your human race has lost 70 billion lives and you want to avenge them. We can understand your feelings. However, can you be sure that these people are all your enemies? There are always good and evil creatures in this world. Although these people are not as talented as you, they have made it here with luck, strength, and temperament. Do you want to kill them all? Han Fei stroked his chin. If you insist on choosing your inheritors from these people, please set a test for them. Anyone who is hostile to our human race can't take the inheritances, because sooner or later I will kill them. By the way, the people who came in with me grew up with me and became strong with me. They have cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but are become peerless heavenly talents. I believe even if I don't say it, you should be able to feel their talent. Chapter 3334 Death of Chu Qianlong 23334 Death of Chu Qianlong 23333 Death of Chu Qianlong 2 ha ha ha. Little friend Han Fei, don't worry, we know what to do. A god said leisurely, that little fatty is not bad. Han Fei thought to himself, I knew it. In terms of luck, Renquang might be the luckiest one among the 5 of us. A god said, since little friend Han Fei is even willing to tell us about the path of reincarnation, we naturally won't hesitate to set up one more test. Han Fei grinned. Thank you for taking care of me, seniors. Also, when the reincarnation begins, can you give me some spiritual treasures? The gods were speechless. You want more spiritual treasures? Do you look like you lack spiritual treasures? Some gods even thought to themselves, I don't even have as many spiritual treasures as this guy does. You can even settle the matters on the path of reincarnation. How do you have the cheek to ask us for spiritual treasures? However, in the end, a god stood up. The ancient god raised his hand and 3 high-quality nature spiritual treasures flew out. Young friend, if you want spiritual treasures, I'll give them to you. Among these 3 spiritual treasures, 1 is for soul suppression, 1 for soul extermination, and 1 for self-defense. If the eternal race comes at you, you might need to use them. However, although spiritual treasures are good, don't rely on them. Once you enter the god realm, you will find that no matter how good a weapon is, it's just a tool. Your own strength is far more important than the strength of a weapon. A god agreed. If we can really enter the cycle of reincarnation, we will definitely give you spiritual treasures. Han Fei grinned. Thank you, seniors. These weapons won't be covered in dust, and I won't keep so many spiritual treasures alone. When I kill all my enemies, I will pass them down to the world. In the graveyard of gods, spiritual treasures were as many as stars. This proved that it wasn't difficult for a god to obtain spiritual treasures. If he really became a god, he might not need so many weapons. But now, he just wanted as many as possible. The ferocious god in the divine jail had said that there were gods in the Central Sea. Han Fei had experienced how strong the gods were. Even their remnant souls could easily crush him to death, let alone a real god. If he didn't have high-quality spiritual treasures protecting him, he would probably be easily crushed if he went to the Central Sea divine realm. A god said, "Little friend Han Fei, since you said 1,000 years, we won't sleep anymore. We'll wait 1,000 years. It's time to close the god-ferrying ancient land this time. Everyone, return to your positions." Buzz. The projections disappeared one after another, and only Han Fei and the goddess were left. Han Fei sighed in his heart. He had done the gods a favor. However, it would take 10,000 years before he could use this favor. At that time, it would be a question whether he could use it or not. However, in any case, confronting the ominous surely couldn't be left to only him and a few others. God's reincarnation? I really look forward to that day. On the other hand, Chen Lingsu looked at Han Fei up and down in confusion. She had a feeling that something was wrong, but she didn't see what was wrong. In the end, Chen Lingsu said, "Keep telling the story. I'll send you there when you need to take action." Okay, in the Central Sea Divine Realm, most of the more than 500 people had already entered the inheritance trial of the gods. Chu Qianlong was undergoing a speed inheritance trial. At this moment, he had completed a round of basic tests and passed perfectly. The second round of tests. Sure enough, the inheritance of a god is extraordinary. The basic trial just proves that I'm qualified to accept this inheritance. However, no matter what trial comes, I won't lose. Chu Tianlang was confident of his talent. Suddenly, 6 doors appeared in front of him, on which the names of the 6 lineages were respectively written. A divine voice sounded, "Choose one of the 6 ancient races as the trial goal. After completing the trial, you can obtain the heritage of this race and the speed inheritance. The chosen race will lose their luck." Chu Tianlong was shocked. Were the benefits of the second trial already so generous? Did he even need to choose? The human race was rising, protected by a god, guarded by countless strong masters in the God-Fiend Sea, and favored by the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. If he could obtain the luck of the human race, not only would he get opportunities, but the human race would also lose their luck. How could he miss such a good thing? I choose the ancient human race. Chu Tianlong didn't hesitate at all. His race had just lost the battle in the East Sea, and his clansmen were all indignant. He should avenge them. Without hesitation, Chu Tianlong stepped into the gate of the ancient human race. In front of his eyes, space changed, and Chu Tianlong instantly arrived at Chen Lingsu's star tomb. However, what greeted his eyes was a strange scene. He saw that xuanhuan, that bandit from the West Wilderness, was telling a story to a goddess. Han Fei just glanced at Chu Tianlong and continued, "The Heavenly Emperor was angry and took the Weaver Girl back to the Heavenly Palace, ordering them to separate. They were only allowed to meet once every year on the 7th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. Their staunch love touched the divine magpies. Countless divine magpies flew over and used their bodies to build a magpie bridge across the Star River, allowing the cowherd and the Weaver Girl to meet in the Star River. The goddess listened with relish and said, "Not bad. Meeting only once a year is truly remarkable and worth admiring. However, in reality, there is a distinction between gods and mortals. Mortals' bodies cannot be united with divine beings. This story is still imbued with too many beautiful fantasies. Well, you go ahead and do your work. We'll continue later when you're finished." Chapter 3335, Death of Chu Tianlang, 3335, Death of Chu Tianlang, 3335. Chen Lingsu waved her hand and looked at Chu Tianlang. Chu Tianlang was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this a trial about the ancient human race? Why did he see xuanhuan? Why did he appear on the goddess's star tomb? He was led to the depths of the star tomb by a spiritual treasure. Could it be that this was the person who had really set up a trial for him? Han Fei slowly got up and looked at Chu Tianlang. "I didn't wait a day in vain." "A big fish has come," the goddess said. "Some of these people aren't weak, and you've just advanced to the immortal level. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to win against all of them, so ancient god Starscar sent him over." Chu Tianlang was stunned. Didn't this goddess die? How could she still move and speak? Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you for taking care of me, ancient god Starscar." Then Han Fei looked at Chu Tianlang. "You may be surprised to see me, but I don't have to hide anything from a dead person." On Han Fei's face, his appearance changed back to his original appearance. Chu Tianlang couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He didn't recognize this person. Although he didn't know what was going on, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. In particular, after only one day, how did xuanhuan go from the carefree level to the intermediate immortal level? This speed of strength improvement was ridiculous. Swish to Hanfei raised his hand and the blood sky blade appeared in his hand. He slowly said, I am Human Emperor Hanfei. Today, I'll send you to hell. Human Emperor Hanfei? Are you Hanfei? Chu Tianlong's pupils were constricted and he immediately became vigilant. He wasn't afraid of Hanfei, but he just felt that this person was very dangerous. In the Battle of the East Sea Divine Realm, more than 40 great monarchs had died, which shocked all the major forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm. As the leader of this battle, the name of Human Emperor Hanfei was already famous among the major forces. Almost everyone knew him. Human Emperor? No wonder there is a trial for luck. It's because you are here. Chu Tianlong knew that he had been tricked because Hanfei had just thanked Ancient God Star Scar for his attitude, which meant that Ancient God Star Scar was helping him. Chu Tianlong was furious. Graveyard of the Gods, very good, how dare you trick me? Hanfei grinned. Don't talk nonsense. If you can win today, I'll let you live. If you can't, that's your fate. Swish Tianlong was not stupid. While Hanfei was speaking, he disappeared in an instant. His speed was the fastest. In an instant, it was as if there were 100 figures flashing and 1,000 wolf claws tearing. Boom. However, Chu Tianlong saw that Hanfei instantly turned into more than 6,000 lightning marks that surrounded him in all directions. Not good. It's the inheritance of the ancient god of Thunder Note. Chu Tianlong naturally knew some of Hanfei's abilities and knew the ancient god of Thunder Note's inheritance very well. After all, Lei Heng had already mastered this inheritance. Clang! Hanfei activated the draw technique, and Chu Tianlong seemed to have foreseen the direction of his appearance and blocked it. This guy made the judgment the moment I appeared. Chu Tianlong was sent flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers with a single blow. The blood in his body churned and his soul trembled. He was shocked. This person's knife technique was so strange that it could shake both his body and soul. If it weren't for the protection of his soul-suppressing spiritual treasure, he would have been injured by this knife. However, Chu Tianlong was still clamoring. I was wondering how strong the Human Emperor was. You haven't even mastered the 1,000 Thunderflash. Your strength seems to be at the intermediate immortal level, but only your strength and soul have reached this level. In general, your combat power is only equivalent to the early stage of the immortal level. That's right. How much stronger can you become in a day? Then feel it again. With a tap of his foot, Hanfei appeared beside Chu Tianlong. His saber was no longer limited to the draw technique. As the saber beam slashed out, the space suddenly reflected thousands of saber beams. Chu Tianlong's expression changed slightly. Why was this person's saber technique so strange? He felt that it was comparable to the blade holder. However, he was best at speed. Even with such dense saber beams, he could still block all of them. Hanfei thought to himself, the early stage of the immortal level is already different from the carefree level. His strength and soul have already transformed. But even so, Chu Tianlong can still deal with him relatively easily, as expected of a strong master who can ambush the crown prince of the divine capital. Immediately, Hanfei brandished the knife in his hand and tens of thousands of knife beams slashed out. At the same time, fist auras filled the sky, soul-killing swords, demonic sounds rang in his throat, yin and yang reversed, and fire essence stirred. The whole set of attacks was strange but smooth. Although his basic strength was weaker than Chu Tianlong's, after breaking 86 cages in a row, his strength had been greatly improved. The battle continued, and Hanfei and Chu Tianlong had already turned into two streaks of light, colliding thousands of times in a second. Chu Tianlong was shocked. This guy had become so strong. Whether it was speed, strength, soul power, or various means of attack, he seemed to have changed completely. And Hanfei seemed to realize something. Chu Tianlong had already confirmed his original law. His speed was extremely fast, his footwork was strange, and his grasp of the spatial law was very strong. The spatial law was even filled with many law elements. If they kept fighting like this, it would probably take a long time. Retreat. Just as Hanfei was considering whether to use his origin Great Dao, Chu Tianlong retreated quickly, wanting to distance himself, take a rest, and then fight. Chapter 3136, Death of Chu Tianlong, 43136. Death of Chu Tianlong, 4. However, when he was about to retreat, he found a spiritual barrier had been set up in this place. Chu Tianlong made a prompt decision and immediately activated a secret technique. Under Hanfei's fatal flashes, his strength directly increased to the late stage of the immortal level. At the same time, Chu Tianlong took out a Dao talisman, and a claw mark soared into the sky. His strength was quite impressive, probably exceeding the realm of immortal level. So what if you have reached the immortal level? Die. Unfortunately, Chu Tianlong didn't know that Hanfei had seen too many great monarchs' means in the past day. Hanfei opened his hands and 6 Dao diagrams suddenly appeared in front of him. Bam, 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 bam. 5 Dao diagrams were damaged in a row, but the claw mark failed to cross the boundary of the 6th Dao diagram. Instead, Hanfei took the opportunity to wave his saber and destroy the claw marks. With the enhancement of his soul power, he launched a peak-level blow. How is it possible? How can you take a great monarch realm blow? Chu Tianlong's expression changed as he fused with his companion spirit, the Heavenly Wolf. At the same time, his soul-suppressing spiritual treasure, 8 treasure glass bead, appeared. Han Fei no longer held a knife, but used 2 fingers as a sword. The sword energy surged wildly, and the power of many laws was poured out together. Han Fei said, "You overestimate yourself. That wolf claw just barely had the combat power of a great monarch. Why couldn't I take it?" Chu Tianlong could tell that Han Fei was going to fight in close combat and was using him as a sharpening tool. Immediately, all the laws and luck in his body bloomed. Bam, bam, bam! The void exploded one after another, and deafening sounds rang incessantly. The onlookers, the gods, were already active because of the news of the path of reincarnation. A god said indifferently, Han Fei broke through to the early stage of the immortal level too fast, but he can't connect to his origin star here. His basic strength hasn't improved yet. At this moment, the battle is equivalent to an early stage immortal fighting a late stage immortal. Under such circumstances, he can still suppress this ancient demon. No wonder the creation divine prison chose him. A god said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. He was only at the peak of the carefree level when he entered the creation divine prison. To be able to come out of the creation divine prison means that this kid still has many trump cards. At this moment, he has been suppressing his origin great Tao and not using it. Is he testing his laws?" A sword god said, "That's right. He's trying different laws. After he's done, Chu Tianlong will be killed. However, he's too hasty." Chu Tianlong was shocked. Although he knew that Han Fei was using him as a whetstone, there was nothing he could do. In just one day, this guy had the means to resist the great monarch realm attacks. Was this human emperor really so abnormally strong? 2 hours later, Chu Tianlong failed to maintain his secret method in the end. Although his strength had been improved to the late stage of the immortal level, he still failed to gain any advantage from the collision of their laws. In terms of the number of stacked techniques, his laws were several times more than Han Fei. In terms of speed, he was also several times faster than Han Fei. In terms of overall combat power, he was also stronger than Han Fei, but he just couldn't break Han Fei's many methods. Just when Chu Tianlong could no longer maintain his secret method, Han Fei said indifferently, "That's it. Your original law doesn't seem to be strong enough. In that case, diacro." At this moment, the goal of the trial had been achieved. Han Fei had already clearly figured out his current strength. He had also made a preliminary attempt between different laws. Buzz. His origin great Tao was activated. The blood sky blade bloomed with brilliance, and the Ragnarok was also launched. Crack one of Chu Tianlong's arms was cut off and crushed by Han Fei. Without a word, Chu Tianlong hurriedly took out the 8 treasure glass bead, but the bead was broken by Han Fei's knife. Puffer fresh blood spurted out, and Chu Tianlong was horrified. Impossible. Even if you use a secret method, how can your strength and knife intent suddenly become so strong? Han Fei smiled. "I was just playing with you. Did you take it seriously? I forgot to tell you that no matter what realm I enter, I'll be invincible in that realm. Either you become a great monarch now, or die." Bang! Chu Tianlong's battlesuit was shattered, and half of his body was cut open by Han Fei. He roared and spewed out a black pearl. Cracks Chu Tianlong's body exploded and blood spurted out. The mystic pearl shattered, and Han Fei said leisurely, "I enter the immortal level with the law of strength. I can kill you as easily as picking up grass." At this moment, Han Fei could use the creation divine prison. However, Han Fei didn't think Chu Tianlong was qualified to enter the creation divine prison. Since he couldn't sharpen his knife anymore, he might as well use him to stack laws. Puffer. Even before his death, Chu Tianlang couldn't understand why Han Fei was so strong. After the battle, Han Fei thought that judging from Chu Tianlang's combat power, there was still a lot of room for his improvement. It seemed that he had to find a way to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time after leaving the god-ferrying ancient land. At this moment, Chen Lingsu said, "You don't have to try. One's original law matches his origin. You should know which law is your original law. What you need to do is to stimulate your original law and make it reveal, bloom, and suppress all laws." Han Fei sighed. "I just want to see if I have several original laws." Chen Lingsu shook her head. "No, a person only has one original law." However, Han Fei didn't agree in his heart because he was born with dual spiritual heritages. He might have a second original law. However, he had only grasped a few laws at this moment. He was indeed a little too hasty. Han Fei smiled. "I see." Putting away Chu Tianlan's corpse, Han Fei said, "Let's talk about the legend of the white snake." Well, it's the love story of a human and a snake. Chapter 3137, Kill all enemies. 13137, Kill all enemies. One less than an hour later, Chen Hongyan from the Flying Immortal Tower appeared on the goddess's star tomb. Bai Su-jian and Xu Xian are finally married. Senior, wait for me for a while. I'll be quick this time. Zhen Lingsu was listening attentively. Seeing Han Fei suddenly stop talking, she waved her hand helplessly. She turned around and said to the gods, "Don't send them over one by one. This kid is hiding his strength and refuses to use his full strength. Let him solve the rest together." "Okay." A god responded decisively. Indeed, with the strength Han Fei had shown, he didn't need to send them over one by one. Some people could almost sweep through this realm once they stepped into a certain realm. Although Han Fei hadn't confirmed his original law, even the late-stage immortals who had confirmed their original laws couldn't resist Han Fei, whose strength soared by multiple times. At this moment, Chen Hongyan was also shocked. "Are you human Emperor Han Fei?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, it's me." However, this time, no god spoke, so Chen Hongyan thought it was just a trial. Although she didn't know how Han Fei snuck in, she didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, this person was the human emperor and had once set up a trap to kill more than 40 great monarchs. How could she dare to underestimate him? Buzz, Han Fei's strength skyrocketed. This time, he didn't hide his strength, saying, "In my opinion, you are the weakest of the 4 immortals from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Perhaps you think your soul power is very strong, but unfortunately, I don't think so." Chen Hongyan was nervous. Human Emperor Han Fei, cut the crap. Let's speak with our fists. Chen Hongyan was not Chu Tianlong. She directly activated a secret technique, and her companion spirit turned out to be a blood-colored coral. When her strength increased to the late stage of the immortal level, a blood-colored flame enveloped this place, God-burning hellfire. As soon as she attacked, Chen Hongyan used her absolute trump card. Previously, even when facing the crown prince of the divine capital, she didn't use the hellfire. Even Han Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect this woman to have such a method. If it were an ordinary person, their combat power might have been greatly reduced by the hellfire. Once their combat power was greatly reduced and they faced such a powerful enemy, they would definitely die. However, Han Fei was feeling the pain from his body and soul in the hellfire. It was a familiar smell. However, this hellfire had burned him for 200 years, so Han Fei only frowned slightly and then raised the blood sky blade. How was that possible? However, Han Fei didn't say a word and even completely ignored the existence of the hellfire. Buzz. Activating his origin Great Tao, Han Fei's strength soared, doubling, tripling. As his strength soared by 6 times, Han Fei felt that he seemed to have reached his limit. This was only because his soul and flesh had already transformed. Otherwise, he might only be able to withstand 5 times his combat power. It seems that my limit is only 6 times. Han Fei's current strength had skyrocketed by 6 times, which was already his limit. The star powers alone had far exceeded 10,000 points. First move, Soul Slash. The flying immortal tower mainly focused on the soul. There was a red mark floating between Chen Hongyan's eyebrows, and she didn't dare to underestimate Han Fei's methods. Clang, puff, puff, puff. With just 1 slash, Chen Hongyan vomited 3 mouthfuls of essence blood in a row. She was shocked. "You've already entered the intermediate stage of the immortal level?" Han Fei grinned. "Do you think I'm lying to you? If you can take 3,000 attacks from me, I'll let you go." 3,000 attacks? A god was lost for words. He had taken a fancy to Chen Hongyan, but this woman was also an enemy of the human race, so he had to give her up. At this moment, almost all the gods could see that Han Fei was an extreme Tao soul refiner. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to heavily injure Chen Hongyan with 1 slash. Even with the protection of the soul-subduing spiritual treasure, Chen Hongyan could be seriously injured by 30 attacks, not to mention 3,000. Besides, with the Ragnarok and the dual killing of body and soul, even if Chen Hongyan's soul could withstand it, her body couldn't. After only 38 slashes, Chen Hongyan's body collapsed and blood gushed out of her eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. She knew that she was no match for Han Fei, so at the last moment she decisively wanted to take out a god-slaying needle. However, when the god-slaying needle was about to touch Han Fei's glabella, it was blocked by a small vine. Puffer Chen Hongyan's death was only expected. However, the surrounding gods all spoke up. "Demon purification pot? Is that the demon purification pot? No wonder little friend Han Fei inherited the creation divine prison so easily. The person who inherits the demon purification pot must bear the responsibility of fighting against the ominous." The creation divine prison probably chose to surrender to Han Fei because he saw the demon purification pot. Good lord, I'm afraid the ominous of this generation won't be simple. It can't be a coincidence that the demon purification pot and the path of reincarnation appear one after another. The treasures won't appear for no reason. Since they have appeared, there must be a reason. This ominous battle this time may exceed our imagination. After cleaning up Chen Hongyan's corpse, Han Fei extinguished the hellfire on his body and sat down cross-legged without making a sound. Then, he continued to tell the story. 3 days later. In the graveyard of gods, on a star tomb, 398 heavenly talents from the Central Sea Divine Realm had already gathered here. These people had all been sent here during trials. Chapter 3388 Kill all enemies. 2338 Kill all enemies. Han Fei looked at the stars and frowned, because he didn't find the blade holder. Yes, Zhao Longma from the Primordial Divine Academy had been eliminated, but the blade holder had passed the trial of a god. This meant that the blade holder actually didn't have any ill intentions towards the human race. However, although he had no ill intentions towards the human race, Han Fei knew that he was still on the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm. Just like before, he and Chu Tianlong attacked the Divine Capital Dynasty together. This number didn't surprise Han Fei. After all, the ancient demons and the Divine Demon Forest had both participated in the war to destroy the human race. Almost all of them were hostile to the human race. The people who weren't hostile to the human race were mainly from the Primordial Divine Academy and the Flying Immortal Tower. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to these people who had passed the trial. Buzz. Suddenly, on this star, countless people looked at the chaotic nether river filled with flowing nebulae, only to see a young man standing on a black chain, swimming towards them. Look, someone is actually moving freely in the nether river. No, it's his spiritual treasure. That spiritual treasure can take him to travel freely in the nether river. Someone who had seen Han Fei's portrait was shocked. This is Human Emperor Han Fei. What? How is it possible? But I remember the Human Emperor didn't come on this trip. Yes, it's Human Emperor Han Fei. I've seen his portrait. Why is the Human Emperor here? There are only these people in the God-fearing ancient land. How can the Human Emperor be here? Zhao Longma raised his spear. He suddenly thought of a person. A disciple of the ancient God Academy had told him that Feng Xinglu didn't have such a powerful friend and suspected that Wang Han was Han Fei. However, he denied it. But now, he suddenly realized that that guy's suspicion was right. There was only one possibility why Han Fei suddenly appeared at this moment. Zhao Longma shouted, "It's Wang Han, he's Wang Han." Han Fei disguised himself as Wang Han. Boomer, many people were secretly shocked. Wang Han was Han Fei, a bandit from the West Wilderness and the leader of the human race? How could the two be the same person? Peach Blossom 5 suddenly stood up, her pupils constricted. Wang Han first appeared 3 years ago, but he won every battle he attended. How could this be the normal combat power of a bandit from the West Wilderness? It was not that she looked down on the strong masters of the West Wilderness, but if there was such a person in the West Wilderness, he would have hidden himself too well. This seemed to conflict with Wang Han's personality. However, it was useless to think about it now. Han Fei's purpose could be imagined. Most of the people here were from the ancient demon clan and the divine demon forest. He was clearly here for revenge. Roar! Someone from the ancient demon race roared, "Don't hold back later. Attack with all your strength." Someone was depressed. How did he do it? Why did the gods collude with him? At this moment, Han Fei had already taken out Chu Tianlong's corpse and laughed. "Hello, everyone from the ancient demon clan and the divine demon forest. Tianlong, Marshal Chu. Damn it, Han Fei, you brat. How dare you kill a strong master of our ancient demon race? I must bury you with him today." Baha, Han Fei spat in disdain. "You're thinking too much. Since you've appeared here, you no longer have a chance. From the moment you attacked our human race, you should have realized that once you failed to take down the human race, you would have to face the wrath of our human race." Peach Blossom 5 shouted, "Everyone, prepare to attack." Boom, 6,000 lightning marks bloomed in the void. This time, Han Fei didn't intend to dawdle and raised his strength to its peak. Puffed. An ancient demon was beheaded with one slash. Its demon blood was swallowed by the blood sky blade, and its blood-fighting intent and ability to drink blood erupted. Its killing intent multiplied, and its knife intent became even stronger. Boom. Under Han Fei's feet, a lightning circle erupted, then the lightning arc jumping and speed reduction domain were launched. Boom boom boom. Until this place was completely covered by lightning, they didn't have time to attack Han Fei. Thousand Thunderflash was activated again and again. Although many people had activated their secret methods, few of them could resist Han Fei's attack. After all, except for Peach Blossom 5, most of these people were Dao-proving level and carefree level cultivators. Not to mention that Han Fei was already an immortal level expert. Even if he was still at the carefree level, these people were not his match. Someone shouted, "Let's activate our laws together and use the laws to imprison him." However, as soon as he said so, a blood-colored blade swept past, shattering his soul-suppressing spiritual treasure and all his chaotic spiritual treasures and battlesuit. Many people hurriedly tried to restrict Han Fei with the laws here. Sure enough, every blade of grass and tree here seemed to be sealed. However, the lightning marks were still flashing. Someone was shocked. "Where is he? Are you looking for me?" Behind this person's ears, a soft and slow voice sounded. "Puff this." This person didn't even know when Han Fei appeared on his side. By the time he heard Han Fei's voice, it was already too late. A punch pierced through his soul, and his soul was destroyed. Not good. The laws can't imprison him. Zhao Longma snorted, and a blood pill flew out of the spear and fused into his body. Roar! A white qilin leaped into the air. Its beast blood boiled and turned into a ball of flames, entering Zhao Longma's body. Chapter 3399, 3399, Kill all enemies, 339. 3399, Kill all enemies. 3 Zhao Longma's strength soared. At this moment, he no longer felt that ordinary strength could shake Han Fei. A Dao scroll flew out of his body. As soon as the scroll was opened, more than 800 demon fire Kylans rushed out at Han Fei. Behind the Kylans was a spear that was as powerful as a star beam. Xuanhuan. At that moment, in the eyes of everyone, Han Fei's body was shining with golden light. Zhao Longma's full-strength blow was actually held by Han Fei with one hand. and the 800 demon fire Kylans were actually crushed by the endless knife streams behind Han Fei. That's impossible. A few days ago, you were only at the carefree level. Zhao Longma couldn't believe it. He was also a powerhouse on the god roll. If he unleashed his full strength, he could at least reach the intermediate stage of the immortal level, but he wasn't even qualified to shake Han Fei. Bang! The fist light exploded, and Zhao Longma was sent flying backward, his body battered and broken. Fortunately, his soul-suppressing spiritual treasure flew out to protect his body. Han Fei sneered. As a strong master on the god roll, I thought I had some tricks up my sleeve, but in the end, it's a mess. Peach Blossom 5 suddenly shouted, "He's in the intermediate stage of the immortal level. Everyone, lend me your strength. Don't resist. I'll deal with him." Countless vines swept across nearly 100 people in the divine demon forest. Puff Han Fei quickly performed the draw technique, and 100 petals swirled around Peach Blossom 5. The power of his slash only shattered one petal. Clang, 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 bang, bang, bang. The petals around Peach Blossom 5 were rapidly decreasing, but Han Fei felt that her strength was constantly increasing. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't stop him. Instead, he smiled slightly and said in a strange voice, "If you want to suck it, suck more. You might not be able to suck it in a while." Swish, 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 puff, puff, puff. When Han Fei went all out, he had no more scruples. These so-called monarchs were powerless to resist him. In a moment, 100 people were killed. To a certain extent, they were equivalent to wooden stakes with soul-suppressing spiritual treasures and armor. This was the difference between a real peerless genius and an ordinary genius. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly saw that more than 100 people, who were all strong masters of the divine demon forest, had turned into their original forms, turning into demon plants. However, they were not becoming stronger, but withering. Yes, their vitality, their power, everything of theirs was withering. Someone looked at Peach Blossom 5 in horror. Someone shouted, "Miss Wu, spare me." Seeing this, Han Fei didn't do anything but watched quietly. Peach Blossom 5 was surrounded by petals, as if it was afraid of Han Fei's sneak attack. Seeing that the monarchs here were gradually losing their vitality, he didn't have to do anything. He held the blood sky blade and killed one with each step. Someone regretted it and roared, "Peach Blossom 5, you be chi. I won't let you succeed even if I blow myself up." Rumble. Now that there was a person who blew himself up, there would be 2 and 3. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people blew themselves up. After all, the strength of Peach Blossom 5 was limited. The backlash caused by multiple self-detonations forced her to give up absorbing the vitality and the power of laws of these people. At this moment, there were only 147 people still standing here. This meant that in less than an hour, 51 monarchs who were considered top experts in the sea realm had died. The blood sky blade was surrounded by blood, and the blade was shiny. Its former master was already powerful enough to kill strong masters as easily as picking up grass. However, they were far less crazy than Han Fei, who killed hundreds of strong masters of the same level at the drop of a hat. It had a feeling that maybe it could make a name for itself and even become an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. At this moment, after absorbing so many people's vitalities, Peach Blossom 5's strength seemed to have reached the critical point of the immortal level. If it weren't for the limitation of her realm, she would have advanced to the Great Monarch realm long ago. Unfortunately, due to the limitation of her realm, no matter how much power she absorbed, she was still only immortal level. If she was, Han Fei could beat her. Peach Blossom 5's voice was cold. "Human Emperor Han Fei, who gave you the courage to challenge me alone. No matter how talented you are, I will kill you under the vines today." Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of petals, like blades condensed from dazzling stars, arrived in an instant. However, Han Fei slashed backhand. Bang, bang, bang! Booming explosions rose and fell one after another. When the Peach Blossom 5 strike dissipated, Han Fei was blasted back 30,000 kilometers. Even his battlesuit was shattered. The Starsea mystic sand fell off, revealing his body that was shining with golden light and seemed to be imprinted with ancient divine patterns. Han Fei smiled. "I see. A demon plant is a demon plant after all. Your attack contains a lot of soul attacks. Your original law is a bit like the 10,000 techniques transforming into flowers. It's strong, but not strong enough. Therefore, you're actually taking the path of dual killing of body and soul too. Unfortunately, you're not an extreme Dao expert. With these flowers and plants, you want to fight an extreme Dao cultivator? Who gave you the courage?" Peach Blossom 5 was shocked. How could this guy be so strong? How could he have such terrifying combat power? Slap. Han Fei raised his hand and waved the chain. Peach Blossom 5 was still waiting to see what tricks Han Fei had up his sleeve. However, without any warning, she felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a crisis coming. However, although she was vigilant, in the next moment she felt that her back was suddenly whipped. She felt a burning pain, her body and soul were injured, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. If she hadn't increased her strength to the ultimate level of the immortal level, she would have been killed. Chapter 3140, 3140, Kill all enemies. 43140, Kill all enemies. 4. How was that possible? Peach Blossom 5 looked at the black chain in Han Fei's hand, wondering if it was this thing that hurt him. This thing should be a high-quality nature spiritual treasure with the ability to ignore all seals and laws. Otherwise, she would have noticed that blow. Han Fei waved his hand again, and Peach Blossom 5 immediately became vigilant. She felt a black shadow appear beside her waist, and that part of her body instantly withered. Bang! Half of Peach Blossom 5's demon plant body was swept into powder. Sure enough, the creation divine whip has its limitations. Its power is from me. At this moment, although my origin grade Tao is circulating crazily, Peach Blossom 5 also used a secret method to increase her strength to the peak of the immortal level. I succeeded in that strike just now because she was caught off guard. In the next moment, Peach Blossom 5 grunted again. Her body trembled and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth again. That's impossible. I've already dodged it. Han Fei didn't explain. This was the rule of the law enforcement divine chain. As long as the whip came at you, you wouldn't be able to avoid it. The peak state of Peach Blossom 5's secret technique was about the same as Han Fei's current peak combat power, so she couldn't resist it. Pa, pa, pa. Han Fei brandished the whip and tried to tie Peach Blossom 5 up, but once the chain moved, there would be a sudden pause, which was the best he could do. Knowing that the chain was weird, Peach Blossom 5 certainly wouldn't just surrender, so he tried several times but failed. Sure enough, it's still a little difficult to restrain a late-stage immortal level powerhouse. Maybe I can do it when I completely stabilize my strength at the intermediate immortal level. Peach Blossom 5 had already discovered that the chain was unstoppable. She simply roared, and every 5 of the petals surrounding her combined into a white peach blossom. The white peach blossoms fused and turned pink. This cycle repeated until the petals were completely red, equivalent to every 20 petals forming a red peach blossom. Han Fei, you're still not strong enough. You want to kill me? In your dreams. However, Han Fei was holding the Thunder God's hammer in his hand. As the lightning vibrated between the heavens and earth, an immortal level heavenly tribulation fell. Boom, 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 explosions sounded one after another. At the critical moment, Zhao Longma thrust his spear at Han Fei like a dragon. Apart from Zhao Longma, there were as many as a dozen people who took this opportunity to attack. It could be seen that their ability to grasp the timing was very precise. Where Han Fei was, the ground was sunken, and there were many people around. Beside Zhao Longma, someone snorted coldly. So what if you're the human emperor? Under the primordial demon-slaying array of the primordial divine academy, you'll still be annihilated. However, as soon as he said so, a figure jumped out of the ruins of the earth, holding a giant hammer with flashing lightning arcs in his hand. Although the Thunder God's hammer was a mid-quality nature spiritual treasure, it had the power comparable to a high-quality nature spiritual treasure after being enhanced by thunder techniques. The heavenly tribulation that was created according to his strength had exceeded the level of ordinary immortals. Therefore, this blow should be able to shake a great monarch. In the ruins, a huge peach tree was split in half. It was Peach Blossom 5's original body. At this moment, her roots were grabbing 3 strong masters from the divine demon forest, continuously absorbing their vitality. Han Fei's lips curled. It's really a stupid idea to transform into your original body. Swish the creation divine chain directly locked up the heavily injured original body of Peach Blossom 5. For a moment, she even lost the power to extract other people's vitality. Han Fei walked to the peach tree and said indifferently, "Thank you for helping me solve so many people. I did take advantage of this battle. Alas, I can't help it. I advanced too fast and my strength is not stable. But it doesn't matter. I can use any means to deal with you. Hehe." As he spoke, Han Fei waved his hand and the blood sky blade appeared in his hand. With a slash, he destroyed the soul of Peach Blossom 5. He didn't intend to use the creation divine prison. At the very least, immortals were not worth it. The enemy of the immortal level was only worthy of being a donor for him to extract laws. At this moment, when Peach Blossom 5 died, Zhao Longma and the others were all horrified. The only immortal level powerhouse here died just like that? Han Fei put on a weird smile. Everyone, it's time for you to go to hell. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Although these people hadn't entered the immortal level, they had accumulated a lot of resources and he could deprive them of some power of laws. Zhao Longma's expression changed drastically. Everyone, we have no choice but to fight. An hour later, there were corpses everywhere. Zhao Longma was covered in blood, and the phantom of a great monarch stood in front of him. However, a black chain was attached to the projection of the great monarch. What else could it be if not the creation divine chain? Kraka. The great monarch's projection was cut apart by Han Fei with a single slash. Zhao Longma's heart sank. Even such a trump card couldn't shake Han Fei. Why did he encounter such a monster for no reason? In the next moment, behind Zhao Longma, Han Fei said slowly, "The so-called God roll doesn't live up to its name." Zhao Longma's soul sea was pierced through and his body was mutilated. He still tried to escape, but Han Fei simply took out a bronze bell and covered him with it. In the next moment, chaotic soul power intertwined inside the bronze bell, and Zhao Longma was crushed inch by inch. None of the 398 people here survived. Unfortunately, many people chose to blow themselves up, so Han Fei didn't get all the corpses. But it didn't matter. He had obtained nearly 300 corpses. As long as he took them out, their origin stars would be his. When the time came, he could draw the power of laws from them and stack at least dozens of laws for himself. When Han Fei returned to the goddess's star tomb, Chen Lingsu said indifferently, "It's not easy to prove Tao. Are you going to fight your way through the Central Sea Divine Realm like this?" Han Fei said. "The Sea Realm is already in such dire straits, so this bit of monarchs is not a big deal. Senior, look, there are so many people, but they can't even beat me. If we count on them to fight against the ominous, we might as well count on the ominous to crash into the chaotic thunder domain. Besides, I'm a reasonable person. These people are used to tyrannizing others in this era where all kinds of laws are withering. How can we subdue them without beating them up?" "You're a reasonable person?" Chen Lingsu rolled her eyes, and the other gods were speechless. Chen Lingsu shook her head slightly. "You men are all the same, arrogant. However, since your void temple can open the path of reincarnation, you have the final say. All right, now that you have no enemies, can you tell stories in peace?" "Senior, I might have been emptied by you," Chen Lingsu said. "Then you can make up some stories." "Or are their trials so slow?" Chen Lingsu said. "It will take at least a month for the others to complete their trials. Just make up some stories, don't worry." Han Fei's face darkened. After racking his brains, he said, "Well, I remember another one. It's called the Heavenly Fairy Match. It's about the beautiful and kind seventh fairy, chapter 3141, 3141, Divine Capital, the Scapegoat, 1311, Divine Capital, the Scapegoat, 1 staying in Chen Lingsu's star tomb. Han Fei told her stories for a full month. In the end, Han Fei was forced to use his trump card. He took out the Go and Fish Dragon cards. The graveyard of gods became lively, and all the gods became lively, and all the gods began to play them to pass the time. Chen Lingsu put down a Go piece and shook her head slightly. "You lost again." Han Fei was lost for words. "Senior, we're just playing a game. If I can't even shake it when you infuse your divinity into it, how can we continue to play?" Chen Lingsu said. "In this game, there is momentum. It seems that you can't shake me with one piece, but with the dragon-slaying momentum, you can resist divinity. In the end, your level is too low." "Han Fei," a god teased, "little friend Han Fei, you were the one who invented this game, but your skill in playing it is the weakest. Tosk, you have to work harder." Hee. Han Fei was lost for words. Why should I work harder? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have taken this game out. Clatterer Chen Lingsu put down a Go piece. "All right, their trial is over. You can go out now." Buzz. Han Fei was refreshed and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I almost forgot about that. Humph. Chen Lingsu knew what Han Fei was thinking. This guy had been wanting to leave for a long time. If she hadn't pressed him to tell a story, he probably wouldn't have been able to wait a moment longer. At this moment, those people had all completed their trials, so she could only let them go. Chen Lingsu said, "Come back when you open the path of reincarnation." Huh? Han Fei thought to himself, this is unnecessary. Once I open the reincarnation road, no matter where they are, theoretically, they can enter the door of life and death. Why bother to come again? Chen Lingsu said casually. When you come back, I'll give you a spiritual treasure. I dare not say it's the strongest, but it should be stronger than all the spiritual treasures you have now. The Creation Divine Prison and the Creation Divine Chain are not good at fighting, so is the Demon Purification Pot. You should know this, so if you want it, yes, I'll definitely come back. Han Fei was shocked. A strong combat-type magic weapon surpassed all the spiritual treasures he had, which meant that it was definitely stronger than the Blood Sky Blade. What level of treasure was it? Was it another Supreme Nature treasure? Or an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure? Han Fei immediately said, Senior, I'm really not here for the spiritual treasures. I just want to come back to see you before you reincarnate. By the way, how should I come back? Chen Lingsu automatically ignored the first half of the sentence. She pointed her finger and took a wisp of nebula from the chaotic nether river. The nebula intertwined and quickly condensed into a bead. The pearl floated in front of Han Fei, and Chen Lingsu said casually, This is a drop of nether river water. No matter where you are, you can enter the chaotic nether river through this drop of nether river water. Remember to ride on the Creation Divine Chain. Otherwise, once you enter, you might be swallowed by the nether river water without any protection. Got it. Han Fei cupped his hands. Seniors, I'll take my leave. If nothing goes wrong, I may return soon. It may be decades or 1,000 years, but it won't be longer than 1,000 years. Soon? Chen Lingsu said, as long as you don't come back in 3 or 5 years. Han Fei thought to himself, does this treasure have anything to do with when I come back? However, he didn't think too much about it. Perhaps the gods still wanted to leave some more inheritance. In the end, Chen Lingsu said, Originally, we'll set a soul seal on anyone who leaves the graveyard of gods. They're forbidden from revealing any information on the graveyard, or their souls will be devoured and they'll die. However, you're an exception. I won't set a seal on you. But your friends can't be an exception. After a brief stun, Han Fei nodded. No wonder the information about the graveyard of the gods was never known to the outside world. Chen Lingsu waved her hand, and Han Fei felt the void change. A great suction force came over, and the chaotic nether river in front of him gradually disappeared, replaced by a primeval land. The god-ferrying ancient land? Han Fei thought that he would meet Sha Xiao Xiao and the others in the graveyard of the gods. He didn't expect them to come out so easily. Buzz, swish, 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 one figure after another appeared. However, Han Fei had resumed Wang Han's appearance. When Han Fei spread out his perception, he found that there were a total of 516 people here, including 261 people from the Central Sea Divine Realm, which meant that there were more than 100 people who couldn't enter the Graveyard of Gods because they didn't have a divine boat at that time. Wang Hana, Xia Xiaoshan, and the others immediately came to Han Fei. Xia Xiaoshan said in a low voice, "I have obtained a supreme inheritance and my strength has broken through to the peak of the carefree level." "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Xuanyu laughed out loud. While showing the spear in his hand, he pulled his clothes apart a little bit. There was a trace of golden light flowing on this guy's skin. It seemed that the level of his bloodline had undergone a drastic change. Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, "You didn't expect this, did you? My physique is completely different now. Not only has my heavenly Dao Jade marrow bone been cultivated, but my bloodline has also improved greatly. My divine path has appeared. I've made a fortune this time." Chapter 3142 Divine Capital, The Scapegoat 2142 Divine Capital, The Scapegoat 2142. Cough, cough. On the other side, Feng Xinglu held his head high and coughed a few times. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Feng Xinglu had already proven Dao. Furthermore, the fire technique on his body overflowed, and there were red patterns looming on his hands. He had probably obtained a lot of inheritance. He had also made a breakthrough, but she had only broken through to the perfected star transformation realm. It seemed that she had gained all 5 locks, which saved her for at least 1,000 years of cultivation. As for Lirenquang, he just laughed happily. Zhu Xingling was still calm with a faint smile on her face. As for Feng Yu, she crossed her arms and frowned slightly. After glancing around, she said via voice transmission, "Little junior brother, did you do this?" Others might not have had the time to pay attention, but Feng Yu glanced around and found that there were few strong masters of the ancient demon race in the divine demon forest left, including the arrogant Chu Tianlong, the mysterious girl, Peach Blossom 5, and the eldest sister of the Flying Immortal Tower, Chen Hongyan. They had all disappeared. This was clearly abnormal. Han Fei said, "They were all killed by the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital." "Huh, I don't believe you." Han Fei said, "I'm glad you know that. Congratulations on your advancement to the immortal level." Feng Yu curled her lips, because Han Fei had also advanced to the immortal level. Although she didn't know how Han Fei attacked these people in the Graveyard of Gods, it could only be Han Fei. It seemed that her junior brother had other secrets besides the demon purification pot. At this moment, the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital had come out. Although his strength had been suppressed to the perfected star transformation realm again, it was obviously useless to suppress it now. This was because the great monarchs had already finished the law fusion. Be it soul, physique, or strength, they were already on a different level from other monarchs. After a few seconds, when everyone saw the situation clearly, they also realized that something was wrong. Especially the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital. When he saw that 3 of the 4 immortal-level powerhouses of the Central Sea Divine Realm were gone, he immediately looked at Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Why do I feel that something is wrong? Why are there only these few people left in the Central Sea Divine Realm?" Lirenquang glanced at Han Fei. "They must have died in the trial." Xia Xiaoshan also glanced at Han Fei. Definitely. However, they unanimously believed that there couldn't be a second person. It was definitely Han Fei's doing. However, seeing that Chu Tianlong and the others didn't come out for a long time, the experts of the Primordial Divine Academy and the ancient demon race all looked at the Crown Prince. There was no other reason, because among them, only the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital had advanced to the Great Monarch Realm in the Graveyard of Gods. In their opinion, only the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital had the ability to kill Chu Tianlong and the others. The blade holder's pupils were constricted as he sent a voice transmission. "Everyone from the Primordial Divine Academy, let's go." The ancient demon race, the Flying Immortal Tower, and the Divine Demon Forest didn't have many strong masters left. Someone immediately shouted, "Run! Swish! Swish! Swish!" It was impossible for them to fight. There were great monarchs here. Who would dare to fight them? It was no different from courting death. As for the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital, he was speechless. Did this guy think that he was the culprit? After all these people ran away, the Crown Prince took a deep look at Han Fei. "Fellow Taoist Wang Han, your gift is really generous." Han Fei was stunned. "What gift? Your Highness, you're powerful and extraordinary. These people dare to provoke your majesty. They should be executed." The Crown Prince of the Divine Capital couldn't have felt worse. It was like the tide of sea demons was raging in his heart. Great, now he would be busy when he went back. As for telling others it was Han Fei who did it, those people from the Central Sea Divine Realm probably wouldn't believe him, and he would offend Han Fei. After a moment of silence, the Crown Prince of the Divine Capital said via voice transmission, "Fine. They're my enemies anyway, but there's no turning back this time. If there's a crisis in the East Sea in the future, I hope you won't stand by and watch." Han Fei nodded slightly. For now, although Great Monarch East Marshal didn't help the human race much, at least he didn't betray them. Therefore, the two sides could indeed be considered allies. Let's go. After the Crown Prince and the others left, only Han Fei and the others were left. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What did you guys get?" Feng Xinglu immediately said, "You may not believe it, but I've seen a divine path. Ha ha ha, I knew it. My talent is extraordinary, which means that one day I have a chance to become a god." Han Fei patted Feng Xinglu's shoulder. "Then hurry up. I'm afraid everyone here today has seen a divine path." Feng Xinglu, I'm already very fast. How long has it been? I've already proven Dao. Besides, I've already completed my third form. Who else can be faster than me except you? Han Fei nodded. All right, as long as you're happy. Feng Xinglu, Han Fei looked at Feng Yu only to see flames circulating on her body. Han Fei and the others couldn't help but feel an inexplicable heat that seemed to be able to penetrate their souls. Feng Qingcheng exclaimed, "Sister, is this the Phoenix True Fire? The real Phoenix True Fire?" Feng Yu nodded slightly. In the Phoenix True Fire, a dazzling divine robe appeared, on which a true phoenix was dancing and emitting golden light. Han Fei's eyes widened. Ultra quality? Yes, he thought it was just a high-quality nature spiritual treasure, but when he looked at the robe, he saw an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. This was the first time he had seen an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. So far, he had only seen one. Chapter 314.3, 314.3 Divine Capital, The Scapegoat, 3.314.3 Divine Capital, The Scapegoat, 3.314, Divine Capital, The Scapegoat, 3 Ultra Quality. Everyone couldn't help but look at Feng Yu. Of course, the ultra-quality treasure Han Fei mentioned couldn't be at the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure, but it should be at least at the level of a nature spiritual treasure. Feng Yu said, "I saw an ancient divine phoenix, Feng Xinglu. You should have obtained the true phoenix inheritance too, right?" Feng Xinglu curled his lips speechlessly and complained in his heart, "Why didn't I get a battlesuit as good as an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure?" Han Fei looked at Xia Chen. She hadn't made a breakthrough. Her strength was still at the carefree level, but she had reached the peak of the carefree level. Furthermore, she had already begun to polish her law body, but she hadn't completed it. Shan said, "It's the inheritance of the god of massacre. Unfortunately, the time was too short for me to make another breakthrough." Feng Yu was slightly surprised. The god of massacre? Legend has it that he used to be the #1 killer in the sea realm? Shan nodded slightly, but then she said, "I always find it a little strange. Although the trial was not simple, it was not too difficult. Besides, I also got an ultra-quality spiritual treasure. The god of massacre said that it was useless for him now, so he gave it to me." Xuanhuan said, "Well, I thought I was the only one who got an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. Why do you all have one?" Han Fei was stunned. "You also got an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure?" Zhang Xuanyu waved the rod in his hand and sighed. "The pillar of creation, an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. Don't say you haven't got one. You must have obtained something better. Otherwise, why would you run around in the chaotic Nether River? Yes, you must have a way to run around. Otherwise, how can you kill these people if they scattered to accept their inheritances?" Le Renquang opened his hands. "I only swallowed 2 divine personas." Puffer, everyone was dumbfounded and said in unison, "Divine persona?" Le Renquang scratched his head. "It seems to be the divine persona of 2 deceased gods, but I haven't felt anything special yet. I'm just a little sleepy and want to sleep." At this moment, everyone looked at Zhu Yingling and Feng Qingcheng. Feng Qingcheng opened her hands. "I didn't get anything good. The old lady only set 6 seals in my body. She didn't give me any spiritual treasures or divine personas," Feng Yu said. "That seal is definitely not simple. Perhaps when you prove Dao, you can unlock the secret of the seals." When everyone looked at Zhu Yingling, the latter said in a low voice, "I've embarked on the path of extreme Dao soul refining, but I don't have an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure." "Extreme Dao soul refining?" Zhang Xuanyu asked. "How far have you gone on this path?" Zhu Yingling, "The pinnacle of the Dao proving level." Huff! Zhang Xuanyu heaved a long sigh of relief. "Not bad. I saw that you had advanced to the carefree level. I thought you had reached the carefree level." In that case, he didn't seem to have any inheritance. He had only obtained the creation divine prison and the creation divine chain. However, although these 2 were powerful, they weren't combat type or even defensive type, soul type. They seemed to be useless compared to ultra-quality nature spiritual treasures. As for the 5 high-quality nature spiritual treasures, it was hard to say if they combined were comparable to an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. Perhaps his best harvest was the god-killing arrow. It was hard to tell if his luck was good or bad. Buzz. At this moment, a hollow appeared in the sky and halos circulated. Clearly, the god-ferrying ancient land was about to close. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. "Let's go out first. Feng Yu, Ye Qingchan has died. I'm afraid the miracle forest is already waiting outside." Xiao Chan said, "It's okay. I'll settle them." Han Fei shook his head slightly. "I'll go with you." Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang were about to speak when Han Fei said, "Although your strength has improved greatly, the graveyard of gods can't be connected to your origin stars, so your real strength is still weak and needs time to consolidate. This time, we're going out, but it's not time for a battle to break out. Do you remember the plan we talked about before? The plan continues. Don't interfere if you can. After this matter, xuanhuan and I will leave the South Sea Divine Realm. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Where are you going? Han Fei said, The West Wilderness. Renquang's eyes lit up. We're here. The West Wilderness is my territory. Han Fei sneered. Shut up. The West Wilderness is going to be in chaos. You should consolidate your strength when you go back. I'll come to you if I need you. Zhu Yinling asked, What about me? Han Fei said, Go back to the Sound-Ending Mountain. There are still strong masters guarding the Sound-Ending Mountain. If anyone asks, just say that Feng Yu saved you so you were with us. Zhu Yingling slightly frowned, and xuanhuan said, You have to survive before you can become a real strong master. We're still not strong enough to reach the peak of this world. Zhu Yinling and xuanhuan looked at each other and finally nodded slightly. Okay, Feng Xingliu, why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Are we going to fight? Feng Yu said. It's none of your business. You're too weak. Feng Xingliu immediately said angrily. I've proven my Tao. Feng Yu looked at him deeply. Have you stabilized your realm? Feng Xingliu immediately deflated. His realm hadn't been stabilized yet, but the people around him were all at the carefree level, and he was still at the bottom. Chapter 3.14.4 3.14.4 Divine Capital, The Scapegoat 4 3.14.4 Divine Capital, The Scapegoat 4 Han Fei said, Feng Yu, take the others with you. Xiaochen and I will go alone. Feng Yu frowned slightly and was about to nod when Renquang suddenly yawned and said, Wait, you are now a bandit from the West Wilderness. How can you not have a strong master from the West Wilderness guarding you? I'll go with you. Han Fei was about to refuse when Renquang said, The old man is here. Huh? Han Fei immediately understood what he meant, but he was also a little speechless. Zan Nanye was obviously a very strong master. Not only did he send a group of people to protect Renquang, but he also followed him personally. How important this fatty was to him. Before Zhang Xuanyu said anything, Han Fei had said, The Ghost Strait is considered a superpower in the East Sea Divine Realm, but not in the entire Sea Realm. Okay, Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. Okay, you can handle it yourself. However, I will go to the West Wilderness too. Han Fei nodded slightly. The West Wilderness was about to be in chaos, so it was not a problem for him to go there. Renquang said, Then remember to come to me. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, Of course. Do you think you can escape? Feng Yu said, Let's go. We can't get out if we keep talking. Han Fei said, See you later. Immediately they soared to the sky in two groups and left in different directions, in the outside world. All the strong masters of the Miracle Forest had arrived, including 3 great monarchs and nearly 10 immortals. They all looked awful. The person in the lead was an old woman whose strength had reached the peak of the Great Monarch realm. Behind her, a male and a female Great Monarch stood on either side. The female Great Monarch said, High Priest, Qingchan has perished. We can't just let it go. Our Miracle Forest has poured infinite effort into cultivating her. We can't let that Beatich take the throne. The man next to her said, Si Hongye, Ye Qingchan is dead. This is an indisputable fact. Ye Chanyi is the only hope. The two of them should have competed for the position of Holy Lady together, but you turned everything into a crueler competition. She doesn't like the Miracle Forest at all. No matter what I did in the past, do you think she will still do anything for the Miracle Forest? Enough. Swish, swish. 4 great monarchs arrived together. There were a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. After seeing the old woman, 3 of them cupped their hands. Greetings, High Priest. Among them, a dignified-looking man holding an iron scroll slightly nodded. The High Priest returned the salute and then looked at the man holding the iron scroll. Mr. Holy Book, I didn't expect it to be you, the man said calmly. Qingchan's death is a grave matter. It's not peaceful in the academy, so I'm here. Apart from Qingchan, Longma has also died. Zhao Longma? The old woman frowned slightly. He had the blade holder's protection. How could he have died? Mr. Holy Book shook his head slightly. I don't know. The High Priest looked at the other 3. The 3 great monarchs of the ancient demon race, the divine demon forest, and the flying immortal tower came in person. Did anything happen? The half-man, half-horse great monarch of the ancient demon race frowned. 90% of our monarchs have died. How can we not come? Humph, there must be an accident in the god-ferrying ancient land. Even Chu Tianlong died. I'd like to see who is so bold as to slaughter the members of our ancient demon race. A beautiful humanoid demoness from the divine demon forest also said coldly, 90% of our monarchs who came this time have also died. Little 5 has also died. The High Priest's eyes slightly changed. Peach Blossom 5? That girl's peak combat power was comparable to a great monarch's. Did she also die? The beautiful demoness said. That's right, I want to see who has such means. The other person was a female great monarch. Her voice was indifferent and her words were concise. My disciple, Chen Hongyan, has died. The High Priest said, From the looks of it, there are many suspicious points in this trip to the god-ferrying ancient land. 3 immortal-level experts have died in a row, and they're all extremely strong. Could it be that a great monarch has sneaked in with some means? Then let's wait and see. When the God-ferrying ancient land trial ends, we can find out. Another moment later, buzz, swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the black curtain descended and figures suddenly rushed out of the curtain. The first batch of people to come out were naturally Monarch Realm Strong Masters. A monarch spread out their perceptions. Seeing that the great monarchs of Miracle Forest had arrived, he hurriedly shouted, "High Priest, the Southern Dipper assassins joined forces with xuanhuan from the West Wilderness to attack and kill the Holy Lady. We were incompetent and failed to protect the Holy Lady. Please avenge her." A monarch of the ancient demon race hurriedly shouted when he saw his great monarch, Master War Monarch. "The bronze fragments have opened the graveyards of gods, and the crown prince of the divine capital has become a great monarch in it. Our monarchs have suffered heavy losses. Please avenge us, Master War Monarch." A demon plant from the divine demon forest shouted, "Master Green Monarch, Miss Five has perished. She must be killed by the crown prince of the divine capital. Please uphold justice, Green Monarch." The crown prince of the divine capital was coming out of the darkness. He was speechless when he heard these voices. "Han Fei is already immortal level. If you let him go today, I don't know who from the Central Sea Divine Realm can stop him when he becomes a great monarch in the future." Chapter 3145, 3145, That's How We Do Things in the West Wilderness, 13145. That's how we do things in the West Wilderness. 1. The bronze fragments have become one. Their faces changed drastically when they smelled it. That was a secret place that could create gods. Although they had been prepared when they arranged for people to enter the god-ferrying ancient land, no one knew if the 9 fragments could be combined. At this moment, the war monarch of the ancient demon race reacted very quickly. With a swish, he arrived in front of the crown prince of the divine capital and tried to capture him with a void hand. However, the crown prince of the divine capital was also a great monarch at this moment. Different from Han Fei and the others, the crown prince of the divine capital had made sufficient preparations before entering the god-ferrying ancient land, so his realm was stable at this moment. Furthermore, a small tower appeared in front of the crown prince of the divine capital. A green light shot out of the tower and easily pierced through the war monarch's void hand. An ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure? All the great monarchs were shocked to hear that. There were very few ultra-quality nature spiritual treasures in the sea realm. Under normal circumstances, only high-quality nature spiritual treasures could upgrade to ultra-quality nature spiritual treasures after a long time of nurturing. However, such a treasure had fallen into the hands of the crown prince of the divine capital who had just entered the great monarch realm. Even the war monarch and the others were envious, because they didn't have one. Swish, the crown prince of the divine capital pulled away from the war monarch and stood proudly in the air. "How dare you? War monarch, are you provoking the dignity of the divine capital dynasty?" Because his attack failed and the crown prince of the divine capital was protected by an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure, the war monarch didn't attack again. Instead, he snorted coldly. "Ning Chuan, you bastard, you broke the rules and slaughtered our monarchs wantonly. If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be able to escape." Swish, swish. At this moment, on the other side, Han Fei and the other two appeared together and happened to see the ancient demon race's war monarch trying to attack the crown prince of the divine capital. As soon as Han Fei and the others appeared, the 3 monarchs of the Miracle Forest all looked at them. At the same time, a strong master from the Miracle Forest said, "High Priest, he is xuanhuan. He and the Southern Dipper assassin teamed up to sneak attack and kill the Holy Lady." Xuanhuan, the female great monarch of the Miracle Forest, immediately said, "Thief, how dare you kill the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest? I'll burn your bones and scatter your ashes today." Xuanhuan attacked immediately. She raised her hand and a divine mountain descended. Before Han Fei said anything, Lirenquang had shouted, "Master, swishta." In the void, the saber beam was peerless, as if the sky was collapsing. The vast sky was filled with blood. Puffed! Ka-ka-ka! However, 5 or 6 layers of the Tao pattern array were shattered in an instant like paper. In the blink of an eye, all the 9 leaves were defeated. At this moment, the high priest finally took action. She held the strange wooden cane in her hand, pointed at the air, and a brilliance bloomed. The saber beam that tore through the sky and the earth was finally blocked, and the saber beam instantly shook around. Boom. At the last moment, the knife light exploded, and even the high priest couldn't help but take half a step back. At that moment, Xuanhuan was suddenly slapped thousands of kilometers away. Xuanhuan was furious. "Who is it?" The high priest's voice was cold. "One of the top 3 bandits of the West Wilderness, xuanhuan. Ha ha ha." As soon as the high priest said so, there was a burst of laughter, and a figure stepped in the air, accompanied by thousands of saber beams. Xuanhuan still looked slovenly, but his tone was arrogant. "Old woman, your subordinates are too arrogant. They even dare to suppress my disciple. I'm already showing you enough respect by not killing her." Xuanhuan's heart sank. Xuanhuan, he was one of the 3 great bandits of the West Wilderness. Since the age of the gods, he had been dominating the West Wilderness. Countless people had tried to suppress him, but most of them never returned. A god had once tried to kill him, but failed. He was still alive today. The high priest was expressionless, and her voice was cold. "Oh, I'd like to thank Mr. Zahn for giving me this face. You can take your disciple away, but the other 2 must stay." Renquang certainly wouldn't agree. He immediately shouted, "Old woman, don't even think about it. These two are my best friends. If you want to keep them, keep me too." After that, Renquang looked at Jean Nanye. "Teacher, this is the leader of the Wildfire Mad Blade Gang. He is my good brother, the kind of brother that I can die for." Jean Nanye looked at Han Fei up and down. Damn, Wildfire Mad Blade Gang? He knew all the bandits of the West Wilderness very well. How could he not know what kind of faction the Wildfire Mad Blade Gang was? However, Renquang mentioned that this guy was his brother that he could die for. This kid had never protected a person so desperately. Jean Nanye looked at Han Fei again, and when Han Fei also looked at him, he felt a trace of familiarity. Han Fei slightly cupped his hands. "I'm Wang Han. Nice to meet you, senior. This temperament, this tone, human emperor?" Jean Nanye nodded. Although he had only met Han Fei once, he had a deep impression of Han Fei. Last time, Renquang insisted on going to the East Sea just to see him, and now he was trying so hard to protect him, so it could only be him. As for the Southern Dipper assassin beside his disciple, he really didn't know her. He didn't know how his disciple suddenly had such a good friend. Jean Nanye grinned. "Old woman, did you hear that? To a certain extent, what my disciple said represents what I said. How can there be no deaths in a trial exploration? Your people died because they weren't strong enough. Just because they died doesn't mean you can bully the others. How can the miracle forest be so shameless?" Chapter 3446. That's how we do things in the West Wilderness. 23446. That's how we do things in the West Wilderness too. At this moment, the Green Monarch of the Divine Demon Forest suddenly said, "I'm afraid these two young friends have to stay. A disciple of my primordial divine academy said that they and the young friends of the Phoenix divine race once joined forces with the crown prince of the divine capital, Ning Chuan. I'm afraid if you don't explain what had exactly happened back then, you won't be able to leave." Jean Nanye sneered. "How dare you say that? Believe it or not, I'll cut you into 17 or 18 pieces. Humph." At this moment, the sky was burning with flames, and a female monarch walked out of the fiery sky like a flame queen. The female monarch said disdainfully, "From what you say, you still want to keep the heavenly talents of our Phoenix divine race? Has the divine demon forest forgotten whose territory this South Sea divine realm belongs to?" Feng Yu was overjoyed. "Aunt Huo." Feng Qingcheng flew over. "Aunt Huo, I've obtained an ancient inheritance." Aunt Huo put on a gentle expression and rubbed Feng Qingcheng's head. "Great. I knew that the children of our Phoenix divine race must be very talented." At this moment, countless figures came out of the god-ferrying ancient land. However, everyone who appeared here was shocked and hurriedly fled. At the same time, countless people looked over. The monarchs were confronting each other. This scene was simply terrifying. The situation was extremely chaotic. Mr. Holybook from the Primordial Divine Academy world suddenly said calmly, "We shall resolve our issues one thing at a time." The war monarch of the ancient demon race said, "Then let's start with Ning Chuan. We ancient demon race won't interfere in the matters of the Miracle Forest and the West Wilderness." The crown prince of the divine capital looked arrogant. At this moment, there were many monarchs behind him, and a golden carriage had already appeared under him. He said, "Then let's solve the matter at hand first. War monarch, if you want to demand an explanation from me, I'll also demand an explanation from the ancient demon race, the divine demon forest, the flying immortal tower, and the primordial divine academy. When the 9 bronze fragments were combined, we fell into an unknown land and regained our strength. The 4 of you, relying on your numerical advantage, joined forces and attempted to kill the monarchs of our divine capital dynasty. The blade holder of the primordial divine academy was also there. Do you deny it?" The blade holder had already come out, but with Mr. Holybook here, he didn't speak. At this moment, everybody looked at him, and he nodded solemnly with a straight face. Ning Chuan put on a smile. The 4 immortals unleashed special secret techniques and almost had the strength to fight a great monarch. Is it wrong for me to make a breakthrough to defend myself? Wang Han and the others naturally know they would be the next target if I was killed. Is it wrong for them to join forces with me? Now that your people are dead, you demand an explanation from me. I want to ask, what kind of explanation do you want? Killing intent surged from the war monarch. If it weren't for the fact that the situation wasn't favorable to him, he would have torn the crown prince apart. However, the blade holder said, it only took Crown Prince Ning Chuan half an hour to become a great monarch. He was obviously prepared. Upon hearing this, the war monarch immediately said fiercely, "Crown Prince Ning Chuan, how do you explain this?" Ning Chuan smiled in disdain. "I suppressed my strength." "So what? Chu Tianlong, Peach Blossom 5, Chen Hongyan, and you, the blade holder, all suppressed your strength. The difference is that you suppressed your strength to the intermediate stage of immortal level and didn't make a breakthrough, trying to keep stacking techniques. I suppressed my strength to the late stage of immortal level in order to become stronger when I became a great monarch. Is there a problem?" Mr. Holybook asked. "So, you went on a killing spree and killed many monarchs of our Central Sea divine realm?" Mr. Holybook said calmly. "Crown Prince Ning Chuan, you have to know that with your identity, you can't say whatever you want. There are very few monarchs in the sea realm, but on this trip, many monarchs were killed by you. No matter who is right and who is wrong, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the East Sea and the Central Sea to be on the same side anymore. The Green Monarch from the Divine Demon Forest said, Mr. Holy Book, you're too euphemistic. Let me speak to him. Crown Prince Ning Chuan, you're starting a war for the East Sea. However, Ning Chuan suddenly laughed out loud. Starting a war? Ridiculous. Since you know that there are few monarchs in the Sea Realm, you should drop the idea of starting a war with the East Sea. Of course, if you insist on fighting, the East Sea Divine Realm will accompany you to the end. The War Monarch roared, cut the crap. I'll talk to East Marshal after taking him down. Bang, bang, bang. The energy in the War Monarch's body exploded, and his momentum soared. His body seemed to have turned 10,000 feet tall, and the battle spear in his hand slashed down angrily with the power to destroy the world. Clang. Ning Chuan, the Crown Prince, stood proudly with his hands behind his back, without any fear in his eyes. In the next moment, a green light came in an instant, protecting Ning Chuan and the others. Then, a figure stood in front of the barrier. Ning Chuan smiled. Greetings, Third Palace Lord. The newcomer was dressed in green, and 13 swords behind him fanned out. The War Monarch snorted coldly. I was wondering who it was. Xuanhuan, the Third Palace Master of the 12 Palaces of the Divine Capital, are you the only one here? The man in green slowly raised his head. War Monarch, you think you can talk to Great Monarch East Marshal? Are you worthy? Seeing this scene, Han Fei clicked his tongue. Although he and Chu Hao had both killed great monarchs, the strength of a great monarch couldn't be underestimated. Now, strong masters of various forces had appeared, and the East Sea Divine Realm was gradually showing its prowess. It seemed that the Sea Realm seemed peaceful, but in fact there were turbulent waves beneath the surface. Xia Xiaoshan said in a low voice, This is Great Monarch Soul Sword, a sword Dao expert. Because he's very good at executing souls, he's called Great Monarch Soul Sword. He hasn't appeared for a long time. Chapter 3147. That's how we do things in the West Wilderness. 3347. That's how we do things in the West Wilderness. 30 Great Monarch Soul Swords, 13 long swords shot out at an unbelievable speed. At that moment, Han Fei could only see blurry sword marks. The War Monarch brandished his spear, and in the void it was like two blazing suns fighting. But in less than 3 seconds, the War Monarch's defense was broken, and his speed couldn't keep up with Great Monarch's Soul Sword at all. In the blink of an eye, the War Monarch was suppressed, and the onlookers were all horrified. The War Monarch was defeated and snorted. The East Sea seems to be dormant and aloof from worldly affairs all year round, but I think you're just trying to create a quiet cultivation space for yourselves, right? As Xuanhuan raised its hand, the swords returned. It's up to you. If you lose, you lose. You can't blame others for your inferiority. If you want to fight, the East Sea Divine Realm will accompany you. The War Monarch and the others looked at each other, knowing that they couldn't keep Ning Chuan here today, mainly because they didn't expect such a situation. Although there were many strong masters in the Central Sea Divine Realm, it was obviously unrealistic to start a war in the South Sea Divine Realm. Many forces had joined in the trip to the God-ferrying ancient land, and many people had strong masters backing them. If they really fought, it was very likely to turn into a chaotic battle between monarchs. Although the War Monarch and the others were reluctant, they could only watch Xuanhuan walk away with Ning Chuan and the other monarchs of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Han Fei didn't expect the Divine Capital Dynasty to be able to take away Ning Chuan when only one great monarch appeared. It could be seen that these people were actually very afraid of the Divine Capital Dynasty. However, as soon as Ning Chuan and the others left, only the great monarchs of the 4 forces were left. One was from the Miracle Forest, one was from the Phoenix Divine Race, one was Xuanhuan, who represented the bandits of the West Wilderness, and one was from the 4 great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm. At this moment, waves of people surged out of the God-ferrying ancient land. On the side of the Sound-Ending Mountain, the senior sisters all greeted Zhu Yingling. On the side of the bandits from the West Wilderness, when they saw Xuanhuan, they immediately shouted, "Boss, Master Zhan." Of course, these people noticed that something was wrong, but they didn't care. Xuanhuan had already appeared. What was there to be afraid of? Seeing that Lirenquang was safe and sound, the woman among the god-slaying bandits waved her hand and said, "Young master, I've been looking for you for a long time." On the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, a group of strong masters of the ancient demon race cried, "Master War Monarch, the god-slaying bandits robbed and killed many of our clansmen." Shut up. The War Monarch didn't do anything this time. If a bandit didn't rob and kill, how could he be called a bandit? This kind of thing worth complaining about? They were simply fools. The War Monarch said, "High Priest, you take care of the rest. We won't participate. Mr. Holy Book, we won't forget what happened today. Our relationship with the East Sea Divine Realm has to be reconsidered. I have to go back and tell this to my race." Swish, 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 swish. Once these bandits caused a ruckus, a great monarch-level war might break out. The other 4 divine realms in the Sea Realm didn't like the West Wilderness because the bandits in the West Wilderness were too good at fighting. They didn't bother to cause trouble. Otherwise, once the West Wilderness targeted someone, they wouldn't stop unless they bit off a piece of their enemy's flesh. It would be stupid if they messed with Xuanhuan for the sake of a few ordinary disciples. However, they didn't go far. Ye Qingchan's death was indeed beyond their expectations. Now they didn't know how the miracle forest would deal with the joust. They were not ordinary people. Even if Ye Qingchan died, they were not surprised. The miracle divine tree produced 2 fruits. If one died, there was still the other. Perhaps this was their chance. At this moment, the high priest of the miracle forest was looking at Xuanhuan next to Han Fei and said leisurely, "Girl, come here." Xuanhuan shook her head slightly. "From the moment my master died, I had nothing to do with the miracle forest. Ye Qingchan was killed by me. Although she did have many opportunities and treasures, she couldn't escape the assassination technique of the Southern Dipper. From the moment you failed to kill me, she was destined to die. However, it's not over yet. Si Hongye, I will come to you again." Si Hongye's face turned cold. "You brat, you don't know anything." Pei Bai said, "Chanye, come back. This is a battle of fate between the 2 of you. Since Ye Qingchen has died, you are the holy lady of the miracle forest. No one dares to say no, not even Si Hongye." Xiao Chen continued to shake her head. "Uncle Pei Bai, I can't go back. I'm now a killer that everyone fears. I'm a completely different person from the high and mighty holy lady." However, the high priest sighed slightly. "In the end, this battle of fate is too cruel. Therefore, from the beginning, Si Hongye and your master have been using all means. Fin, Yun Duo, come out. You win this round." Buzz. Han Fei felt that Xiaoshan suddenly perked up and her body stiffened. "What's wrong?" Under the sea, a mass of seawater quietly floated up. This mass of seawater turned into a figure in the blink of an eye, turning into a beautiful woman. Chapter 3148348 That's How We Do Things. In the West Wilderness 4:314:8. That's how we do things in the West Wilderness. 4. Xiao seemed to be shocked to see this person. Master, Xiaoshan's momentum immediately changed. "That's impossible. I buried my master's corpse with my own hands, and she's still buried in the Southern Dipper. When she died, there were weather changes in the sky. I couldn't have seen wrongly." "Okay," the beautiful woman sighed. "Chanyi, I'm sorry that I kept it a secret from you for so long. I faked my death because you were too kind back then. If you had stayed in the miracle forest, you would have been the one who died. So, I want to make you cold-hearted, show you the cruelty of the world, and make you live with hatred. Only in this way can you compete with Ye Qingchan." Xiaoshan was very emotional, and Han Fei saw that her tears were falling. His heart sank slightly. It seemed that Xiaoshan couldn't completely erase Yashanyi's memories, or rather, it wasn't just Yashanyi's memories, but also hers. Yashanyi was her. After fusing with Ye Chanye, she had 2 memories combined, making her memory about the miracle forest even more vivid. Han Fei held Xiaoshan's hand slightly and whispered, "Calm down." Seeing that Han Fei and Xiaoshan were so intimate, the beautiful woman's pupils were constricted slightly, and she immediately said, "Chanye, I've been watching you secretly all these years. Now that the battle of fate between you and Ye Qingchan is over, I should let you end this pain. Go back with me." As she spoke, the beautiful woman's heart stirred as her companion spirit, Crimson Demonic Sunflower, appeared. "Look, Master's companion spirit can't be fake. You know it." Xiaoshan burst into tears and roared, "You lied to me. You've been lying to me since the beginning. What you want is just a holy lady. You don't care who the holy lady is at all. But have you ever thought that if it weren't like this at the beginning, the miracle forest might have had 2 gods?" After that, Xiaoshan lowered her voice. "I need some time alone. Don't go back to Southern Dipper. I don't want to see you." After that, Xiaoshan stepped into the void world. Pei Bai and Xia Hongye were about to chase after her, but Yun Duo stood in front of them. "Nobody is allowed to touch my disciple, especially you, Si Hongye." Si Hongye's voice was distorted. "Yun Duo, you and I have both lost. Ye Chanyi will only become a killer in the end." Yun Duo sneered. "You are the one who doesn't know anything." Bang! At this moment, the high priest waved his hand. "All right, Yun Duo will handle this matter. No one is allowed to interfere. Yun Duo, there must be a holy lady in the miracle forest. This is the bottom line." Yun Duo nodded slightly. "I'll bring Chanyi back." Han Fei didn't chase after Xiaoshan. At this moment, he was holding a jade slip in his hand, which Xiaoshan had just stuffed into his hand. Scanning around with his perception, he heard Xiaoshan's sound. "I'll delay it for 2 years. After that, everything will go according to plan." Renquang was not stupid. If Xiaoshan really ran away, Han Fei couldn't be so calm. He said, "Come with me. At least, leave here." As Renquang spoke, he looked at the miracle forest. These people might not attack Xiaoshan, but if Han Fei was alone, they probably wouldn't be merciful. Han Fei smiled. "Okay." Zhang Nanye didn't mind taking Han Fei with him. He wasn't here to fight anyway, so he said casually, "Okay, it seems that everything has been resolved. High Priest, goodbye." However, the High Priest suddenly said, "You can take your disciple away, but Wang Han must stay." Han Fei's pupils were slightly narrowed. "This old woman seems to have a big problem with me?" Zhang Nanye smiled in disdain. "Old woman, I'm giving you face by telling you." "What if I don't?" The High Priest knocked the wood in her hand. Within 10 million kilometers, the spiritual plants mutated. Her aura soared to the sky as if the power of the world all gathered on her. Han Fei was puzzled. He didn't expect this old woman to be so tough. If even xuanhuan couldn't protect him, he could only use the god-killing arrow. Unfortunately, such a peerless treasure might be used up. High Priest, you seem to be disrespecting the Phoenix Divine race. Wang Han is still the fiancé of Xiao Yu. Why do you want to take him away? Aunt Huo suddenly spoke, not giving the High Priest any face. Pei Bai snorted coldly. Even now, you still admit that he is your son-in-law? Don't you find it ridiculous? Aunt Huo giggled. It's normal for a man to have a few women. The High Priest said, if your patriarch doesn't take action, how can you? Aunt Fire chuckled. At least it won't be a problem for me to intercept the two behind you. Xuanhuan also said, I can take away the person I want to take away no matter who comes. Old woman, if you piss me off, no one from the Miracle Forest can enter the West Wilderness again. Are you threatening me? Xuanhuan said. So what? That's how we do things in the West Wilderness. Chapter 349, Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law 1 349. Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law 1. All of a sudden, the battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. However, Han Fei wasn't very worried. Instead, he put on a faint smile and stared at the High Priest without any fear. There was even strong killing intent in his eyes. After dozens of seconds, the High Priest finally retracted her aura and said in a slightly old voice, Protect them. Let's see how long you can protect them. Humph. The High Priest disappeared. After weighing the pros and cons, she didn't choose to attack. After this person left, the ancient demon race's war monarch and the others naturally didn't pay much attention to what would happen next. They remembered Wang Han, but they didn't bother to ask about the people from the West Wilderness. After a while, the great monarchs left one after another. Han Fei touched his nose. Why did this old woman want to kill him? It didn't make sense. Theoretically speaking, his identity was similar to Jian Wudao's. In the eyes of this old woman, he should be Xia Xiaoshan's sex slave. There was no need for her to kill him. However, he wasn't worried. He would return to the Miracle Forest soon and settle scores with them sooner or later. Han Fei smiled at Xuanhuan. Senior, I won't go with you. I have something to tell the Phoenix Divine race, so I have to go there. Xuanhuan waved his hand. Do as you please. Just don't let my disciple get involved in any reckless actions. I couldn't care less about you. Lirenquang said, Teacher, what you said is wrong. We are seriously causing trouble. Xuanhuan sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? Behind Nanye, the group of god-slaying bandits had all kinds of questions in their hearts. Who is this Wang Han? Why is Boss talking to him so casually? Although Boss wasn't polite to him, it seemed that he only treated young master this way. Han Fei grinned and hammered Lirenquang's chest. Go by yourself. I'll find you. In the next moment, Han Fei had already come to the side of the Phoenix Divine race. With a faint smile on her face, Aunt Huo greeted Han Fei and then said to the Sound Ending Mountains team, My young friends from the Sound Ending Mountain, would you like to visit our Phoenix Divine race? Zhu Yinling bowed slightly. Thank you for your invitation, Senior, but we have gained many insights from this journey, so we need to return to the Sound Ending Mountain as soon as possible to report. We won't stay any longer. Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei one last time, turned around resolutely, and left with the people from the Sound Ending Mountain. She knew that after today, both she and Han Fei would need to cultivate in seclusion. Han Fei had something to do in the South Sea, and she didn't want to waste his time. Zhang Xuanyu, on the other hand, was thick-skinned. Sitting next to Fengjing Liu, he asked, Senior, can I take my senior sister to stay in your Phoenix Divine race for a few days? Aunt Huo smiled. Of course. I'm afraid that your handsome face will be very popular in the Phoenix Divine race. Great. One day later, the first thing Han Fei did when he returned to the Phoenix Divine race was not to consolidate his strength, but to summon the Distanceless Gate. When the Demon Purification Pot killed more than 20,000 terrifying level ominous creatures, the seventh Divine Pill finally matured. In Han Fei's origin star, holding the seventh divine pill, Han Fei swallowed it without hesitation. Buzz! Han Fei suddenly felt that he was on a boundless ocean. The sea was profound, with various creatures roaming within. There were dancing dragons and serpents, electrically charged divine fish, and soaring mysterious serpents. Amidst it all, there was a figure holding a fishbone in hand. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy, chaotic chi, immortal chi, and the laws of the heavens and earth momentarily stagnated. Meanwhile, the fishbone in the figure's hand suddenly burst forth with a brilliant radiance. Swish, swish, swish. The blade flashed in the void. Han Fei only saw a trace of a knife mark, sweeping through dozens of creatures around in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. From the moment the saber was drawn, the saber mark illuminated the void. Even when these dozens of creatures were cut into pieces, the saber mark still didn't disappear. Furthermore, all the creatures that were killed by this saber had lost the energy in their bodies. The laws in their bodies seemed to be shattered, and some of them dissipated. The energy was guided back to the Black Shadow by the fishbone. Countless patterns and laws entered the Black Shadow's body. Is this the immortal slaying knife? There was only one immortal slaying knife in the world. It could stabilize the sea and kill immortals. Who could compete with it without the appearance of a god? In Han Fei's mind, many saber techniques were actually fusing. He instinctively ignored many saber techniques and only left their essence. But soon, these essences seemed to be able to be fused into the immortal slaying knife, including the draw technique, saber drawing technique, saber intent, Dao runes. Han Fei was shocked. This was different from usual integration. The principle of the immortal slaying knife was not difficult to understand, which was instantaneous explosive power. However, this instantaneous outburst power was not comparable to the draw technique at all. No divine technique he had ever seen could produce such explosive power. If a great technique was not prepared in advance, it required operating laws and various forces to activate it. As for the immortal slaying knife, it borrowed all the power in this world and erupted instantly. At this point, it didn't matter if there was a saber or not. It could be everything in this world. However, with the enhancement of a weapon, the power of the immortal slaying saber would be even greater. Chapter 35D, 35D, Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law, 235D, Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law, 235D. Above the sea of stars, Han Fei grabbed dozens of dead stars. Swish, 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 swish. The blood sky blade was instantly activated, and all the energy and laws within 1,000 kilometers of Han Fei seemed to be mobilized and stopped. Bang! A dead star was pierced 100 times by the blood sky blade in an instant. Han Fei could even feel the vibration of the blade. That's not right. When that expert uses all the energy in this place to launch the immortal slaying knife, how can he concentrate all his power on one attack? Let me try again. 1 day, 2 days, finally, on the 7th day, a saber beam swept across in the sea of stars, shattering 3 dead stars in a row. When the blood sky blade returned to Han Fei's hand, the law on the saber suddenly dispersed and returned to the world. No, I'm not familiar with it yet. That figure swallowed countless laws and powers in the end. Why? The laws directly absorbed aren't pure. They have to be at least refined, right? Or is the process of slashing out the immortal slaying knife the process of refining the laws and extracting their essence? Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand. 5 days later, a blood shadow flashed, leaving a twisted and complicated blood-colored saber mark. When the blood sky blade returned, Han Fei opened his mouth slightly and swallowed a little law essence. Forget it. I can't eat too much in one go. To be as relaxed as that figure, I still need a lot of battles. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. I have to consolidate my cultivation quickly. 2 years passed. On Han Fei's origin star, infinite energy was pouring into the star core. Han Fei slowly opened his eyes and looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei level, 1118, immortal chi, 770,000 soul, 2093 origin strength, 2903 star powers, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang sky, swallowing fish, level 18, second spiritual beast, the emperor sparrow, level 116 main art, god fiend body. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. After 1,000 years of consolidating his strength, compressing the star core, strengthening his origin star, and polishing his body, he finally stabilized his strength as an intermediate-level immortal. During this period, Han Fei tried to enter the Soul Sea once, hoping to use the soul-sealing pearl given by the demon god to steal 1,000 origins of pure ownerless souls. However, only 10 seconds after he entered the spiritual sea, he felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly retreated. Since he entered the Soul Sea to help the demon god last time, this was the first time Han Fei had entered the Soul Sea. However, even after such a long time, he still had a strange feeling. Someone was probably targeting him. In any case, he couldn't enter the Soul Sea. The soul-sealing pearl had stolen less than 100 origins of ownerless souls. Although his comprehensive strength hadn't reached the ultimate level and was still a little lacking, it wasn't important now. He had stacked 391 laws now, which wasn't much compared to those senior immortals, but he was fast enough. Furthermore, the improvement of the supreme divine technique had made his physique completely beyond the immortal level. Even his heavenly Dao Jade marrow bone had changed, and his bones were filled with the power of laws. Furthermore, his body was also changing and strengthening. If he guessed right, in terms of physique, he was already at the Great Monarch realm, or even surpassing ordinary Great Monarchs. Thanks to the enhancement of the dual body tempering, Han Fei's life level had been improved again, and he had reached the 8,000th place on the Infinite Ocean list. In general, Han Fei felt that he didn't have many opponents on the immortal level. Now, what he lacked was to establish his original law. The original law was the base of his law fusion. The best solution was to use the law born from his origin Great Dao as the foundation. However, most people would find that their origin Great Dao was not strong enough. This was because when one reached the immortal level, they could constantly stack laws, so they had a choice. They could choose a stronger law to replace their original law. After asking the primordial star tree for advice, Han Fei learned that most people stopped at the intermediate stage of the immortal level not because they hadn't confirmed their original law, but because they wanted to continue stacking laws. In fact, Han Fei was the same. Even if he confirmed his original law now, he wouldn't advance to the late stage of the immortal level immediately. The more laws he had stacked, the stronger he would be. Even if he was short of time, he couldn't cross the law stacking stage so easily. As for what his original law was, he already had some answers in his heart after walking the path of reincarnation. Nothing in the world could escape life and death, which coincided with his dual spiritual heritages. Origin's spiritual heritage was a spiritual heritage created by the heavens and earth at the beginning of chaos and the birth of life, one of the most mysterious bloodlines in history, eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage was born at the beginning of the void and the end of death. It was also one of the most mysterious bloodlines in history. Because of the existence of his dual spiritual heritages, he doubted it when Chen Lingsu told him that a person could only have one original law. For others, they might only be able to establish one original law. However, this might not be the case for him. If he used the Origin spiritual heritage and the Eternal Darkness spiritual heritage as reference, he might be able to establish two original laws. One was the law of life. The other was the law of death. In the past, Han Fei only felt that life and death were two different states and couldn't be considered as laws. However, on second thought, he had the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique that could revive the dead, activate demon plants, and exchange vitality for life. If this wasn't the law of life, what was? Chapter 3515-351, Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law 33511, Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law 3. However, the difference was that the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique should only be one of the laws of life. This meant that life and death were very inclusive. They could accommodate many extremely powerful laws. Of course, he hadn't comprehended anything about the law of death at all. Logically speaking, if he went to two places now, he should be able to comprehend these two laws. One was the River of Origin, and the other was the River of Eternal Darkness. However, the expert of the ancient human race had told him that it was difficult to return from the chaos, but he could go to the Eternal Darkness. If his understanding was correct, the River of Origin was probably not in this era at all, but in the chaotic era. As for the River of Eternal Darkness, it could be reached through the Sea of Eternal Darkness, which was located in the chaotic Star Sea. It was fine for him to go there, but the senior had also said that he shouldn't go there until he completed the Law Fusion. In other words, that senior asked him to wait until he became a great monarch before he tried to go to the River of Eternal Darkness. However, this created a paradox. Intermediate immortal level cultivators had to establish their original law, but only great monarchs could go to the River of Eternal Darkness. If the law of death could only be comprehended from the River of Eternal Darkness, no one in this world could comprehend this law. Therefore, Han Fei thought that there must be other places where he could comprehend the law of life and the law of death. Han Fei slowly stood up and muttered, "It seems that I have to go to the Immortal Temple after this matter is over." "What? You, let's go," Han Fei said to Zhang Xuanyu in his origin star. Of course, Zhang Xuanyu knew the secrets of Han Fei's origin star, so when Han Fei was in seclusion, he cultivated in Han Fei's origin star too and stayed there even longer than Han Fei. Huff! Zhang Xuanyu suddenly stood up, his body cracking. "Your origin star is too ridiculous. 2 years in the outside world is 1,000 years here. With such an exaggerated time ratio, why is your strength still at the immortal level?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "If others heard what you said, they would probably want to hammer you to death. Extreme Tao is difficult to cultivate, and sometimes time is useless. As for you, your strength has improved quickly, but you haven't reached the peak of the carefree level yet, right?" Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. "It's different. This is your origin star, not mine. If I had the ability to accelerate time, I would probably be a peak-level great monarch now. Keep bragging. How much have you drunk? Let's go. 2 years have passed." "Do you want to go to the West Wilderness to gain experience first?" Zhang Xuanyu asked. "Why am I going to the West Wilderness now? I have to participate in the Holy Lady's joust?" Han Fei asked. "Do you have any background? If you participate, your senior sister might be implicated." Zhang Xuanyu sneered. "I must watch the fun anyway." In the outside world, Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu appeared, and Feng Yu's perception scanned them. "Have you finally come out of seclusion?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "I got a lot of resources from him, so I stabilized my strength quickly. You guys chat first. I'm going to find my senior sister. There are some things that we shouldn't let her get involved in." Swish. After Zhang Xuanyu left, Feng Yu said with jealousy, "Little junior brother, tell me the truth. Do you have any special way to quickly cross realms?" Han Fei was lost for words. "What special way? I just killed too many strong masters, so I stack laws very quickly. Have you forgotten the human race's war in the East Sea Divine Realm? So many great monarchs died. Aren't the laws surging on their origin stars? So it's normal for me to stack laws quickly. Besides, senior sister, your strength has been stabilized very quickly too." Feng Yu narrowed her eyes. "I can't even stabilize my realm in 2 years. If it weren't for the abundant resources of my race and the time-accelerating treasure place that the Patriarch gave me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have stabilized my cultivation even now. There must be something wrong with you," Han Fei shrugged. "Senior sister, you know that I have also mastered the law of time, so it's normal for me to speed up my cultivation." Upon hearing this, Feng Yu immediately understood. No wonder Zhang Xuanyu wants to cultivate in your origin star. It turns out that he is using your ability of time acceleration to cultivate. How many times? Han Fei thought that everybody would find out sooner or later that he was growing too fast, so he simply said, 100 times. How many times? Feng Yu immediately raised her voice several times and her eyes widened. Ashul junior brother, why didn't you tell me that you can have 100-time time acceleration? Han Fei smiled in embarrassment. I'll definitely tell you next time. Hey, senior sister, is there any news from the miracle forest? Feng Yu glared at Han Fei. No wonder Han Fei always caught up with her no matter how hard she cultivated. It turned out that this guy had long mastered the method of time acceleration. Who could be faster than him? Trying to calm herself down, Feng Yu snorted. Although you have time acceleration, my family has already prepared more than 3,000 law scrolls for me. Little junior brother, watch for another 100 years. Han Fei. After that, Feng Yu finally said in a good mood, 3 days ago, the Miracle Forest announced that their holy lady Ye Qing-chan had unfortunately perished in the God-ferrying ancient land. However, the second holy lady has been selected. Her name is Ye Chanyi. Her strength has reached the peak of the carefree level, and her combat power and talent are not inferior to Ye Qing-chan's. She has also embarked on a divine path. The joust will continue and will be held in half a year. So, you still have half a year. Do you want to continue cultivating in seclusion? Han Fei nodded slightly. There's no need. I can't just keep cultivating in seclusion. My strength has increased greatly on this trip to the God-ferrying ancient land. It's time for me to leave. Chapter 3522, 352 Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law 4352 Immortal Slaying Knife, Original Law for a Slaying Knife, Original Law for a sly gleam flashed across Feng Yu's eyes. Okay, then let's start acting. Swish. In an instant, a palm pressed on Han Fei's chest. The Phoenix True Fire was burning, and Han Fei was blown hundreds of thousands of kilometers away like a big star. The flames burned continuously as the true Phoenix danced. At that moment, countless eyes of the Phoenix divine race fell on Feng Xingliu's courtyard. Someone was surprised. Alas, why are Ms. Feng Yu and her fiancé fighting? Someone was shocked. The path of fire leads to the sky. A true phoenix spreads its wings. This is the Phoenix True Fire. Someone was dumbfounded. What happened? Did they quarrel? Cough, cough, senior sister, you really did it. Most people of the Phoenix divine race didn't know Han Fei's real identity, including Feng Yu's uncles. At this moment, only the Phoenix Patriarch, Aunt Huo, and second uncle were amazed, wondering which of the two disciples of the Void Temple was stronger. The Phoenix Patriarch said, although we gave you a lot of resources, there must be a lot of things that she hasn't told us. She must still have a trump card, but we don't know what it is. Anyway, Yu is Han Fei's senior sister, so she may not be weaker than him. Aunt Huo, I think so too, but I don't think Yu is stronger than Han Fei. After all, Han Fei has made too many enemies. In terms of cultivation, Yu is not as good as Han Fei. Second uncle, let's see how far they can go. If Yu continues to lie low, I'm afraid she will continue to admit defeat. On the other side, xuanhuan said, senior sister, you really can't go on this trip. Just consider it my own trial, his senior sister said. I know that your strength grew very fast during your trip to the God-ferrying ancient land, but your strength improves too fast. You've entered the carefree level so shortly after you proved Tao. How can you fully consolidate your strength? You're going to participate in the joust just like this? Those people will hang you up and beat the hell out of you. I don't agree with you going alone, xuanhuan said. Senior sister, I'm not really participating. My brother is in danger. I have to take a look. His senior sister said, I know. Human Emperor Han Fei. Huh? Senior sister, how did you know? Heh, how can I not know how many male friends you have? Besides, who else could take you around, compete for resources, even enter the mysterious place in the God-ferrying ancient land, and get a high-quality nature spiritual treasure other than the human emperor? Senior sister, don't expose this to others, xuanhuan said. Han Fei and the current holy lady are a couple. Nonsense. He is the publicly acknowledged son-in-law of the Phoenix divine race. Bang. While the two were talking, they saw a figure being blasted out of the sky. Feng Yu shouted, Wang Han, to think that I'm so nice to you. You son of a Baishu, you want to participate in the joust? I'm going to beat you to death. Han Fei immediately shouted, Yu, I love you, but the holy lady and I are also in love. Can't I have 2 wives? The true phoenix fire burned the sky and a phoenix claw appeared, blasting Han Fei millions of kilometers away. Feng Yu said, in your dreams, you can only choose one between her and me. Ah well, xuanhuan was dumbfounded. I'm just here to talk to my senior sister and they're already acting? But aren't your acting skills too poor? xuanhuan's senior sister snorted coldly. Sure enough, men are unfaithful. Your brother is just like you. Zhang Xuanyu, see, the battle between Han Fei and Feng Yu caused an uproar in the Phoenix divine race. Someone said angrily, Huang Han is too much. It's already a blessing for him that Ms. Feng Yu likes him. How dare he love another woman? Someone roared, this guy wants to be the son-in-law of our Phoenix divine race. No way. Someone rose to the sky. Ms. Feng Yu, let me help you. Feng Yu roared, get lost. Don't you know how strong you are? Some of Feng Yu's uncles didn't know what was going on and roared, damn it, if I don't kill him today, I'll write his name upside down. However, when they were about to attack, a big hand pressed them down. Second brother, what are you doing? Wang Han, this bastard, how dare he bully you? I must not let him off, someone shouted. I have to kill him, or I won't be able to vent my hatred. Feng Yu's second uncle glanced at them and spoke telepathically, making them all widen their eyes. Ah, second brother, are you kidding me? What? Xuanhuan is actually, you is also, hush, shut up, second uncle snorted. Okay, now you know the truth. Behave yourselves and let them go. This brat just doesn't want to implicate the Phoenix divine race. Feng Yu's sixth uncle grinned and said, do we need him to do that for us? Second uncle glanced at him. This means that this guy is going to do something big. Have you forgotten the battle of the great monarchs in the East Sea divine realm a few years ago? They immediately shut up. Okay, then it's better to draw a clear line between us. TS key. Then we'll see. I wonder which is stronger, Xiao Yu or Xuanhuan. It must be you. Let's go to Feng Xingliu's courtyard and get some seasonings. We'll watch them fight while we eat. That's a good idea. Let's go. Chapter 353. I convict you, 1353. I convict you, 1353. I convict you and Han Fei were fighting fiercely. Although the trip to the God-ferrying ancient land was over, there were still many strong masters from the various divine realms. A mere 2 years was not enough to digest what they had obtained from the God-ferrying ancient land. On the South Sea Divine Realm side, there were always high-quality treasures for auction in every auction, and many heavenly talents gathered. Besides, everyone wanted to see the reaction of the miracle forest. Everyone knew that Ye Qingqian, the Holy Lady, had perished in the God-ferrying ancient land. However, some people knew what had happened exactly, so they were still waiting. Sure enough, a few days ago, new news finally came from the miracle forest. In just 2 years, a new Holy Lady appeared, and once again they announced to the world that the joust would officially begin half a year later. This news shocked the entire South Sea Divine Realm. For the strong masters, they didn't care who would be the Holy Lady. The purpose of winning the joust was to get the divine path and use the resources of the miracle forest to become a god. The place where the Phoenix divine race was located was densely surrounded by archipelagos. Although it was not as developed as the Divine Capital Dynasty, in the South Sea Divine Realm, it was equivalent to the Divine Capital Dynasty. It was a place where various geniuses chose to stay. The battle between Feng Yu and Han Fei naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Look, the Phoenix True Fire and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Claw are so powerful, as expected of the peerless heavenly talent of the Phoenix Divine race. How powerful? Of course. In the past, she won first place on the Heaven Roll in the Central Sea Divine Realm. A few years ago, she defeated Yang Zhan, the 5th place on the God Roll. There's also some news that even Zhao Longma from the Primordial Divine Academy suffered a loss at her hands. Do you think she's strong? Isn't the person fighting her fiancé, Xuanhuan? Not only does this guy have the heavenly talent of the Phoenix divine race, but he also fucking covets the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest. What a jerk. Maybe that's Powerhouse's style. But it seems that the previous Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest was killed by Xuanhuan and a Southern Dipper assassin, right? I guess it's Xuanhuan who forced her to marry him. The former Holy Lady Qingqian refused, so he killed her. This suits the style of the bandits in the West Wilderness. However, this guy can even kill Holy Lady Qingqian. Does he still need to join in the joust? Then who do you think doesn't want the resources of the Miracle Forest? No matter how strong the bandits from the West Wilderness are, how can they snatch the Miracle Forest back? Countless people were talking and discussing. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the two of them were fighting, and the sky seemed to be falling apart. The void turned into a sea of fire, and space was full of cracks. Han Fei shouted, You, since you're serious, I'll be serious too. Clang, blood and chi burst out, and Han Fei used the draw technique. There seemed to be a bloody mark in the sky, and his immortal-level strength was fully demonstrated. Han Fei really attacked because he found that Feng Yu was being serious. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Claw was so sharp that an ordinary peak-level immortal might not even be able to withstand a single claw. This was also the signal that Feng Yu gave him. If he wanted to fight, he should fight seriously. On Feng Yu's body, 3 consecutive explosions of flames were activated. She activated her thrid form, and her combat power more than doubled. Han Fei was using Xuanhuan's identity now and was supposed to be best at using knives. Although he didn't use the immortal slaying knife, his casual slash contained dozens of saber laws. He had mastered many saber techniques and divine techniques. The raging tides in the sea, the void cracks, wind, rain, water, and fire all turned into sabers. Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded, and the two of them swept across thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Han Fei was forced to retreat step by step. The onlookers were all shocked. They imagined that if they participated in such a battle, they would probably be instantly torn apart. However, under such circumstances, Feng Yu snorted coldly. Use your full strength. Isn't this his full strength? With such power, with a raise of their hands and a step, the laws of the world are attracted. The energy here seems to have been extracted by the two of them. How strong do they want to be? Han Fei activated his great Dao, and his strength soared by 2 times. His hand appeared in the void as he fought the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Claw in the void. For a moment, Feng Yu felt strained, and the Phoenix True Fire couldn't burn this guy. The 4th form. The two of them fought again. The heavenly phoenix that blotted out the sun spewed out true phoenix flames. Han Fei tried to attract the flames with the yang fire essence on the surface of his body, only to be dispersed by some mysterious law. Han Fei activated his origin Great Tao again, and his strength increased again. In the end, his combat power was increased by 3 times. He said via voice transmission, "Senior sister, that's enough. If you continue to improve, it will arouse suspicion." Humph! The 5th form. At that moment, Feng Yu's speed was so fast that even monarchs could barely see her flashing figure. The 5th form. Is this the 5th form of the 9 phoenix transformations? As expected of the heavenly talent of the phoenix divine race. She has grown to this stage at such a young age. She has reached the immortal level. The strength these 2 people have displayed is no longer at the carefree level. Their raises of their hands and stomps secretly conform to the laws of the heavens. They're so strong. Clang, 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 bam, bam, bam. This battle spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers from south to north and from north to west. It lasted for nearly 2 hours without a winner. Han Fei said, "You, I'll come back when you're no longer angry." Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei stepped into the void world and escaped without a trace. Feng Yu stood proudly in the sky, and the bright red sky that blotted out the sun gradually returned to normal, and the phoenix true fire returned to her body. Chapter 354, I convict you too, 354. I convict you too. Looking at the direction where Han Fei left, Feng Yu frowned. Sure enough, this stinky junior brother is already so strong. He should have used 50% of his combat power just now, right? Feng Yu calculated in her heart. In that case, even if she were in her peak state, she would probably be no match for Han Fei. No, I can't just admit defeat. After this matter is over, I have to go to the phoenix nest again. On the other side, Han Fei was rushing through the void world. At this moment, he was calculating in his heart. Feng Yu's 5th form is still not enough. At most, it can only shake my body. If she wants to fight me, she has to be in her 6th form. With the increase in strength of the 9 transformation of the heavenly phoenix, even if she is already cultivated to the 7th form, she shouldn't be a match for me in her peak state. Unless she can improve to the 8th form or have other means? Han Fei's lips curled. In that case, he was indeed very strong now. However, he couldn't use Feng Yu's combat power as a basis. After all, Feng Yu had just advanced to the immortal level and had just stabilized her strength at most. Those senior immortals wouldn't be weak in their peak state, so he still had to be careful. He hadn't tried it yet, but he could probably withstand a great monarch for at least 10 seconds, one day later. In a remote corner of the South Sea Divine Realm, Han Fei walked out of the void world. "Friend, come out. You've been following me all the way." Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another stepped out of the void world, led by an extremely handsome man. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the humans of the Waterwood world in the past. They were all very handsome. A great monarch? 7 immortals? It's really beyond my expectations. I didn't know that the Miracle Forest values me so much. The leading great monarch looked at Han Fei up and down and shook his head slightly. "You look mediocre. Your intermediate immortal level strength is not bad. However, you shouldn't participate in the Battle of the Holy Lady." In front of Han Fei, the blood skyblade appeared. "There's something I don't understand. It's impossible for you not to know what happened between Ye Qingchan and Jian Wudao. Why can't Ye Chanye and I do the same? It doesn't seem to make any sense for the Miracle Forest to target me." However, the great monarch snorted. "You're quite calm. I don't feel any fear from you. You don't seem to be afraid of me. So, are you trying to get information from me?" "Smart!" Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He was indeed trying to get information from him because he didn't quite understand. He had already shown the Miracle Forest how powerful he was by killing Ye Qingchan. And the Holy Lady's joust was nothing more than to find a powerful spouse for the Holy Lady. Was there anyone more suitable than him? However, this handsome great monarch clearly didn't want to tell him. Han Fei said leisurely, "Is it just you guys? If I really fight you, you might not be able to escape." An immortal level expert sneered. "What are you talking about? Even if you get an opportunity and quickly enter the intermediate stage of the immortal level, so what? No matter how fast you cultivate, you won't be our match." The great monarch's voice was calm. "I'm also curious where your confidence is from. No one from the Phoenix Divine race has followed you, and Jean Nanye has already left. Who can help you in the South Sea Divine Realm? Forget it. Since I want you dead, it's useless to say anything else. I'm waiting to see your trump card." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 7 immortals attacked at the same time, but Han Fei stood where he was without moving. However, the momentum on his body kept rising, and his blood and chi soared to the sky. Everyone thought that Han Fei was using a secret method to improve his strength, including this great monarch. Although he was curious about Han Fei's backing, he didn't take action. Some people couldn't be judged by common sense. It wasn't unheard of for an immortal to kill a great monarch. If Han Fei had a mysterious special treasure, it was entirely possible. Buzz, however, the 7 of them joined forces and attacked in an instant. When the power was only 3 feet away from Han Fei, a circle of air blades surrounded him. The 7 of them worked together but failed to completely shatter the air blades. At this moment, the laws and energy in this world instantly stopped. In the next moment, 3 immortal level experts who were good at close combat instinctively wanted to retreat. Even the great monarch's pupils were constricted slightly as he launched an attack. However, it was still too slow. A saber beam cut through the 3 immortal level powerhouses in the void in an instant, so fast that they were pierced by the saber before they could react. So fast. In the next second, the great monarch's finger almost touched Han Fei, but at the last moment, the blood sky blade happened to hit him. Clang, bang. Han Fei held the handle of the saber with one hand and blocked the saber with his palm, but even so, he was still blasted back thousands of kilometers. But this scene shocked the others. It was too fast. Wang Han's attack was shockingly fast. Furthermore, this guy took the blow of a great monarch head-on and only retreated 1,000 kilometers? What kind of monster was this? What no one noticed was that the great monarch clenched his hand into a fist, and a bloody mark on his fingertip was suddenly covered. Rumble, rumble. 3 times in a row, great Tao cracks swept across almost half of the South Sea Divine Realm. Someone was shocked. Did immortal level experts die? Chapter 355, 355, I convict you 355, I convict you 3. Someone was shocked. 3 immortals died at the same time. Did a great monarch take action? Where did the battle break out? On the Phoenix Divine Race side, Han Fei had only left for a day, but 3 immortal level experts had already died. Feng Yu shook her head slightly. As expected, only senior brother Lei Heng could compete with little junior brother's ability to cause trouble. However, it was unbelievable that he killed 3 immortals in an instant. Sure enough, little junior brother still has many tricks up his sleeve. It seems that I can't judge his true combat power with his performance in the previous battle. On the Miracle Forest side, they also sensed the death of immortals. Si Hongye and Pei Bai only scanned with their perception and found that the 3 elders of their Miracle Forest had died. The high priest's voice immediately sounded in their ears. Hongye, Pei Bai, go support Qingshu. Yes, high priest. In the Miracle Forest, on an ancient divine tree, Xia Xiaochan looked into the void and a fierce gleam flashed across her eyes, which then disappeared. On Han Fei's side, the immortal slaying knife reappeared and instantly killed 3 immortal level powerhouses. Han Fei wasn't surprised. He just sighed that his cultivation of the immortal slaying knife wasn't thorough enough. Otherwise, he should be able to barely fight a great monarch. Perhaps it was because he hadn't established his original law, so his control of laws was still lacking. In short, he couldn't show the full power of the immortal slaying knife. However, even so, the immortal slaying knife was still powerful. Great monarch Qingshu seemed to know what Han Fei was relying on. If Han Fei could unleash such power for a long time, even 10 immortals wouldn't be enough to kill him. In a sense, the other party's comprehension of the knife Dao had reached the peak. This time, he took the initiative to attack. Under the pressure of the great monarch, golden vines tore through the void at an unbelievable speed. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei had entered the immortal level and his speed was extremely fast, but he was still in danger when faced with the overwhelming golden vines. After only 3 seconds, he knew that his current strength was not enough to contend with a great monarch-level powerhouse because he couldn't find a chance to fight a great monarch-level powerhouse in close combat at all. The other party's speed was also above his. Clang! The immortal slaying knife appeared again, cutting off thousands of vines in the blink of an eye. At this moment, an altar rose into the sky, and a curtain of fire rose to the sky. Great monarch Qingshu was not a fool. When he saw the ancient altar, his first reaction was not to kill Han Fei, but to destroy the altar. However, although Han Fei couldn't defeat a great monarch now, the power of the immortal slaying knife could temporarily protect the altar of the god of war. Ha ha ha! Han Fei, is there a big fish again? The fire curtain reached the sky and a flame void instantly condensed. An axe light shot out of the void, shattering all the surrounding golden vines. God of War? Han Fei? Great monarch Qingshu was shocked and immediately retreated. If Wang Han was just a bandit from the West Wilderness, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if a great monarch of the West Wilderness came, he couldn't kill him in an instant. However, things were different if it was the human Han Fei. This guy was very strange. He had killed more than 40 great monarchs in the East Sea Divine Realm. Such a battle record would make any great monarch wary. Besides, the god of war summoned by Han Fei was even more terrifying. This ancient existence was a strong master who could fight a god alone. In terms of strength, even the high priest might not be his match. If he fought him, he would definitely die. Therefore, his first reaction was to run. He roared, "Let's go!" However, the god of war had arrived. How could he escape? Han Fei shouted, "Senior god of war, help me hold off this great monarch for a while. Just a few seconds." Boom. Han Fei transformed into more than 7,000 lightning marks at once, and his speed soared by a lot. How could the 4 immortal-level experts have the time to escape? The moment the 1,000 Thunderflash appeared, their ending was already decided. In an instant, Han Fei appeared beside an immortal-level expert and pierced him without even looking at him. He had no time to use his soul-suppressing spiritual treasure or companion spirit. Even if his soul-suppressing spiritual treasure appeared and the blood sky blade couldn't shatter it with a single blow, The blood sky blade that was enhanced with the power of the immortal slaying knife wasn't something that any soul-suppressing spiritual treasure could withstand. Even the god of war was stunned. Thousand Thunderflash and, is this the immortal slaying knife? The lightning marks appeared again and filled the sky. After 4 flashes, the 4 immortals were killed on the spot. Even though 2 of them had activated secret techniques and reached the late stage of the immortal level, they still couldn't withstand a single blow of the immortal slaying knife. They had no idea that this saber was already at the peak of the knife Dao, and Han Fei hadn't completely mastered this knife. Otherwise, he could kill these 4 people with 1 slash. When they tried their best to block the immortal slaying knife, they discovered, to their shock, that they didn't seem to be fighting a person, but contending with this world. However, if it were the real power of the heavens and earth, like a lightning tribulation, they could resist it, but this strange saber beam was completely a killing saber, with unparalleled sharpness and terrifying speed comparable to the power of the heavens and earth. In just 3 seconds, the 4 immortal-level powerhouses had all died. Even the god of war was shocked by his terrifying battle record. How long had it been since they last met? In just a few years, not only had this kid entered the immortal level, but he had also become so terrifying. Chapter 356, I convict you for, 356. I convict you for. More importantly, he didn't know until now that this kid was the owner of the demon purification pot. I've made a fortune. The god of war never knew that Han Fei had the demon purification pot. He had always felt that he had found a peerless genius among the pure-blood humans who could almost perfectly inherit and control the supreme divine technique. But it wasn't until this moment that he realized that there was no peerless genius without a good reason. It was just that he didn't know Han Fei well enough. Great monarch Qingshu was shocked. He didn't recognize the immortal slaying knife. Although the demon purification pot appeared 100,000 years ago, no one had obtained it. As for the specific abilities of the demon purification pot, only people millions of years ago, or only the gods, knew. Now that Han Fei had killed 7 immortals in such a short time, he knew that the miracle forest was in big trouble. If the high priest had known that Wang Han was the human emperor, she probably wouldn't have chosen to take action. However, it was too late. Great monarch Qingshu unleashed his full strength. One of his arms turned into a huge golden vine, trying to resist the axe light of the god of war. However, when he touched the power of this axe, he realized the horror of the god of war. How could he be fighting a great monarch? The person in front of him was simply a god. All the power of his laws was instantly suppressed, and his life vines that were filled with the power of laws were shattered under this axe and were unable to resist at all. At the critical moment, Qingshu summoned a red branch, and the phantom of an ancient divine tree suddenly appeared. The god of war laughed. The tree spirit of the miracle forest, a demon plant, dares to fight me? The god of war jumped up and a million-mile tide rose at the same time like a divine axe. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. The old man, the god of war, was ridiculously strong. He didn't even dare to think of resisting such power. One person, one axe, was like a vast ocean, making people overawed. Puff, the countless whip marks caused by the divine tree were crushed into slag. Great monarch Qingshu vomited blood and was sent flying, his body almost smashed. He still wanted to escape, but he suddenly felt a biting cold killing intent behind him. It was the immortal slaying knife. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Great monarch Qingshu pushed back, and his laws suddenly dispersed nearly 60% of the power of the immortal slaying knife. Crack. It was too difficult to kill a great monarch with this slash, but a wound was left on the palm of great monarch Qingshu, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. If he hadn't dispersed most of the power of the immortal slaying knife, half of his palm might have been cut off. Yes, he, a dignified great monarch, was injured by an immortal. But he couldn't care less about that. Han Fei's trump card was beyond his imagination. In a flash, he took out a wooden shield of extraordinary quality. He was going to block the blow of the god of war, but his palm suddenly exploded and the wooden shield fell out of his hand. Han Fei shouted, "Senior god of war, leave it to me." The infinity water was only a treasure of the chaotic spiritual treasure level. It was naturally weaker than a nature spiritual treasure, but below the nature spiritual treasure level, it was still a first-class treasure. Although the power of self-detonation couldn't hurt a great monarch, it was already precious enough to stop him for a while. At that moment, Han Fei activated the void-stealing technique, regardless of whether he would suffer a backlash. Puff! Han Fei spewed out a mouthful of essence blood when he used the void-stealing technique. But Han Fei put on a cold smile, and a black chain took advantage of this moment to roll around great monarch Qingshu and buckle him. Qingshu was furious. He was only unbalanced and absent-minded for a short while, but he was tied up by an immortal-level brat. Just as he was about to break free from the chains, he was shocked to find that his power, laws, and soul were all sealed and he couldn't use any of them. What is this? Qingshu was finally shocked. He could accept that he was defeated by the god of war, but he couldn't stand being restrained by an immortal-level junior. The god of war, on the other hand, had put away his axe, and his eyes were full of doubt and shock. "Boy, how many things are you hiding from me?" The demon purification pot, thousand thunderflash, even the creation divine prison is in your hands, Han Fei grinned. Senior war monarch, calm down. This is the first time I've used the creation divine prison. Let me experience it. A black cube appeared in Han Fei's palm. If it wasn't the creation divine prison, what was it? In the next moment, the creation divine prison flew to the top of great monarch Qingshu's head. Han Fei roared majestically, "Convict! Buzz!" The creation divine chain was loosened, but Qingshu was still imprisoned. In the next moment, ancient characters appeared in the void. Han Fei took a look and thought to himself, sure enough, it's impossible for a person who can become a great monarch to be innocent in his life. Even if the creation divine prison convicted him, his sins wouldn't be as many as this great monarch, Qingshu. Han Fei sensed the message from the creation divine prison. There were 3 kinds of punishments in total. Among them, the basic punishment was to be imprisoned for 5,278 years, burned by hellfire for 38 days, and whipped 606 times. In addition to the basic punishment, there were 3 alternative punishments. The first was to be burnt by hellfire for 10 years. The second was to be whipped 3,917 times by the law enforcement divine chain. Han Fei thought to himself, this creation divine prison is simply cruel. It seems that the whipping of the law enforcement divine chain is the simplest, but the so-called whipping is a whipping of the same realm as Qingshu, which is the great monarch realm. In other words, if he chose whipping, Qingshu would be whipped thousands of times by a strong master of the same realm. He would probably be beaten to death. However, Han Fei didn't want to whip this guy. A great monarch-level powerhouse was quite useful. He didn't have any grudge with great monarch Qingshu, so he didn't burn him with hellfire. Otherwise, what if he self-detonated? Han Fei's voice was majestic. I am the guardian of the divine prison, Han Fei. Great monarch Qingshu, you attacked the weak 177 times, framed others 13 times, snatched other people's bloodlines 9 times, and avoided fighting the ominous 61 times. You are a sinner. I find you guilty. You'll be imprisoned for 25,078 years, burned by hellfire for 38 days, and whipped 606 times. Do you have any objections? Great monarch Qingshu was horrified. How did he know about his past? However, the dignity of a great monarch was inviolable. He laughed in anger. Han Fei, you brat, I'd rather be killed than be humiliated. Even if I die, I won't submit to you. The god of war couldn't help but open his mouth. Idiot, you're doomed. Smack. However, in the next moment, the law enforcement divine chain took the initiative to attack. With a bang, it whipped great monarch Qingshu, causing him to spew out a mouthful of blood. Then, Han Fei received feedback from the creation divine prison. Qingshu resisted punishment and despised the divine prison and was deemed guilty of the higher degree, resulting in an additional penalty of 3,917 lashes. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Good lord, the additional penalty was terrifying. The divine prison directly added one of the 3 main punishments. This time, he had no choice. The creation divine prison had already made a choice for him. Immediately, Han Fei snorted coldly. Audacious evildoer, how dare you defy my authority? I hereby pronounce you guilty of the higher degree and sentence you to 3,917 lashes as an additional punishment. Resistance will not be tolerated. The creation divine prison smashed down, and great monarch Qingshu was immediately locked in cell 1. Chapter 357 Miracle Forest, drawing a knife in public, 1357 Miracle Forest, drawing a knife in public 111. With the help of the god of war, Han Fei finally caught a great monarch. Fortunately, the god of war had used up all Qingshu's trump cards, otherwise it would be almost impossible for him to catch such a great monarch. At this moment, the god of war was looking at Han Fei thoughtfully, as if he was re-evaluating something. Senior, why are you looking at me like that? The god of war said leisurely. How many secrets have you kept from me? The owner of the demon purification pot, the guardian of the creation divine prison, and the descendant of the ancient god of Thundernote, I haven't seen you for only a few years, but you've already advanced to the intermediate stage of the immortal level and completely stabilized your cultivation. Tell me honestly, are you the reincarnation of a god? Han Fei shrugged. Senior god of war, can the reincarnation of a god obtain these? I don't think so. I risked my life to get these opportunities. Hehe, do you think I will believe you? You can fight a great monarch when you're only in the intermediate stage of the immortal level. You always surprise me, Han Fei said. It's all thanks to your supreme divine technique. Just as the god of war was about to respond, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Oh no. Wouldn't it be a loss for me if this great monarch was taken into the creation divine prison? Han Fei pointed at the 7 immortal level experts and said, Senior, if you don't mind, I can give these to you. The god of war relaxed. 7 immortal levels was not bad. God of war, then let's talk on the altar. My clone can't stay here for long. Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior god of war, can I borrow these 7 immortals for a while? I'll give them to you after I absorb the power of laws in their origin stars. I promise I'll only absorb the laws and won't take any other resources. The god of war was straightforward. Okay, but be quick. The god of war returned. Han Fei collected the corpses of the 7 immortal level powerhouses and entered the void world. However, the South Sea Divine Realm was in an uproar at this moment. Someone was shocked. 7 immortals died in the blink of an eye. Who did this? Someone looked shocked. Or rather, who in the South Sea Divine Realm can send out 7 immortal level powerhouses at once? It's none other than the Phoenix Divine Race, the Miracle Forest, and the Southern Dipper. 7 immortal level powerhouses died one after another in a short while. I'm afraid no matter which force it is, this is a big loss for it, right? More importantly, the person who could kill so many immortal level powerhouses must be a great monarch. What's wrong with the great monarchs of the South Sea Divine Realm? Wouldn't they be giving others a chance to fight among themselves? Could it be an external immortal level powerhouse? That's unlikely. If an outsider sent so many immortal level experts, it must be a superpower. How dare the major factions in the South Sea Divine Realm intercept them so unscrupulously? This matter will definitely have a huge impact. News about this battle will probably spread in a few days. Aunt Whoa, Patriarch, aren't you going to take a look? The Phoenix Patriarch shook his head. Han Fei has deliberately cut ties with our Phoenix Divine Race. What's there to see? It might cause misunderstandings. Miracle Forest. Crack. The throne under the High Priest was instantly torn apart. Who did this? She didn't believe that Han Fei had the ability. If Han Fei was alone, with Qingshu, it was impossible for the other party to successfully kill so many immortals. Therefore, Qingshu must have been restrained by someone. Who was it? The Phoenix Divine Race, or the bandits of the West Wilderness? At that moment, the High Priest disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the shattered throne on the ground. About half an hour later, the void trembled slightly, and Si Hongye and Pei Bai appeared at the place where they were fighting. Unfortunately, the battle ended too quickly, and there was still a lot of fighting intent left. However, all traces of the battle seemed to have been erased by unparalleled means. This wasn't the Time Temple. The Miracle Forest didn't have the ability to find the answer in such a mess. Si Hongye asked, Qingshu hasn't died, but where is he? Pei Bai said, Thunder Technique, Knife Intent, Axe Light, Qi, and Blood Residue. Although I can't tell who it is, this style is very similar to the West Wilderness. Si Hongye said, I'm afraid that Wang Han's identity is not that simple. Zhang Nanye seems to help him because of his disciple, but in fact his attitude towards him is very similar to his disciple. Is Wang Han a hidden heavenly talent of the other 2 bandit gangs? Pei Bai said. It's difficult now. No matter who is behind Wang Han, we've become his enemies. Si Hongye, I know you want to kill Wang Han, but can you tell me why you want to kill Wang Han? No comment. Several months later. Outside Han Fei's origin star, the altar rose, and the 7 corpses of the immortal level were sacrificed by Han Fei. In the fire curtain, the God of War's message popped up. You've absorbed their laws so quickly? With the demon purification pot's help. The God of War was speechless. The God of War quickly changed the topic. How's the compression of your star core going? Han Fei said. I'm trying to compress it, but it's getting harder and harder. God of War, your strength is improving too fast. I don't know how to teach you. But let me remind you, if one day you feel that the star core can no longer be compressed, or that the supreme divine technique has reached its limit, you must suppress your cultivation and try to seal yourself. You'd better be prepared to seal yourself in advance, or you might explode and die. Chapter 3588 Miracle Forest, Drawing a Knife in Public. 2358 Miracle Forest, Drawing a Knife in Public. 20. Han Fei thought for a moment. In fact, there was still a long way to go to reach his limit. At least, with his current physique, he couldn't withstand the full enhancement of his original Great Tao. It wouldn't be too late to think about it when his physique could shoulder 10 times his combat power. However, Han Fei did have some doubts about this. He said, Senior War God, have you ever completely fused your soul and body? Is it possible to break through the barrier of the supreme divine technique by fusing your body and soul? The God of War instantly replied, I don't understand what you mean. Those who walk the extreme Tao body tempering disperse their souls in their bodies. Otherwise, a strong master in the soul path can easily kill them. Han Fei said, I don't mean that the soul disperses or fuses with the body. I mean that the combination of the soul and the body transforms into a brand new power. The God of War replied as quickly as before. I've tried, but it doesn't work. There are only 3 kinds of cultivation methods in the world. Soul Tao, Balance Tao, and Physique Tao. If you want to combine the soul and physique into a brand new power, the soul will no longer be the soul, the body will no longer be the physical body, and will you still be a human? At that time, you might directly become a part of the world and disappear from this world. But since you have this idea, there must be a reason. I can give it a try. Is that so? Han Fei frowned slightly. The God of War's denial was too absolute. This was because the God-fiend body took this path. However, he hadn't cultivated to the state of physique and soul fusion yet. He didn't know if he could reach this state only after becoming a god. He wanted to try asking the God of War if he could inspire him, but unfortunately, the God of War was clearly very ignorant in this aspect. Han Fei said, Okay, I'm just asking. If there's nothing else, I'll go offline first. I'm very busy. Wait a minute, Han Fei asked. Senior God of War, is there anything else? God of War, you're going to send the lava giants to the western wilderness. If necessary, help me take care of the wild ancient race. Han Fei thought for a moment. Senior God of War, are you sure you need me to take care of the wild ancient race? I heard that the wild ancient race is a powerful force in the West Wilderness, the God of War said. It's just for show. Recently, they told me that something big is going to happen in the West Wilderness. You should know better than me how big this matter is. If it's beyond your ability, then forget it. Okay, I'll do what I can. After the altar was extinguished, Han Fei rubbed his eyebrows and muttered to himself. Even the God of War knows about the turmoil in the West Wilderness. He even seemed to be hinting to me that this would not be a small matter, half a year later. The South Sea Divine Realm was lively again. The joust of the Miracle Forest would officially start in a day. Therefore, there were many people coming and going in the Miracle Forest. The Miracle Forest was not guarded. With so many strong masters gathered here, even if there were people with ulterior motives, they would not dare to take any action. Han Fei still showed as xuanhuan, but this time he didn't come with Feng Yu and the others. Instead, he came to the Miracle Forest alone and openly. Many people who came looked hostile after seeing Han Fei. This guy wants to cheat on Miss Feng Yu. He has already had the Phoenix Divine Race's princess, but still wants to possess the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest. This lunatic still dares to come to the Miracle Forest. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? Countless heavenly talents from the Sea Realm have come. How can the Miracle Forest kill this guy at this time? But I don't think they will be nice to him even if they don't attack him. However, this person is very strong. It's said that Feng Yu used the legendary Phoenix True Fire, and even the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Phoenix, but still couldn't suppress him. This is the most infuriating part. It's a waste for him to have such a talent. Along the way, Han Fei's ears were cramping. However, he didn't take it seriously at all. On the path of cultivation, the criticisms of others were insignificant. It was fine as long as he knew what he was doing. The moment Han Fei came to the Miracle Forest, he immediately felt the vibration of the demon purification pot. The 8th vine was indeed here, which shocked him. With this vine, the demon purification pot was not far from returning to its peak state. However, the moment Han Fei stepped into the Miracle Forest, a figure appeared in front of him. Han Fei had seen this person before. It was Si Hongye, a great monarch. Han Fei said lazily, "Hey, isn't this great monarch Hongye from the Miracle Forest? What's up?" Si Hongye narrowed her eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" As if hearing a joke, Han Fei laughed out loud. "Why? Is this how the Miracle Forest treats guests? You dare to kill me? Even if you do, how can you explain to others after you kill me? Your Miracle Forest organized a joust to select a husband for your holy lady. But are you going to rob and kill me now?" Han Fei spoke so loudly as if he were afraid that others couldn't hear him. Although many people didn't want to hear him, his voice was so loud that they couldn't pretend they didn't hear him. Chapter 359, Miracle Forest, Drawing a Knife. In public, 359, Miracle Forest, Drawing a Knife in public. 3, Si Hongye snorted and asked telepathically, "Where is Qingshu?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Qingshu? What Qingshu?" Si Hongye said. "Don't pretend. Since Qingshu isn't dead, he must have fallen into the hands of the person behind you. Tell me, what do you want?" Han Fei sneered. "You're really straightforward." Han Fei sneered. "You're really straightforward." Han Fei sneered. "You're really straightforward. However, the Miracle Forest's assassination of me is very serious. Can your Miracle Forest afford the price?" Si Hongye said. "Speak." Han Fei put on a wicked smile. "Firstly, I want Ye Chanyi." "Impossible," Han Fei said. "Hey, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I'll fight the joust in person as long as you don't tamper with it." Si Hongye didn't answer but asked, "What else?" Han Fei shrugged. "Let's talk about the rest after the joust. If I return Great Monarch Qingshu to you now, what if you burn the bridge after crossing it? Besides, you ambushed me and tried to kill me, but now you're talking to me so righteously. Who do you think you are?" Si Hongye's eyes were cold. "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to walk out of the Miracle Forest?" Han Fei raised his head slightly. "Threatening me is not a good choice. What if I get angry and kill Qingshu? Besides, you can try to prevent me from walking out of the Miracle Forest. I dare not promise anything else, but it won't be a problem for me to kill a great monarch of your Miracle Forest." What a braggart. Han Fei laughed. "Whatever, don't get in my way. What's such a big deal about a great monarch? Qingshu couldn't even take a slap from my uncle. Si Hongye's body was filled with killing intent, but Han Fei seemed to not notice it at all. He bypassed Si Hongye and leisurely walked into the Miracle Forest. "Come back!" The High Priest's voice sounded in Si Hongye's ears. In the depths of the Miracle Forest, the High Priest frowned slightly. xuanhuan must have a super force behind him that could abduct a great monarch without anyone knowing. However, in the past 6 months, countless pieces of intelligence had gathered, but they hadn't even gathered any information about xuanhuan, and the so-called Wildfire Mad Blade Gang was hiding in the Ferocious God Valley. Even the information they got from these people was not accurate, because since the establishment of the Wildfire Mad Blade Gang, no one had seen the true face of their leader. xuanhuan, whose origin was unknown, was so powerful that he could kill 7 immortal-level experts in an instant and abduct a great monarch. There were very few people in the Sea Realm who could do that. However, she couldn't find any information. Even as the high priest of the miracle forest, she didn't dare to attack xuanhuan rashly. There were 3 races in the miracle forest. One of them was the spiritual race, which was Xiaoxiaochan's race. They owned a miracle tree, which gave the forest its name. In addition to the spiritual race, there were also ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Previously, in the infinite mining area, Li Luoluo had said that ferocious beasts were spread throughout the entire sea realm. The ferocious beasts in the East Sea Divine Realm were in the infinite mining area, and those in the South Sea Divine Realm were in the miracle forest. As for Xiaoxiaochan's spiritual race, there were more than 100 forest cities in the miracle forest that spread out in a circle. Most of the people and spectators who came to participate in the joust gathered in a welcoming city. It was said that this city was specially built to welcome guests. When Han Fei arrived, there were many guests in the city. There were many spiritual girls in the miracle forest walking in this city leading teams of various sizes. At the entrance of the city gate, not only was there no one to receive Han Fei, but the guardians of the city gate, a group of sky openers, actually blocked Han Fei's way. "I'm sorry, but the welcoming city has been closed." Han Fei put on a smile. "Many people came with me today. I saw someone enter just now. Why is it closed now?" But the sky openers still stood in front of Han Fei. Han Fei even saw a Dao prover standing not far away. The man sneered. "Mr. Xuanhuan, to tell you the truth, you are not welcome in the welcoming city. You're free to go." Han Fei touched his nose and put on a creepy smile. "Interesting. Are you targeting me? Although I don't understand, you have indeed pissed me off. Since I'm not welcome here, don't welcome me." Swish. In an instant, a saber beam bloomed. The Dao prover was shocked and his heart was filled with confusion. How dare he draw his saber? However, the power of Han Fei's saber directly crushed this person. Not only this person, but the other 7 or 8 sky openers at the city gate were also enveloped by the saber beam. Puff, 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 rumble. In the blink of an eye, everyone, including the Dao prover, had died. Great Dao cracks appeared in the sky, and countless people in the welcoming city were stunned and looked at Han Fei at the gate. Boom. The gate of the welcoming city was broken and collapsed. "You bastard! How dare you act so brazenly in our miracle forest? You're simply courting death." For a time, many monarchs gathered and surrounded this place. Han Fei said leisurely, "Old woman, you just sent these people to stop me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill them all? I'm still angry." "Bastard, who are you cursing?" Han Fei smiled. "Who do you think I'm cursing?" Han Fei was not in the mood to deal with such petty provocations. "If you stop me, I'll kill you. If you have the guts, come and kill me." Chapter 3160 Miracle Forest, Drawing a Knife in Public. 3160 Miracle Forest, Drawing a Knife in Public. 4. Humph. The snort sounded like tears from the sky. It seemed that someone wanted to hurt Han Fei with spiritual power. Many people in the welcoming city were frightened by the snort. However, Han Fei raised his head and completely took the snort. He was completely fine. With Han Fei's current soul strength and the protection of the demon purification pot, even a god couldn't intimidate him with a snort, let alone a great monarch. Han Fei laughed. "Is this all you Miracle Forest has got? You hold a joust to select a husband for your holy lady, but you refuse to let me in and even send some waste to stop me. Old woman, why don't you come in person?" In the welcoming city, countless people looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this person crazy? He killed strong masters of the spiritual race in front of them. Even the most lawless person here has never had such thoughts. How rude! Do you really think the Miracle Forest dares not touch you? At that moment, Pei Bai and xuanhuan appeared one after another. Pei Bai even pressed his palm on Han Fei's chest. However, Han Fei had put on such a layer of armor at some point. It was the ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure that Han Fei was going to prepare for Zhang Daqian, the chaotic star armor. He didn't expect to use it himself. Han Fei was shaken back 100 kilometers but was fine. He smiled and said, "In order to prevent me from staying here, even great monarchs took action. To be honest, I've never seen such petty people." "Okay, even great monarchs have come out. You two, go about your business. Since I'm not allowed to enter, I won't enter. I don't care." Then, Han Fei turned around and was about to leave. However, Pei Bai stood in front of Han Fei. "You killed my clansmen in the Miracle Forest. Xuanhuan, you brat, you still want to leave?" Right when Pei Bai was about to take action, Han Fei flipped his hand and a green jade arrow appeared in his hand. Pei Bai and xuanhuan were both shocked and kept a distance from Han Fei. Han Fei grinned ferociously. "Hey, weren't you arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant anymore? To tell you the truth, I only have this arrow that can only kill one great monarch. Which of you is going to die first?" Although the two of them didn't know the origin of the arrow in Han Fei's hand, the moment Han Fei took out this thing, they immediately felt an aura of death enveloping their hearts, forcing them to retreat. Pei Bai asked, "Are you threatening the Miracle Forest?" "That's right. What's wrong with threatening you? The West Wilderness is very straightforward. If you're willing to send great monarchs to their death, I dare to kill them." xuanhuan asked, "Do you think you can still walk out after killing a god?" Han Fei was quite casual when he talked about the gods. Even the high priest couldn't tell if Han Fei really had a trump card. Seeing Pei Bai and xuanhuan's expressions, Han Fei laughed and said, "Now I know why the Miracle Forest can't dominate the South Sea Divine Realm. You're too narrow-minded, Han Fei snorted. Take me to the Holy Lady and we'll forget about this matter. Otherwise, it won't be enough to just kill a few of you. What a bold statement. Buzz. However, the god-slaying arrow in Han Fei's hand had already flickered. He looked at the depths of the miracle forest. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. Once the arrow is on the bow, a great monarch of your miracle forest will definitely die. Now, you have 3 seconds to consider. 1, 2, bring him over. The high priest finally spoke, because when the god-slaying arrow was aimed at the depths of the miracle forest, she realized that she couldn't block it. The people from the West Wilderness were crazy. Han Fei had killed 7 immortal-level experts from the miracle forest and abducted Qing Shu, yet he still dared to come to participate in the joust. This kind of person was no different from a lunatic. Naturally, there was nothing he dared not do. Han Fei smiled brightly. That's right, a wise man submits to circumstances. Besides, only Han Fei knew that he was not pretending. As long as there were no gods in the miracle forest, he could escape. Of course, he was also sure that the miracle forest wouldn't attack him. They just wanted to test him and find a reason to attack him. They thought that he couldn't intimidate them alone, so they were unscrupulous. But how could they know that they had a treasure like the god-slaying arrow? Chapter 361, A Misunderstanding. 361, A Misunderstanding. 361, A Misunderstanding. 1. In the middle of the night, Han Fei caused such a big uproar, killed strong masters from the miracle forest in public, and then asked to see the Holy Lady. More importantly, the people from the miracle forest seemed to have agreed. This was simply outrageous. However, everyone was here for the joust. Why did you meet the Holy Lady in advance? Immediately, someone in the welcoming city protested, what does the miracle forest mean? If you let someone meet the Holy Lady at this time, what do you take us for? That's right. Wang Han killed your strong masters in public, but the miracle forest just let him off. We're not convinced. This is simply ridiculous. A joust? I think it's just a show. You just pulled us in as foils, right? A strong master from the divine demon forest suddenly said, Seniors from the miracle forest, tomorrow is the day of the joust. It's better not to let such a thing happen. In the crowd, someone sneered. I heard that this Holy Lady was the one who killed Holy Lady Qingchan with Wang Han in the god-ferrying ancient land. Is there a special relationship between the two of them? Buzz. As soon as he said so, there was an uproar. What? Really? Is this Holy Lady that assassin? How is it possible? Is the miracle forest out of their mind to make someone who killed the previous Holy Lady the new Holy Lady? Ridiculous. This is simply ridiculous. What is the miracle forest doing? Many strong masters of the major factions frowned slightly. They knew that a new Holy Lady would appear in the miracle forest, but they didn't expect it to be this person. If an assassin became a Holy Lady, wouldn't they be on tenterhooks every day? However, many people in the miracle forest were looking for the person who spoke just now. Although many people saw xuanhuan when they left the god-ferrying ancient land, most people didn't dare to peep at her because the great monarchs were there. Therefore, many people didn't know this at all. Being exposed at this moment, this fact naturally caused a huge uproar. The great monarch of the miracle forest immediately locked onto the source of the sound. It was a jade slip in a booth. Just now, the jade slip shattered and the sound erupted from the jade slip. At this moment, they naturally knew that someone was deliberately causing trouble. As for who was behind this, they thought it was probably Wang Han. Not long after Han Fei left, he felt the ground twist. He was not taken to where xuanhuan was, but in a certain woodland in the miracle forest. Behind Han Fei, a voice sounded, You're too much. Han Fei looked back, but he didn't see anyone, but he knew where they were. Therefore, Han Fei shrugged casually. I don't understand what you mean. Is it me, or is the miracle forest too much? You ambushed me, but now you act as if you are the victim. How do you have the cheek to say this? In the darkness, a woman slowly walked out. Revealing Chanyi's identity doesn't seem to help you win the joust. I don't understand what your purpose is. Great Monarch Yun Duo? Seeing the visitor, Han Fei recognized that it was xuanhuan's so-called long-dead teacher. Han Fei said, Of course I know Ye Chanyi's identity, but why do you think I'm the one who exposed her identity? If it weren't for the miracle forest, I wouldn't have revealed her identity at all. Yun Duo looked at him leisurely, as if judging the authenticity of Han Fei's words. Indeed, according to the intelligence gathered about the god-ferrying ancient land, Wang Han was very strong, to the point of being ridiculously strong. Among the younger generation, there was absolutely a chance for him to compete for first place on the god roll. If such a person's goal was only to win the joust, there was indeed no need to expose Chanyi's identity. Han Fei sneered. You should solve your own enemies. If you can't find the enemy, don't blame me. I'm just an immortal. How did I become the #1 enemy of the miracle forest? Han Fei said with his eyes closed and used very arrogant words to absolve himself, seeming to look disdainful. In fact, he had already calculated in his heart. It seemed that Feng Yu and the others had already taken action. They were really efficient. He sneered in his heart. You think my goal is xuanhuan? Little do you know that if I really want to take xuanhuan away, it will be as easy as blowing off dust for me. Yun Duo looked at Han Fei deeply. Seeing that Han Fei was looking back at her without flinching, she couldn't help but have the illusion that this person wasn't an immortal at all, but a great monarch. The cloud said, I won't let you see Chunyi, at least not tonight. I know you have the means to kill a great monarch, but you can only kill me at best. But once you do that, things will get out of hand. Huh, interesting. Han Fei could roughly understand what she meant. They felt that if he killed Yun Duo, it would arouse Xia Xiaoshan's hatred. Of course, this would definitely affect Xia Xiaoshan's state of mind, so Han Fei really wouldn't attack the cloud. However, Han Fei asked curiously, can you make yourself clear? From the time you arranged for a great monarch to ambush me to your little trick just now, you tried to lure out the person behind me. What are you afraid of? Shouldn't I be the same as those who participated in the joust? Chapter 3162, A Misunderstanding? First 3162, A Misunderstanding, and the 2? Yun Duo glanced at the depths of the miracle forest and said indifferently, since you want to know, there's no need to keep this matter a secret from you. This is because from the beginning, when Chunyi was born holding the jade pendant, we knew that Chunyi wasn't completely born naturally. At first, we suspected that she was the reincarnation of a god, because Chunyi's bloodline seems to be a divine bloodline. Everyone thought that her future achievements would be limitless. Han Fei wasn't surprised. After all, the eldest senior brother replaced the real fruit with Xia Xiaoshan, so she was supposed to be valued, but Xia Xiaoshan fled to the Southern Dipper in the end. This didn't seem right. Yun Duo continued. But later, we discovered that not only was Chunyi's soul missing, but the blood flowing in her body was also not real divine blood, but the blood of a divine descendant. There is a difference between divine blood and blood of a divine descendant. Do you know what this means? Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, but before he could speak, Yun Duo said, it's a secret of the Sea Realm that the bloodline of divine descendants is blocked, so even if Chunyi has seen a divine path, she's still not qualified to become a god. Han Fei's eyes were slightly cold. So, you just treat her as a sacrifice? As Ye Qingchan's stepping stone? Yun Duo said. The miracle forest needs a god. As Chunyi's teacher, I can only buy her a chance. Nonsense, Han Fei sneered. Your so-called chance is just to make her a more useful stepping stone. Even if she cultivates to the peak of the great monarch realm, she will still be Ye Qingchan's stepping stone. Yun Duo said. At least Chunyi will have a chance to become a great monarch. Otherwise, she would have died in the sky-opening realm. Han Fei frowned. What about now? Since the descendants of gods can't become gods, why do you make her the holy lady now? Yun Duo sighed. There has to be a holy lady in the miracle forest. Besides, the West Wilderness is in chaos. The primordial divine race, which is the descendant of the gods, is showing signs of showing up. This might be an opportunity. As for whether this opportunity will fall on Chunyi, it's up to fate, Han Fei said. I don't think what you said has anything to do with me, right? Why are you targeting me? Yun Duo asked. Are you actually a descendant of a god too, right? Han Fei thought to himself, how did she know? Although in essence this was true, he was different from the descendants of the gods in the West Wilderness. Yun Duo said, do you still want to keep it a secret? Then let me make it clear. You came with the other half of the jade pendant. You obviously know about Chunyi's previous life. Judging from Chunyi's bloodline, you probably won't be able to become a god either, right? If it were someone else, our miracle forest wouldn't care. Even if Chunyi can't become a god, if her husband can, in a sense, the miracle forest will have the protection of a god in the future. But if neither of you can become a god, not to mention that the purpose of the miracle forest hasn't been achieved, once Chunyi regains her memories, you will return to the primordial divine race. And this will bring disaster to the miracle forest. Well, Han Fei was speechless. These people thought that they knew everything, but in fact, that was all their guesses. What made things worse was that they guessed wrong. Yun Duo said, once the descendants of the gods of the primordial divine race show up, do you know what kind of bloodbath we will face? The strong masters of the Central Sea divine realm will not let them go. If the miracle forest is involved and attracts the suspicion of god-level powerhouses, you should know how serious the consequences will be, right? Han Fei completely understood now. It turned out that the miracle forest regarded him as a divine descendant of the primordial divine race. 100,000 years ago, the primordial divine race suffered a bloodbath, which scared these people, so they wanted to kill him before he revealed his identity as a member of the primordial divine race so as not to implicate the miracle forest. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. So, all your worries are because of the primordial divine race? Yun Duo nodded. Of course. If you leave voluntarily and don't participate in this joust, I will hide Chunyi's secret. Even if the primordial divine race is wiped out again, at least the miracle forest can protect Chunyi. Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed wildly. Let me ask you. What would happen if I weren't from the primordial divine race? Yun Duo asked. Is this hypothesis meaningful? Han Fei said, let's just hypothesize. Yun Duo said, of course, no one will stop you from joining in the joust. Han Fei wondered if he should expose his identity as the human emperor, but on second thought, if he directly revealed his identity as the human emperor, the opposition of the miracle forest would probably be fiercer. This was because he had already offended almost all the super forces in the Central Sea divine realm. Considering the cautious nature of the miracle forest, he should thank God if the miracle forest hadn't invited the people of the Central Sea divine realm to come to catch him. However, if he didn't expose his identity as the human emperor, it seemed impossible for him to get rid of his identity as a member of the primordial divine race. However, Han Fei thought of something else. What if the power that prevents the divine descendants from becoming gods disappears? Yun Duo frowned slightly. Han Fei chuckled. Why do you think the primordial divine race has shown signs of showing up recently? They've been disappearing for a long time. Why do they have to show up recently? Buzz. Yun Duo's pupils were constricted. Have you found a way to become a god? Han Fei slightly raised his head and said, what if I say yes? Without waiting for Yun Duo to speak, Han Fei continued, if the experts of the primordial divine race become gods, do you think we'll be afraid of those lousy gods of the Central Sea divine realm? Chapter 363, A Misunderstanding. 363, A Misunderstanding. Han Fei's words were full of disdain for the Central Sea divine realm and even for their gods. How can you prove it? This time, it was no longer Yun Duo speaking, but the high priest of the miracle forest who had appeared in the darkness at some point. Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly, and he said leisurely, Old woman, I don't need to prove anything to you. Your miracle forest can't afford to offend the Central Sea divine realm, but do you think you can afford to offend the primordial divine race? The ominous is returning, but the various divine realms in the sea realm are scheming against each other. Aren't you afraid of the ominous? If the ominous attacks, do you expect the Central Sea divine realm to protect you? After a pause, Han Fei continued, if the miracle forest really has an ancient heritage, you should know it. The descendants of gods originally existed to deal with the ominous, but for some special reasons they lost the chance to become gods. But their bloodline was stolen by the lousy gods of the Central Sea divine realm. Now, you want to ambush and kill me because you are afraid of the Central Sea divine realm. I don't think such a miracle forest needs to exist in this world. Han Fei suddenly turned around and looked at the high priest. I'm only standing here and talking to you calmly because of Chan Yi. If you still push me, humph, it won't be difficult for a primordial divine race to flatten the miracle forest. The high priest's expression was ugly. She was also decisive in the past. However, after sitting in this position for a long time, she had many things to consider. Just as Han Fei said, the miracle forest seemed powerful, but this strength was not real. This was because, from the high priest's point of view, without a god guarding, a super force was actually impossible to resist a really powerful enemy. Ye Chanyi had given them hope in the past, only to bring them even more disappointment. Later, Ye Qingchan gave them hope again. However, no one expected that a whetstone would break the knife. Now, they still had one last hope, which was to use the name of the Holy Lady to find the protection of a potential god. However, Han Fei's appearance shattered their hope again, and might even lead the entire miracle forest to a dead end. In the end, they made a choice, which was to kill Han Fei. However, after paying the price of a great monarch and 7 immortal-level powerhouses, they realized that the primordial divine race was also not something they could shake. At this moment, the miracle forest was in a dilemma. Han Fei was secretly delighted. If he confirmed his identity as a member of the primordial divine race, at least the miracle forest wouldn't dare to touch him again. You can participate in the joust, but don't meet Chan Yi tonight. Since you're confident, go back to the welcoming city. Otherwise, it might not be a good thing if everyone protects. Han Fei grinned. Thank you, High Priest. These words were a little ear-piercing to the High Priest and Yun Duo. Just now he called the High Priest old woman, but now he called her High Priest. This guy's attitude changed too quickly. However, the High Priest said, Can you release Qingshu now? Han Fei shook his head. No. The High Priest frowned, but Han Fei said, I'll tell you what happened after the joust. Anyway, Great Monarch Qingshu is still alive. Okay, the High Priest didn't ask further. Since the conflict had been resolved, Wang Han probably wanted to hold a trump card to prevent the Miracle Forest from changing its mind. It could only be said that the young people nowadays were getting harder and harder to deal with. Yes, there must be an explanation. What if they've already slept? Then what about the joust? Yes, explain. As the saying went, the law didn't punish the masses, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Would the Miracle Forest dare to attack so many strong masters on the spot? If they did, the Miracle Forest would really be finished. Yun Duo shouted in a low voice, Everyone, calm down. I am the master of the Holy Lady. Here, I can assure you that there is nothing between Wang Han and the Holy Lady. Just now, he didn't see the Holy Lady but was persuaded to return by me. Upon hearing this, a handsome man in the crowd put on a smile. Nothing between them? Xia Xiaoshan was already pregnant with Han Fei's child, who was probably his future son-in-law. Zhang Xuanyu, who had changed his appearance, sighed. Sure enough, the world is full of liars, including the great monarchs. As for Han Fei, he didn't need to explain like Yun Duo. He sneered, his chi and blood vibrated, and his voice was wild. What are you talking about? What does the joust have to do with you cannon fodders? Fuck, this guy is so fucking arrogant. Damn it, how arrogant he is. Anyone can win this competition except Wang Han. Everyone, we must take him down on the field. Han Fei's lips curled in disdain, but no one, including Yun Duo, noticed that the moment Han Fei's chi and blood vibrated, a black fog quietly attached to Yun Duo. Yun Duo even glanced at Han Fei. Why do you have to anger everyone? Han Fei shrugged. Because they made me unhappy. Yun Duo was helpless. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing to let Han Fei join in the joust. Chapter 364, A Misunderstanding. 364, A Misunderstanding. 364, A Misunderstanding. 4. Having no choice, she spent a moment comforting the crowd. At this moment, someone in the crowd asked again, Senior, why did the current Holy Lady kill the former Holy Lady King Chan? Yi Chenyi said, This matter has nothing to do with the joust. However, I can tell you that there have always been two holy ladies in the Miracle Forest, one in the light and the other in the dark. The two holy ladies fought in secret, and only the stronger one could become the real holy lady. Obviously, the current holy lady, Yi Chanyi, won. Hiss, I see. Doesn't it mean that Yi Chanyi is stronger than Yi Chanye? Oh my god, I thought that Holy Lady Qingchan was the best heavenly talent in this generation in the Miracle Forest. I didn't expect there to be someone stronger than Holy Lady Qingchan. After Yun Duo said that, everyone understood and didn't say anything. After all, their purpose of participating in the joust was not simple. It didn't matter who they would marry as long as they could marry the Holy Lady. After the explanation, two strong masters from the Miracle Forest came to receive Han Fei, and their attitude was completely different from just now. The two served Han Fei alone. Han Fei smiled. Let them discuss whatever they want. It has nothing to do with me. In fact, he didn't want to find Xia Xiaochan tonight, but to leave the Black Fog clone in the Miracle Tree. Up to now, he hadn't seen where the Miracle Divine Tree was. Although he wouldn't directly steal the small vine tonight, he had to sneak in first. Half an hour later, the guest-welcoming city was lively again. Han Fei casually strolled around, and two perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the spiritual race followed behind him, not daring to say anything. This was not an ordinary person. He had killed members of the spiritual race but returned safely. Who would still dare to provoke him? When passing by a tea house, Han Fei stopped and said casually, Boss, serve me a pot of tea. As soon as Han Fei sat down, 70 to 80% of the people in the tea house left. The boss could only swallow his tears, thinking to himself, this is simply a plague. The moment Han Fei sat down, in his strongest state, he spoke to a man who was having a heart-to-heart conversation with a girl a few streets away. Yu, the situation has changed. The original plan has been terminated. Inform Feng Yu and the others. However, the plans for tomorrow will proceed as scheduled. Han Fei was drinking tea and knocking on the table, seeming to be deep in thought. In fact, he was indeed thinking, but he wasn't thinking about the joust or stealing the small vine. He was thinking that after this matter was settled, xuanhuan would have to fuse with her old self. If the child was born in the Miracle Forest, wouldn't the child be considered a member of the Miracle Forest? No, xuanhuan still has to go with me. I should put my child in the Thug Academy. While Han Fei's white mist body was thinking, his black mist body had already followed Yun Duo to the depths of the Miracle Forest. Yun Duo came directly to this place. This meant that the great monarchs in the Miracle Forest probably lived on the Miracle Tree. This was not easy to deal with. When he came to steal the small vine, he had to be exceptionally careful and be fast. Otherwise, once he was discovered, it would be difficult for him to succeed. Besides, once he failed to steal the small vine, the Miracle Forest would probably know that the human emperor was here. With the attitude of the Miracle Forest towards the Central Sea Divine Realm, even if his identity was exposed, he might not be able to get the small vine. Swish point. Because Yun Duo's speed was too fast, Han Fei appeared outside a tree space before he had the time to read the information of the Miracle Tree. This was the place where the High Priest usually cultivated. At this moment, Pei Bai and xuanhuan were also there. When Yun Duo arrived, xuanhuan said indignantly, High Priest, you're wrong. What kind of person is Wang Han? We all know, I don't know. Pei Bai interrupted her. However, xuanhuan ignored him and continued angrily, High Priest, it's been millions of years. Have you ever heard of a person from the primordial divine race becoming a god? No, but what about the Central Sea Divine Realm? Although the Central Sea Divine Realm has never announced it to the public, the superpowers in the Central Sea Divine Realm are all guarded by gods. Are we really going to take this risk? Pei Bai was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Wang Han from the primordial divine race? Hey, shut up, the High Priest finally said. Do you think I don't know? Now that things have come to this point, there are some things that I have to tell you. Don't tell anyone else. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Was there a secret in the Miracle Forest that even they didn't know? The High Priest said unhurriedly, I didn't want to tell you, but you will find out eventually. Ye Qingchan and Ye Chanyi may be the last two divine fruits that the Miracle Divine Tree has borne in its life. Chapter 316.5, The Joust 1 316.5, The Joust 1 316.5, The Joust 1. What? Everybody was shocked. Pei Bai asked, the Miracle Divine Tree has existed since ancient times. After countless years, it has given birth to countless strong masters for the Miracle Forest. Why is it suddenly like this? Yun Duo was also shocked. High Priest, what's going on? xuanhuan frowned. This information was indeed beyond her expectations. The High Priest sighed. I'm not saying that the Miracle Tree is dying, but I'm afraid we don't have time to wait for the next time the Miracle Tree gives birth to divine fruits. Seeing their solemn faces, the high priest sighed. Xuanhuan is right. The ominous has returned. When Qingqian and Chunyi were born, I had actually received a message from the Sea of Stars. Now, in the depths of the Sea of Stars, the situation of the ominous invasion has become severe. There has been a large-scale divine war. Among the strong masters in the Miracle Forest, more than a dozen great monarchs have died in battle. The previous Holy Lady was seriously injured in this ominous battle. Not only us, but many super forces have lost many strong masters. Has the war started? How is it possible? Has the situation in the depths of the Sea of Stars reached this level? No wonder 100,000 years ago and thousands of years ago, 2 consecutive large-scale conscriptions took away many experts from the sea realm at once. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The divine war has already broken out, so many experts have already died, and the experts have been conscripted. This was the biggest secret he had heard so far. No wonder the superpowers didn't seem to have many experts. When Han Fei entered the immortal level, he had doubts in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. It was easy for Dao Provers to cross to the carefree level. It was no secret that from the carefree level to the immortal realm, one had to condense a law body. However, in theory, it was not a problem for an immortal to live for millions or even tens of millions of years. Logically speaking, among the major factions that had existed since the Age of the Gods to this day, there should be more than so few immortal level and great monarch level powerhouses. But the fact was that the number of strong masters in the sea realm was relatively too few. For example, there were only more than 20 strong masters who had proven Dao in the heavenly race. For example, the Phoenix Divine race, one of the 3 giants of the South Sea Divine realm, only had 3 great monarchs on the surface, but they controlled a territory comparable to the Divine Capital Dynasty. But hundreds of monarchs from the Divine Capital Dynasty came to the god ferrying ancient land. This number really shocked him. When he was in the Divine Capital Dynasty, he didn't know that there were so many strong masters there. From the looks of it, it was not that these super forces had few experts, but that most of them were not in the sea realm but fighting in the Sea of Stars. Besides, most of these people probably wouldn't be able to return. Otherwise, why would the old woman of the Miracle Forest be afraid of him? The high priest said, Xuanhuan is right about one thing. If the ominous really attacks, the Central Sea Divine Realm won't care about the Miracle Forest. Whether what Xuanhuan said about the lifting of restrictions on the bloodline of divine descendants is true or not, it doesn't matter. It's useless to curry favor with anyone at this time. As long as we don't have a god, we will be bullied. Whether it's the super forces of the Central Sea Divine Realm or the primordial divine race, the marriage alliance won't work. The high priest suddenly snorted. Our Miracle Forest can't be reduced to being threatened by others. Therefore, after this matter is over, I'm prepared to transcend the divine tribulation. What? Si Hongye also said, High priest, you must not. Transcending divine tribulations is dangerous. The eternal race will definitely not let go of this opportunity. However, the high priest shook her head slightly. I've made up my mind. There's no need to persuade me anymore. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to give it a try. If I succeed, the Miracle Forest will regain its position as the overlord of the South Sea Divine Realm. If I fail, you shall wake up the Miracle Tree, expel Xuanhuan and Chunyi, and leave the South Sea Divine Realm. The Miracle Tree will guide you to a new home. Yun Duo asked, High Priest, is the matter so serious? The High Priest said in a cold voice, The Central Sea Divine Realm can't be trusted. If I die, they will most likely steal the luck and lifeline of our spiritual race and deprive us of our heavenly talents' inherited bloodline. In the past, the primordial divine race declined like this. I don't want the Miracle Forest to suffer the same fate. The high priest's voice was tragic. Han Fei felt that it was mostly because of his provocation that she had to make such a decision. It did make sense. A peak-level great monarch who could even protect the entire Miracle Forest alone was threatened by an immortal-level junior but couldn't do anything. She must be quite frustrated. Han Fei thought to himself, he must not let this high priest know that he had nothing to do with the primordial divine race. Otherwise, if the other party knew that she had been deceived, he didn't know how furious she would be. However, Han Fei still admired this old woman for her decisiveness. With no way out, she immediately wanted to risk her life. Another moment later. After the high priest explained the matter, Yun Duo and the other 2 left with worried looks. Yun Duo came to a cave on the Miracle Divine Tree, which was Xia Xiaoshan's cultivation cave. Master, why are you here? Yun Duo put away the worry in her eyes and smiled. The joust will be held tomorrow, so I came to see you. However, you don't seem nervous at all. Is it because you have absolute confidence in Xuanhuan? Chapter 3166-3166 The Joust 23166 The Joust 2 Xiaoshan said, Master, I have absolute confidence in myself. Now I have absolute confidence in myself. Now I have already embarked on dual divine paths. Yun Duo sighed slightly. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. By the way, have you found your missing soul? Xia Xiaoshan played dumb. I haven't found it yet, but when the yin-yang pendants gather, I occasionally have a headache, as if something wants to burst out of my body. Shan Duo looked at her disciple thoughtfully. There was no telling if she believed her or not, but she said, Don't cultivate tonight. Take a good rest. I'm leaving. Han Fei had already quietly got off Yun Duo and hid in a corner. As soon as Yun Duo reached the entrance of the cave, she suddenly stopped and paused. Chanyi, your eyes seem to have become very agile now. After saying this, Yun Duo left the cave. Xuanhuan was puzzled. What does this mean? At this moment, Han Fei's voice rang leisurely. She guessed that you were lying. It seems that she knows you quite well. Huh? You're here? Xuanhuan was delighted, but when she spread out her perception, she found nothing. The cave was only this big. Where could Han Fei hide? Han Fei said, I'm in your bed. As he spoke, his black mist body patted the bed, raising a breeze. Xuanhuan's face slightly changed. Little Black's concealment technique is already so unbelievable? Then I'll find a chance to take you to steal the small vine. Han Fei said, if you go there, it will be too obvious. Xuanhuan said, but there are heavy restrictions guarding the small vine. If I don't go, once they're triggered, the high priest will definitely find out. Han Fei said, it's okay, I have a way to break it. Just tell me where the small vine is. The next day. On an ancient battlefield in the Miracle Forest, countless strong masters gathered. This ancient battlefield was said to have been left behind by the former gods. Then it was sealed and had completely become a battlefield. Most of the selections, trials, and sparring of the spiritual race were here. Now, this place was overcrowded. As Xia Chaochan's master, Yun Duo presided over the joust. Han Fei sat alone outside the field, occupying an ancient tree. Except for him, no one dared to approach. However, there was one exception, which was Feng Xinglu. Carrying a big pipe, this guy came to Han Fei's tree with an ugly expression and then swooshed up the tree. Wang Han, do you really have to participate in this joust? Han Fei pretended to sigh leisurely, took out his big pipe, clinked it with Feng Xinglu's pipe, and said, Xingliu, in this world there are always accidents that come very suddenly. I can't do anything about it, but believe me, I love you the most. Bah, cut the crap. If you still want to be my brother, give up this joust. Puff. Huff. Han Fei blew a long puff of smoke and said firmly, impossible. Humph. Then I won't be your brother anymore. After that, Feng Xinglu took out 6 flags and said, these are the 8 desolate banners you gave me. I'll return them to you. However, when Han Fei took the 8 desolate banners, a spiritual will entered his body. A message that Feng Xinglu had reserved was imprinted in Han Fei's mind. There's something in the banners. Feng Yu gave it to you. Although your plan has changed, you know that she never liked the Miracle Forest, so she didn't trust it, so she asked the Patriarch for it. Han Fei accepted the 8 desolate banners and smiled. Fine, I'll give you a better one next time. Humph, I don't care. Countless people's perceptions swept over. Seeing this scene, some sneered, some shook their heads, some cursed, and some mocked. It seems that Wang Han has completely offended the Phoenix Divine race. Even a playboy like Feng Xinglu can't play with him anymore. He deserves it. Feng Yu's status in the Phoenix Divine race is no different from the Holy Lady in the Miracle Forest. He wants both of them. How can there be such a good thing in the world? That's right. Although he's talented, there are countless strong masters here. Someone will definitely be able to defeat him. At this moment, Yun Duo said, it's my honor that you've come from afar. However, I only have one disciple, and she can only marry one man. We have no choice but to hold a joust to select a husband for her. However, this time, the winner will be decided by sparring, not a life-and-death battle. Therefore, when the battle starts, please make sure not to injure or kill anyone. Besides, Yun Duo smiled casually. The Holy Lady, Ye Chanyi, is at the peak of the carefree level, so she will only choose among experts at and above the Tao proving level. If you don't meet cultivators of the same realm, you should spar with those of a lower realm. This kind of challenge method was not about the realm, but potential and talent. It was to prevent some old monsters who had cultivated for many years from winning with their accumulated strength. However, it was extremely unfriendly to the Sky Opening Realm, because the Sky Opening Realm wasn't even qualified to participate in the joust. However, this method of competition had already been revealed by the Miracle Forest, so among these countless strong masters, only a few thousand people actually participated in the joust. Most of them were either here to watch the Monarch Realm battle, make friends, or sell goods. After all, such a grand event was no different from an exchange meeting to a certain extent. Chapter 3167-3167, The Joust 33167, The Joust 33167. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from many people in the Sky Opening Realm. In the Miracle Forest, there are 2 holy ladies. The winner can seize the divine path of the loser and obtain dual divine paths. The joust seems to be looking for a husband for the Holy Lady, but in fact, it's meant to find a tool. Once the Holy Lady becomes a god and kills her spouse, she can obtain the 3rd divine path and become a peerless expert with 3 divine personas. When the ominous return, a god with 3 divine personas is the hope of the Miracle Forest. At the same time, this voice appeared from many people. It wasn't me. I didn't say anything. It's not me either. I don't even know where this voice is from. Someone framed me. I don't know anything. The first reaction of these sky openers was to explain, but after hearing this, they felt panicked. Which beastard used them to reveal such a secret? Also, when was this done to them? Yun Duo's expression changed slightly, but she couldn't stop it. If she stopped the news from spreading in public, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that there was a problem with the joust. However, she had to make a move. She couldn't let these voices spread. Yunduo waved her hand and eliminated the imprints on these people. This was premeditated. Someone left a spiritual sound on these people which could be triggered with a thought when needed. Yunduo swept past and inadvertently glanced at Han Fei, but she didn't think it made sense. Since the high priest had agreed to let Han Fei participate in the joust, why did he bother to do this? Besides, this secret seemed to be a secret, but in fact, many strong masters of the major factions had long known it. After all, after they both became gods, the Holy Lady might not have a chance to kill her husband. Historically, most Holy Ladies of the Miracle Forest had double divinities, and very few of them had triple divine personas. After all, those who dared to participate in the joust despite knowing the gameplay were not fools. They had obviously been prepared. Only Ye Qingchan took a different approach and found Jian Wudao, an itinerant cultivator with no background and powerful talent. However, most people didn't know this secret, so they were shocked at first and then angry. What? There's such a secret about the joust of the Miracle Forest? No wonder a Holy Lady perished. They immediately re-established a Holy Lady and continued to hold the joust. So, this is their purpose. I didn't expect the Miracle Forest to have such a big plan. If their Holy Lady really has triple divine personas, how powerful will the god be? So, the so-called joust is to find a tool? Who would be willing to accept it? Miracle Forest must give us an explanation today. I knew that the weird sound last night wasn't that simple. What a deep calculation it is. For a time, the crowd was noisy and discussing. On the Miracle Divine Tree, the High Priest frowned slightly. Someone is trying to ruin our plan. Pei Bai, Hong Ye, you keep an eye on the crowd. Yes, High Priest. On the side of the joust, Yun Duo's sound swept across the place, and the great monarch realm suppressing pressure enveloped the entire venue. She snorted coldly. If you want to ruin the joust, let's not beat around the bush. If you want to talk, stand in front of the stage. Although the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest has this ability, none of the previous Holy Ladies have used this method. In addition, this secret is not a secret among the big clans in the Sea Realm, so if you want to discredit the Miracle Forest with this, you'd better understand the ancient history of the Sea Realm first. At this moment, a powerhouse from the Primordial Divine Academy stood up. That's right. The Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest will have dual divine personas once she becomes a god. Only in a few cases, when the Holy Lady's husband dies in the Sea of Stars or dies in an ominous battle, does the Holy Lady possess the third divine persona. A strong master of the ancient demon race also stood up. Our ancient demon race can prove this. A mysterious young man riding an imperial carriage sneered. How many people who are truly qualified to marry the Holy Lady don't know this? It's just for these itinerant cultivators and experts of small and medium-sized forces to hear. However, although the crowd finally calmed down, many itinerant cultivators and the strong masters of some small and medium-sized forces who had planned to have a try secretly gave up joining in the joust. It was not easy to cultivate to become a monarch. They were willing to join in the joust. Anyway, even if they couldn't win, what if they could have a chance? How many of them didn't have extraordinary talent and experience to become a monarch? But now, although the experts of many superpowers had recognized Yun Duo's statement, this remark still dispelled many experts' thought of participating in the joust. It was because their words mentioned one thing, which was the ominous return. Although they were not super forces, they more or less knew some secrets. If a war was coming, the Miracle Forest might take the risk. Smoking his big pipe, Han Fei sneered. His purpose in confessing this matter was not to slander the Miracle Forest, but to save time. Once he got the small vine, he would have to run immediately. Since he was going to run, he certainly wouldn't stay here for long. Otherwise, if the Miracle Forest locked down this place, he might not be able to escape. Would the strong masters of the superpowers really be indifferent? Not necessarily. If they were really from the superpowers, they must know more about the ominous return than the small and medium-sized forces. In the face of a great enemy, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything to increase their strength. Besides, had the Holy Ladies never killed their husbands? That was not true. Chapter 368, The Joust 4, 368, The Joust 4. In addition, the voice yesterday revealed the identity of Xiao as a Southern Dipper assassin, which was enough to make many strong masters wary. After Yun Duo calmed everyone down, she said, "The joust begins now. A total of 10 arenas are set up. All participants of the joust, please ascend the arena." However, there should have been thousands of monarch-level powerhouses from the Sea Realm stepping onto the arenas. But in the end, surprisingly, only a little over 300 people stepped onto the arenas one by one. On average, there were less than 30 people in each arena. Seeing this scene, Yun's expression turned ugly. This was probably the lowest number of participants of this kind of jousts in the history of the Miracle Forest. Among the people who hadn't ascended the arenas, Yun had clearly seen some experts from super factions and could even tell their names. However, these people hesitated for a moment and didn't ascend the arenas. Han Fei leisurely ascended an arena. When he appeared in the arena, everyone who was in the same arena as him changed their expression. After all, everyone knew the strength of Han Fei. Buzz, Han Fei suppressed his strength to the peak of the Dao proving level and grinned. "If you know what's good for you, get lost. I might hurt or even kill you." Someone snorted coldly. "Wang Han, don't be arrogant." At the same level, it's hard to say who will win. A strong master from the Primordial Divine Academy happened to be in Han Fei's arena, looking at Han Fei indifferently. Wang Han, I heard that your body has reached the carefree level. I want to see if your body is stronger or my soul is stronger. However, Han Fei didn't seem to hear him. Instead, he looked at Yun Duo and said, Senior, there are more than 300 people in total. Why bother to divide the arenas? Why not let us fight together? The expert from the Primordial Divine Academy's face turned cold. Wang Han, how dare you ignore me? Han Fei came back to himself. Oh, are you talking to me? Sorry, you're right, I didn't notice you. This person was instantly filled with killing intent. The center of his eyebrows flashed, and he wanted to kill Han Fei immediately. A strong master of the ancient demon race chuckled. Wang Han is interesting. Senior Yun Duo, I think this suggestion is not bad. In the carriage, a young man in white said lazily, this suggestion is acceptable. However, Yun Duo shook her head firmly. By separating the strong, they could better see each other's strength. If the strong fought together, the joust wouldn't be able to play its role. Originally, they set up 10 arenas to choose a winner of each arena and then let the winners fight. But now, there were only a total of 300 people. Clearly, this method was no longer necessary. Yun Duo said, this kind of competition is already very fast. Whoever successfully defeats the others of the arena will be the arena winner. At that time, it will be a battle between the 10 arena winners. Now, if anyone else wants to participate, please enter the arenas quickly. Someone sneered. The number of people participating in the joust decides everything. They are all strong masters from super factions. They have the confidence. Even if the Holy Lady becomes a god in the future, she won't dare to kill her husband. But what about ordinary people? Someone said. Even the strong masters of some superpowers didn't participate, which shows that Senior Yun Duo's words are not credible. Yun Duo heaved a sigh and heard the high priest's voice. Let's get started before anything unexpected happens. Yun Duo nodded imperceptibly and then said, since no one else is ascending the arena, please be prepared. Suppress your strength, or you'll be driven out of the arenas the moment I find anything wrong. In addition, everyone can use at most low-quality nature spiritual treasures. Does anyone have any objections? After a full 10 seconds, seeing that no one objected, Yun Duo paused and shouted softly, the joust has officially begun. Chapter 369, Identity Exposed, 1369, Identity Exposed, 1369, Identity Exposed, 1. In the arena, most of the people who really entered the arena knew each other because the strong masters of small and medium-sized factions and itinerant cultivators had mostly abandoned the joust. This was because they didn't dare to take the risk. If they would eventually become someone else's stepping stone, they might as well not get involved. There were a total of 31 people in the arena where Han Fei was. The strong master from the Primordial Divine Academy who had been ignored by Han Fei just now immediately shouted in a low voice, kill Wang Han first before we fight. As one of the influential figures in the South Sea Divine Realm, Han Fei had been targeted. Almost none of the 31 people hesitated and attacked Han Fei at the same time. Clang! The 9-foot-long ring broadsword shot out. With just a casual slash, Han Fei showed the might of the immortal level with the strength of the Tao proving level. Puff, 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 4 contenders in a row, together with their soul-suppressing spiritual treasures, were shattered. Everybody was shocked by Han Fei's attack. Someone was shocked. What kind of saber technique was this? It was actually immune to divine techniques and could directly sever souls. I don't know. Didn't Wang Han learn the sky-cleaving star-cutting knife? That's the ultimate technique of the ferocious god Valley of the West Wilderness. How can it have such a soul-slaying ability? Outside the arena, a saber expert was shocked. This is the ultimate technique of an ancient great monarch, the soul-breaking divine knife technique of the World Edge monarch knife. I once saw it in a Knife Dao classic, but the inheritance of this technique seems to have long disappeared. Where did he learn it? Amidst the endless light and shadow, Han Fei stepped into the void and his figure turned into stars in the arena. The world here lost its color as countless stars flashed in different places. Puff, puff, puff. 7 people couldn't react in time and were directly beheaded and eliminated. Outside the field, another wave of discussion broke out. What movement technique is this? It's so fast. Someone shook his head. It's not that he's very fast, but it seems very fast to use such a movement technique at the Tao proving level. Those who can keep up with this speed are all geniuses among geniuses. Next to Feng Yu, Feng Qingcheng exclaimed, it's the Star Void Dance. I once read in an ancient book that when using this technique, the body transforms into nothingness, occupying a space unique to oneself, merging with the countless stars, and disappearing without a trace. It's said to be a marvelous body technique that was comprehended by an ancient great monarch amidst the vast expanse of stars based on the celestial atlas. Many people looked at Feng Qingcheng. Feng Yu snorted. The techniques he has learned are too diverse. It's not difficult for me to keep up with this pace after I reach the immortal level. A powerhouse from the Primordial Divine Academy frowned slightly. It's said that this kind of ancient great monarch's ultimate technique hasn't appeared in the Sea Realm in 1,000,000 years. Where did he learn it? The powerhouse from the Primordial Divine Academy shook his head slightly. I've seen all kinds of movement techniques. There's definitely no such technique. In the arena, for the first time, everyone felt how strong Han Fei was. This was simply ridiculously strong. He couldn't even be touched. How could they fight him? The expert from the Primordial Divine Academy shouted, "Everyone, guard me." At that moment, the remaining people in the field gathered up, their backs to each other, and surrounded the expert from the Primordial Divine Academy. Whoosh! A soul shadow crawled out of this body. Divine technique, myriad divine eyes. Bam, bam, bam. Countless eyes opened in the sky. At that moment, everyone finally saw Han Fei's figure moving at high speed here. Every time he arrived at a spot, he flashed like a star. Found you. A master of arrays put his hands together after seeing Han Fei, and thousands of arrays emerged from the ground at the same time. The man shouted, "This is the ultimate technique of our 1,000 Dao sect. 10,000 arrays lock the void." Sure enough, when this technique was activated, Han Fei felt that his speed had plummeted. It turned out that these arrays were based on the quagmire of the Star Sea. In essence, it was a quagmire. Swish, swish, swish. Countless techniques came at him, and Han Fei blocked their attacks with both hands. However, these attacks were at the Dao-proving level. No matter how strong the attacks were, how could they shake Han Fei's carefree level body? In fact, his body was no longer at the carefree level, but the immortal level. Seeing that they couldn't shake Han Fei's body at all, someone immediately reported, "Senior, you asked us to suppress our strength to the Dao-proving level, but we can't shake this person's body at all. Aren't you deliberately making us lose?" However, Yunduo shook her head slightly. "It can't be helped. His physique is extraordinary. Even if he stands still and let you attack, can you win? However, if you all agree to enter the carefree level, it's not impossible." However, everyone fell silent at this moment because most of them were still at the peak of the Dao-proving level. If they restored their true strength, how could they fight a carefree level expert? Everyone's hearts sank. They had tacitly agreed that Han Fei could continue fighting like this. In fact, they knew in their hearts that with Han Fei's carefree level physique, even if they used all their strength, it was impossible for them to win. Therefore, they could only use a secret method to temporarily enter the carefree level. Basically, anyone who could enter this arena had a secret method to temporarily increase their strength. A myriad of techniques locked onto Han Fei. At the same time, the guy from the Primordial Academy who walked the Soul Extreme Dao seemed to have finally prepared a move. In all directions, space distorted, covering not only Han Fei, but also everyone else. Chapter 3170, 3170, Identity Exposed, 23170, Identity Exposed, 23170, Identity Exposed. Demonic Sound Tide, Soul Annihilation Sound. Aha! As the voice resounded, the 6 contenders around him exploded on the spot, and their souls hurriedly crawled out of the arena. Most of the rest of them were dizzy from the shock. No matter how they thought about it, they would never expect that the guy who was an ally a moment ago would suddenly betray them. The remaining dozen or so people were devastated by the demonic sound, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Clearly, this sound had seriously affected their combat power. However, Han Fei, who was besieged, smiled. "This is the moment I've been waiting for. I'll kill you with one slash." Han Fei raised his hand as a sword, and the laws of heaven and earth suddenly turned into a sword tide surrounding Han Fei's palm. And in this sword tide, Han Fei's arm was the main sword, fighting against the demonic sound. As soon as the sword was drawn, many strong masters outside the field exclaimed, "Sword demon's god-slaying art, this is the inheritance of the sword demon." That's not right. Shouldn't this be a sword technique that only Jian Wu Dao can use? How can Wang Han also know it? Wang Han has been hiding his strength. He's actually a miscellaneous cultivator who has gathered all kinds of ultimate techniques. No one has discovered this before. This person must have once entered a certain graveyard of ancient monarchs. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain so many complicated divine techniques from different eras that appear on him. Even Yun Duo was full of curiosity. She didn't expect Han Fei to be even more difficult to deal with than the rumors said. All the techniques he took out were long lost. Obviously, he was a person with great luck. Han Fei tore a big hole in his opponent's soul. How is this possible? How can an ordinary divine technique break through an extreme Dao soul-killing technique? Puffer, unfortunately, before they could get an answer, that guy was killed by a sword. Han Fei said leisurely, "I forgot to tell you that I'm a dual refiner of body and soul." Among the 10 arenas, only Han Fei's arena fought the fastest. The expert from the Primordial Divine Academy was killed. Of the remaining 12 people, many had their souls damaged by the impact of the demonic soundquake. Only then did Han Fei retract his sharpness and no longer unleash the techniques of some ancient experts. He only slashed with his knife and killed them one by one. Outside the arena, it was silent. When the people in the arena revived one after another, exclamations and cheers broke out outside the arena. Too strong. Wang Han is outrageously strong. Dual killing of body and soul. This is a real dual refiner of body and soul. Any blow of his can break the body and cut the soul, which is in line with the law of the heavens. How can this guy be so fierce? No wonder Feng Yu took a fancy to him. No wonder this guy wants both women. Such power cannot be described merely as being a heavenly talent. With such strength, I'm afraid he can be ranked first on the god roll. As for Feng Yu, although she was also shocked by Han Fei's so many strange ultimate techniques, she also had some doubts in her heart. Logically speaking, with Han Fei's strength, he could sweep the arena even if he only used the sky-cleaving star-cutting knife. But why did he expose so many messy inheritances? Is it for someone to see? At the same time, on the miracle divine tree, the high priest stood quietly on the top of the tree and sighed slightly. She thought to herself, if it weren't for the problem with the bloodline of the descendants of the gods, with the talent of these people from the primordial divine race, they would probably be very terrifying when they grew up, right? On the other side, Shi Hongye's expression was ugly. He could unleash the immortal level strength at the Tao proving level. This is why the people from the Central Sea divine realm want to sweep through the primordial divine race, right? If such a guy breaks the restraints of bloodline, what will happen? At that moment, most of the revived people's eyes were filled with shock. The expert from the Primordial Divine Academy was the most seriously injured. Nearly half of his soul had been destroyed. However, he had no desire to take revenge at the moment because he felt that he had almost no power to resist a real dual refiner of body and soul. This was no longer a battle between extreme Tao soul refining and extreme Tao body refining. If the person standing here today was an extreme Tao body refiner, his defeat might not be much later than his. Han Fei sat on the tree again and began to smoke his pipe. On the field, in the other 9 arenas, there were 3 battlefields that caught his attention. One of them was also an expert from the Primordial Divine Academy, but what the other party displayed wasn't strength, but the ability to predict the future. Every attack of the other party seemed to be within his expectations. Furthermore, after the other party attacked, he would defeat the other party with lightning speed. Another person was a strong master from the Divine Demon Forest. He walked the path of offense and defense, and the power between the two seemed to be able to transform at will. However, in terms of comprehensive combat power, he should be inferior to him. In the 3rd arena, the young man in white who was riding an imperial carriage held an ancient banner in his hand. Countless souls rushed out. Every soul seemed to be a soul attack. Furthermore, they were all very powerful soul attacks. Among the others, the white-clothed young man finished the battle less than half an hour after the battle, and from the beginning to the end he only took out an ancient banner. However, Yunduo clearly said that no spiritual treasures above low-quality nature spiritual treasures were allowed to be used in this battle. Yunduo didn't stop him, which meant that the ancient banner was at most a low-quality nature spiritual treasure. Was it possible for a low-quality nature spiritual treasure to sweep through dozens of heavenly talents in the arena? Chapter 317.1 Identity Exposed 3.317.1 Identity Exposed 3. Han Fei guessed that either someone went easy on him, or the ancient banner had some extraordinary characteristics that made it impossible for others to restrain him. Either way, it was enough to testify that this young man was quite strong and powerful. In less than a day, the 10 arena winners were selected. Some people had absolute strength and identity. These people were not worried that the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest would kill them after becoming a god. Firstly, they were certain that the Miracle Forest wouldn't dare to do this. The other was that they were absolutely confident that once they became gods, they wouldn't be weaker than the Holy Lady with double divinities. Yunduo sighed in her heart. Almost all the winners on this day were among the top 3 of the god roll. However, these people usually didn't show up in public, and they didn't bother to be on this so-called god roll. In their opinion, only the god roll in the sky-opening realm was worth looking at. When it came to the monarch realm, a slight difference could make a vast distinction, making it difficult to define one's strength. Yunduo said, the top 10 arena winners of this competition have been decided. They are Wang Han, Zhang Buyi, Yuan Tianhuan, and Hong Tansi. Zhang Buyi? Han Fei thought that he couldn't continue today and was about to leave when he heard Zhang Buyi's name. He was taken aback. The guy is surnamed Zhang and is so strong? Does he have something to do with my mother? However, he didn't pay much attention to it. There were too many strong masters in the world. If Jian Wudao dared to come today, he should be able to win a place. Han Fei actually hoped that Jian Wudao would come. Otherwise, this kind of person was good at forbearing and might suddenly attack him at some time. Of course, Han Fei wasn't afraid, but he was afraid that this guy would target the people around him. At night, the star core was resplendent and the moonlight was hazy. Above the miracle forest, Han Fei lay on the clouds, quietly watching the sun, moon, and stars. Han Fei didn't know if it was because of the pressure brought by the ominous or the reincarnation road, but for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be so easy for him to win this joust. What are you thinking? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's ears. Han Fei frowned, although this person had restrained his aura very well, and the turbulence caused by his step in the void was very small, almost dodging his perception. Han Fei picked up a wine calabash and said, I'm not thinking, I'm drinking. Your banner is very powerful. Zhang Bui chuckled. It's not as shocking as the fact that you're a dual refiner of body and soul. Han Fei laughed. No need to flatter me. What's the matter? Zhang Bui said. Can't I just have a talk with you? I'm very curious about your identity. I can't find any traces of you in the entire West Wilderness, so the result is easy to guess. You are either not from the West Wilderness or from the primordial divine race, right? Han Fei frowned slightly. I'm also curious about your identity. Zheng Bui chuckled. I'm just from a super force in the Central Sea Divine Realm. But my race once had a dominator. Han Fei's hand couldn't help but pause. A dominator? Was this person fucking bragging, or was it for real? He had only heard of dominator-level experts from eldest senior brother once. But wasn't this level used to describe the ominous? Was it also applicable to the myriad races? If there was really a dominator-level expert in this race, didn't it mean that there was a super expert comparable to eldest senior brother in his race? Zhang Bui said. Sure enough, you know of the existence of dominators. Han Fei shrugged. It's not a big secret. It's not surprising that I know it. What has your race's dominator got to do with you? Ha ha ha, Zhang Bui laughed. Now I am even more certain that you are not the so-called leader of Wildfire Madblade Gang at all. Otherwise, you would have known my race. You must have just come out and don't know much about the Sea Realm. At least, you haven't been to the Central Sea Divine Realm. Well, the North Wilderness doesn't have your inheritance, and there are too few forces in the South Sea. You can only come from the West Wilderness or the East Sea. If you are from the primordial divine race, it is meaningless for you to marry the Holy Lady. You can't become a god at all, so you can only come from the East Sea. Gulp Han Fei took a sip of wine, thinking that he hated such people the most. What kind of fish poop analysis ability was this? He was almost a match for Luo Xiaobai. Zhang Buyi's lips curled slightly as he continued. So, I checked all kinds of information about the East Sea. Well, guess what I found? Han Fei chuckled. What did you find? Zhang Buyi didn't respond to Han Fei. How about we make a deal? You find your demon purification vine, and I'll marry my holy lady. How about that? Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers, but his face was still calm, and his voice was slightly lazy. I don't understand what you are talking about. I must marry the holy lady. Even God can't take her away. You can try. Zhang Buyi said, interesting. Let's see who's stronger. Disturbed by Zhang Buyi, Han Fei lost interest. He had already disguised himself so well, but he was still discovered. No, I have to take action tomorrow. I can't waste any more time. See, the next morning. In the arena, the 10 arena winners were gathered, and a new round of battles was about to begin. On the Miracle Divine Tree, xuanhuan walked out of her cave and said via voice transmission, High Priest, today's competition between the top 10 of the joust will decide who will become my husband. I want to go and watch. Chapter 317.2, Identity Exposed, 317.2, Identity Exposed, 4. Okay. Although the battle could be seen on the Miracle Divine Tree, the High Priest had no reason to reject xuanhuan's request. The Miracle Divine Tree was not far from the arena, but there were seals around it, preventing outsiders from peeping. Xuanhuan left the seal of the Miracle Forest and flew across the sky. Logically speaking, it would only take her a few seconds to reach the arena. However, the moment Xuanhuan stepped out of the seal and flew across the sky, a figure suddenly rose to the sky, holding a Divine Tribulation seal in his hand. Boom! The Divine Tribulation was activated, and thunder rumbled in the sky. The person who triggered the Divine Tribulation roared, Ye Chenyi, don't even think about snatching the Holy Lady Qingqian's divine path. You'll die with her. This person's voice shook the world. On the Miracle Divine Tree's side, the High Priest's expression suddenly changed as she shouted angrily, How dare you! The speed of a peak-level Great Monarch was fast enough. Although the person initiated the Divine Tribulation first, the High Priest teleported and appeared in front of xuanhuan in the next moment, her cane shining with a green light. Rumble, after all, a Divine Tribulation couldn't be blocked easily. Even the High Priest had to withstand a complete Divine Tribulation before she could be freed. Yun Duo, Pei Bai, and Si Hongye all changed their faces and hurried back. At the moment when the Divine Tribulation broke out, a black chain on the Miracle Divine Tree ignored all the seals on the Miracle Divine Tree, broke through nearly 100 layers of seals, and quickly drilled into a cave. In this cave, spiritual plants were everywhere. In a small barrier at the center, a small vine was lying quietly. Han Fei was delighted. He found a new use of the Creation Divine Chain's ability to ignore all seals. Otherwise, even if xuanhuan used herself as bait to lure the High Priest away, he might not be able to bring the Demon Purification Pot's small vine back in such a short time. However, just as the Creation Divine Chain was about to roll up the small vine and quickly return, all of a sudden, a demon plant in the cave suddenly turned into a huge hand and suddenly grabbed the Creation Divine Chain. Immediately afterward, the figure of the High Priest appeared in this cave. Han Fei's face changed greatly. How was it possible? Wasn't the High Priest helping xuanhuan resist the Divine Tribulation? The Creation Divine Chain? Impressive. I didn't expect that even the Creation Divine Prison had appeared. No wonder Master Human Emperor dares to come to our Miracle Forest. Han Fei intended to collect the Creation Divine Chain. However, the power of the Creation Divine Chains came from his own strength. If he were a great monarch, he might be able to fight the High Priest. But now, even if Han Fei used his full strength, he probably couldn't shake this High Priest. Through the Creation Divine Chain, Han Fei said via voice transmission, High Priest, you're quite good. I didn't expect that in addition to the original body, you hid an avatar here. I have no choice. I can't use all my trump cards. Now the sea realm is in chaos, and the miracle forest has to protect ourselves. Master Human Emperor, you should be glad that I hid an avatar here. Oh, why do you say that? Master Human Emperor, do you really think that no one in the Central Sea Divine Realm knows that there is a demon purification pot's divine vine in the miracle forest? Han Fei frowned slightly, having a bad feeling. The high priest said, as early as the moment you exposed the demon purification pot, the miracle forest had already been monitored. Many great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm have been waiting here, waiting for you to appear. These hundreds of different kinds of seals were built by them together. Although the creation divine chain can ignore all seals, once the demon purification pot's divine vine disappears, they will find out immediately. Han Fei seemed to hear something unusual in the high priest's words. He said, in that case, I should thank you. But why do you help me? The high priest said, as I said, the miracle forest has to protect ourselves in the chaotic times. The Central Sea Divine Realm is not the home of the miracle forest. If anything happens to the miracle forest, we may end up like the primordial divine race. Therefore, I have to find a trustworthy ally. Han Fei chuckled. Oh, the high priest thinks I can be trusted? The high priest said unhurriedly, if it's just you, Human Emperor, you're not worthy of my trust. However, since you and Xuanhuan were a couple in your previous life, the situation is naturally different. Han Fei's heart suddenly trembled. High Priest, why don't I understand what you are talking about? Do you really not understand me? Wang Han, Chapter 3173, Chaotic Divine Race 13173, Chaotic Divine Race 1. There was a hint of fatigue in the High Priest's voice. I have to say that you hit it very well. Wang Han is still in the arena of the joust. Theoretically speaking, I definitely won't doubt you. However, it's not the first time you've used this technique. Once you use it, someone will remember it. At this point, Han Fei knew that he couldn't keep it a secret anymore. Han Fei asked, when did you find out? The high priest said, if you're talking about when I discovered it, it was just now, the moment you attacked. Whoever snatches the demon purification vine must be the human emperor. Even if all the information shows that you're still in the human race, that one is still a fake human emperor. Han Fei frowned slightly, but the high priest continued, the demon purification pot's divine vine is in the miracle forest. As the owner of the demon purification pot, it's impossible for you not to come. The question is, when you will come. I had expected you to come when you became a great monarch, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. Han Fei chuckled. Okay, then why are you so sure that Wang Han and I are the same person? The high priest said. It's because of Xuanhuan. Although I did think that you were from the primordial divine race, it was too sudden this time. If you hadn't stolen the divine vine, I wouldn't have suspected anything. However, you appeared and accurately found this cave. You wouldn't have been able to do this without a mole, and the mole can only be Xuanhuan. Han Fei thought to himself, as expected of a powerhouse who can guard the miracle forest. In fact, if he were given a chance, he would be able to successfully steal the vine in less than 3 seconds and perfectly avoid being tracked by everyone. However, after sacrificing a divine tribulation, he didn't even buy himself 3 seconds. Han Fei asked, High Priest, you want to ally with the human race? Our human race has just risen. There are few strong masters in our race. Although we have a large population, we are still too weak compared to a superpower like the miracle forest. At best, we are only a small power. Why would you choose the human race as an ally? The high priest chuckled. The ally I chose was not the human race, but the human emperor. If Wang Han is really a descendant of the primordial divine race, it would be fine if you and Wang Han are 2 different people, but you are the same person. This means that you are not a member of the primordial divine race. Your bloodline is not affected by the curse. You can become a god. Although I don't know why you are related to Xuanhuan's previous life, this can be the basis of our trust. Han Fei thought to himself, if I had known it was so simple, I wouldn't have needed to attend the joust. I could have just come and formed an alliance with the high priest. Han Fei asked, High Priest, do you mean that if our human race is willing to form an alliance with the miracle forest, you can directly give me this demon purification vine? The high priest said, previously, the miracle forest didn't know your true identity. We only thought that you were from the primordial divine race, so some unpleasant things happened. However, now that we have a basis for cooperation, we can naturally give you this demon purification vine. Han Fei asked, then what do you need me to do? The high priest said leisurely, it's definitely not a coincidence that the human race rose at this time. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence that Master Human Emperor appeared at this time either. Everything is destined. The human race was one of the 6 ancient lineages and once ruled the 6 lineages. Now that the human emperor has the demon purification pot and even the creation divine prison, it can be seen that you're extremely lucky. It should be an opportunity for the human race to rise. Therefore, what I want is that the human race can shelter our miracle forest after you rise. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Miracle Forest is one of the 3 magnates in the South Sea. Why do you need to seek shelter from the human race? As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. I don't think you need to seek our protection, do you? The high priest shook her head slightly. I'm betting on the future, not the present. Besides, a tall tree attracts the wind. There is no god-level powerhouse in the miracle forest in this generation. I can't protect it alone. Therefore, after the joust is over, I will transcend the divine tribulation. If I succeed, we won't trouble the human race for the time being. But if I fail, Hanfei continued, if you fail, the Central Sea Divine Realm will steal the luck of the miracle forest and strip off your bloodline. Hanfei's heart did a flip. From the high priest's tone, she seemed to know some secrets of the Central Sea Divine Realm. The eternal race stole the fruits of divine tribulations, and someone in the Central Sea Divine Realm stole the luck and bloodline of others. Did she mean that? Hanfei said, of course we can form an alliance, but High Priest, before our human race rises, if something really happens to the miracle forest, our human race might not be able to shelter you. Why don't we temporarily form an alliance, but High Priest, don't rush to transcend the divine tribulation. There's something I didn't lie about. I said that the bloodline problem of the descendants of the gods will be resolved. It's true. Chapter 317.4, Chaotic Divine Race 2.317.4, Chaotic Divine Race 2.417.4, Chaotic Divine Race 2 what? The High Priest's expression suddenly changed. Really? Hanfei said, since we're not enemies, why should I lie to you? The High Priest was greatly shocked. Even the High Priest's original body couldn't help but look back at Xuanhuan, her eyes flashing with golden light. If this was true, then as long as Xuanhuan didn't die, there would be a chance for the miracle forest to have a god with dual divinities. Alright, if that's the case, the alliance between the miracle forest and the human race will be an alliance between the strong. Hanfei asked, now, can you give me the vine of the demon purification vine? The high priest said, yes, but I still have to remind you, Master Human Emperor. Once the vine is taken, those strong masters will immediately sense it. At that time, the great monarchs will probably ignore the big array around the miracle divine tree and even break in. At that time, the situation will be beyond my control. Since I can guess your identity, others might be able to guess it too. Do you have a safe plan to ensure your identity? Just as the high priest said, Zhang Buyi had already guessed his identity. Now, the high priest was the second to guess his identity. Therefore, he was really not sure if anyone else could guess his identity. Hanfei asked, does the high priest know how many great monarchs there are? 12. One of them is even as strong as me. Besides, this is only on the surface. The competition for the demon purification pot has always been cruel. I don't know if there are still people coming secretly. Hanfei frowned slightly. So, I can't run away? The high priest said. If you can still use the void mark, you can escape. However, I suggest that you'd better not use it now, even if you still have a chance to use it. Oh? Why? The high priest smiled casually. You stole the vine of the heavenly race because no one was prepared and no one knew that the demon purification pot was with you. But it'll be difficult for you to steal the demon purification vine in the miracle forest unless you use the void mark. But if you use the void mark here, I'd like to ask, how are you going to take the 9th vine, Master Human Emperor? Hanfei said. As far as I know, the 9th vine should be with the prehistoric ferocious beasts. I have a way to take it. However, the high priest shook her head slightly and said bluntly, that was 100,000 years ago. The vine held by the prehistoric ferocious beasts was snatched away a long time ago, and the one who snatched it was the chaotic divine race from the Central Sea Divine Realm. It was snatched? Hanfei's face slightly changed. What were the prehistoric ferocious beasts doing? How can they let it be snatched? He was still hoping that when he went to them in the future, he could trick the little vine over in the name of the Emperor Sparrow. Chaotic divine race? A branch of the human bloodline? You can say that, but you can also say that it's not. After all, their bloodline has mutated. Hanfei frowned, and the high priest said, in fact, you've already met a member of this race in this joust. Zhang Buyi? Hanfei's white mist body inadvertently glanced at Zhang Buyi. The latter seemed to notice it and looked back at Hanfei with a faint smile. Yes. The high priest, in terms of talent and combat power, there is only one person here who can match you, and that is Zhang Buyi. Hanfei felt a slight headache and couldn't help but feel a little strange. If this chaotic divine race was really so strong, they should have known that he had the demon purification pot the moment he revealed it. Zhang Buyi had said that a dominator had appeared in his race. Then why didn't they forcefully snatch his demon purification pot? Were they afraid of the Void Temple? No, Zhang. Hanfei's heart did a flip. This chaotic divine race might be afraid of the Void Temple, but it definitely wasn't just because of the Void Temple. They were also afraid of his mother? Hanfei couldn't help but recall what Zhang Linxian had mentioned to him in the past. If he encountered a race with the surname Jiang in the future, he should be careful. She should be referring to this chaotic divine race, right? After so many years, Hanfei was no longer naive. Which race or faction would help you for no reason? Therefore, he definitely didn't think that this branch of the human race called the chaotic divine race was friendly. If they were friendly, where were they when the human race was in danger? Where were they when 70 billion humans died? They even sat by and watched the ancient demon race harvesting the luck of this branch of the human race. For this reason, this race must be his enemy. No matter what difficulties they had, Hanfei would not understand them. Also, last night, Zhang Buyi said very casually that he would let Hanfei snatch the small vine and he just wanted to marry the holy lady. It seemed that he didn't care about the small vine of the demon purification pot, but it was actually not the case. At this moment, the high priest said that many strong masters were waiting for him to appear, so he understood. Zhang Buyi wanted to use these great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm to deal with him. If he still had a void mark, he could use these great monarchs to consume it. Chapter 317.5 Chaotic Divine Race 317.5 Chaotic Divine Race 3 If he didn't have a void mark, he could also use these great monarchs to get rid of him. As for the demon purification pot, once the demon purification pot was taken away from him, without the threat of the void temple and his parents, it would be easy for the chaotic divine race to snatch the demon purification pot. What a sinister guy. Hanfei had thought that Zhang Buyi was just smart, but the first time they met, he had a feeling that he was facing Luo Xiaobai. But now it seemed that this guy was even more terrifying than he had imagined. More importantly, it was not his combat power but his intelligence. Just because he had a simple conversation with him, he had made plans in advance. He had planned to wait until after the joust ended, but after Zhang Buyi exposed his identity, he became anxious. At some point, he even felt that this person might become his friend. What a terrifying illusion. Old fox. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. However, Zhang Buyi still knew his real identity. How could such an old fox let him get the small vine so easily? It was unlikely. However, he didn't know what this guy was up to. He knew his identity, but didn't reveal it. Why? If Zhang Buyi told the great monarchs that he was xuanhuan, they would definitely take action, and the trump cards he prepared might not be enough to deal with them. If he were in Hanfei's shoes, he would have launched a surprise attack with the help of the great monarchs. Even if it couldn't kill him, it could at least force him to use the void mark. Wait, Hanfei suddenly understood something. Yes, if he really used the void mark, he would be able to directly snatch the small vine and the others wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, if he was forced to use the void mark, the small vine would definitely belong to him, and he would definitely be able to escape unscathed from this trip to the Miracle Forest. And if he escaped unscathed this time, he would definitely not use xuanhuan's name again. At that time, even Zhang Buyi might not be able to find him again in this huge sea realm. As for threatening him with the human race, with the demon god's order, the human race's alliance with the major factions in the East Sea Divine Realm, and the protection of countless strong masters from the God-Fiend Sea, it was not a wise choice to attack the human race at this time. Therefore, Zhang Buyi had actually considered everything. Hanfei said, I see. Thank you for your reminder, High Priest. However, Zhang Buyi already knows my identity. Therefore, he will probably take action later. You stopped me and want to form an alliance with the human race. Have you already had a plan? The High Priest shook her head and said, I don't have any plan. I didn't realize your identity until just now. Since I want to ally with your human race, I naturally can't watch you fight the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm head-on. However, if Zhang Buyi knows your identity, I can't predict what he will do next. Hanfei was silent for a moment. Since taking the little vine away by force is not the best choice, it seems that I still have to continue the joust. Let's see what he'll do. However, regarding the alliance, please wait a moment. Hanfei didn't completely believe the High Priest. Trust was a very precious thing in the world of cultivation. They were all old foxes who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It was really difficult to tell if they were telling the truth or lying. The vast ocean navigator turned and its needle pointed to the south, and Hanfei was slightly relieved. This high priest really didn't lie to me. All right, I agree to this alliance. I have to admire your judgment, High Priest. It's really rare to choose to form an alliance with the human race at this moment, but I assure you the human race will definitely flourish in my hands. To put it bluntly, if something disastrous happens, be it the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm or Zhang Buyi of the chaotic divine race, I can wipe them out at the same time. It won't affect the outcome. Hanfei's words were domineering, and the High Priest was slightly relieved. A person's confidence always had a source. To be able to describe such a dangerous matter with such a casual tone, Hanfei must have something to rely on. Therefore, the High Priest believed that Hanfei's void mark should still have a chance to be used. At this moment, the power of the divine tribulation had basically been blocked by the High Priest. Instantly, countless gazes turned here. The High Priest snorted, waved her hand, and crushed the guy who caused the divine tribulation into powder. Then, she reached out and took Xuanhuan back to the miracle divine tree. Xuanhuan's face changed, but she didn't say anything. The plan to lure the tiger away had been completed, so it didn't matter whether she went to the joust or not. The High Priest's majestic voice echoed in the sky of the miracle forest. The joust continues. As the High Priest of the Miracle Forest, I will watch the entire battle. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, he shall be executed. At this moment, Yun Duo and the others had returned. The high priest waved her hand. Just do your respective jobs. Today, I'd like to see what other plans the person behind this has. Chapter 3176 Chaotic Divine Race 4 3176 Chaotic Divine Race 4 Yes, High Priest. However, they did not know that this person was in the High Priest's cave at the moment. Xuanhuan frowned. High Priest, shall I go back to my own cave? However, Han Fei's voice suddenly sounded. Chan Yi, there's no need to go. The High Priest already knows our plan. Buzz. Xuanhuan's face suddenly changed. Feeling the hand on her shoulder, she couldn't help but ask, how did you... The High Priest said, Chan Yi, I'm the High Priest of the Miracle Forest after all. I'm not a piece of trash who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years for nothing. If you are smart enough and know enough information, you can take the demon purification vine away without even needing to hold the joust. Xuanhuan asked, Aishio, what's going on here? Han Fei said unhurriedly, alas, we didn't have enough information. If Xiaobai were here, she might be able to see this more clearly than me. Now, the joust has to continue. I have to meet someone. In the arena, at the moment when the divine tribulation erupted, Zhang Buyi's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. It had to be said that in this joust, there was only one person who wanted to cause trouble the most, and that was Han Fei. Therefore, this divine tribulation could only be caused by Han Fei. Although the guy who attacked was a monarch from the Miracle Forest, he was more willing to believe that it was just a puppet. However, at this moment, the divine tribulation had been completely blocked. The strong masters didn't appear as he expected, and a chaotic battle didn't happen either. Zhang Buyi turned to look at Han Fei and said to him via voice transmission, you even used a divine tribulation. Why didn't you take this opportunity to steal the demon purification vine? Han Fei looked at Zhang Buyi and shrugged slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Does this divine tribulation have anything to do with me? Please, don't play smart. Otherwise, you might find out that you're just a clown. Zhang Buyi smiled. Really? Interesting. The two didn't continue to talk. Zhang Buyi frowned slightly, but then his frown relaxed and he smiled. What an interesting opponent. In that case, the optimal plan is not feasible, so I can only resort to the second plan. In the arena, Yun Duo shouted loudly, everyone, this is just a minor incident. The Miracle Forest has enough strength and confidence to ensure your safety. Now, I announce the rules of this round of joust. Among the 10 arena winners, anyone who is interested can go on stage to defend the arena. Every time you successfully defend or take the arena, you have the right to rest and recover until your strength returns to its peak before you go out to continue to fight. This arena defense battle doesn't restrict one's realm. Anyone below the Great Monarch realm can participate. Next, are any of the 10 arena winners willing to defend the arena? Among the 10 people, the sooner one defended the arena, the more trump cards he would reveal. Therefore, no one came up to the arena for a full 3 seconds. Seeing this, Han Fei smiled. Since no one is coming, let me. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes fell on Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care. Few immortal level cultivators could resist his attack now, even if he didn't use the immortal slaying knife. Clang. Han Fei stepped into the arena, and at the same time, the blood sky blade rose to the sky, and a blood-colored brilliance bloomed. Han Fei grinned. I'm afraid it won't be easy not to injure or kill anyone in such a peak-level battle. I wonder who is willing to be the first to fight me. Among the 9 people, a gentle-looking young expert appeared. He smiled and said, someone has to be the first, so I'll be the first. I'm xuanhuan from the Illusory Sky Sect, Central Sea Divine Realm. Please enlighten me. Because most of the 10 arena winners were unknown, there were not many people discussing them. Only some strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm were discussing in low voices. It's said that xuanhuan has also taken the Extreme Dao Soul Refining and has been studying arrays. Although he's not famous, he's still the 3rd disciple of the sect master of the Illusory Sky Sect. His strength can't be underestimated. I don't know anything else. When the Primordial Divine Academy taught illusory arrays, this guy had come to teach us. Teach you? Is he very old? No, he's just very talented. In the arena, xuanhuan stomped, and in an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in fog. Facing Han Fei, xuanhuan certainly knew that he couldn't fight him head-on. For an extreme Dao body refiner like Han Fei, trapping and killing him was the best choice. On xuanhuan's arms, infinite Dao patterns poured out, and as he pressed his hands on the ground, thousands of arrays appeared. Humph! Arrays! Can your arrays stop me? Since there was a chance to rest if he won this round, Han Fei wasn't worried about exhausting himself. He immediately activated his original Great Dao. In the face of such millions of arrays, the 6th move of the sky-cleaving star-cutting knife, Star River Flowing, was the best way to break the arrays. Whoosh! Waves rose one after another, and the saber aura surged. In the blink of an eye, the knife aura turned into a hurricane gyro, and the blood sky blade fused into it as it knocked continuously. Ka-ka-ka! Tens of thousands of arrays were broken one after another. Unless xuanhuan's arrays could suppress great monarchs, it was impossible for him to suppress Han Fei in such a short time. Therefore, xuanhuan spewed out a few mouthfuls of essence blood. But he didn't flinch. Since the arrays he used couldn't suppress Han Fei, he would resort to illusion techniques. Han Fei suddenly felt that he had come to the last trial of the ancient god of thunder, note, hellfire. However, at this moment he wasn't nailed to the cliff. He saw that the spear had suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, looking exactly the same as before. However, Han Fei didn't look panicked. Instead, there was a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He really couldn't tell what was real or fake now. However, his soul power was very strong, so strong that it even exceeded xuanhuan's. Therefore, when the spear pierced through him, Han Fei suddenly waved his hand, ignored the spear, and slashed out. Pfft. The saber swept out for 100,000 kilometers, and Yuan Tianhuan's body was directly blasted into powder. Even his soul was seriously injured, and he no longer had any combat power. Half of Yuan Tianhuan's soul had also been destroyed. At this moment, his soul sounded. "How did you do it?" Han Fei sneered. "Because I'm not afraid. This battle was too easy to win." Next one. Chapter 3177, 3177, Fail to Maintain Persona, 13177, Fail to Maintain Persona, 2/. Many strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm looked surprised. A top powerhouse had been defeated by 2/. This simply subverted their understanding. A strong master who was familiar with the illusory sky sect was shocked. Although the illusory sky sect is not big, they are extremely strict in recruiting disciples, not to mention the sect master's direct disciple. Yuan Tianhuan once trapped and killed more than one world-ending level ominous creature. How could he be defeated by 2/? Someone sighed. It's not that Yuan Tianhuan is weak, but that Wang Han is too strong. Besides, what he is holding is a high-quality creation spiritual treasure. How many people here have a creation spiritual treasure of this level? Someone sighed. Although a dual refiner of body and soul is terrifying, it's not unheard of in the sea realm. However, this is the first time I've seen someone break 1,000 arrays with force. Although not all the arrays were large arrays, how can they be broken so easily? I'm afraid Wang Han has also dabbled in arrays. In the next moment, a young man stepped into the arena. Buzz. When he stepped into the arena, his body was shining with golden light. A set of golden armor enveloped his entire body, and a dazzling light erupted from his body. The man shouted, "Chen Tianyang from the Light City, Central Sea Divine Realm. Since you think it's easy to win, let me fight you." "Okay," Han Fei grinned and made a provocative gesture. Whoosh! Chen Tianyang raised his hands, and a blazing sun star appeared in the arena. Chen Tianyang held the blazing sun star with one hand and crazily absorbed the energy inside. In the next moment, he pushed with one hand and shouted, "Sun Fiery Lotus." The temperature of the entire arena suddenly rose by 10 million degrees, and then this place was covered by strange flames. A fiery lotus flower bloomed, and the lotus seed of the lotus flower was collapsing. An infinite suction force came over, and the entire lotus flower enveloped the entire arena. Han Fei naturally didn't have the time to run. However, just because he couldn't run didn't mean that Han Fei couldn't attack. He controlled the saber in the air, filling it with infinite saber intent. With the power of the Ragnarok, he activated his original Great Tao to the extreme. Kill. As soon as he slashed out, the fire wave here was pierced through. However, Chen Tianyang sneered. Sea of fire wave, 1,000 waves stirred. In addition to the closing lotus, the sea of fire here was like a normal sea. The flames formed huge waves, one after another, trying to offset the Blood Sky Blade's attack. However, Chen Tianyang didn't know how strong Han Fei was in his complete state. Before the 1,000-layered waves were completed, it had been completely penetrated. Chen Tianyang didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong with just one slash. However, at this moment he was holding the sun in his hand, and infinite energy was waiting to be released from his body. Energy gathered in his palm, and countless firewalls appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. Puff, puff, puff. But even so, these firewalls were like a thin piece of paper, being pierced through one after another. Clang. In the end, this saber stabbed into Chen Tianyang's palm. The remaining power didn't pierce Chen Tianyang's arm, but this blow sent him flying and he hit the edge of the arena. Cough, cough. A trace of blood oozed out of the corner of Chen Tianyang's mouth, but he didn't care, because Han Fei had already been swallowed by the fire lotus. The petals had already closed, and within the fire lotus the power of the flames increased with every second. After more than 10 seconds, the power could burn a great monarch. However, Chen Tianyang didn't let down his guard. He was still injecting energy into the lotus. But in the next moment, Han Fei's voice rang from the flame lotus. "Don't you know that I play with fire too?" The flame lotus was rapidly withering, and the infinite fire energy was disappearing at a visible speed. Even the scorching sun in Chen Tianyang's hand was absorbed by the lotus even without his guidance. Outside the field, the atmosphere was tense. Bang! The fire lotus finally withered completely. Han Fei was in the middle of the flames and said with a casual smile, "The Light City, right? You're the weakest here, yet you dare to jump out. Puff a rumble." The blood sky blade that was sent flying by Chen Tianyang instantly pierced through the scorching sun in Chen Tianyang's hand, causing a starburst. In the arena, all the flowers and trees turned into nothingness. Although the terrifying explosive power couldn't threaten an immortal level expert, Chen Tianyang's flames lost their effect. Before he had the time to use other methods, Han Fei had already appeared in front of him. One puncher, boom, Chen Tianyang was sent flying like a star, and all his bones were shattered. There was a big hole in his body, and his soul seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. Yun Duo hurriedly took action and summoned a piece of vine grass with one hand to protect Chen Tianyang, blocking the aftershock of Han Fei's fistlight. She said, "Wang Han wins this battle." Han Fei chuckled. "If you're all like this, I advise you not to come. I'm afraid I'll really beat you to death." How arrogant. 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 Fight 9 of us in a row if you have balls. Someone was speechless. Chen Tianyang was wrong. He was still using those typical tactics of the Light City. Those tricks are powerful against ominous creatures, but Wang Han is different. With such a scattered attack method, it will be strange if Chen Tianyang can still win. Chapter 3178 Fail to Maintain Persona 2 3178 Fail to Maintain Persona 2. Can a dual refiner of body and soul really fuse his soul power into his body? Zhang Buyi sat on the throne and watched this scene quietly, looking calm and emotionless. Next, Han Fei still had no intention of resting, at least not yet. Many onlookers, including the rest of the 10 arena winners, couldn't judge Han Fei's strength at this moment. Although he was only in the intermediate stage of the immortal level, his strike was comparable to the peak of the immortal level and even seemed to be about to break through to the great monarch realm. An expert of the ancient demon race, a peacock, appeared. His speed was unparalleled, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. Everyone had thought that this would be a battle of swords and knives, but Han Fei transformed into a speed expert again and plucked all the peacock feathers. Puffa Han Fei cut off the head of the peacock and chuckled. It seems to be enough to make a fan. The peacock head rolling in the arena was shouting angrily, "Wang Han, how dare you humiliate me? We ancient demon race will remember this. Humph! Those who are defeated by me are no longer qualified to challenge me. Take a rest. If the ancient demon race is all like you, it's not a big deal." Buzz, Han Fei turned his blade and cut the body of the peacock into pieces. Next, someone waved his hand slightly. "Forget it, I won't fight. If any of you want to fight, go." At this moment, countless strong masters outside the arena realized that the Monarch realm seemed no different from any other realm. The thousands of Monarch realm strong masters outside the field fell silent collectively. Each of them had gone through thousands of hardships to reach this day. They had thought that although there were strong and weak people among the monarchs, there wouldn't be such a huge and even insurmountable gap. How could this still be an immortal level expert? In terms of combat, this made them feel as if they were fighting a great monarch and had no chance of winning at all. Among the 10 arena winners, a strong master smiled. "Although I will lose, I want to experience this feeling." After 5 attacks, this person dragged his broken body out of the arena and muttered, "What a lousy feeling. I'm afraid I'll have to remember it for the rest of my life." Cough, cough, next to Feng Yu. Feng Xingliu clicked his tongue. "Is this guy already so strong?" Feng Yu frowned slightly and didn't speak. She felt that her junior brother's style seemed to have changed. Although he still hadn't shown his true strength, it had exceeded the strength he had when he fought her. Why isn't he concealing his strength anymore? Did something happen? Seeing that Han Fei had killed several people in a row in the arena, Zhang Xuanyu frowned. Han Fei had even used the divine tribulation just now, but there was no response. Did he fail? Although he didn't know what happened exactly, he knew that Han Fei's sudden exposure of his true strength was definitely intentional. Another moment later, of the 10 arena winners, only 2 people were left. One was Red Sandalwood 4 from the Divine Demon Forest, and the other was Zhang Buyi. Red Sandalwood 4 looked at the golden carriage and then at Han Fei. "Forget it. I won't fight a battle that I'm bound to lose." What? Even the Red Sandalwood 4 admitted defeat? Well, he was once on par with a great monarch. Why did he admit defeat? On the side of the Divine Demon Forest, many strong masters also said to each other via voice transmission, "Fourth Master, although Wang Han is strong, he hasn't shown the strength to fight a great monarch, right? Fourth Master, there are only 3 people left now." "Yes." "Fourth Master, what if this is Wang Han's limit?" Red Sandalwood 4 curled his lips slightly. "Get lost. Are you happy to see me being beaten up? This guy didn't use his true strength at all." "How can that be? He hasn't used his real strength yet?" Red Sandalwood 4 said. "The messy techniques he is using now seem to be very powerful, and none of them have his own flavor. This can only mean that he just casually used these seemingly powerful and long-lost ancient ultimate techniques. It's not a pity to abandon them. Up to now, no one can force him to use his real combat power. Should I force him to use his real combat power? When he uses his real combat power, I'm afraid he won't be able to control it." Red Sandalwood 4 waved his hand. "Unfortunately, I have no fate with the Holy Lady. Forget it, you two can compete." At this moment, there was no need for Yun Duo to host the arena. Everyone looked at the golden carriage. Zhang Buyi smiled faintly. No one saw how he left the carriage, but his figure had already appeared in the arena. Zhang Buyi looked at Han Fei and said to him via voice transmission, "I really don't want to fight you, but you've already taken away a lot. I can't just give you everything, right?" Han Fei sneered. Did I take your stuff, or did I eat your rice? Zhang Bui said. Since they can't force you to use your full strength, I have no choice but to come. By the way, I won't let you win this round. Han Fei shrugged. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Bui smiled. With a swish, a sword shadow appeared. However, when the sword light shone, the day seemed to turn into night. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be engraved on the sword, reflecting in the void, causing such a strange phenomenon. Clang. Han Fei felt that the blood sky blade was vibrating crazily, and the blade kept ringing. He had never seen the blood sky blade in such a state. Even before he used it, a strong fighting intent had enveloped this place. Chapter 317-9. Fail to maintain persona. 3-317-9. Fail to maintain persona. 3. An ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure. Han Fei snorted. He sensed it. Go. Buzz. With Han Fei's permission, the blood sky blade finally couldn't hold back its fighting intent and soared to the sky. It had once reached the peak, but it had fallen after being silent for too long. How could it be suppressed by a sword at this moment? Zhang Buyi also didn't control his sword, so the knife and the sword instantly collided. Clang, 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 clank, clank, clank. Before Han Fei and Zhang Buyi took action, the two weapons were already fighting fiercely. In the blink of an eye, knife lights and sword chi swept across the arena, and the sky was dark. Even the seals outside the arena were trembling because of the knife beams and sword chi. Outside the arena, the spectators were all shocked. What's going on? They haven't started fighting yet, but their weapons are already fighting? I knew it. Wang Han's weapon is extraordinary. But who is this guy? Zhang Buyi? I've never heard of him before. Some people sneered. You're not from the Central Sea Divine Realm, so of course you don't know. But I'm not afraid to tell you that he is also from a divine race, one of the super forces, but they have always kept a low profile. The real strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm couldn't help sneering secretly after hearing the discussion of these people. A divine race, so easily described? How ignorant. Red Sandalwood 4 sat on a big tree with his arms crossed and said casually, "See that? This is called tit for tat." To be honest, the power of the sword and the knife alone is not something ordinary immortals can resist. On the field, Han Fei said, "What are you waiting for?" Zhang Buyi said, "I'm waiting for you to take action." Han Fei asked, "Didn't you want to force me to use my real strength? If you don't attack, how can you force me to do that?" Zhang Buyi said, "There are still ways." Buzz. Upon seeing this, Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not appropriate for him to reveal his Dharma idol or he would be recognized. He had to admit that Zhang Buyi was smart. He knew that he wouldn't use his Dharma idol, so he didn't hesitate to use it. Someone exclaimed, This is the legendary three-eyed giant spirit god Dharma idol. It's ranked 6th on the Dharma body list. It's said that its combat power can be ranked in the top 5 among the myriad races in the Sea Realm. Is this guy so strong? Han Fei frowned slightly. It was not that he couldn't fight, but his and Zhang Buyi's auras were colliding. The two were temporarily in a stalemate, both waiting for an opportunity to launch a killing technique. Han Fei sighed inwardly. If he couldn't use the Dharma idol, he didn't seem to have any treasures to deal with this three-eyed Dharma idol. Of course, there were still ways, but they were his trump cards. Once he used it, it was equivalent to using another trump card. But now, he had to use it. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Well, it's a very powerful Dharma idol, but a Dharma idol is still a Dharma idol. Buzz. The law of time surged around Han Fei and an ancient beast bone flew out of his body. The laws of time intertwined and the time river opened as a huge claw stretched out. Roar. A roar shook the world. Then, everyone saw a huge head sticking out of the river of time. It was an ancient demonic bear. Kaka. The moment the bear appeared, cracks appeared in the barrier that sealed the arena. Boom. The monarch realm power descended and a terrifying aura soared to the sky. The giant bear stepped out of time and slapped down, covering the entire arena. The huge force stirred the world, and the brilliant monarch realm power made the onlookers feel suffocated. Is this an ancient demonic bear? No, I once saw it in an ancient secret book. This is not from the lineage of ferocious beasts, but one of the myriad races, which was extinct in the primordial era. The heaven-battling bear race. Yes, the heaven-battling bear race, an ancient demon expert exclaimed. He didn't expect to see a terrifying race that had been extinct in the primordial era. However, many people who didn't know the origin of this demon bear were quite shocked by the power Han Fei showed. 6 divine time techniques. He used one of the 6 divine time techniques, time resurrection. What? Wang Han is from the Time Temple? How is it possible? How can the people of the Time Temple take the path of extreme Tao body refinement? Is it the secret weapon of the Time Temple? Crazy. Wang Han resurrected a great monarch? Fuck, how can they fight? Senior Yun Duo. Isn't this cheating? Someone was speechless. If you have the ability to cheat like this, why don't you come up? The only time Han Fei used the 6 divine time techniques in front of others was when he fought the monarchs of the 10,000 scale race in the chaotic wasteland. Those present might know that he had this trump card, but they didn't have to say it out loud. At least, there was no reason for them to expose it to the Central Sea Divine Realm, so Han Fei wasn't worried that someone would deduce from the time resurrection technique that he was human Emperor Han Fei. Of course, the most important thing for him now was not to protect his identity at all. This was because Zhang Buyi knew his identity. As long as he wanted, he could expose his identity at any time. Even if Zhang Buyi didn't choose to expose it, once he left the Miracle Forest, he would definitely do it. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care. Chapter 388 Fail to maintain persona. 4388 Fail to maintain persona. 4388 Fail to maintain persona. For the moment he used the time resurrection technique, Han Fei didn't hide his killing intent. The chaotic divine race once had a dominator? Han Fei said via voice transmission. Do you think I care about the identity, Wang Han? It doesn't matter to me whether you expose my real identity or not. Kill. Bang. They were both great monarchs, and Yun Duo couldn't stop this ancient expert from the heaven-battling bear race. This was resurrected from a big bone that Han Fei took out from the creation divine prison. How could he be an ordinary expert? Sure enough, Yun Duo took action. However, this heaven-battling bear turned around and roared. The billowing sound waves spurted towards Yun Duo like a tsunami, blowing her away. At the same time, the strong master of the heaven-battling bear race slapped down. Rumble, ka-ka-ka-ka. The barrier outside the arena suddenly shattered. At that moment, the high priest arrived in an instant. She shook the ground with her palm, and infinite vines rose. The array in the arena revolved, blocking the dispersing of this blow. Countless people outside the arena felt that they had just had a narrow escape. In addition to the high priest, Si Hongye and Pei Bai also arrived. Neither of them expected Wang Han to have such a trump card. Retreat! Even an ancient expert of the great monarch realm has been resurrected. How can this be called a joust? Come on, let's go. If we're not careful, we may die on the spot. I don't want to die so meaninglessly. No, I have to go back and tell my descendants that the joust held by the Miracle Forest is not something ordinary people can participate in. In the field, the power was released, but Han Fei frowned because he saw a mass of red light enveloping Zhang Buyi. Under the huge palm of this heaven-battling bear expert, a figure raised one hand in front of Zhang Buyi and blocked this terrifying blow. Zhang Buyi's leisure voice sounded, "It seems that you really want to kill me." Han Fei's fierce laughter spread throughout the audience. "You're right. Those who obey me will live, and those who defy me will die. If you dare to stop me, you will be courting death." Zhang Buyi roared, "High Priest, are you just going to sit by and watch?" The High Priest frowned slightly and was about to speak when Si Hongye suddenly said, "How dare you, Wang Han? As a remnant of the primordial divine race, you actually deceived the Miracle Forest into participating in the joust. You even want to marry the holy lady of our race? You must be dreaming." Buzz. At that moment, there was a sudden silence. The high priest looked at Si Hongye in disbelief, and so did Yun Duo and Pei Bai. Han Fei also turned his head and looked at Si Hongye. I was sold? At this juncture, the outcome would be the same whether he was human emperor Han Fei or a descendant of the primordial divine race. If he was known to be the human emperor, Han Fei, he would definitely be besieged by many monarchs immediately. If he was known to be a member of the primordial divine race, those great monarchs would also attack him. 100,000 years ago, the primordial divine race was almost wiped out precisely because of those people in the Central Sea divine realm. 100,000 years later, the West Wilderness was in turmoil also because of the primordial divine race. If he was known to be from the primordial divine race, it would be a chance for those great monarchs to take action. They would think that although they didn't get the human emperor, they accidentally captured a strong master of the primordial divine race, which would be a good chance to dig out the primordial divine race. Therefore, no matter which of these two identities was exposed, the result would be the same. The monarchs would definitely appear. The high priest roared, Si Hongye, do you know what you are talking about? A cold light flashed in Si Hongye's eyes. At this point, she had no choice but to go all the way. She shouted, High priest, we were all deceived by this guy. I just found a trace of Qingshu's remnant soul. He was killed by Wang Han because he discovered this secret. This guy must be an important figure in the primordial divine race. He wants to use the Holy Lady's secret method to break the bloodline shackles and become a god. Si Hongye no longer had any scruples. Even if the high priest and the others knew the truth, so what? In order to protect the Miracle Forest, they could only let her speak. No matter how ridiculous her lie was, as long as the monarchs of the Central Sea divine realm believed it, it would be worth it. As soon as she finished speaking, she perceived that strong masters from all directions instantly shattered the void. The high priest's heart sank and she wished she could tear Si Hongye apart. Recalling what Zhang Buyi said last night, Si Hongye was very excited. Great monarch Hongye Ye Qingchan is dead. You've lost this battle, and Yun Duo has won. Ye Chanyi will have nothing to do with you even if she becomes a god with 3 divine personas in the future. Why don't we make a deal? After the deal is done, I'll give you a divine persona. Chapter 3181 War Erupts, Revenge Begins 3181 War Erupts, Revenge Begins 1. After Ye Qingchan died, Si Hongye was indeed very angry. She had known about Ye Chanyi's situation a long time ago. A divine descendant who couldn't become a god was no match for Ye Qingchan in any way. If it weren't for the high priest's hesitation, if it weren't for the fact that Yun Duo came to take Ye Chanye away with the help of the Southern Dipper, and if it weren't for Pei Bai helping Yun Duo, Ye Chanye wouldn't have had a chance to rise to prominence at all. If Ye Chanye hadn't risen to prominence, she would have died the moment her bloodline was discovered to be problematic. Therefore, Si Hongye had been holding back her anger. She believed that all of this was because of the high priest's weakness, the arrogance of Yun Duo, and Pei Bai siding with Yun Duo. Therefore, after Zhang Buyi promised to give her a divine persona, she agreed without hesitation. If only Wang Han could be exchanged for a divine persona, why wouldn't she? The high priest had long been targeted by the strong masters of the eternal race. She was just being selfish to try to transcend the tribulation and become a god, and if she could obtain a divine persona, she would no longer need to transcend the divine tribulation to become a god. Even if the god formed by refining a divine persona was only the most ordinary or even the weakest god, so what? No matter how weak a god was, it was still a god, not something a great monarch could compare to. Once she became a god, she could change the current situation of the miracle forest and turn the table for the miracle forest. Roar. The revived heaven-battling bear expert slapped again, but this time its target was Si Hongye. Rumble. The billowing ripples shook, and 2 strong masters appeared in front of Si Hongye, blocking this blow. Another 10 great monarchs walked out of the void one after another, and someone said in a dignified voice, "All participants in the joust, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, if you're implicated, don't blame me for not reminding you." Swish, 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 swish. Let's go, let's go. This is a monarch-level battle, not something we can watch casually. Feng Yu frowned. She waved her hand and retreated with Feng Xingcheng and Feng Xinglu. Feng Xinglu asked telepathically, "Why didn't everything go according to plan? What's going on now?" Feng Yu said, "I told you that the miracle forest is not credible. See what happened now? He was framed. What else could have happened?" Zhang Xuanyu's face changed slightly. This kind of game was no longer something he could participate in. He could only leave it to Han Fei. After only one moment, all the observers and contestants had left at least hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Otherwise, they might be killed by the aftershock of the battle. In the field, 3 great monarchs joined forces to fight the heaven-battling bear. After all, it was just resurrected and hadn't regained its intelligence, so although its combat power was super strong, its instincts alone weren't enough to suppress many great monarchs. However, since Si Hongye had done so, there must be a reason he didn't know. But he couldn't understand why Zhang Buyi would rather frame him for being a descendant of the primordial divine race than reveal his identity as the human emperor Han Fei. He was already Zhang Buyi's enemy. There was no reason for Zhang Buyi to hide it. Unless he was fishing. He wanted to use others to trick and kill him. At the same time, he wanted to frame his identity as a member of the primordial divine race to attract the real experts of the primordial divine race to come and help. However, how did he know that the experts of the primordial divine race would come? Could it be that the primordial divine race had planted a mole in the miracle forest? For a moment, Han Fei didn't quite understand Zhang Buyi's plan. At this moment, the revived strong master of the heaven-battling bear race couldn't withstand the bombardment of many great monarchs. Perhaps because of the excessive consumption of power, or perhaps because of the huge consumption of the stronger creatures that Han Fei resurrected, this strong master of the heaven-battling bear race only existed for less than 20 seconds before disappearing. At this moment, a great monarch said, "Si Hongye, is he really a descendant of the primordial divine race?" Si Hongye said, "Absolutely. Not only him, but Ye Chanyi is also a descendant of the primordial divine race." Si Hongye, shut up. The high priest was finally angry. She pointed the wood in her hand and the void distorted. The laws of the heavens turned into vines that wrapped around Si Hongye and tied her up in the void. Yun Duo and Pei Bai attacked at the same time. They didn't expect Si Hongye to be so crazy. Not only did she expose Wang Han, but she also wanted to expose Chanye. Was she trying to push the miracle forest into a fire pit? Alas, high priest, it's not too late for her to finish. At this moment, a great monarch had arrived. Fire origin energy surged around him, and a spark instantly ignited the laws of the heavens. All the vines of the laws were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Yun Duo and Pei Bai's attacks were all annihilated under this blow. The corners of the great monarch's mouth curled up slightly. High priest, we shouldn't interfere in the family matters of the miracle forest, but since it involves the primordial divine races, we have to ask. Great monarch Hongye, please continue. Si Hongye knew that there was no turning back now. There was nothing she couldn't say. She looked at the high priest and said, "Instead of watching the miracle forest decline day by day, why don't you let me resolve this mess?" Chapter 3182 War erupts, Revenge begins. 23182 War erupts, Revenge begins. 23182 War erupts, Revenge begins. The high priest said, "Stupid, Si Hongye, you deserve to die." Heh, I deserve to die. You're too weak. If you had listened to me back then, Ching Chan would have reached the immortal level now. With the two divine paths in hand, she might have become a triple divine persona god in the future. Now, it's all ruined by you. You're the one leading the decline of the miracle forest. You call me stupid? In fact, you're the stupidest one. The more Si Hongyi spoke, the more excited she became. When Ye Chunyi opened the sky, we discovered that she was a descendant of a god. Why didn't we kill her back then? Because you didn't kill her, my disciple Qing Chan died. I'll remember this grudge in my heart forever. Huh? A great monarch from the Central Sea divine realm said, how can the miracle divine tree bear a fruit with the bloodline of a god? Si Hongye said, the miracle divine tree was a divine tree that existed since the chaotic era. It can bear any kind of fruit. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that the divine tree attracted an unknown soul body to give birth to this special fruit. It was so special that when Ye Chunyi was born, she held a godly weapon-level jade pendant and had a birthmark. Heh, at that time I wanted to take her as my disciple, but you, the high priest, gave her to Yun Duo as her disciple. You like Yun Duo, so when a heavenly talent was born, the first one you thought of was Yun Duo. I accepted this matter, but God didn't let me down. When Ye Chunye opened the sky, we found that she was actually a divine descendant, which destined my disciple, Qingchan, to inherit the miracle forest. But when I proposed to kill her, you guys hesitated. Now, on the trip to the god-ferrying ancient land, Wang Han came to Ye Chunye with the other part of the jade pendant. Tell me, what's the identity of Wang Han? As soon as Si Hanye said this, everyone understood. Since Ye Chunye had the bloodline of a god, it was only natural that the person who came to her with the token also had the bloodline of a god. All the great monarchs here agreed with Si Hanye's guess, or rather, it was no longer a guess, but the fact that Han Fei was a descendant of a god. However, unlike Ye Chunye was a reincarnation body. She might have known about the primordial divine race before, but she might not know them now. Wang Han, on the other hand, was not reincarnated. He was powerful and talented and almost invincible among his peers. Such a person was definitely rare even in the primordial divine race. He must know a lot more than Ye Chunyi. Many great monarchs looked at each other with joy in their eyes. This meant that once they captured Wang Han, they would be able to dig out the entire primordial divine race. Ha ha ha, someone laughed and said, I thought that the primordial divine race would appear in the West Wilderness. I didn't expect that we would accidentally find its member here. Someone smiled. Everyone has the right to kill the remnants of the evil primordial divine race. High Priest, we'll take Wang Han and Ye Chunyi away. Do you have any objections? The High Priest's face was cold. It was difficult for her to keep these people alone, but it was even more impossible for her to let them take Ye Chunyi away. Since Han Fei said that the problem of the bloodline of the primordial divine race would be resolved, it was most likely true. If he succeeded, Chunyi's potential would definitely be greater than Ye Qingchan's. Even if she couldn't become a god with a triple divinity, how could a god with a double divinity be weak? The High Priest looked at Han Fei. At this moment, if Han Fei didn't use his real trump card, it would be difficult for him to resist. Heh! A bunch of hypocritical great monarchs, you speak as if you're already certain to defeat me. Han Fei chuckled, and 12 skeletons appeared behind him. Some of the skeletons were complete, and some were incomplete. However, whether the skeletons were complete or incomplete, there were rich law patterns overflowing from these skeletons. At this moment, the laws of time were intertwined, and masses of time power enveloped these skeletons. From time to time, roars came out, and the sound was earth-shaking. Han Fei roared and looked at the High Priest. Attack, and I'll help you transcend the divine tribulation. Take him down. A powerful great monarch from the Central Sea divine realm reached for Han Fei. Ridiculous. You're just a brat. If your entire race can't survive the divine tribulation, who can you protect? Alas, the High Priest heaved a sigh. She didn't want to take sides. She needed time. However, both sides were forcing her to choose a side. If she didn't take action, she wouldn't offend the Central Sea divine realm, but her cooperation with the human race would be invalid. Besides, Han Fei had a void mark. If he really took action, not only would the demon purification pot's divine vine be lost, but Chunyi would also completely abandon the miracle forest, and she wouldn't have the power to resist the void temple. If she sided with Han Fei, she would immediately offend the Central Sea divine realm. After this battle, the entire miracle forest would probably have to be relocated. As for what Han Fei said about helping her transcend the divine tribulation, she didn't know if she should believe it. But with the protection of the experts of the void temple, they could indeed help her transcend the divine tribulation. Bang! On Han Fei's side, the time resurrection technique hadn't been completed yet. The great monarchs from the Central Sea divine realm all took action, especially the peak level one. If he didn't stop him, Han Fei might have to use the void mark in the next moment. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the High Priest had no room to think. However, in the end, she chose to take action. Where Han Fei was, the ground changed, and Han Fei and the surrounding void were teleported out. Chapter 383 War Erupts, Revenge Begins 338T3 War Erupts, Revenge Begins 3383 War Erupts, Revenge Begins 3 Swish, 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 swish. The entire miracle forest, which stretched billions of kilometers, seemed to come alive in an instant. Infinite laws were gathering here, and the strength of the high priest soared in an instant. The old woman stood in front of Han Fei, and a green barrier protected this place. Li Qingming, how dare you cover up for the remnants of the evil primordial divine race? Do you really think we Central Sea Divine Realm dare not touch your miracle forest? The high priest roared. No matter if my choice is right or not, you will always die ahead of me. Yun Duo, pay by, protect our people and retreat to the miracle divine tree. Yes, high priest. Yun and Pei Bai were both shocked. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. Si Hongye's face flushed with anger. Idiot, you old woman, you're risking the entire miracle forest. The high priest pressed the wooden rod in her hand into the ground, and with continuous bangs, pillars rose from the bottom of the miracle forest. Endless demon plants grew crazily around these pillars, and layers of green ripples bloomed here. The peak-level great monarch of the Central Sea Divine Realm was horrified. He knew that the high priest was determined to keep them here even if she had to use the power of the entire miracle forest. He shouted, "Everyone, either we or they will die today. Unseal, buzz, crack, crack." The chains on these great monarchs seemed to have been broken. This was a bit like the Tao locks of the sky-opening realm. Clearly, these great monarchs didn't dare to transcend the divine tribulation. After their strength grew to its limit, they had no choice but to seal their strength with the chains. At this moment, as soon as the shackles were opened, the ground collapsed and plants flew everywhere. The 12 great monarchs attacked at the same time, shattering the green barriers one after another. Ha ha ha! Han Fei grinned ferociously. High priest, your miracle forest won't regret this choice. You're from the Central Sea Divine Realm, right? There are many of you, right? Today, all of you will die here. Swish, swish, swish. Behind Han Fei, one expert after another was revived, a total of 12. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to revive more, but he didn't have the ability to revive more experts at this moment. 12 people were already his limit. In an instant, 12 prehistoric great monarchs were revived. In the wood cage, the tide of laws surged and collided with each other. Ancient divine techniques burst out one after another, and in an instant, they suppressed the 12 opposing great monarchs. At this moment, in the high priest's cave in the miracle divine tree, Han Fei's black mist body suddenly said, "Girl, enter my origin star." On the other side of the arena, it was completely invisible. Billions of kilometers of the world had been sealed and suppressed. Xuanhuan asked palely, "How did it become like this?" Han Fei said, "There's no time to explain. High priest, I'll take the demon purification vine." Swish, taking advantage of the fact that many great monarchs were locked in the arena, Han Fei's black mist body immediately took action. The creation divine chain instantly shot out, passing through countless barriers, wrapped up the small vine, and quickly pulled it back. At this moment, Yun Duo and Pei Bai had no time to pay attention to the miracle divine tree because they had to protect the countless creatures of the spiritual race. Therefore, the creation divine chain took away the small vine easily. It was also at this moment that the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm who were in the spiritual barrier all changed their expression. The small vine of the demon purification pot had been stolen. Damn it, Li Qingming, the demon purification pot's divine vine was stolen. No one can save your miracle forest now. The high priest, let's see if you can survive. Wondrous technique, sky burial. Wondrous technique, soundless sound. In the void, infinite strands of hair surged towards the 12 great monarchs like a tsunami. 2 of them were not strong enough. Even though they had unlocked their seals and activated all their secret methods, they were still entangled by the black hair. As soon as they cut them open, they were entangled again. They wanted to unleash a soul technique, but the infinite demon plants here made a sound that ordinary hearing power couldn't hear at the same time. Although this sound couldn't be heard, it was a killing technique completely targeting the soul. It was continuously surging into the bodies of these great monarchs. Of the 2 techniques, one trapped the body and the other invaded the soul. Even though they were all great monarchs, they were still entangled, and it was almost impossible to kill Han Fei. The high priest had already done this, and the ancient expert summoned by Han Fei was also unleashing their power. There was an ancient insect that had barbs all over its body. It transformed into a human and controlled plants as knives. It controlled billions of knife lights to charge crazily at a trapped great monarch. Puff, 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 ka ka ka. This great monarch's flesh and blood were all cut apart as if being cut into pieces. His soul couldn't dodge either. When these vegetation knife lights collided with each other, the sound waves burst out and the silent sound of plants washed over him continuously. Finally, this great monarch's body and soul were wiped out. Rumble. The great Tao crack caused by the death of the great monarch swept across the sea realm in an instant. In the sea realm, a great monarch was almost a ceiling-level powerhouse. The death of such a powerhouse was enough to shake the entire sea realm. At this moment, the shocked observers who had just run out were all shocked. A great monarch died so soon? It's horrible. Who died? I don't know. It's locked down inside and we can't watch the battle at all. It's reasonable to say that the great monarchs killed Wang Han, but no matter how strong Wang Han is, he's only immortal level. Even if he died, it's impossible for such a great Tao crack to appear. Chapter 318.4 War erupts, revenge begins. SFOR 318.4 War erupts, revenge begins. For xuanhuan was anxious too. He asked Feng Yu telepathically, "Do you know if something happened to Han Fei?" Feng Yu said, "No, he can't be killed. The one who died is either a great monarch from the Central Sea Divine Realm or from the Miracle Forest. However, I don't know what method he used." At that moment, the patriarch of the Phoenix Divine race sighed. "Han Fei is really a troublemaker," Aunt Huo asked. "Shall we help him?" The patriarch said, "No rush. Let's wait until the end." On the other side, outside the Miracle Forest in the South Sea Divine Realm, a great monarch was rushing in the Void World. But suddenly, a strange sting appeared silently in the Void World. The great monarch's body was instantly shattered, and in the next moment, even his soul was swept away by a black shadow. Rumble. However, a great monarch wouldn't die so easily. The moment his soul was about to be destroyed, he detonated himself. However, after this great monarch detonated himself, countless dense knife nets cut through the Void World. The self-detonating great monarch had to show up, or his soul would be shredded along with space. However, the moment he appeared, a shadow seemed to possess him and shattered half of his soul with a punch. A supreme-level assassin from the Southern Dipper? We have no grudge against each other. What do you mean? The shadow appeared and said coldly, "Because the revenge of the primordial divine race has begun." Upon hearing this, the great monarch retreated quickly, and the shadow's voice seemed to ring in his ears. "Since I dare to tell you, it means that you're already dead meat." The great monarch suddenly retreated, but a shadow gathered in his body, forming a figure that instantly broke out of his body. Rumble. A great Tao crack appeared again, but this time it was not in the Miracle Forest at all, but outside it. In the Void World, Zhang Bui looked calm. Beside him, there was a peak-level great monarch guarding him. In addition, there was another person. Although he was only an immortal-level expert, he could activate the time law. This person was manipulating time to recall the battle just now. After only a moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes and said in silence, "A supreme-level assassin from the Southern Dipper." Zhang Bui sneered and then strolled in the Void World deep in thought. No wonder we haven't been able to find any traces of them in the West Wilderness. It turns out that the primordial divine race has been hiding in the Southern Dipper. "Can you find the way to the Southern Dipper?" the man said. "Let me try." After a while, suddenly, blood spurted out of this person's 7 orifices and his soul was destroyed. He had actually died. "Young Master Bui, we can't stay here long. Whoever killed someone from the time remembrance technique must be a god-level powerhouse from the Southern Dipper. We can't fight him head-on. What a pity. It wasn't easy for me to control a person from the Time Temple, but he died just like that. Clean up the mess and don't let the Time Temple find out." "Yes, young master. Are you going to the Miracle Forest?" Zhang Bui shook his head slightly. "There's no need to go. Han Fei has no choice. If I guess right, he will have to use the last void mark." On an island in the South Sea Divine Realm, there stood a solitary peak. A masked woman stood silently upon it. "In the end, we're still discovered," the woman suddenly said. "All assassins of the Southern Dipper, listen to my order. Kill indiscriminately for half a day. Abandon the South Sea Divine Realm and enter the West Wilderness in half a day." On the Miracle Divine Tree, Han Fei's black mist body had just stolen the small vine of the demon purification pot and only had the time to throw it into his origin star when the suppressing pressure of a great monarch pressed over. Obviously, the 12 great monarchs trapped by the high priest were not all great monarchs lying in ambush here. Although the identity of the primordial divine race attracted many people, some people still kept an eye on the Miracle Forest tree. Twin in one. Buzz. With the twin divine technique, Han Fei's black mist body ignored the high priest's sealing barrier and fused with his white mist body. Han Fei's aura suddenly soared. After the twin fused, Han Fei immediately looked at Xuanhuan. The high priest did not attack Xuanhuan, probably because she felt somewhat sorry for her. However, Han Fei didn't care about that. Although the mastermind behind all this was Zhang Bui, the person who directly caused all this was Xuanhuan. If Han Fei had a chance, he certainly wouldn't let go of Zhang Bui, but he certainly wouldn't let go of Xuanhuan either. With a thought, Han Fei summoned 2 resurrected experts to attack Xuanhuan. One of the 2 great monarchs was an ancient mantis, and the other was an ancient dragon snake. Because they were manifestations of their original bodies, they would only attack in their most primitive state. Han Fei said, "High Priest, it's not convenient for you to take action, but Xuanhuan wants to kill me, so I'll take her life." The High Priest looked solemn, but in the end, she didn't say anything, as if tacitly agreeing with this result. However, Xuanhuan's expression was ferocious. "How dare you take my life with just 2 corpses without intelligence?" Behind Xuanhuan, a divine wheel spun, and for a moment, red leaves flew around her. Every red leaf was made of laws. They were extremely sharp and scorching. There seemed to be the law of space in them. This must be Xuanhuan's original law. Swish, swish, swish. When red leaves drifted towards Han Fei, the ancient dragon snake spewed out a beam of ice. Wherever the beam passed, the vegetation turned to ash and the red leaves withered. The two swift blades of the ancient mantis were so fast that they were not weakened at all even though they were blocked by countless vines. The two slashes instantly shattered Xuanhuan, but the latter had already turned into red leaves that filled the sky and drifted everywhere. However, she underestimated the strength of the ancient experts. The ancient mantis slashed out thousands of times in an instant, and terrifying blades bloomed like huge snowflakes, destroying the red leaves that filled the sky in the blink of an eye. Boom! Xuanhuan was slashed out. Then, the ancient dragon snake swept its tail, gathered the power of laws, and smashed a large area of the red leaves protecting her with its tail. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all that Xuanhuan was suppressed. Even the remnants of their souls were comparable to great monarchs, let alone the resurrection of their original bodies. Even if they didn't have any intelligence, ordinary great monarchs couldn't resist them. The moment Xuanhuan was sent flying, she suddenly felt her mind go blank. She immediately came back to her senses, but a person had appeared in front of her at some point in time. Who else could it be but Han Fei? Xuanhuan was about to attack when she realized that she couldn't use her strength at all. She couldn't even control her body. She lowered her head, only to see that a black chain had tied her up. "What did you do to me?" Han Fei sneered. "You should have said what I'm going to do to you." Han Fei raised his hand, and the creation divine prison flew into the air and enveloped Xuanhuan's head. When an ancient text appeared, Han Fei's face was cold. He shouted, "I am the guardian of the divine prison. Xuanhuan, you have killed others 2,106 times out of jealousy and attacked the weak one 992 times. You have framed others 47 times, avoided fighting the ominous 11 times, harmed your clansmen 1009 times, betrayed your clansmen once. I find you guilty. You'll be imprisoned for 13,278 years, burned by hellfire for 13 years, 6 months and 7 days, and whipped 800 times. Do you have any objections?" "Nonsense, little thief. You think you can judge me?" Han Fei grinned. "That's exactly what I was waiting for." Immediately, Han Fei snorted coldly. "How dare you defy my authority? I hereby pronounce you guilty of the higher degree and sentence you to 20 years of hellfire burning as an additional punishment. Just enjoy." On the other side, the peak-level great monarch of the Central Sea Divine Realm was shocked. The Creation Divine Prison has appeared. Chapter 3185, 3185, How Dare You Try to Kill a God? 1. 3185. How dare you try to kill a god? 1. Creation Divine Prison. 1. Creation Divine Prison. Xuanhuan was locked up in a cage, right opposite Qingshu. Her entire body was burning with raging flames. Aha! The hellfire burning would cause excruciating pain. In the opposite cage, Qingshu had weathered through the burning of hellfire. After all, his punishment was only 38 days of burning. But he wasn't any better. Every day he had to be whipped, and every whipping almost killed him. It had been going on for half a year. As soon as Xuanhuan was locked in, Qingshu looked at Xuanhuan's cage in shock. As the cage was only a seal but not soundproof, Qingshu hurriedly shouted, "Hongye, you were also caught by Wang Han. You must endure it. Although the burning of the hellfire is painful, you'll be fine as long as you endure it. I have some experience in fighting the hellfire. How long will you be burnt?" Xuanhuan was also shocked. Qingshu was still alive. Holding back the pain, she said with difficulty, 33 years. Qingshu, ha ha ha, in the prison, a voice laughed out loud. 33 years? I advise you to leave your inheritance and blow yourself up. A rough voice snorted. She'll be burned by the hellfire for so long? Obviously, she's not a good person. I'm afraid this woman must have done something horrible to harm the myriad races. Xuanhuan struck the cage seal with all her strength, but only caused a shallow ripple. The elder's voice sounded again, "Stop wasting your time. You think you can break the seal of the Creation Divine Prison with that little ability of yours? Even if you are 100 times stronger, don't even think about it." The Creation Divine Prison? Xuanhuan was shocked. She suddenly thought of something. She seemed to have seen information about the Creation Divine Prison in ancient books, but there was very little information about it. It was said that it was a prison that could even imprison gods. Qingshu was also dumbfounded. He was really terrified by the 33 years of hellfire burning. He had only been burned for 38 days, and he almost wanted to kill himself. How could Xuanhuan endure 33 years in the outside world? Rumble. Another heavenly Dao crack shook the sea realm. Yes, in just a short while, another great monarch died here. Counting the one who died outside the miracle forest, 3 great monarchs of the South Sea Divine Realm had already died. However, since the high priest had already decided to stand on Han Fei's side, she naturally had to end the battle quickly. Although Han Fei had summoned 12 prehistoric great monarchs, there were only 13 of them, including the high priest. These great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm were not useless. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could at least resist them for a while. But did they really have no reinforcements? At this moment, several great monarchs had appeared. Yun Duo and Pei Bai had to fight. However, just the 2 of them weren't enough. 3 more great monarchs descended. Just as they tried to break the seal of the high priest couldn't care less about the exposure of her avatar and came up to attack, stopping the 3 of them. However, this was only temporary. After such a big incident happened in the Miracle Forest, some great monarchs hiding in the South Sea Divine Realm were rushing over. Therefore, the high priest's original body made up her mind and shouted, "Wondrous technique, strange parasitic technique." Immediately, 3 great monarchs who were already covered in wounds from the continuous battles saw countless nomological law patterns that didn't belong to them surged into their bodies. Then, flowers and plants began to sprout from the bodies of the 3 great monarchs. There seemed to be roots planted in their bodies, spreading, crazily devouring their flesh and taking root in their bones. Even their souls couldn't escape. Soul demonic plants bloomed and bore fruit. With the great monarchs' bodies as nutrition, they grew at a visible speed. The other great monarchs couldn't even protect themselves and couldn't help. The strongest peak-level great monarch roared, "Li Qingming, are you crazy? You don't want the miracle forest anymore?" The high priest's old voice sounded coldly, "I'm just doing this for the miracle forest. Please die." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The great Dao cracks came one after another. The contestants who were fleeing out of the miracle forest were all horrified. How long had it been? After the death of many great monarchs in the East Sea Divine Realm, was a war of this scale going to break out in the South Sea Divine Realm in just a few years? Someone was shocked. 6 great monarchs have already died. Is xuanhuan really so important? Someone sighed as he ran. Xuanhuan represents the primordial divine race. Once he is caught, the primordial divine race will probably be wiped out again. A war is inevitable. But why is the miracle forest involved? Someone was horrified. The high priest locked down the arena. Is she covering up for the primordial divine race? Someone shouted. Is this a fucking place to chat? Let's leave the miracle forest first. If we're caught in this battle, we'll be killed. At the same time, in the divine capital dynasty of the East Sea Divine Realm, the crown prince of the divine capital was sitting on his throne, enjoying the singing and dancing in front of him. He said leisurely, "Fortunately, I didn't stay in the South Sea Divine Realm. Otherwise, God knows if I would have been involved. Han Fei is really a jinx. Wherever he goes, great monarchs die. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to befriend him." Chapter 3186. How dare you try to kill a god? 23186. How dare you try to kill a god? 2. In the Central Sea Divine Realm, an expert of the ancient demon race roared. Bystard, where did the sea realm get such combat power to kill so many great monarchs in a row? Has a god appeared? A strong master of a divine race looked into the void and said gloomily, "The 4 divine realms have had accidents one after another. Are they going to break free from the control of the Central Sea? Humph, dream on." On the insect island where Senior Brother 6 God was staying, Lei Heng was cooking a blood dragon with a wine pot in his hand. Lei Heng looked up at the void. "This was done by little junior brother, right? Does he have enough void marks?" Senior Brother 6 God asked leisurely. "Did you have enough void marks back then? By the way, why are you here instead of in the West Wilderness?" "I'm fast. I just wanted to have a meal and chat with you. Now everyone knows that you are also a disciple of the Void Temple. The Central Sea Divine Realm must be suppressing you." Senior Brother 6 God chuckled. "It doesn't matter. I've built the North Sea into an iron bucket. Who dares to oppress me?" Lei Heng sneered. "But you haven't become a god yet." What if there is really a god in the Central Sea Divine Realm who goes crazy? However, Senior Brother 6 God said with disdain, "Just because I'm not a god, I can't kill those useless gods." Lei Heng shrugged. "Okay, you're powerful, okay? By the way, you've already taken this path to the extreme, haven't you? Why are you still unwilling to become a god?" Senior Brother 6 God smacked his lips. 4th Senior Brother and 5th Senior Brother refused to become gods either. Why should I become a god? They wanted to become god slayers, so I set them as role models. Lei Heng curled his lips. "Alas, Senior Sister Dark Shadow is different from you guys. She's not that greedy." Senior Brother 6 God snorted. "That's why she suffered a great loss. She hasn't mastered the divine persona yet, let alone broken the shackles of the divine persona. I advise you to stop wandering around in the sea realm and go to explore the Sea of Stars," Lei Heng said. "Go with me." "I'm not going. I'm fine in the sea realm. No one disturbs me. I can concentrate on cultivation. If you want to find someone to go with you, go to Fengyu or little junior brother." Lei Heng curled his lips. "I'm not going to find little junior brother. He has a lot of things to do. He still has to take care of the human race. How can I have the time to wait for him? Forget it. If you don't go, I'll go find Fengyu. She should be quite anxious now. Enough talking. I'm going to find Fengyu." Boom. A lightning bolt flashed and Lei Heng disappeared without a trace. "Alas, finish the food first." "Why didn't you leave the wine to me?" Another 3 great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm had died. In this arena, there were only 7 people left. The high priest fought the peak-level great monarch alone, and the remaining 6 great monarchs struggled to resist 12 prehistoric experts. While being beaten black and blue, they had to resist the strange parasitic technique. As for Han Fei, he activated his original Great Dao to its peak state and tried to participate in the battle several times, but he was directly blasted out several times. He had no choice. After all, a great monarch was a great monarch. The creation divine chain failed repeatedly. It was different from taking down Si Hongye. Si Hongye was alone and no one helped her just now. However, these great monarchs were helping each other. Even if he could barely take down one of them, the other would try to prevent Han Fei from taking that person down even if he would be seriously injured. In the creation divine prison, Qingshu was comforting Si Hongye. Suddenly, Han Fei projected the scene of the battle outside to Qingshu. Qingshu's face changed greatly. "What's going on?" Why is the high priest fighting so many strong masters alone, even using the power of the miracle forest? Si Hongye was resisting the hellfire when she heard Han Fei's leisurely voice. Qingshu, Si Hongye betrayed the miracle forest, causing the miracle forest to be at war with the Central Sea divine realm. My name is Han Fei, not Wang Han, and I am the current human emperor. I am now in an alliance with your miracle forest. I will give you a chance to help the high priest save the miracle forest. Every time you suppress a great monarch, you will be exempted from 10,000 years of imprisonment and 1,000 times of whipping. Whether you can leave the creation divine prison depends on your luck. Are you willing to fight? Han Fei didn't hide his voice from Si Hongye. Before Qingshu could speak, Si Hongye exclaimed in shock, "That's impossible. How can you be the human emperor? You're clearly a remnant of the primordial divine race," Han Fei said. "Stupid. If I weren't the human emperor, why would the high priest choose to join forces with me? Because I'm not suppressed by the bloodline of the primordial divine race. I can become a god." In the depths of the cage, the old man suddenly said, "Han Fei, what do you mean? Why did you mention the primordial divine race?" "Are you our descendant?" Han Fei said. "Senior, that's right. As I told you, now that the West Wilderness is in turmoil, the Central Sea divine realm is trying to harvest the divine bloodline of the primordial divine race. These Biastards treat me as a member of your race and want to use me to dig out the entire primordial divine race. Now there is a chaotic battle between great monarchs outside." The rough voice shouted, "Bastard, when I go out, I will destroy the Central Sea divine realm." Han Fei habitually ignored this yelling old man and said, "Qingshu, you only have 3 seconds to make a choice. I'm going out." Qingshu took a deep look at Si Hongye. His thoughts were very simple. Since the high priest had taken action, he would take action unconditionally. If it weren't for the safety of the miracle forest, the high priest wouldn't have attacked with all her strength. Chapter 3187, How dare you try to kill a god? 3187, How dare you try to kill a god? 3 buzz. In the barrier of the arena, Qingshu suddenly appeared, making the high priest overjoyed. Sure enough, Qingshu was still alive. He was just locked up in the creation divine prison. Laws rumbled throughout the entire battlefield. The high priest said, "Qingshu, work with Han Fei to buy me some time." "Yes, high priest." At this moment, more than 10 seconds had passed since the battle. Han Fei felt that these resurrected prehistoric great monarchs could last at most 10 seconds. He had no choice. These guys were very strong when they were alive. He couldn't summon dozens or hundreds of them at once. Otherwise, why would he need Qingshu's help? Han Fei shouted, "Qingshu, try to entangle one of them." Upon hearing this, a large number of golden vines spewed out of Qingshu's palm. At the same time, he summoned the projection of the giant tree and instantly fought one of them. Han Fei issued an order in his heart and the 3 prehistoric experts separated this person from the others. For a moment, it was a 4-on-1 battle. Including Han Fei, there were 5 of them. Bam, bam, bam. After Han Fei was sent flying 7 or 8 times in a row, Qingshu finally lured this person to use the soul-suppressing spiritual treasure to defend against the enemy. Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he immediately used the void-stealing technique. Buzz. The 4 monarchs attacked this person at the same time and tied him up. Finally, the creation divine chain tied him up. When the person came back to his senses, he found that he had lost all his combat power. Qingshu was controlled by the creation divine chain back then and knew how terrifying the chain was. He knew that he would have one more companion in the creation divine prison. The creation divine prison descended and golden characters appeared. Peng Yin, you have killed 1,609 strong masters of the myriad races, killed 132 descendants of meritorious gods, and deprived other races of their luck 3 times. You are an unforgivable sinner. I find you guilty. You'll be imprisoned for 1,278 years, burned by hellfire for 50 years, and whipped 13,500 times. Do you have any objections? Shuti? This time, even Han Fei was shocked. This was how the great monarchs of the Central Sea divine realm were like? He was simply a heinous sinner. Although he hadn't been sentenced to death, he would be imprisoned for more than 1,200,000 years and burned by hellfire for 50 years. This sin was countless times greater than Qingshu's. Even Qingshu was dumbfounded. He had already talked to the old man in the creation divine prison, so he naturally knew the abilities of the creation divine prison. Now hearing that Peng Yin had given such a heavy punishment, it was obvious that he was not a good person. Han Fei was still waiting for Peng Yin to resist so that he could give him additional punishment. However, Peng Yin was horrified and said, "I plead guilty." Fine. 50 years of hellfire burning was enough for him to suffer. Even if he could survive until he was released from prison, he would just kill him. Rumble. In addition to Peng Yin, with Qingshu, 13 great monarchs, and the 3 strange techniques of the high priest, another great monarch was finally killed. Finally, there were only 5 people left. But Han Fei's face changed slightly. It was almost time. These prehistoric great monarchs were about to disappear. Han Fei shouted, "Qingshu, retreat." Qingshu didn't know what Han Fei was going to do, but he knew that although this guy was only immortal level, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. There must be a reason for him to tell him to retreat. However, at the moment he retreated, Han Fei made up his mind. Explode. All of you, explode. Boom boom boom. The 12 prehistoric great monarchs detonated themselves one after another. Even the high priest and the peak-level great monarch were shocked and immediately retreated. A terrifying power swept across Han Fei and Qingshu. Han Fei, wearing the chaotic star armor, was still sent flying thousands of kilometers away, with blood spurting from his 7 orifices. Rumble. In the sky, 2 extremely terrifying great Dao cracks appeared consecutively, indicating the death of the 2 great monarchs. Damn it, only 2 of the dozen great monarchs were killed? Han Fei was speechless. It seemed easy for the god of war and the others to kill great monarchs. Including senior brother Six God, they could kill great monarchs as easily as slaughtering dogs. He didn't expect that when it was his turn to fight them, they would be so difficult to kill. He couldn't go on like this. If he showed his true strength now, he would probably be easily recognized by any great monarchs in the future. The high priest was the same. As the strongest person in the miracle forest, Han Fei thought that with her combat power, she could easily kill great monarchs. He didn't expect this battle to be so difficult for her. In comparison, she was even inferior to Chu Hao, let alone senior brother Six God and the god of war. Han Fei had forgotten that Chu Hao was also a monster that could run all the way from the West Sea to the East Sea, chased by countless great monarchs, and managed to escape alive. The self-detonation of the great monarchs was an indiscriminate attack, and this place was seriously damaged. However, there were still 3 strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm left. The high priest suddenly took out her cane, and the top of the cane blossomed. In the next moment, a divine pressure descended, and the phantom of a goddess descended. Seeing this, the peak-level great monarch of the Central Sea Divine Realm was horrified and immediately unleashed his full strength. As his soul revolved, a projection of a god also descended. Bang! The divine powers collided, and the spiritual barrier here finally couldn't resist this terrifying power and cracked. Die. Since she had done so much, the high priest certainly wouldn't let these people live. The power of divinity swept over them one after another. Except for the peak-level great monarch of the Central Sea Divine Realm, the bodies of the other 2 were directly destroyed, and they could only barely protect their souls with their soul-suppressing spiritual treasures. Chapter 388, How dare you try to kill a god? 4388, How dare you try to kill a god? Shocked, the 2 of them were about to escape when the high priest roared and the goddess waved a long whip at them. Stay here, enough. At this critical moment, a huge hand reached out of the void, covering the entire battlefield, crushing the goddess's projection. At that moment, the void cracked open, and a figure as resplendent as the sun stepped out of the void. Humph. After a soft snort, the high priest seemed to have been hit hard and suddenly spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. A god? The high priest spread out her laws. The moment the god appeared, she knew that she couldn't fight anymore. No matter how strong she was only a peak-level great monarch. With the power of the miracle forest, she could fight dozens of great monarchs at the same time. However, this was only limited to great monarchs. Gods and the great monarchs were 2 different concepts. The high priest said in a hoarse voice, "Gods transcend this world and are forbidden from interfering in worldly affairs. Why did you attack the miracle forest in public?" Han Fei was shocked too. A god from the Central Sea Divine Realm had appeared? For a long time, the gods didn't seem to meddle in the affairs of the world. Even a figure like the demon god would only help him because he owed him a favor. Now, this god couldn't bear to see the great monarchs of the Sea Divine Realm be killed? The god snorted. Under normal circumstances, I certainly wouldn't intervene. However, the miracle forest colluded with the remnants of the evil primordial divine race to kill the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm and directly damage the peak combat power of the Sea Realm. Your actions are no different from subverting all the myriad races in the Sea Realm. Seeing that there was no way to resolve this matter, the high priest became relaxed instead. The miracle forest tries to subvert the myriad races in the Sea Realm? Have you ever asked your conscience, who is harvesting others' luck, who is collecting the divine bloodline, and who secretly controls the Sea Realm? Who in the Sea Realm doesn't know the answer? In nearly 10 million years, the miracle forest sent 5 generations of goddesses and 300 great monarchs to the Sea of Stars. It's ridiculous to say that we intend to subvert the Sea Realm. Are you questioning me? The god extended his hand, and the high priest was imprisoned by the laws around her. She was pinned in the air by an invisible hand. Humph! It's the duty of the strong masters of all races to fight the ominous in the Sea of Stars. Which power doesn't have their own gods fight in the Sea of Stars? You're arrogant and stubborn. Is this the reason why you killed the great monarchs of the Sea Realm? Ha ha ha, cough, cough. The high priest's face was pale. Do you dare to kill me? I can die at the hands of great monarchs, but I'm not afraid of gods. If I die, the goddess of my race will definitely sense it. Even if she can't return, her decree will eventually descend on the Sea Realm. I don't know how you will respond then. The body of the high priest was directly crushed, and the god's voice was majestic. How dare you, Li Qingming? Who said I wanted to kill you? You defied the dignity of a god, so I can give you a small punishment as a warning to others. Then, the god wrote a decree in the air with one hand. Miracle Forest, led by Li Qingming, went astray and was almost blinded by villains. I couldn't bear it, so I will take the Miracle Forest into the Central Sea Divine Realm and guard it strictly. However, although she can escape the death penalty, she can't escape punishment. Li Qingming, the high priest of the Miracle Forest, has already lost her mind and defied the dignity of a god. She shall be suppressed in the Central Sea Divine Realm until she dies. The divine sound swept across the sea realm, and all living beings trembled. The high priest had no room to resist. Her soul was pinched, and she couldn't refute. Then, the god looked at Han Fei. You, an evil divine descendant, instigated the high priest of the Miracle Forest. You deserve to be killed. If you confess where the remnants of the primordial divine race are hiding and their main figures, I can show you mercy. Han Fei didn't expect that his plan to steal the demon purification vine would develop to this point. All the trump cards he had prepared were wasted since a god had appeared. Did he have to use the void mark one last time? Fuck, bang. As soon as Han Fei said this word, he exploded into a mist of blood. However, in the next moment, a dazzling light appeared. The great Tao of life replacement was activated, and the invincible state was on. Bah, can you stop me from speaking? Are you fucking addicted to acting? Do you really think you're the god of all living beings? Don't make it sound like no one has seen a god before. Look at you. Those who don't know the situation might think you're the strongest god who controls the life of everyone in the sea realm. At that moment, Yun Duo, Pei Bai, Qing Shu, and the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm were all dumbfounded. Is this person crazy? He even dares to curse a god? While talking, Han Fei took out the god-slaying arrow. Without any hesitation, he directly unlocked the seal on the god-slaying arrow. Swish, the god-slaying arrow ignored the laws here and suddenly shot out. The god looked solemn and his voice was full of anger. God-slaying arrow? How dare you kill a god? Go to hell. Han Fei was so angry that he pointed at the god and cursed. Damn you, you idiot. Do you think you're the only god in the world? Why don't you go to fight the ominous? You must be the silliest one to be the first to jump out. Bang. The great Tao of life replacement was activated again, and at this time, this god had no time to talk to Han Fei. The god-slaying arrow shot out, and even he had to resist it with all his strength. Chapter 3899, A God War 13899, A God War 13899, A God War 1. The god-slaying arrow could kill anyone below the god realm. Even an ordinary god would definitely be injured by it. If this god retreated, it would be fine. But if he didn't, he would definitely not be able to return today. The god from the Central Sea Divine Realm retreated quickly, but the speed of the god-killing arrow was much faster than he had imagined, even faster than when he used all his strength. The god summoned 3 high-quality nature spiritual treasures and they blocked in front of him. Clang! A gong was shaken away. Its luster was dim, and cracks appeared on its surface. This high-quality nature spiritual treasure was cracked. Clang! A hole was left in a coiling dragon shield, and the shield was trembling as if it were wailing. Such a wound was enough to cause its level to drop. Crack! The tip of a bright red long sword was broken, and the brilliance of the sword dissipated. Ka-ka-ka! The god's face changed drastically, and threw a punch. However, his entire arm shattered inch by inch, and divine blood sprinkled in the sky. Where his broken arm was, there was also the power of divinity, constantly destroying his regenerated flesh and blood. The power of the arrow finally dissipated. At that moment, everyone looked at Han Fei as if he were a monster. Han Fei was holding a fishing pole and fishing in time, seeming to be looking for something. With his other hand, he pointed at the god and scolded, "You idiot god, do you think you're qualified to order me around? Why don't you attack me again? Come on, if you have the guts, come here and I'll skin you alive. How dare you offend a god? Let's see how many times you can survive my attacks and how many god-slaying arrows you have." The god didn't think that Han Fei had many god-slaying arrows. He knew the source of the god-slaying arrows. Since Chen Lingsu was already dead, she couldn't give out many of them. In an instant, the god attacked again, and Han Fei was forced to use the great Tao of life replacement again. However, Han Fei's fishing rod suddenly pulled out of the time river, and the god-slaying arrow that had just been consumed appeared in his hand again. Damn it, the god was speechless. Fishing a god-slaying arrow from time? How did this guy do it? The other great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm were also dumbfounded. How could this be? If Han Fei could repeatedly fish for the god-slaying arrow, how many gods would be enough for him to kill? In fact, Han Fei could only fish once from a time node. If he caught the god-slaying arrow this time, it would be troublesome the next time. If he still wanted to fish for the god-slaying arrow, he could only fish once when the time node was placed in the graveyard of the gods. However, the graveyard of the gods was too far away and special. Even if he could fish, it would take him at least 100 seconds or even longer. But Han Fei didn't care. The second god-slaying arrow was shot out without hesitation. The god's face changed greatly. Having experienced it once, he couldn't waste any more high-quality nature spiritual treasures. If he wanted to resist this god-slaying arrow, he had to use stronger weapons. Swish! Similarly, when he launched the spear, the power was earth-shattering. The forest below him was instantly crushed into powder by the kinetic energy the moment he launched the spear. Clang. The roar surged, the void shattered, and the divine sound stirred in all directions. Even billions of kilometers away, some people were stunned by the terrifying divine sound. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another ran out of the miracle forest crazily, not daring to stop for a moment. Terrifying. How powerful is this? Can a battle between great monarchs reach this level? What great monarch? This power contains divinity. A god must have taken action. A god? How is it possible? Isn't it said that the sea realm has no gods? Where did this god come from? That's bullshit. How do you know there is no god in the sea realm? This power has exceeded our range of perception. How far away is it? But even at such a distance, it can shake us. How can a great monarch do that? This is crazy. It's just a joust. Why is there a god war? Run. Run as fast as we can. In the field, the high priest, Yunyun, Peibai, Qingshu, and the others, including the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm, couldn't help but stay away. Blood oozed from the corner of the high priest's mouth as she continued to mobilize the power of the miracle forest to protect the spiritual race's retreat. In the depths of the miracle forest, the strong masters of the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts each shouted, "Everyone below the monarch realm hide underground. Don't come out without my permission." The god's remaining arm was already dripping with blood, and the spear in his hand was wailing. Bam! The spear fell out of his hand. It was not that he couldn't hold it anymore, but that the divinity of this god was completely suppressed and he couldn't hold the spear anymore. Puffed! The arrow blasted a hole the size of a ball in the god's chest. His upper body was pierced through, and it was difficult to heal. Puffed! Half of the soul and essence blood of this god dissipated, and he looked shocked. Is the god-slaying arrow so powerful that even an ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure can't resist it? At this moment, Han Fei threw his fishing hook into the time river again. Trash god, weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, let's continue to fight. To be honest, I don't have any arrows left. Now I want to fight you one-on-one. Come here. Chapter 3190, 390, A God War 2 390, A God War 2 390, A God War 2. The great monarchs were speechless. If you ran out of arrows, why did you throw your fishing rod into the time river again? Isn't that nonsense? Even the god was thinking that he might be able to take another god-slaying arrow, but he wasn't sure if Han Fei could fish out another god-slaying arrow. He looked at the time river. Han Fei's fishing time node was not far away. At this time distance, he might not be able to keep up with Han Fei's speed. At this moment, the god suddenly felt the void tremble, and his divinity instantly erupted, forming a protective divine aura. Just as this protective divine aura was formed, a pair of scimitars instantly attacked from his side and back. Clang, 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 roar. With a deafening roar, a swift figure slashed out thousands of times in the blink of an eye, shattering the protective divine aura of the god. Bang! This god was sent flying, and a piece of flesh on his body was cut off. A great monarch? The divine aura reappeared, but a spiral blade arrived in an instant and collided head-on, breaking his protective divine aura again. A thick scimitar sent him flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, causing the god's blood to fly. How dare you, a mere great monarch, provoke me, a god? With a thought from this god, the ultra-quality nature spiritual treasure spear shot back. Even if I can't kill the god-slaying arrow, can't I kill a great monarch? However, as soon as the spear arrived, it was sent flying by a half-arc knife. Extreme Dao body refining? The god was shocked. A great monarch who was an extreme Dao body refiner. How could there be so many freaks in the South Sea Divine Realm? Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that one of his hands had been broken by the god-slaying arrow and his other hand had been seriously injured too, how could he have been ambushed by a great monarch? The moment the great monarch's spear was knocked away, his body turned red, and his strength suddenly soared to a level. A saber beam that cut across the world slashed down. Bang! Rumble. This god was hit 1,000,000 kilometers away in the void by this slash and finally smashed into the ground. In midair, a badly mutilated arm was falling, and at that moment the figure of the sneak attacker finally appeared. It was a giant crocodile holding double knives. He was burly and huge. As he stood in the void, the surrounding space was trembling. He was none other than the Eastern Divine Crocodile. After leaving the God-Fiend Sea, everyone had their own things to do. Li Tiangan and the Sky Ghost Toad went to the East Sword Pavilion. Zhang Honghua seemed to have gone to the Central Sea Divine Realm. Jie Wuquan was in the Infinite Mining Area. The Demon God was missing, and the Eastern Divine Crocodile came to the South Sea Divine Realm. However, although there were other great monarchs from the God-Fiend Sea in the South Sea Divine Realm, Han Fei didn't call them. He thought that if he called too many of them, people would know his identity. He only asked the Eastern Divine Crocodile for help, and he only wanted him to help him block the High Priest of the Miracle Forest. However, as soon as this guy appeared, he went straight to kill the god. Besides, he came out without giving him a signal. Ha ha ha! It feels so good. The Eastern Divine Crocodile opened his mouth, caught the arm of the god, and swallowed it into his stomach. I didn't expect that I would get such a good deal as soon as I left the Godfiend Sea. A god from the Central Sea Divine Realm. I would have called more brothers over if I had known that I would meet you. Han Fei was stunned to see that. Brother, this doesn't match our plan. Bang. The ground suddenly exploded, and dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. Golden light bloomed and rose into the sky. The god exploded, and his flesh and blood were crazily recombining. The Eastern Divine Crocodile sneered. At least 30% of your strength has been lost. Now that you've rebuilt your true body, your strength will be reduced by at least 5%. You beastard from the Central Sea Divine Realm, are you looking down on me? The divine voice resounded. What the heck are you? The Eastern Divine Crocodile stepped into the air, and in the blink of an eye he became 10 times larger. I'm the eldest son of the leader of the Eastern Mountain Divine race in the South Sea Divine Realm. Beastard, do you remember me? Buzz. As the Eastern Divine Crocodile cursed, 1,000 fist marks shot out at an incredible speed from the flying dust. The Eastern Divine Crocodile didn't have time to curse anymore. He brandished his 2 broadswords and, like wheels of fire and wind, collided with the fist marks of the god. Boom, boom, boom. However, the Eastern Divine Crocodile was only a great monarch after all. The fist light was getting faster and faster, and in the end he could only barely block it. Bang! In the dust, a terrifying fist mark shattered the void and smashed into the body of the Eastern Divine Crocodile. The latter was blasted thousands of kilometers away in an instant, crushing endless trees. A gust of wind rose and the dust dispersed. I remember who you are. A fake divine race that claimed to be a real divine race was annihilated by us. I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. This god seemed to have recovered from his injuries and looked no different from when he just came. However, Han Fei didn't believe that this guy was really fine. The Eastern Divine Crocodile said that his strength had been greatly damaged, so his strength must have been greatly damaged. Otherwise, the Eastern Divine Crocodile wouldn't have suddenly taken action and torn off one of this god's arms. However, Han Fei had a headache. The Eastern Divine Crocodile had fought for a long time. Although he had torn off an arm of the god, he was still sent flying thousands of kilometers away easily. Could he really kill this god alone? Be starred. It's good that you remember. Even if you be starred become a god, how strong can you be? Take 100,000 slashes from me first. Chapter 3191, 3991. A God War 3 3991. A God War 3 3991. A God War 3. The ferocious voice of the Eastern Divine Crocodile echoed in the space. At this moment, a great monarch of the Central Sea Divine Realm suddenly exploded, and a cloud bloomed and enveloped him. Rumble. A great monarch from the Central Sea Divine Realm had suddenly died. Han Fei couldn't help but look over, wondering who was taking action under the nose of a god. The cloud turned into a person. Who else could it be but Yun Duo? Yun Duo held 2 sharp blades in her hands and said calmly, since you can fight, keep fighting. At this moment, everyone, including the High Priest, might have forgotten that Yun Yun was also an assassin from the Southern Dipper. Therefore, it was not surprising that she could instantly kill a great monarch with a sneak attack. Han Fei had been tricked multiple times by the assassins of the Southern Dipper, which showed their strength. Perhaps Yun Duo's head-on combat power was indeed not strong. In a head-on clash, she might not even be able to kill a great monarch from the Central Sea Divine Realm, but if she launched a sneak attack, it was a different story. On this side, after Yun Duo succeeded, the High Priest also attacked, and the place fell into a chaotic battle again. There were only 4 great monarchs on the Miracle Forest side, and there were still 7 on the Central Sea Divine Realm side. 2 of them had just been seriously injured by the High Priest. If the gods hadn't arrived in time, they would have died. Therefore, at this moment, the outcome of the battle was still 50-50. Of course, this was if the Miracle Forest didn't have any reinforcements. Fine, Han Fei's previous plan had been completely ruined, but this was not bad. He didn't expect a god to appear. At this moment, the Eastern Divine Crocodile took action and fought the god head-on, buying some time for everyone. Han Fei couldn't care less. He crushed a jade slip. A god had already shown up. He didn't know if they would come. Besides, no matter how strong the Eastern Divine Crocodile was, could he really kill a god? Probably not. Even if he summoned the God of War, he probably couldn't kill a god. After all, the God of War who could come here was just a clone. No matter how strong the clone was, it could only kill a few great monarchs. Han Fei was hesitating if he should call the God of War out, when he suddenly heard the High Priest's voice transmission. Zhang Buyi is not around. Don't expose your identity as the human emperor at this moment. There are still some people who haven't appeared. There are still people here? Han Fei was refreshed. What the High Priest said made him shiver. Is there still someone else here? If his identity was exposed now, it would be equivalent to exposing the demon purification pot, and those who were still hiding might come out immediately. Fortunately, he was calculating the situation and hadn't taken action yet. However, since the High Priest had said that there was still someone else here, Han Fei naturally wouldn't take action. He stood in the middle of the battlefield with his fishing pole, and there were heated battles around him, but no one touched Han Fei. After all, no one knew what was hanging on the other end of his fishing pole. If there was another god-slaying arrow hanging on it, which great monarch would dare to take it? After about 100 seconds, the Eastern Divine Crocodile was still no match for the god. Although he had practiced the Godfiend Formless technique and his basic combat power was twice as strong as ordinary people, He was still a great monarch. He could fight a god, but it didn't mean that he could kill the god. Of course, in the eyes of others, this was ridiculous enough. They had never seen a great monarch fight a god head-on. At this moment, the Eastern Divine Crocodile had been sent flying countless times. However, facing his terrifying physique, this god had a headache because this thing couldn't be killed at all. Or to be exact, he might be able to kill them, but he wouldn't be able to kill them in a short period of time. At this moment, the high priest and the others were also in a stalemate. The two great monarchs who were almost killed survived by luck because of the appearance of the god and rebuilt their bodies to join the battle. As for the high priest herself, because she was injured by the god, she didn't seem to be at his peak combat power at this moment. Seeing that Qingshu and Peibai's bodies were shattered and Yun Duo could only defend, Han Fei knew that these people were actually very strong. After all, not everyone had the combat power of the high priest, let alone the abnormal combat power of the Eastern Divine Crocodile. Just as Han Fei was wondering, suddenly, it seemed that the heavenly Tao collapsed, and a huge saber beam shot out from the endless void like a bolt of lightning. The speed was so fast that the moment the knife light appeared, the image of the knife light appeared in Han Fei's mind. But in the battle, the two previously heavily injured great monarchs were instantly covered by the knife light. Boom, boom. The two people's bodies that had just been rebuilt were directly annihilated by this saber. One of them's soul-suppressing spiritual treasure shattered and he died on the spot. Another great monarch's soul-suppressing spiritual treasure was full of cracks, but it managed to block the attack. But before this person could escape, a hand stretched out of the void world in front of him, and the palm was like a knife as it slashed down. Instantly, the great monarch's soul-suppressing spiritual treasure shattered, and his soul was held in the big hand and crushed. Rumble, rumble. Han Fei was secretly relieved to see the visitor. He had been waiting for less than 100 seconds and thought that Zhang Nanye wouldn't come. The sea realm shook again, and two great monarchs were killed one after another, which showed how strong Zhang Nanye was. The peak-level great monarch who was in a stalemate with the high priest changed his expression. Zhang Nanye? What does this have to do with you? The West Wilderness can barely take care of itself, yet you still want to join in the fun here. Aren't you afraid that the army will crush the West Wilderness and destroy your god-slaying bandits? Chapter 392, A God War 4, 392, A God War 4, 392, A God War 4, 4 ha ha ha, bullshit. Do you think you can destroy the god-slaying bandits so easily? I just can't stand a group of people bullying an old woman. Zhang Nanye glanced at Han Fei, and in the next moment Han Fei heard, I didn't want to get involved in this mess, but the little fatty is torturing me, so I made an exception to help you. But just this once, don't do anything more. There are still other gods. Still other gods? Han Fei's eyelids twitched a few times. The high priest said that there was still someone here, and Zhang Nanye said that there were still other gods. Damn it, why did this matter blow up? Zhang Nanye roared, Is there anyone who hasn't come out? If you want to come out quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to start a massacre. As soon as Zhang Nanye appeared, he changed the current stalemate. Two great monarchs had died. Zhang Nanye raised his hand, and within tens of millions of kilometers, the scattered grasses and scattered laws turned into knives. Swish, 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 swish. Peibai and Qingshu quickly recovered. At the same time, they were also amazed by the power of the top bandits of the West Wilderness. The billions of plants seemed to have turned into countless knives, but in fact, the countless knife lights were gathering and combining into one knife. Even if the two of them were combined, they probably wouldn't be able to shake this knife at all. At this moment, in addition to the one who was dragged by the high priest, there were 4 other great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm. At this moment, they were all horrified. The 4 of them abandoned the battle and joined forces to resist the terrifying slash of Zhang Nanye that seemed to contain the law of all things. But even so, the 4 of them only held out for less than 10 seconds before each of them used various kinds of spiritual treasure shields, even using their soul-suppressing spiritual treasures. Puff, puff, puff. They tried to break the knife, but they were immediately bounced back. A great monarch tried to break the knife with a high-quality nature spiritual treasure-level boxing glove, but in the next moment, half of the great monarch's body was gone. Han Fei was amazed. So strong. Is this the real god-slaying knife? The law of all things and the power of all living beings transformed into a knife. This knife has already surpassed the knife form and directly turned this world into an absolute knife field. The 4 great monarchs are like grasshoppers dancing on the tip of a knife. I feel that they can be minced at any time. Humph, Zhang Nanye, you've crossed the line. A finger beam that seemed to be able to crush all living beings descended from the 9 heavens and struck Zhang Nanye. The latter laughed and said, I knew it. If I hadn't pressured you, how could you gods have ended up here? Sword Vine 1, is your divine demon forest ready to harvest the luck of the miracle forest? Otherwise, why did you come here? Humph, that's nonsense. Swords hung in the sky and fell like waterfalls. This god named Swordvine 1 stood on a green leaf swordgrass with his hands behind his back and finally appeared. At this moment, countless streams of knife light rose to the sky, and Zhang Nanye shouted, Wang Han. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei pulled the fishing rod and another god-slaying arrow appeared. This was the last one. There would be no more god-slaying arrows if he used this one, but now was not the time to hesitate. Swish! The god-slaying arrow shot out again. This time, it was aimed at Swordvine 1. The god who was entangled by the Eastern Divine Crocodile was speechless too. Could this guy really have a third arrow? How could he kill Hanfei if the latter could fish arrows infinitely? Swordvine 1 also frowned. If the god-slaying arrow could be repeatedly fished from the Time River, this guy would have used it consecutively. Therefore, he didn't believe that Hanfei had more. Swordvine 1 no longer put a hand behind his back and waved both hands, and 2 long dragons of sword chi spewed out of his sleeves. Then Swordvine 1 took out a box, and 36 palm-sized swords lay in it. Whoosh! 36 swords shot out at the same time, and Swordvine 1 extracted the laws here and injected them into the sword body. Clang crack ek. It was only natural that the 2 green dragons couldn't block the god-slaying arrow. Swordvine 1 didn't even blink. Although the 2 swords were not enough to resist the arrow, they could at least consume 20% of the power of the god-slaying arrow. At the same time, he wanted to see how powerful the god-slaying arrow was. With continuous cracking sounds, the 36 small swords shattered one after another. In the blink of an eye, half of them were shattered, and the sword intent that escaped could turn this place into a perilous place. Seeing this, Hanfei threw the fishing rod into the Time River again. However, this time, in the Time River, several sword shadows forcefully slashed out, cutting back along Hanfei's hook. As for the god-slaying arrow, after breaking 36 small swords in a row, it didn't seem to have much power left. It was grabbed by Swordvine 1 with one hand and barely sent him flying tens of thousands of kilometers away, only leaving his palm a little mangled. Crack bang, Swordvine 1 blocked the god-slaying arrow, and Hanfei was forced out of the Time River by the swordlight. Swordvine 1 said contemptuously, "You have to cross the Time River first." The moment Swordvine 1 attacked Hanfei, Xuanhuan spat out a blood knife that vaguely contained divine power. Puff, puff, puff! With a slash, the 3 great monarchs were penetrated and their bodies were sucked dry. The soul-suppressing spiritual treasures flew out one after another, but they were drowned by the law of all things. Swordvine 1 frowned, and the sword rain suddenly turned to envelop the 3 of them, but it was too late. Rumble. 3 consecutive bangs indicated the death of the 3 great monarchs. Xuanhuan laughed wildly. Swordvine 1, you dare to split your attention in front of me? Do you look down on me? Swordvine 1 frowned. There were only 2 great monarchs left here. There was no need to save them. He snorted coldly. Xuanhuan, try and see if you can save this kid. Chapter 3193393 Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race 1393 Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race 1 Damn it, this fish shit god seemed to be targeting him. Although Xuanhuan was very strong, Hanfei estimated that he was at most at the level of the Eastern Divine Crocodile. He could certainly fight the gods, but he probably couldn't beat them. Therefore, he couldn't completely count on Xuanhuan. Hanfei shouted, "Senior, ignore me for now. Help me kill the remaining 2 great monarchs." Xuanhuan was lost for words. "Are you crazy?" Hanfei grew angry. "I have to tell the Central Sea Divine Realm that anyone who dares to kill me must die. Swordvine 1, right? I'll remember you. If you don't kill me today, I'll kill you tomorrow. Hehehe." Hanfei turned around and was about to enter the Void World. Swordvine 1 immediately attacked, and Sword Chi enveloped Hanfei. However, Hanfei was now in an invincible state. Although this unreasonable invincibility could only last for a limited period of time, the benefit was that even gods couldn't break it. As soon as he entered the Void World, Hanfei's speed immediately exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. After all, he had already reached the immortal level and had stacked countless laws in the Creation Divine Prison. He had fought many speed-type powerhouses. Besides, traveling in the Void World, his speed was nearly 3 times faster than the normal speed of the outside world. Therefore, Hanfei could actually reach more than 1,000 times the speed of light. However, Hanfei didn't have time to be faster. The Void World he was in was directly cut through and he rushed to the outside world. However, the outside world where Hanfei rushed out happened to be the place where the Eastern Divine Crocodile fought the god just now. Shta! He had been tricked by Swordvine 1. This guy had directly switched space with his sword chi. What kind of strange sword technique was this? Hanfei's sudden rush startled the Eastern Divine Crocodile. When it saw Hanfei, it was lost for words, wondering why a weakling like him was here. The god sneered. "Without the god-slaying arrow, how long can your invincible state last?" Hanfei immediately wanted to run away again, but when the god stomped, the law here seemed to form a prison. Hanfei bumped into an invisible barrier with such force that it even cracked. Should I kill 2 gods? Hanfei was speechless. 2 great monarchs fighting 2 gods? That was obviously not enough. Xuanhuan had planned to follow Hanfei's plan and kill the 2 great monarchs first. But seeing that Hanfei had run to the battlefield of the Eastern Divine Crocodile, he cursed. He didn't have the time to kill the 2 great monarchs. How could the Eastern Divine Crocodile, a peak-level extreme Dao great monarch, resist 2 gods? Xuanhuan arrived in an instant and joined the battle. The 2 sides fought fiercely. This was almost like a battle between the 4 gods. Hanfei was like a paper boat in the tsunami. The gods didn't even need to take any action. Just the power that spread out swept over, and he was forced to use the great Tao of life replacement. The Eastern Divine Crocodile and xuanhuan were blown away from time to time and then came back again. Xuanhuan and the unknown god were occasionally hit by the Eastern Divine Crocodile and xuanhuan and retreated thousands of kilometers. Xuanhuan and the Eastern Divine Crocodile wanted to send Han Fei away, but every time they tried, they were stopped by Xuanhuan and the other god, who seemed to want to exhaust Han Fei to death. After using the great Tao of life replacement 7 or 8 times in a row, Han Fei became angry. For the first time, he was completely at the mercy of others. He once wanted to use the Void Mark, but his reason told him that these two obviously weren't powerful gods. Otherwise, why hadn't they managed to kill the Eastern Divine Crocodile and xuanhuan? Suddenly, Han Fei remembered Feng Xinglu's instructions. Yes, Feng Yu had prepared him a secret trump card in the 8 Desolate Banner. With a thought, Han Fei summoned the 8 Desolate Banner and took out a token from it. This is the Distanceless Gate? Han Fei was speechless. Is this a trump card? It seemed that this was indeed a trump card. The Distanceless Gate was a supreme nature treasure. With these two gods, they shouldn't be able to destroy it. However, didn't they say that the Distanceless Gate wouldn't help people teleport easily? Even if the Distanceless Gate was willing to help, in such an environment, how could he have a chance to summon the Distanceless Gate? Even if he summoned the Distanceless Gate, with the two gods watching, he couldn't enter. Shta. Han Fei was speechless. The way to escape was right in front of him, but he couldn't escape at all. It was simply frustrating. At this moment, the Phoenix Divine Race. The Phoenix Patriarch was watching the battle. Behind him, Aunt Huo and Second Uncle stood quietly. Aunt Huo, Patriarch, Feng Yu sent a message asking you to save Han Fei. The Phoenix Patriarch shook his head slightly. Little Yu is too worried. The fact that Han Fei is still alive shows that he won't die. If I go to save him, the Phoenix Divine Race will be caught in the trap. There has to be someone guarding the South Sea Divine Realm, so I'm not the one who needs to save Han Fei. Aunt Huo, Patriarch, do you want Han Fei to use the Void Mark? Second Uncle, if he had a Void Mark, why didn't he use it? xuanhuan and the crocodile are very strong. If they become gods, they will definitely be able to sweep through these two gods. But the point is that they are not gods yet. I'm afraid they won't be able to protect Han Fei this time, right? The Patriarch said. Wait a little longer. Second Uncle, who are we waiting for? On the field, Eastern Divine Crocodile made up his mind. He roared, and billowing black mist emerged from his body. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Was he demonized? The Eastern Divine Crocodile's body began to twist. Its tail became longer and curled around a scimitar. The scales on its body were full of blood-colored patterns. Chapter 319.4 Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race 2.319.4 Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race. To what a bullshit god. What a bullshit god. Clang, clang, clang. The Eastern Divine Crocodile was so ferocious that it seemed to be able to kill thousands of people alone. xuanhuan was surprised. This crocodile could transform? This seemed to be a way. A peak-level Extreme Tao Great Monarch mastered a transformation technique that could increase his strength by 50%. Did this guy want to kill a god? For the first time, xuanhuan discovered that there was someone even crazier than him. Humph! The demonic Tao is the demonic Tao. You want to kill a god? Today I'll show you the true power of a god. Buzz. Knock, 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 knock. Beams of light fell from the sky one after another. Under the impact of the pillars of light, the Eastern Divine Crocodile twisted and turned, but even so, he was still hit. On a closer look, there seemed to be spears shining with golden light in the pillar of light. However, these spears failed to penetrate the Eastern Divine Crocodile. Roar! Bam! 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 When the Eastern Divine Crocodile shattered dozens of pillars of light in a row, he was still blocked by the pillars of light that filled the sky. Han Fei thought to himself, isn't this an enlarged and strengthened version of the God-sealing spear? But its power and effect are much stronger than the God-sealing spear. The pillars of light locked down this place, and the Eastern Divine Crocodile rampaged among them. In a moment, he slashed tens of thousands of times and shattered hundreds of pillars of light, but in the end, he couldn't really break out. No. Although the enraged Eastern Divine Crocodile has the ability to fight a god, he's relatively lacking in means. The gods won't give him a chance to fight one-on-one. Swordvine, one didn't just watch. In the sealed space of the pillars of light, the tide filled the sky and turned into a surging stream of swords. The divinity rolled and washed over the Eastern Divine Crocodile and xuanhuan. The Eastern Divine Crocodile was not afraid at all, but xuanhuan, who was not as crazy as the Eastern Divine Crocodile, had to dodge. Han Fei could only watch in his invincible state. We can't go on like this. If more strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm come, we'll all be doomed. But suddenly, the expression of the god who was looking down at the battlefield changed. The moment he came back to his senses, countless fine lines appeared in his body. As he turned around, his body instantly shattered into countless pieces. Swordvine 1 reacted quickly and immediately stabbed at the void. Clank! The blade of the sword blossomed with brilliance, and the mysterious power of divinity was all destroyed. The chopped-up god panted and was quickly recovering. However, an anomaly happened again. It was as if billions of threads had appeared. As the threads trembled, the god collapsed again. Even the pillars of light were cut apart by these threads. Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he saw the scene of the god's soul being shattered. He thought to himself, who is this person? He's so terrifyingly strong. This is a god. Even the Eastern Divine Crocodile and xuanhuan couldn't take him down. That person didn't even show his face, but directly cut the god's body and destroyed a large number of his soul. Seeing this, xuanhuan summoned his god-slaying knife again and charged at Swordvine 1 with all his strength. He shouted, "Big crocodile, block Swordvine 1 with me." The Eastern Divine Crocodile was not sloppy either. He quickly slashed with his knife. Attacked by the two peak-level Great Monarchs, it was difficult for Swordvine 1 to free himself. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's first reaction was to run. He didn't care who the person who came was, but he guessed that it could only be the strongest assassin of the Southern Dipper, or a god of the Southern Dipper. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to kill a dignified god in an instant? Rumble. However, before Han Fei had the time to run, he was smashed into the ground by the billowing explosion ripples. The god from the Central Sea Divine Realm roared, "The god of hidden slaughter of the Southern Dipper? You're asking to be killed." Even though his body was destroyed and half of his soul was shattered, the god was still alive. He seemed to have detonated some trump cards to buy himself some time to rebuild his body. Rumble, rumble. In the sky, two great Dao cracks appeared in a row. One of them released its power. Clearly, it was a great monarch-level powerhouse. The other was just average and was a little far from here. It should only be on the immortal level. As soon as Han Fei crawled out of the ground and looked at the miracle forest, he saw that one of the great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm had already died. 3 assassins rushed out of the void world and surrounded the last peak-level great monarch. It seemed that the death of the great monarch was only a matter of time. He had already stopped fighting and began to escape. However, could he really escape from top killers who were already waiting for him? Sure enough, before he ran hundreds of millions of kilometers, he was assassinated more than a dozen times in a row and was stabbed to death. Looking at the rain of blood, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Why did the Southern Dipper send so many powerful assassins? Han Fei was still a little stunned. He didn't know that the relationship between the Southern Dipper and the primordial divine race had been discovered and they were already in a killing mode. Some of the heavenly talents who were fleeing crazily were from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Someone ran through the void world. Suddenly, some invisible blade seemed to pass by his body, and in the next moment, he was beheaded. Many people fled together, only to suddenly fall into an illusion. Their companions suddenly attacked, catching them off guard. Some of the strongholds of certain forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm that were lurking in the South Sea Divine Realm were collectively assassinated. The assassinations were unreasonable, unscrupulous, and lawless. All the strongholds were wiped out. Many people who had never experienced the assassinations of the Southern Dipper had no idea of their strange methods. Some were killed without knowing it, without any pain. Some only discovered the assassination when they were dying, but in the next moment, they died. Chapter 395, Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race. 3.3.19.5 Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race. 3. Faced with the assassination attempt by the Southern Dipper, most people didn't even have a chance to resist. After all, no one expected the assassins of the Southern Dipper to attack them for no reason. Rumble, rumble. One great Dao crack after another told everyone that the killing had begun. Han Fei, who had crawled out of the seabed, immediately activated the token and summoned the distanceless gate. He couldn't stay in this damn place anymore. He was only an immortal and wasn't qualified to participate in this kind of battle at all. Besides, he couldn't just rely on the Great Dao of Life Replacement all the time. In just a short while, he had used the Great Dao of Life Replacement more than 20 times. Buzz. The distanceless gate appeared and Han Fei was about to step in. However, the god was unhappy. He had already paid such a huge price. How could he let Han Fei escape? He arrived in an instant and tried to stop him. However, at the critical moment, a woman's figure pierced through him from the side and sent him flying. At the same time, the woman pressed a hand on Han Fei's body and pushed Han Fei directly into the distanceless gate. At the same time, she seemed to have stuffed something into Han Fei's arms. However, at this moment, Han Fei finally escaped. In the flashing light, Han Fei thought to himself, if the 8th vine is so difficult to grab, then the competition for the last vine will be extremely difficult. Swish! Han Fei felt a burning sensation all over his body. He took a closer look, only to see a sea of fire. However, in the sea of fire, he was surprised to see that 5th senior brother was looking at him with a smile. Haha, little junior brother, you're here? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Didn't he come to the chaotic fire domain? Why did he see 5th senior brother here? However, when he looked around, he was surprised to find that this was not the chaotic fire domain, but the chaotic ice domain. 5th senior brother, let me figure it out. Didn't I use the distanceless gate in the chaotic fire domain? As he spoke, Han Fei looked at the distanceless gate on the ice wall, which read, "It's me, it's me, it's me." Fifth senior brother laughed. "Little junior brother, the Phoenix divine race is not stupid. They preside over the South Sea divine realm and are responsible for guarding the chaotic fire domain. If you use that distanceless gate and it's seen by the gods, the Central Sea divine realm will inevitably cause trouble. So, what saved you is this one." Han Fei glanced at the distanceless gate on the ice wall, and words appeared on it. "I made an exception for you." Han Fei knew what this exception meant. The distanceless gate usually sent people to fight the ominous and wouldn't participate in all kinds of messy secular conflicts. Therefore, for the distanceless gate, coming to save him was indeed an exception. Han Fei remembered that he had a fight with this distanceless gate before, but since this guy had come to save him, he would just forget it. He couldn't be an ingrate since he had saved him. Han Fei said, "I'll stay here for a few more days and kill 100,000 ominous creatures for you." After that, Han Fei grabbed the scroll in his arms, which was given to him by the assassin god. However, he had nothing to do with the Southern Dipper except for xuanhuan, so there was no reason for the assassin god to mobilize so many top assassins for him. When Han Fei opened the scroll, a voice immediately sounded. "Most of the primordial divine race are hidden in the Southern Dipper. Today, we have been exposed and have all entered the West Wilderness. Chanyi's potential is extraordinary. I've left a legacy for her. Thank you for troubling you to help us resolve the bloodline curse of the primordial divine race." Han Fei blinked. This sentence contained too much information. The primordial divine race was in the Southern Dipper? Damn it, no wonder no one could find them. It turned out that they weren't in the West Wilderness at all. But why were they discovered? And why were they discovered today? What a coincidence. Han Fei was silent for a moment. Was it because of him? He couldn't help but think of Zhang Buyi. So this was the real reason why he didn't expose his identity as the human emperor. It turned out that he was looking for the primordial divine race. However, how did this god know that he could resolve the bloodline curse of the primordial divine race? He didn't even know this at all before he obtained the creation divine prison. After more than 10 seconds, Han Fei finally said slowly, "Fifth senior brother, well, you know everything. Can you solve my doubts?" Fifth senior brother laughed and said, "Let's talk while we eat." It was a pity that he didn't get the flesh and blood of the god. Otherwise, he could have had a treat now. It was a pity that he didn't get the bodies of the countless great monarchs that died in the miracle forest. How many resources were there? Buzz. Han Fei released Xiao, who looked around in confusion. "Where are we? This is the chaotic ice domain." "Chaotic ice domain?" Xiao was astounded. She was in the miracle forest a moment ago. How did she come to the chaotic ice domain in the blink of an eye? The distance between them was huge. Is it the distanceless gate? Han Fei nodded slightly and pointed at the vortex like distanceless gate in the ice wall in the distance. "The things that happened in the miracle forest are a little complicated. I'll tell you later. This is my fifth senior brother, nicknamed Old Desolate." "He claims to know everything," fifth senior brother said leisurely. "Did I say that? More or less." "Fifth senior brother, this is my wife, Xuanhuan." "Hi, fifth senior brother." Xuanhuan slightly bowed, feeling a bit nervous because it felt like meeting Han Fei's family. Chapter 319.6 Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race 4 319.6 Mystery of the Ascension of the Primordial Divine Race 4. Fifth senior brother laughed. "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. It's our first time meeting. I don't have anything to give you. Here's a pot of liquor for you." Fifth senior brother took out a purple calabash the size of a palm. There was no telling what kind of liquor it contained. Xuanhuan accepted it in surprise. This senior brother was quite special. He gave away wine as a gift. Han Fei was lost for words. "Senior brother, where did you get so many kinds of liquor? Don't you have anything else?" Fifth senior brother sneered. "My wine is a precious treasure. This girl has dual divine paths and has been improving her strength too quickly recently, so her foundation is slightly unstable. This wine contains divinity. After drinking it, your wife can reach the immortal level more easily. It contains divinity? Senior brother, look at me. My foundation is not very stable either. Can you? No." Han Fei was upset, and Xuanhuan secretly asked Han Fei, "What's going on?" Han Fei gave Xuanhuan the scroll of the Southern Dipper god and said, "Take a look for yourself." After a while, Xuanhuan exclaimed, "How is it possible? How can the primordial divine race be hiding in the Southern Dipper?" Fifth senior brother asked. "Why not?" Xuanhuan said. "Hundreds of years ago, there were still a lot of missions to find the primordial divine race in the Southern Dipper. I stayed in the West Wilderness for hundreds of years." While fiddling with the hot pot, Han Fei sighed. "Look, if the primordial divine race looks for the primordial divine race, who will doubt them? This move is brilliant." A moment later, in front of the hot pot. Sizzle, aha, fifth senior brother wiped the grease on his mouth and took a sip of wine happily. "Little junior brother, the bloodline problem of the primordial divine race is a legacy of history. In fact, the people of the primordial divine race know there is a way to solve it, but they themselves can't." Han Fei asked. "Then how does the Southern Dipper god know that I can solve it?" Fifth senior brother asked. "Isn't the creation divine prison with you?" "That's right. Do they know that the creation divine prison can solve the bloodline problem of the primordial divine race? Fifth senior brother nodded slightly. Little junior brother, do you know that in the primordial era, the bloodline divine tree was forged by all the races together? Han Fei nodded. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan sat upright, and Xia Xiaoshan thought to herself, sure enough, this fifth senior brother is so omniscient that he even knows so much about the primordial era. Fifth senior brother said, however, as you know, the ominous was sealed and the myriad races began to revive, so people's hearts inevitably wavered. Being able to control the myriad races, the divine race was too powerful. There were naturally people producing greedy thoughts. Some high-level experts of the divine race began to deprive the myriad races of their luck. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Some gods returned, so they naturally couldn't let this development continue. Therefore, after clearing up some people, the gods placed some restrictions on the bloodline of the descendants of the gods. Before the myriad races recovered, no member of the divine race could become a god. Han Fei was stunned. So, the primordial divine race brought this upon themselves? Fifth senior brother shook his head. Not entirely. Most people don't understand the decisions of the top experts at all. Han Fei asked. Then why is it related to the creation divine prison? Fifth senior brother asked. Is there a safer place in the world than the creation divine prison? Those gods extracted the power of the bloodline of the divine race and placed it in the creation divine prison. They originally planned to unseal it after the revival of the myriad races. Unexpectedly, the guardian of the divine prison died. Some of the myriad races were afraid that the creation divine prison would appear and create a large number of gods to affect the myriad races. So some joined forces and hid the creation divine prison. As a result, the divine race declined back then. Even if the gods rose later, no member of the divine race could become a god. Xia Xiaoshan said, it sounds like the myriad races owls had their own ulterior motives. Although the divine race was in the wrong back then, there were several ominous battles later. Why didn't anyone let them out? Fifth senior brother said, the key is that no one can release it. Back then, the guardian of the creation divine prison suppressed many strong masters. Later, no one who tried to take over the creation divine prison came out alive. Later, someone took the creation divine prison to the graveyard of gods and placed it in the depths of the chaotic nether river, so few people could get it out. Over time, people gave up, and the creation divine prison was gradually forgotten. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. However, the former divine race, which is now the primordial divine race, hasn't forgotten it. How could they forget it? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What a bunch of messy people. They just never do what they should do. Fine, now I know the reason. Those gods in the Central Sea divine realm? Just wait. Sizzly H. Fifth senior brother took a sip of wine happily. Little junior brother, you have to play it safe. The Central Sea divine realm is not so easy to conquer. You made it sound like you could take it down easily. You should take advantage of this period of time to improve your strength, Xia Xiaoshan asked. What's the situation in the South Sea divine realm now? Han Fei came back to himself. Yes, fifth senior brother, have any gods died in the South Sea divine realm? Fifth senior brother said, little junior brother, the gods are not so easy to kill. Well, one of them almost died. If it weren't for his avatar, he would have been killed. Han Fei frowned. Even the god of the South Sea failed to kill him? Xia Xiaoshan asked. What? The gods took action? Han Fei pointed at the scroll. Where else do you think this came from? Fifth senior brother said. If gods die so easily, they can't be called gods. Although many people die in every ominous battle, and occasionally some people die in the battles of gods, that scene is completely different from what happened in the South Sea divine realm today. Han Fei asked, has the Central Sea divine realm failed? What about the miracle forest? Fifth senior brother shook his head. Now the divine capital dynasty has taken action. Well, they're going to pick up the miracle forest. Han Fei, Mayan. Chapter 319.7 Death of Gods 1.319.7 Death of Gods 1.319.7 Death of Gods 1 South Sea Divine Realm. The battle here had already gone crazy. The near death of a god forced Swordvine 1 to retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the upper hand against a god and 2 peak-level great monarchs. While the high priest was quickly gathering the people of the spiritual race, 7 great monarchs from the divine capital dynasty came to receive them. Why didn't they come before? The divine capital dynasty wasn't stupid. They didn't even know whether their safety could be guaranteed or not if they came here. Why did they come? Now, the miracle forest had a chance to take a breather. If they took the miracle forest in now, the miracle forest would still have to be grateful to the divine capital dynasty. Furthermore, the person who came to receive them happened to be Great Monarch East Marshal himself. Billions of kilometers away, a divine voice was transmitted to the miracle forest. East Marshal, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to take over the miracle forest, right? The miracle forest colluded with the remnants of the primordial divine race and secretly conspired with the Southern Dipper. Are you going to help them? Great Monarch East Marshal's expression was calm as he smiled faintly. There's no one else here, so don't say nonsense. Everyone knows in their hearts whether the miracle forest is good or bad. Everyone knows what your Central Sea divine realm is up to. Do you still want to control the 4 divine realms? The speaker's voice was indifferent, with a hint of threat in his tone. So, the Eastern Sea Divine Realm is determined to go against the Central Sea Divine Realm. Great Monarch East Marshal chuckled. How should I put it? The era when the Central Sea Divine Realm ruled the 4 Divine Realms has passed. Think about it. Which Divine Realm can you still govern? 100,000 years ago, you couldn't control the West Wilderness and the North Wilderness. Now, 2 of the 3 magnates of the South Wilderness have died. You can try to control the Phoenix Divine Race. As for our East Sea Divine Realm, it's a peaceful continent. I want peace, so you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, it's not like I haven't killed gods. Great Monarch East Marshal's domineeringness rendered that person speechless. The High Priest, thank you for your help, fellow Taoist East Marshal. Great Monarch East Marshal waved his hand and said, I just don't want to see the miracle forest destroyed just like that. The Central Sea Divine Realm has controlled the Sea Realm for many years, and their countless sins have to be held accountable one day. This is just the beginning. For half a day, a rain of blood almost covered the entire South Sea Divine Realm. The craziness of the Southern Dipper left everyone speechless. It was a one-hit kill. No matter if they succeeded or not, they would not stay. Once they left, they would hide their identity in the vast South Sea. Even if the gods from the Central Sea Divine Realm came to help, it wouldn't be of much use. The Southern Dipper had guarded the South Sea Divine Realm for countless years, and had used these years to set up countless killing arrays and teleportation arrays here. Once a battle broke out in the South Sea Divine Realm, unless the assassins from the South Sea Divine Realm could be found and taken down the moment they attacked, no one would be able to catch them at all. Besides, the top assassins all had their own escape routes. Even if someone was taken, it would be difficult for others to be affected. And those who were taken would mostly self-detonate on the spot, not giving the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm a chance. In short, within half a day, the Southern Dipper assassins turned the South Sea Divine Realm into a blood sea. After that, they stopped attacking. Most of them directly stepped into the Sea of Stars and used their origin stars to descend directly to the place of the divine descendants in the West Wilderness. Countless strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm were killed in the South Sea Divine Realm. In just half a day, the Southern Dipper ran away, the Miracle Forest ran away, and 2 of the 3 major factions of the South Sea Divine Realm were gone. 5 gods appeared in the ancestral land of the Phoenix Divine Race. Opposite them were the Phoenix Patriarch, Aunt Huo, and Second Uncle. One of them was the god who was almost ambushed and killed. He said, Feng Tianwu, explain why the distanceless gate appeared on the battlefield and took away the brat from the primordial divine race. The Phoenix Patriarch chuckled and said, Fellow Taoist Qi Xing, you should know that there are as many as 9 distanceless gates. It's not the one in the chaotic fire domain that saved him. If you don't believe me, you can go to the chaotic fire field to find out. There are still people cultivating there and some people guarding it. You can tell it with a glance. Qi Xing's voice was cold. Humph, even if it wasn't you, as far as I know, xuanhuan almost became the son-in-law of your Phoenix Divine Race. Now 2 of the 3 major factions in the South Sea Divine Realm are related to the primordial divine race. Did you really not know anything about it? The Phoenix Patriarch smiled and said, You've been searching for the primordial divine race for 100,000 years but couldn't find their whereabouts. How could our Phoenix Divine Race know? Our Phoenix Divine Race was just deceived. If you come to our Phoenix Divine Race to denounce us for this, that will be too much. Qi Xing snorted coldly. Feng Tianwu, I'm giving you a chance. Now, get out of the way obediently. I want to investigate the Phoenix Divine Race thoroughly. The smile on the Phoenix Patriarch's face gradually turned cold. Why should I let you investigate our race? What do you think the Phoenix Divine Race is? Your backyard? Just because I'm talking to you nicely doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Now that the Southern Dipper has run away, you want to boss around our Phoenix Divine Race? Are you bullying our Phoenix Divine Race? One of the 5 gods slowly said. Feng Tianwu, if you didn't do anything wrong, why do you stop our search? Get out of the way. Divine sounds resounded as divinity descended, trying to crush the Phoenix Patriarch. However, the divine sound was blocked by a red light 10 meters away from the Phoenix Patriarch. The Phoenix Patriarch sneered. I've already given you a lot of face, but don't push too far. Otherwise, if we really fall out, we won't be able to face each other. Chapter 3198-398, Death of Gods, 23988, Death of Gods, 23988, Death of Gods, 2 Make Way. A god raised his hand, and a huge hand that covered the entire Phoenix Divine Race grabbed at the Phoenix Patriarch. However, the Phoenix Patriarch didn't move at all. At the moment when the huge hand tried to descend, a feather swept across. The lower half of the body of the god who attacked exploded, and he was sent flying hundreds of millions of kilometers away. At this moment, the expressions of Qi Xing and the other gods all changed. With just one blow, he had blasted a god to such a state in front of them? What kind of expert was this? A phantom appeared in the ancestral land of the Phoenix Divine Race. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a true phoenix and then into the appearance of a young man. The majestic young man looked at them with disdain. Sea-suppressing divine robe? The sea-quelling god in the South Sea? At that moment, the gods were shocked. There was actually a sea-quelling god in the South Sea Divine Realm. Greetings, sea-quelling god. Since the last ominous battle, the strong masters at the level of sea-quelling gods had never taken action. Earlier, the Phoenix divine race still had a god guarding it, so even the Central Sea divine realm had never intervened in the affairs of the South Sea. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the god of the Phoenix divine race went to the Sea of Stars. Although the Central Sea divine realm still didn't care much about the South Sea divine realm, their attitude had changed. Now, it was precisely because the Phoenix divine race didn't have a god guarding them that they were so unscrupulous as to come to challenge them. However, when they saw this person come out, they were all horrified. They never expected that there would be a sea-quelling god in the South Sea divine realm. The title of sea-quelling god didn't come easily. The sea-quelling god didn't suppress the South Sea, but the Sea of Stars. For example, when the Ominous invaded the chaotic fire domain back then, the gods participated in the war, but the gods either perished or retreated in defeat. There was only one god who was undefeated, and that was a sea-quelling god. If the sea-quelling god perished, unless a new sea-quelling god replaced it, the entire chaotic fire domain would collapse. Of course, the sea-quelling god was only a title. In terms of realm and strength, it was at least at the god-slaying level. However, not every god-slaying expert was a sea-quelling god. Therefore, when the 5 gods saw this person, they immediately cowered. This was because experts of this level were not something a few gods could match. Just the majestic aura on the other party's body made them panic and unable to breathe. The young man said, "That's enough. You can get out of the South Sea divine realm. If you don't disappear in front of me in 3 seconds, you'll stay here forever. We'll take our leave." Swish, swish, swish. The 5 of them didn't dare to be slow at all. The god whose half of his body had been shattered didn't dare to say a word. He turned around and left without stopping. After the 5 gods left, the Phoenix Patriarch cupped his hands slightly. "Greetings, Phoenix Ancestor." The young man curled his lips. "What a bunch of garbage. You can't even have a god after such a long time." "When you're in danger, I have to come out myself." Yes, it's mainly because our juniors aren't talented enough to contend with the eternal race in the heavenly tribulation. Sorry for letting you down. Humph, forget it. You can't be blamed for this after all. However, I won't count on you. All of you combined aren't even comparable to Feng Yu. The Phoenix Patriarch's eyes lit up. The Phoenix Ancestor is indeed guiding little Yu. This girl is indeed talented. We're really inferior to her in talent. The young man sneered. Of course you are. When you were at the immortal level, you had only reached the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Phoenix. You couldn't even take it, even if I wanted to pass on my legacy to you. Fortunately, Yu is much more talented than you and has already reached the 9th transformation. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have had to wait. Yes, you are right, Phoenix Ancestor. Well, Yu has been lying low for too long. Look at Han Fei. He has done so many big things. I'm afraid that this girl will lose her momentum after lying low for too long. Get lost. Do I need you to teach me? He changed his tone. It can't be helped. The Sea Realm is only so big. At most, it's enough for one person to cause trouble. Han Fei also has someone behind him who wants him to train in the Sea Realm. I didn't beat him in competition, so little Yu has to lie low for the time being. Huh? The Phoenix Patriarch was stunned. Who was so powerful that even the sea-quelling god couldn't beat him? Previously, the Phoenix Patriarch had found it strange. After Feng Yu proved Dao, she shouldn't be lying low anymore. It didn't matter even if her identity as a disciple of the Void Temple was exposed. She should treat the Sea Realm as a training ground just like Lei Heng. However, Feng Yu never showed her brilliance. It turned out that there was such a secret behind it. The Phoenix Patriarch was stunned. Is the Void Temple biased? It has nothing to do with the Void Temple, but Han Fei is not simple. I came back this time to take you away. Since there is no space for her to cultivate in the Sea Realm, let's go to the Sea of Stars. The Phoenix Patriarch asked tentatively, will you pass the chaotic sea? The young man glanced at him with a faint smile. What do you think? I'll take her to the front line. Buzz. The Phoenix Patriarch was overjoyed. That's great. Little Yu can finally show her strength. However, the young man shook his head slightly. The battle there will be even crueler and more intense. All races have gathered there, fighting openly or secretly, and there are also endless inheritances and laws there. I didn't want her to get involved too early, but it'll be too late if she doesn't go there to establish her original law now. Chapter 3199, 3199, Death of Gods, 3199, Death of Gods, 3199, Death of Gods, 3199, Death of Gods. Feng Yu and a young man with an unruly expression were instantly teleported through the void and appeared in the ancestral land of the Phoenix divine race. Boom. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts, divine chains of order, and divine wheels appeared at the same time. A peerless king bathed in lightning suddenly appeared and stood in front of Feng Yu. Senior brother Lei Heng, he's my clansman. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lei Heng was horrified. Her clansman? Was little junior sister's family so terrifying? Just a look from him made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy and was powerless to resist. He had never met such a terrifying existence in his entire life. He certainly knew about the Phoenix divine race, but was there really such a person in the Phoenix divine race? The lightning in the sky was extinguished, and Lei Heng said solemnly, Lei Heng greets this senior. Lei Heng looked at the sea-quelling god, who observed him for a while and said, the disciples of the Void Temple do live up to their reputation. Your peak level combat power just now is probably comparable to a god without being at a disadvantage. You are even 30% stronger than those extreme Dao cultivators. Interesting. Feng Yu's pupils gradually dilated. Are you the big lunatic? Cough, cough, cough. The young man couldn't have looked more awful. Your words completely ruined my authority. The Phoenix Patriarch immediately said, Little you, what are you talking about? This is an ancestor-level senior of our race, the sea-quelling god of the chaotic fire domain. Are you really a sea-quelling god? The young man immediately said, What are you talking about? Of course I am. Little girl, the one you met before was just my clone. Feng Yu's eyes widened. Then it's the original body this time? The young man raised his head slightly. Sort of. I have something to do this time. I'll take you to the other side of the chaotic sea to experience it. However, let me tell you, the danger on the other side of the chaotic sea is not something the sea realm can compare to. The commotion that Han Fei caused can only be considered mediocre there. Do you still dare to go? Yes, of course. Delight flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. She had agreed to go to the Sea of Stars with senior brother Lei Heng, but she didn't expect that there would be a better place now. Lei Heng was overjoyed to hear that. Senior, can you take me with you? The young man shook his head. No, don't cause trouble there. With your strength, it's actually very simple for you to go to the chaotic sea. You don't need me to take you there. Therefore, you'd better guard your four-sided lightning domain. When you completely control the four-sided lightning domain, you can even kill your way into the ominous lair. The young man thought to himself, You want to compete with my successor for training space? No way. When Lei Heng heard this, his face drooped. His strength had long reached the peak of the great monarch realm. He had already explored every corner of the sea realm and experienced hundreds of lives. He had also walked through countless places in the chaotic sea, but his eldest senior brother refused to allow him to cross it. He had planned to get involved in Han Fei's business, but his senior brother stopped him, so he could only go to senior brother Six God for dinner and chit-chat. Now, he wanted to find Feng Yu to go to the chaotic sea to play, but his plan failed again. So lonely, Lei Heng heaved a long sigh in his heart. Other people's lives were exciting, but his was so boring. Another moment later. In the sea area between the South Sea Divine Realm and the Central Sea Divine Realm, the five gods did not dare to stop at all. They rushed back at full speed and made up their minds never to come to the South Sea Divine Realm again. Are you kidding me? The sea-quelling god is still alive. Are we looking for a beating or death here, among the five gods? Someone said, Brother Chi, don't worry. Although I don't know why the Southern Dipper revealed their identity, we found the primordial divine race anyway. Although we lose in the South Sea, we can make up for it in the West Wilderness. A cold glint flashed in someone's eyes. It's impossible to back down now. We both know what the appearance of the creation divine prison means. The remaining members of the primordial divine race must be eliminated. Otherwise, once their bloodline recovers, it will be a disaster for you and me. Swordvine 1 said, Even a sea-quelling god has appeared. It's obvious that the sea realm will undergo a huge change. Otherwise, a sea-quelling god wouldn't have appeared at this time. Qixing snorted. There's still time. Although the creation divine prison has appeared, Xuanhuan is only at the immortal level now. He shouldn't be qualified to restore the bloodline of the primordial divine race yet. Come back quickly. No matter what, we must find Xuanhuan and kill him. Buzz. Just as they were discussing how to kill Han Fei, suddenly, Qixing and Swordvine 1 felt a mist appear in front of them. In the next moment, the others around them disappeared. In front of them was an unknown sea. Opposite them stood three people, a man and two women. The man looked gentle and elegant. From the moment he stood in the void, he seemed to be the world, and an elegant and charming woman was holding the hand of a girl. Although she was just looking at them quietly, they couldn't help but shudder. Who are you? Qixing was not stupid. Only a god could have brought them to this place so quietly. But he seemed to have never seen these three people. Oh, no, it was these two. The girl was not a god. Her strength had just reached the monarch realm, not even the peak of the Dao proving level. Swordvine 1 didn't speak, but the center of his brows slightly opened, and a sword shape appeared. His aura increased bit by bit, and a sword Dao soul appeared behind him, frantically accumulating the laws of the world. Chapter 3200, 3200, Death of Gods 4 3200, Death of Gods 4. As if facing a great enemy, they secretly circulated their strength to the peak. The elegant man slowly said, Although I want my son to cultivate more in the sea realm, some cultivation experiences are beyond his ability. Why do you gods have to intervene in the battle of immortals? Swordvine 1 narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you talking about Xuanhuan? The newcomers were naturally Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian. Although they hadn't appeared since the matter of the chaotic wasteland, it didn't mean that they didn't know what was going on. It was precisely because they were paying attention to this place that the Void Temple didn't take action to stop this completely unequal battle. Han Guanshu nodded slightly and said calmly, Do you have any last words? At that time, both Qixing and Swordvine 1 felt a chill down their spines because they couldn't see the strength of these two people at all, which meant that the other party was very likely stronger than them. Qixing asked, Why didn't you take action earlier? If you had shown up earlier, why would we have taken action? However, your son is unparalleled in talent and is still alive. Why should we fight to the death? Now that we know that you are protecting xuanhuan, we will not interfere. This time, Zhang Linqian said, after all, my son has never seen the means of a god. It's good to let him experience them in advance. Otherwise, if he is too invincible in his realm, it's easy for his Tao heart to be distorted. However, you two have taken action after all. If you don't die, how can the other gods of the sea realm be intimidated? At that time, all gods will dare to attack people below the god realm. Wouldn't the sea realm be in chaos? Hearing that, the two of them knew that they had to fight if they wanted to survive. Swish the sword vine. One immediately attacked, and his intrinsic sword ball soared to the sky. However, his sword wasn't aimed at Han Guanshu and Zhang Linqian, but at the endless void. Sword Vine 1 and Qi Xing were not stupid. How could these people be weak if they could bring them to this place so quietly? They didn't want to fight them head-on unless they were confident. Sword Vine 1 slashed through the void, and Qi Xing set up a law barrier to prevent Han Guanshu and Zhang Linqian from attacking. However, when Sword Vine 1 slashed down, a boundless book suddenly appeared in the void. When the sword hit the book, it completely melted and turned into a sword mark on the page. Swordvine 1 was horrified. A supreme nature treasure, the God-sealing heavenly book. Who are you? Qi Xing was shocked. The God-sealing heavenly book was said to be able to seal all laws in the world and allow one to remember ancient history and travel through time. It was said to be the most amazing book in the Sea of Stars. However, this book disappeared from the world as early as the primordial era. Everyone thought that this book was taken by the ominous and disappeared with the death of an ancient god. They didn't expect it to appear today. Han Guanshu didn't respond. Even if he told them, they wouldn't know him. Han Guanshu flicked his finger and the page turned. On a page there seemed to be a vast river of stars, and in the river of stars there seemed to be a sword coming from the billions of stars, as if it was integrating the river of stars into the sword. How is it possible? How can there be such a sword in this world? Sword Vine 1 was panicked, or rather shocked. Such a sword was beyond his comprehension. Was this the sword intent of a god? At that moment, Sword Vine 1 and Qi Xing seemed to be in the vast star river. Qi Xing was horrified and was still fleeing frantically, while Swordvine 1 gradually converged his divinity and gathered all his power of divinity, trying to inject everything he had learned in his life into his divine persona. Swordvine 1 didn't even look at Qi Xing. Qi Xing didn't even realize the seriousness of the problem. Faced with such an attack, he couldn't escape at all. He might not be the strongest, but he was quite knowledgeable. In the Central Sea Divine Realm, there was probably only one person who could block this sword. Puffa enveloped by sword intent, Swordvine 1's figure gradually turned into nothingness and dissipated between the heavens and earth as if he had never existed. Qi Xing, who was fleeing crazily, was shocked. That sword was so fast that it seemed to cross the endless star river and arrive behind him in an instant. Am I going to die? He never expected such an end to his life. In his opinion, participating in such a battle was as easy as lifting a finger. How could there be so many changes? Regret? Regret? He was a god and had an endless lifespan to live. But at this moment, all of this was meaningless. So what if he was a god? In this world, there were always some incomprehensible existences, and he was like an ant in front of them. Puffawa, boom, 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 boom. When a great monarch died, a great Tao crack would spread throughout the sea realm. Although it was grand and magnificent, the real astronomical change happened only in one area. However, when a god died, the death knell would ring throughout the sea realm, and endless red clouds would spread across the 5 divine realms. In all the divine realms, including the Central Sea Divine Realm, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled and a rain of blood fell. The world was in mourning. Chapter 32C01, 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 32C01. Buzz. For a moment, countless people in the 5 divine realms were shocked. How is it possible? Have gods perished? Heavenly Tao, death knell represents the death of a god, and 2 gods died. Who died? At the junction of the South Sea Divine Realm and the Central Sea Divine Realm, the 3 gods who were chatting with Qi Xing and Swordvine 1 a moment earlier were all horrified at this moment. The 3 of them felt a chill down their spines and broke into a cold sweat. From the moment Swordvine 1 and Qi Xing disappeared, they knew that something was going to happen, but they didn't expect it to be so fast and ruthless. It's over. Did the sea-quelling god take action? I don't think so. If the sea-quelling god wanted to take action, he would have done so long ago. He doesn't need to care about our identities at all. Does anyone dare to challenge him? Then who could it be? Qi Xing and Swordvine 1 aren't weak, especially Swordvine 1. Even if he's at the god-slaying level, he shouldn't have been able to be killed so quickly. Why the fuck do you care so much? Let's leave now. Swish the. At this moment, the 3 of them activated all their secret techniques. They didn't dare to stay any longer, fearing that they would die on the spot if they were any slower. In the Central Sea Divine Realm, an ancient divine door slowly opened. A man in black walked out of the door. As he calculated with his fingers, he frowned slightly. The God-sealing heavenly book? You've returned in the end. The Phoenix divine race in the South Sea Divine Realm, the Phoenix Patriarch was horrified. Phoenix ancestor, did you do this? Feng Yu and Lei Heng also looked at the sea-quelling god in shock, wondering who else could have killed 2 gods in a row. However, the Phoenix ancestor's expression changed slightly. What do you mean by, I did it? It has nothing to do with me. Someone is just warning the gods in the sea realm. As for who it is, you won't be able to guess it. So don't guess blindly. Feng Yu asked, is he the person behind little junior brother? The Phoenix ancestor didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the place where Qixing and Swordvine 1 died and slowly said, Feng Tianwu, now only the Phoenix divine race is left in the South Sea divine realm. From today onwards, the South Sea divine realm will belong to our Phoenix divine race, and it will be directly separated from the Central Sea divine realm. If anyone dares to blame you for this, kill them. If any god dares to harass you, call me to kill them. Yes, Phoenix ancestor. Although the Phoenix patriarch didn't know what happened, Feng Yu's guess must be right. It was very likely that the person behind Han Fei had taken action. This attack was as powerful as a bolt of lightning and directly killed 2 gods, which was terrifying. The 2 gods who attacked the South Sea divine realm had both died. Which god else still dared to take action casually? The Phoenix patriarch's mind was racing. This move was simply awesome. The sea realm was a trial ground, and even the gods were reduced to pawns. It was better for the Phoenix divine race not to get involved in this matter. It would be good if Feng Yu went to the chaotic sea. Void Temple. Eldest senior brother, senior sister Shenlei, and senior brother Undead saw this scene through the void. Senior sister Shenla stood on eldest senior brother's shoulder and said indifferently, why can't I see clearly the road they paved for little junior brother? Senior brother Undead said leisurely, perhaps even they themselves can't see it clearly. Eldest senior brother said, the 2 of you don't care about others' paths. Shenlei, you don't have much time left. I'll give you another 10,000 years. Shenla frowned. Do you have to go? Eldest senior brother's voice was leisurely as if he was sighing. Teacher is waiting for me. The death of 2 gods shocked the sea realm. In the chaotic ice domain, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were also shocked. Han Fei was stunned. 5th senior brother, what astronomical phenomenon is this? Why is a heavenly Dao bell ringing? 5th senior brother said casually. It's not a bell, but a death knell to mourn the dead gods. Puffer cough, Coffer Xiaoshan choked, so did Han Fei. Both of them were stunned. What do you mean, mourn the dead gods? You mean, 5th senior brother said leisurely, 2 gods have perished. 2? Han Fei looked at 5th senior brother in surprise, and the latter smiled. Yes, 2. Han Fei gaped and couldn't say anything for a long time. Xia Xiaoshan asked, who can kill a god? 5th senior brother smiled. Although gods are not easy to kill, they are not invincible. In this world, there are many people who can kill gods. Ordinary gods are vulnerable when facing real experts. Han Fei was lost for words. 5th senior brother, how should I understand the real experts you mentioned? Are gods not strong enough? Sizzly HH 5th senior brother took a sip, and there seemed to be a trace of disdain in his voice. What gave you the illusion that gods must be very strong? Little junior brother, don't look so far away now. Your supreme divine technique is still there. It won't be too late for you to think about the god realm when you break through the barrier of the supreme divine technique. Xia Xiaoshan didn't dare to speak. Are the disciples of the Void Temple so strong? They don't seem to care about gods at all. Han Fei was full. He had a guess in his heart, but he didn't know if it was right. However, it was obvious that he had nothing to do in the South Sea divine realm now. Even the gods had perished. At this moment, no one would go to the South Sea divine realm unless they were fools. Immediately, Han Fei cleared his mind. 5th senior brother, I'll stay here for a few days. 5th senior brother grinned from ear to ear. Great, you'll cook, okay? Han Fei nodded. Okay, but please do me a favor, senior brother. Buzz, an almost rotten coffin appeared here.